Can he land the clone? Not going to be able to do it just yet. WizK on the other side, fully cloned up, and Peekaboo looks like he's just going to go down.
TENSEI is pushing for the last time here with the Snowdrift. He gets cheap shotted on it though, and now he will potentially go down right here. Waz is pushing for the win.
Saul has nothing in his match point. He's Gust of winning for his life right now, but it's not enough. The move are through.
They're on to Peekaboo, but Peekaboo in a world of trouble, and Peekaboo gonna go down.
After this holy Alma Drake is there, a full stun, and surely this is the end of the match for the move, the end of the tournament for the move, and welcome to the JUNG are back. The Empire is here.
Now the staff is out of that. Corky trying to survive with the Bark team. He's got to get away, but he doesn't have anything remaining. The sheep is there, and that is going to be that. JT is in so much trouble here. TJ down to 1% HP. He's going to get sent. Callus is in so much trouble, and Callus might just go down. He does have the cloak remaining, but he's just not through it. The Kitty over and Curdy, they got him.
And now Laura could be the one that falls. Look at this damage. Look at this carnage. Peekaboo goes in. The fleets are ticking. And Trev is holding on by a thread right now to stay alive. That's the fair.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Championship Sunday of Cup number 2 of the War Within. My name is Aya. I'm here with D Machine, Vendriki, and Super Tees. We have had such an exciting weekend, and it is all about to conclude in this Championship Sunday. I'm so excited to get started. I'm sure these teams are too. Let's take a look at the roadmap real quick before we get into everything. Of course, as you guys know, if you've been paying attention, we have 3 qualifying cups to make it into that top 3. If you don't make it into the top 3, you get sent to the gauntlet, which is going to be very scary. Only one team from each region will be coming out of that alive in hopes to compete for the grand finals for that $200,000 prize pool. And these teams know that time is running out for them to get enough points into that. Now, this weekend, we have had Friday's games were Europe Saturday. Yesterday, then, we were in those North American games to get those top 4 teams for today. Talk to me about what went on yesterday on Saturday.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yesterday I think was an incredible set of games. If you guys missed it, definitely go check it out. We had in that upper bracket, we still got Liquid and welcome to the JUNG. They've set themselves up for a bit of a rematch there. Those two teams are quite often in that upper bracket. But the lower side of the bracket was very interesting to me. You had both Gustbusters and YPPM kind of go on an absolute tear. YPPM switching from the Outlaw Rogue to the Subtlety Rogue. They look like a completely different team. Eliminating some top teams and making their first top 4 this year. The Gustbusters as well, looking absolutely incredible with Chun-Li on the Windwalker Monk, Flop on that Restoration Druid, and then Dippy and the Nazem both backing them up on those casters. So really, really exciting games. You can see here Gustbusters going up against Tiger Toads. They actually eliminated them in a really close series. Probably my favorite series of the day.
Most definitely. And if you missed any of that and you'd like to check it out yourself, definitely head over to YouTube. We've also time-stamped everything for your convenience if you'd like to skip to a particular matchup. But let's talk about what we're going to be seeing today. Super Tees, we are in the North American side of things for the first half of the day, of course. No, that's a lie. We're actually in Europe, but we're going to take a look at the North American bracket first. And we've got 4 teams left here in this region. Any teams that have kind of surprised you so far? Any matchups that are your favorite?
On the upper side, we got Liquid. They're just continuing their domination from Cup 1 into Cup 2. It seems like Welcome to the JUNG are struggling a little bit more this season. They're dropping games, dropping series sometimes. So this seems to be like the best opportunity for teams in North America to challenge them. In the lower bracket, we've got Aiden, who has been looking like an all-star on the Subtlety Rogue. They were 1 loss away from defeat against Control Alt Defeat in the first round, and then Aiden swapped over to Subtlety Rogue, and he's just been farming every single round since then. And then the Gust Busters. This roster is just stacked at the moment. It really feels like Chun-Li, Dippy, and Flop have become fully synergized on that team, and as a result, they're taking out teams like the Tiger Toads that they previously struggled with.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this region, but we're actually starting the day off in Europe. So let's take a look at the standings here for Europe. Like I said, the top 3, that is where you want to be, David.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you can see, there is not an asterisk on the side of Echo. and they're in 3rd place. And as you said earlier, top 3 move on and get that definitive spot in the finals, but everyone else goes to the gauntlet. You do not want to go to the gauntlet. It's a single event. There's so much talent. Anything can happen on any given day, and so you really want to lock in that position early. And seeing Echo not in that top 3, not still in the bracket, is ludicrous to me. Overload and DOBOB, though, they are looking extremely top tier, but I think that CHIBAKU Sensei should be in that conversation as well. They're looking very strong. They might not have the Rogue Mage, but their Elemental Shaman Demonology Warlock in particular looks like it can go the distance with just about anybody.
They most certainly could. Could you imagine if we had the top 3 without Echo and they got sent to the bracket? That would be extremely scary for all the rest of the teams here. But we'll get to that when we get to it, of course. Let's take a look at the bracket and the games that we'll see in Europe for the first half of the day. Venruki.
Yeah, Overload to me was a big surprise. So you can see them still in the upper bracket. They had a great week in Cup number 1. But they brought in something completely different. So it was Rogue Mage Priest domination. Now they're bringing in the Elemental Shaman Feral Druid. So very interesting to see. It worked out for them against Forged RMP. Will it work out for them against DOBOB? That's the big question for me. You can see DOBOB as well earning their spot in that semi-upper finals. Beating Echo 3-1, which is a big surprise. But in that lower bracket, an even bigger surprise is when Echo went head-to-head with Locked In, they lost. Locked In, they're looking great on their jungle cleave. Absolutely phenomenal. They got a lot of pressure, clean crowd control, but they're going up against CHIBAKU TENSEI, who I think has really leveled up this week also. They do find themselves in the lower bracket, but it seems like these Elemental Shaman comps are a lot stronger. And when you have Zeepai on Elemental Shaman, I feel like the sky is kind of the limit.
Most definitely is, and that is going to be where we're starting off. So first match of the day, Overload versus DOBOB, will be starting very soon here. But first, let's look at the predictions that we've had. We've had a fun weekend ourselves here on the virtual casting desk in terms of just trying to get these predictions, trying to get in the leaderboard. Wow, okay. D-Machine, you're new to the desk, and you're in 2nd place. How does that feel?
It's no big deal, really. I've genuinely been kind of voting with my heart, and it's been winning. But I think it kind of speaks also to a bit of the volatility of the competition. I mean, we just mentioned it. Echo's out. That's crazy. You know, they were a favorite. I believe when we looked at like our power rankings at the beginning of, EU top 8, we all had Echo pretty high up there, if not at the tippy top. Oh, look, it's right here. We had him in 2nd. We thought Overlord, kind of had him out. Then you even had him at the tippy top. And them being knocked out by Locked In is kind of crazy. Look how low I had Locked In. I was definitely wrong about them. But I did have, the
last.
my homies. ILTU last as well. Yeah, so.
I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back to my good percentages.
Go back to the predictions. Yeah.
What do you mean? Leave it on this screen. Leave it
on.
No.
Super Tease is trying to hide his shame. Have you been voting with your heart or your brain, Sid?
I voted for the Boomkin, and look where it got me.
Oh no.
I need to put an asterisk next to my name. Okay, I still have a chance, like the teams in the tournament. All right.
That's true.
Okay.
That's
it's
true.
not too bad. I had a chance. Yeah, after Echo was eliminated, Waz was streaming, and I went into stream, and he said one of the really fun things about this year, one of the interesting things, at least from like a spectator point of view, is it really does seem like any team can win. When he's discussing, how war games are going with some of these teams, basically everybody's trading. It's like a 50-50 win. So it's really hard to predict who's going to win, and it just speaks to the level of competition this year. I feel like I say that every year. Like, competition's rising, but it really seems that way.
But it is. It's going up and up and up and up every year, I swear.
Oof, yeah, it most definitely is. Ben, sorry.
No, I was just echoing him a little bit.
Yep, yeah. All right. Well, my final comment on this is, chat. You got to lock it in. Where you're dipping a little bit. You got me and D Machine and Zico ahead of you. So let's get that number up. But we have a chance to do that with our first series of the day. It is Overload versus DOBOB, and we are here in the upper bracket. This is the upper final. So the winner of this moves on to the grand finals for the European region. So quite a lot on the line here. Definitely would put these teams in a very nice position. So if you're in chat, get that predictions in. D-Machine, talk to me about your prediction for the series. What was your reasoning behind it?
All right, so my predictions, I'm gonna I think this is going to be a really close team. I mean, we saw Overload. They showed us a flexibility that we didn't preemptively think that they had. We see the Elemental Shaman come out for them. In Cup number 1, we saw a lot of Rogue Mage coming out for them, and that they kind of showed us that they can also take the game to an attrition situation. And really, when I'm looking at attrition compositions, I feel like it's all about like not making mistakes, constantly having the awareness to stop goes, and the fact that they are playmakers but also a defensive wall leads me to believe that they have like the ability to go all the way. But DOBOB kind of won me over. And so I have them right now as 3-2 in favor of actually DOBOB. I think DOBOB is actually the offense that can pierce through Overload.
Okay, Ven, what is your prediction?
Well, Overload, they have been looking extremely good. Not only bringing in the Rogue Mage Priest and dominating, this weekend they're coming in with something completely different. The Elemental Shaman Feral, it looked good. I think it's going to be difficult for DOBOB, but I'm kind of going with David on this one. Surprise, surprise. I'm actually going in favor of DOBOB as well. I feel like their Feral Mage, extremely offensive composition. I think the Feral versus the Rogue, like honestly, so when we're thinking of the matchup like Elemental Shaman Feral versus, Rogue Mage, I feel like you can kind of defend against the Rogue Mage a lot better than when it's Mage Feral, because the Incarnation is just so strong from that Druid. I think they will be able to punish, like David said.
This is so interesting because I thought that I would be alone in this because I am also 2-3 in favor of DOBOB. And I thought everyone would be on side Overload here. Supati, is you gonna break the combo or?
I don't know. I'm not gonna try and like linger on that too much or hold the suspense.
What?
I'm not. Now I'm concerned what Zico's is though with him on the top of the leaderboard if he's in the opposite direction. Like.
Oh
wow! Oh no! Oh, this is danger. This is danger.
Okay, but let's scale back. Let's scale back. Okay, yeah. DOBOB. Let's scale back a little bit. I mean, Overload, if you look at our power rankings, they were number 1. They won Cup number 1, so it's definitely possible. We have seen some changes, some developments with the meta, also with some of those hot fixes that come out. So who knows, really? We could be wrong. Zico could be wrong. Chat could be wrong. It's really quite up in the air. But one thing is for sure, this is a great way to start off today, Ven. I mean, we've got 2 top dogs here in the region. Overload, DOBOB. I could not ask for a better way to start our championship Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I feel like it's going to be interesting to see what exactly goes on in the blind pick, but you're right. These 2 teams, they're looking really strong. Both of them have challenged Echo, which is not an easy thing to do. I'm still just a little bit surprised we're not going to see Echo this weekend, honestly. And the thought that they could even maybe be like the final boss of the Gauntlet, I feel like that makes the Gauntlet even more horrifying. Like, imagine in order to qualify, you have to beat Echo. That's a really tough spot to be in. But yeah, I only mentioned that because both Overload and DOBOB have been going head to head with them and doing quite well. So these are like Titan teams right now, and this should be an excellent first match.
Yeah, most definitely should be. So get your prediction in if you are watching from home. Cannot wait to get this started. Also, what are some things that you want to see in terms of the blind pick, Supatees?
I honestly don't know 100% because I would like to see mains just because we know how insane that type of series can be, right? Like DOBOB versus Echo's RMP is a really entertaining series, so I would assume it'd be the same with Overload's RMP as well. But Oscar just randomly pulling up on that Elemental Shaman on Friday and just smacking people around is like, maybe that is just the best bet to go for.
Certainly, yeah. And a game like this also, when it's upper bracket, it's best of 5, 2 teams that anyone could really win. This could be a grand finals matchup, D-Machine.
Yeah. No, absolutely. This is going to be incredible. If we get a level of play that we saw Friday, today, I think that this is some of the best WoW Arena that you're going to be able to see, especially within the War Within. DOBOB in particular has kind of won me over. This is a team that I was a bit less familiar with, to be completely honest with you. But when it comes to Thessia, I just want to give like a little snippet. In previous tournaments, when I had a chance to like talk to some of the best mages, we ran with like a narrative of like, who's the very best mage? Who actually is the best mage in the world? Thessia wasn't even there. And Thessia was like a top contender for being the very best mage. So like every mage in the game, anyone who seems to be in the know, never counts this guy out.
Yeah, I do. I remember that. I think we were like assuming everyone was going to say Raikou or something, and then everybody was like, "Who this mage?" And I remember sitting there like, I haven't seen him. What's going on? You're absolutely right, though. This is a team I think that we knew would do well. Both of these teams, honestly, if you look at it, I feel like we all underestimated both sides here, Overload and DOBOB. And here they are. No Echo. Echo out of the way. They're in the upper bracket. Winner moves on to go to the grand finals. The loser still in contention, is still in the tournament also. So they're just going to get dropped down to the lower bracket. So they certainly have a chance to make their way back up depending on how that lower bracket does go. But it looks like the game is finally ready to go. It is game number 1 here in the European Upper Finals, second championship Sunday of the season. It is Overload versus DOBOB, game number 1.
It's going to be electric. Let's see what we got for compositions. It's going to be mains, baby. Oscar, man, he took that title from Raikou as best mage in week number 1. Is he going to be able to hold it, or is Tessia coming for that crown next?
Yeah, really, really interesting. I know when we saw this exact matchup, it was DOBOB that came in ahead. So much so that Waz actually said he's not going to be playing Rogue very much anymore. He's going to be spending all of his time on Feral Druid. So we'll see if Brunhilde's going to be able to get it done and what Overload is going to be able to do. They won this matchup last week. Full blind into Polymorph on Relza. Great setup here for Overload. Doing a lot of damage here onto Tessia. Can they take him down? 50% health. He blinks away. Here comes the Ice Wall. Oscar gets interrupted. Could be danger. Another Ice Wall here from Tessia. Blocking off the heals. Oscar getting a little bit low, but making the appropriate trades early on.
All right, good exchange. JT and a Polymorph. Oscar going to use displacement, but he got Vortex on it. Nice Vortex from Flappers. That's going to be a key play on the Druid. Look at how much pressure it's netting him now, but a double Ring of Frost counter engages them, and now suddenly Tessia is on the back foot. Beautiful Ring of Frost from Oscar. Flappers is looking for Cyclones. He finds one on Oscar. Cyclone swapped over to Brunhilde. Damage is ramping on Oscar. He's applying full bleeds here. Adaptive Swarm. He's ready to really ramp his damage with Feral Frenzy here on Oscar. He pops his barrier to absorb all those bleeds, but they're getting cut through quite quickly. Brunhilde looks like he wants to make a swap here to Flappers. Is Flappers going to get into bear form? He's just kind of poking him at the moment. He goes to the cheap shot. Flappers pre-bears it. They go for a smoke bomb on Tessia with a poly. That's a block. The Master Spell connects instantly. Tessia might die. There's still crowd control on Relza. Crazy setup from Overload right now. So close to a kill, but not enough. Relza comes in clutch, but this is looking so good for them. We're 1 minute and 30 seconds in, and it feels like DOBOB have pretty much burned almost all of their options.
Yeah, this is looking unreal. Tessia is under so much pressure. Down one ice block and almost going down despite using that defensive cooldown. A little bit of damage here on Oscar, but JT in a really good position to just avoid crowd control. Relz is actually going to get stunlocked here by Brunhilde. Great crowd control, good initiation. Oscar looking for a polymorph. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it, but Tessia is just taking so much damage. Finally gets topped off. A beautiful alter time there to deny. This is the Icy Veins from Oscar. Are they going to make a swap? What are they deciding to do here? Ice Wall potentially coming down. It gets gripped. Really nicely done there by Relza, once again denying that setup.
Oh man, Brunhilde, JT, and Oscar are fully synced up on this Rogue Mage Priest. Oscar is dominating the damage meter, even beating Flappers, and we've known that Flappers does big damage in this setting. Wall comes down, cheap shots onto the team. Is Relza ready? Tessia gets to 50% health, holding on by a thread at the moment. Relza takes the gamble with Guardian Spirit and recovers. Maim stun on Oscar. They're trying to develop pressure. They really need to get a block from Oscar soon if they want to stay in this race. They're getting close at the moment, but JT is there with Guardian Spirit. Maybe they proc it. That was a lot of damage coming out from Flappers and Tessia with that Icy Veins, and we'll have to wait to see when that Guardian Spirit stops glowing for JT to see if it's a 3-minute or a 1-minute cooldown. It is going to be a 3-minute cooldown. This could be an opening, but another attack onto Tessia. Oscar blinks in. He's intercepted. He really wants to get crowd control. Now he's feared. He gets a Frost Nova, looks for a poly, not able to find it. Cheap shot set him up for a Ring of Frost. He fakes the kick, almost gets a double, positions away so Flappers can't get to him. He needs to stay in line of sight here. He's not going to go for the repolymorph. He doesn't want to get stunned behind the pillar. There's a lot of damage. It could be a block. It's huge pressure. There's no Guardian Spirit still for some time for JT. It's costing him a lot of mana, actually. That is one thing that is going in favor of DOBOB.
Yeah, Oscar getting a little bit low here. He's playing Blink, so every time he gets stunned, he's going to be able to free himself from that, unless he kind of wastes the cooldown. Big Frost Firebolt going to be connecting, but Oscar's still getting low. There's been a few close calls on Oscar, and that's why the Guardian Spirit has been proc for JT. So if you actually take lethal damage with Guardian Spirit, it turns it into a 3-minute cooldown instead of 1, and that's a very important CD for your team. Big setup here on Flappers with the Ice Wall. Tessia looking for a polymorph. He gets interrupted. Looks like JT is going to be free. Finally, it actually lands, though. The full polymorph lands. Can they take advantage of it? We'll have to see if there's enough damage here from Tessia or Flappers. It doesn't seem like it for the time being. It's actually Tessia who's getting low. Cheap shot onto Relza. Oscar going for a polymorph. Can he find it? Oh, he does vanish you. He fakes the death and manages to get the full polymorph. And now Tessia, this could easily be the second ice block, but it's a race to the finish. Oscar as well is getting low. He gets gripped behind the pillar. Nicely done there by JT.
That was when he was counterspelled on Frost. Now he's got Icy Veins up. Icy Veins for both mages. They're both very dangerous at the moment. Look how explosive this is. Oscar has to trade block first in the game of Chicken. They swap to Brunhilde. He pops evasion. He's probably going to have to cloak on top of that, even though JT's in angel form. They switch to Flappers for a moment. He's got no trinket. If they can catch him out of bear form, it could be an opportunity. Brunhilde's just getting spam polymorphs. He's trying to stay on Tessia. He gets a kidney shot. Wall comes down. Oh, that's going to be a block. Does he get MD'd? He gets Master Spelled. Is he going to survive? Rels is in angel form, but it's so much damage. Rels is struggling even with the angel form to keep him topped off, but now Oscar on the back foot. It looks like he's going to be off hypothermia in about 2 more seconds, and it's likely he's going to be able to survive to that point, and they still have a huge lead. There's Void Shift available with 1 block left in the tank. Tessia's got his greater invis coming up in 5 seconds. He's going to have to be very careful with that. He gets counterspelled. Flappers is staying on target. He's ramping up. He's got a lot of bleeds here onto Oscar. And as soon as he gets that Feral Frenzy, he's going to be even more damage. But JT's recovering. Kidney shot, engage, set up here. But Oscar can't get the polymorph. They go for blind instead. Ring of Frost gets shut down. Big Shatter comes. Locked on Frost. Void Shift comes through from JT in the nick of time. And DOBOB refused to go down without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, JT is completely tapped on mana. This is not looking good. DOBOB is looking for a Game 1 win. It was looking a little sketchy at the beginning, but they've managed to battle it back. It's not over yet, but they have a commanding lead in this game. Oscar blinks away, gets the ice block off at 1% health. JT actually sits down for a drink. Tessia crowd controls him, forcing out the trinket with just a Dragon's Breath. He lands the polymorph. Oh, Shadow Word Death comes in. JT manages to break the crowd control nicely done. Now it's going to be Tessia who could fall. This is back and forth. It's a race to the finish. Oscar at 50% health. Tessia at 50% health, but it might be Oscar that fades. The Guardian Spirit lands, but JT's caught into a stun. Smoke bomb come down. Who is going to fall first? It's looking like Oscar, but he connects a big heal. JT doing a good job keeping him alive. Tessia, though, may have overextended. The Double Fear comes in. This is so back and forth.
Oh my god. Okay, Rels no cooldowns, almost completely Oscar's side, almost no cooldowns, but Veins comes up for Tessia. Incarnation in 9 seconds. Flappers is going to tear Oscar apart if they don't get a kill soon. They're launching another assault towards Tessia, but they can't get it. Oscar blinks back, but Incarnation is up in 1 second. I think that's going to be lights out for Oscar. He pops it right away. It is so much damage coming up from Flappers in this position. JT ducks into Angel form just in the nick of time to get some casted heals off. Ice Wall comes down. A huge setup on Tessia. They get baited into enemy territory, but they can't even force the block. Oscar's retreating away. Defense is limited here for JT. He's absolutely zeroed on mana. Triple Dragon's Breath. That should be it for Oscar. Tessia's comboing. Somehow Oscar just refuses to go down. Rels is just in angel form. His team is totally fine. Just one more shatter and it's lights out for Oscar. They're just clinging to life. Symbols of hope to get a tick of mana around the corner from JT. He's trying. He fakes a kick. Can JT get a couple of heals? He clutches it out. I cannot believe it. Oscar refusing to go down. He's chastised. He escapes with his medallion, but that's a full polymorph and Flappers is on his tail and Oscar will be torn apart. DOBOB survive the early game and clutch it out at the 7-minute mark.
Wow. I mean, that honestly, with how that game was going, this is not how I expected it to end. It felt like DOBOB was on the back foot for the first half of that game, but inevitably they stabilized, started slowly getting the ice blocks out of the way, but the main story of this game is JT just being completely out of mana. And I wonder if that's why they had an early game lead. Like maybe JT was just being a lot less efficient, maybe spamming out to spell more. I really wonder where that mana differential is.
I mean, it's the damage, I assume, right? Like Flapper's damage started scaling a lot higher towards the middle of this than the Outlaw Rogue. Also, maybe it's time in CC. I feel like Rels is probably getting crowd controlled more, which means he can't spend mana because he's sitting in crowd control more often.
CC is like a savings account.
Yeah, you just regenerate more mana, whereas they're not crowd controlling JT. He just has to heal through the damage throughout the game. Could likely be another contributing factor to that. But I mean, the 1 million damage gap on Brunhilde to Flappers, even though JT managed to kind of bring that up a bit from 60 million to Rels is only 22 million. So damage is not completely out of their favor. Seems like they didn't really have too many surprises. Like I feel like a lot of the games that DOBOB loses, it's like a swap on Flappers. They get like a really good wall swap or something like that. We didn't really see any of those like we've seen in the past.
Very interesting. And this is what I'm really wondering about here. So for Brunhilde, Oscar, and JT, we've actually seen them bring in TJ on that Feral and play some Elemental Shaman Feral, but maybe it doesn't work against a Feral Druid like Flappers. Like, maybe it's one of those compositions. It's really good into RMP, but once you bring a Feral Druid in, he's bringing a lot of bleed damage, kind of pierces through the armor of the Elemental Shaman. They can just overwhelm them. So DOBOB, with their Feral Mage Priest, this might be kind of the best composition. Overload could mirror them. You think they would dare?
I mean, they could. I don't know. DOBOB seems to be kind of like the pinnacle of Feral Mage Priest, so it would be a statement on their part to want to do that. But I wouldn't blame them, you know? I don't know. I feel like the Rogue Mage has a shot. Like, especially early on, it felt like they got everything from DOBOB with no dampening at all. So, like, what started going wrong for them? Was it just Tessia repositioning, standing more defensive, and they couldn't find ways to get through to finish the match? Maybe Tessia was playing a little more reckless at the start when they had options, and then switched gears after they'd burned through a lot, which is a possibility. It does seem like the Feral Druid's damage is going to start to scale out of control if they don't get an early win. I also kind of wonder, like, do you think Subtlety Rogue is ever an option in a matchup like this?
Maybe? I don't know. The only teams we're really seeing play Subtlety Rogue, I wonder about it in the mirror. Because I think about, like, okay, well, they're not going that direction whatsoever, but we are going to see this matchup. It's going to be the Elemental Shaman Feral versus the Feral Mage. But I wanted to touch on that point. It's interesting in, like, a mage race. It feels like the Outlaw Rogue is probably better because mages have so many ways to deal with, especially if they're playing Blink. It can become really difficult to actually take them down, right? You do a setup with Shadow Dance, they just blink out of it and start kiting you. Their uptime could be limited in that way, but I don't know. I'm starting to be a bigger fan of the Subtlety Rogue. We'll see if more teams adapt it.
I think this is a sign of respect from Overload not running the mirror, right? Like, Oscar took out Raikou on Mage, which is a very difficult thing to do last week, and he's opting to run Elemental Shaman in the mirror as opposed to the Frost Mage in this type of situation. And I think it is just the case where Ellie probably has the advantage outside of Icy Veins, but within Icy Veins, the Mage is probably 5 times better. So if they can survive Icy Veins, deal with it, trade with it effectively, avoid it, I think later on in the game, the Feral Ellie is likely going to be favored, and maybe they can pick up wins on mana. I think another maybe downside, though, of the Ellie Shaman is that the Holy Priest is going to likely be just dispelling your Flame Shocks constantly in this type of matchup. Your Hex is not super useful with the Druid and with the Mage on the opposing side, so I think Overload need this game to go the distance if they're going to be able to pull it off.
Yeah, I'm thinking about some of the differences between Cup 1 and Cup 2, because in Cup 1, you guys might be wondering the same as me. Cup 1, it felt like RMP was just completely owning, and now it seems like it's fallen off a little bit. Obviously, still a good composition, okay? Nobody say that. I'm not saying RMP is good. I know it's good. But when we're seeing them play against the Feral Druids, it seems a little bit different, and I'm wondering if the main reason for that is the change to Holy Priest. Like, Prayer of Mending throughput is way less. So dealing with kind of that spread pressure of the Feral Druid and the Mage together, maybe they are just running out of mana. You know, maybe it's not as efficient, whereas the Holy Priest healing against, like, an Outlaw Rogue, it's not as much cleave, so that change to Prayer of Mending doesn't seem like it matters as much.
Yeah, because you would have thought also Feral Druid got, like, the most significant nerf, right? 15% rip damage, but obviously that Prayer of Mending healing was even more substantial, considering the matchup is still, you know, teetering in favor of the Feral Druid, even despite that huge nerf that they received. So definitely, I think cleave damage is going to be important here. You know, as a Holy Priest, you have really specialized single target healing. You can just use a Serenity or a Guardian Spirit Serenity. That's almost always a guaranteed top on one target. But then when you need to juggle it on 2 targets, where are you going to allocate it? How many times are you going to use Flash Heal onto the secondary target if you do use it? Do you open up your School of Magic to try and, you know, cast a slow heal instead to try and be a bit more mana efficient? Mana efficiency seems to be a much more crucial factor for both sides. Maybe, like, something else to note is I think Relza used his Symbols of Hope much earlier on in the game, whereas JT, I think they both got one use of it, but he kind of had to stop his channel. He didn't get to really do it fully channeled. So maybe finding more opportunities for JT to manage his mana is something that Overload should likely consider in a matchup like this. They got a big map. I kind of wonder if it'll backfire, because I feel like this map's a lot easier to land polymorphs on a Holy Priest.
Yeah. Also, it felt like Oscar's survivability was kind of reliant on using line of sight, right? Like utilizing those pillars to line of sight, pull away from the Mage, kind of isolate the melee. So on this map, it's going to be much more difficult to do that. Tessia, I think he's going to be able to get in line of sight. The pillars on this map are notoriously small. I think it's the smallest pillars that exist in the game. That sound right? Hook point, maybe?
I don't know about Cage of Carnage now. They might be the same size or close to the same size as Cage of Carnage.
Well, regardless, some of the smallest pillars in the game, so it's a little bit more difficult to actually line of sight on this map. So I feel like DOBOB, they could probably play this one really aggressive. It felt like when Overload was winning this matchup into the Rogue Mage, they were barely holding on in a lot of setups. Like, it was close call after close call after close call, and inevitably they pulled ahead. And I'm wondering if the Feral Druid is going to be able to kind of punch through and do just more damage. All right, we got DOBOB using their tactical timeout. Maximum 3 minutes. 2 minutes have elapsed. So a little bit of stalling here by DOBOB. Maybe they're trying to figure out what kind of strategy they want to use. Maybe they're quickly setting up a new character. Can they do it in 3 minutes? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, maybe they want a Dwarf Mage or
Probably,
something like that for the Feral Druid. It's something I could imagine. Maybe they want to talk talents. Maybe there's a technical issue. Hopefully there isn't, because this series is going to be looking to be very epic. Seems like DOBOB are a serious contender in the European region when they're able to play at full power. So we're going to be jumping into Empyrean Domain in just a moment here as the teams begin to get prepared between Overload and DOBOB. Overload are Cup 1 champions. This is a fusion of multiple rosters on their side with players that have been leveling up over time. I remember when JT was on the team Hula Bang, and they were just a couple of buddies signed up from Solo Shuffle, coming together to make a run for it, and they got a Cup 1 victory as Rogue Windwalker against Echo, and that's when they kind of first established themselves as real serious contenders. And now they've leveled up, they've broadened out their compositions, they've broadened out their classes that they can play, and now they're taking Echo, they're knocking Echo out of tournaments even before Championship Sunday, and they are looking like a stacked team. But DOBOB, with Flappers returning to the competitive scene, seems to be a real contender as well.
And Tessia will be playing that Dark Iron Dwarf, so has the Dwarf set up and available. He's just going to immediately use that Fireblood, Rachel. He is not messing around. Full Polymorph lands, and I love this. DOBOB playing aggressive. This is the aggressive playstyle we really want to see, and I feel like this is what Tessia really excels at. So going for the Ice Walls, the cheeky Shimmer, mass Polymorphs, like just finding that crowd control out of thin air and really just smothering his opponent.
All right, let's see if he can manage to. Right now, this is Icy Veins. This is the scary moment for Overload, and a Snowdrift stun clips JT. They bash Oscar. They land the Polymorph. Excellent setup. That forces Medallion from JT with that Icy Veins, which is great value, but an Ascendance has proc for Oscar, and he's going to be scary during this Ascendance window. But Relza seems to be recovering through it perfectly fine here as he's positioned far away from the action, and he's spamming Dispel on those Flame Shocks. Oscar gets low. JT escapes crowd control, begins to recover with the Apotheosis, and they need to be basically just spamming out Angel Form and Apotheosis on cooldown, because those cooldowns make their healing spells, or a significant portion of their healing spells, basically free mana cost. So they want to get that activated as many times as possible in the game, so as many Serenities that they press are going to be free, or Flash Heals during the Angel Form. So you're going to see that be an important metric. You can see Angel Form is basically mirrored. It's like 50 seconds a piece on the Holy Priests. The Apotheosises are very closely aligned. They're going to be managing those throughout the game and making sure that they're basically shoving them as much as possible.
Yep, so the only advantage, I would say, there's two advantages the Mage has in this matchup, and it's during Icy Veins, and if he can land crowd control. So if you're getting Polymorphs, you're getting Dragon's Breaths, that's where the Mage can come out ahead. If they're denying the crowd control, then I feel like inevitably the Elemental Shaman will come out ahead here. Big blast of damage here on the Tessie. He's going for a Snowdrift. Mass Polymorph. Oh, he lands a double Mass Polymorph! TJ gets sniped, going for a Cyclone. Really nicely done there by Tessie. A follow-up. There's a full Cyclone there onto JT, and Oscar is in trouble. He's getting lower and lower. It looks like he will drop down the Stone Bulwark Totem as well as his Astral Shift. In the meantime, though, Tessie and Flappers are also getting blasted.
Yeah, they're really matching damage with damage in this matchup. TJ gets caught in a swap. JT recovers. Dragon's Breath. I don't think he's got diminishing return for Polymorph here, as both priests immediately Angel Forms off cooldown. All right, we're Angels again. They need to maximize their mana efficiency, and at this time, JT is also getting some value because his team is taking immense damage. He's going to trade out Power Infusion, but that can be spell stolen. Oscar is just taking so much damage. JT has to shrink it out. I really feel like DOBOB have control of this game at the moment, but now, as I just say that, Tessia dips to 20% health as Oscar's comboing two Earthshock crits together here. He's keeping his healing stream totems down. He's keeping his damage mitigation, repositioning with the Gust of Winds, rotating through to keep up his elemental equilibrium, so he's maxed out on damage here. A couple of Lava Bursts. Primordial Wave likely in just a moment here for him as well. In about 5 more seconds, that's going to be his big cleave, but an Ice Wall comes down. No Trinket available. JT repositions, gets in line of sight. Wall has been condemned, and it looks like Oscar is still kind of dying. He might have to burrow full main with no Trinket. He's trying to greet it as he forces the Ice Block on Tessia. He stuns up Flappers for a swap, and Oscar wins the game of chicken here in this exchange, forcing major cooldowns from the side of DOBOB.
I wonder, we'll have to wait and see. I wonder why Overload didn't lead with this composition. It definitely is an interesting question because this doesn't seem to be going too bad. Oscar right now in a maim stun. He's got the Astral Shift. He's got the Trinket if he needs it, but he's getting destroyed. Tessia goes for Dragon's Breath. Can he find the Polymorph? No. Beautiful wind shear there by Oscar. Denies it, and JT's free at the same time. Relza, Tessia, Flappers, they're all just dying. This damage from the Elemental Shaman is quite high. TJ as well. His damage is just through the roof at this point in the game. He's just destroying everyone on the enemy team. This could easily be the second ice block. It is. And all of a sudden, Overload, they take the lead. They're looking good. I feel like DOBOB, they're going to need a Hail Mary.
Yeah, and they have it, though. Incarnation's coming up for Flappers, but it also is coming up for TJ, so it's going to get very explosive in about the next 10 seconds for either side. They just forced Wall before Incarnation, which is a great opening for Flappers. TJ wants to connect that Incarnation on Tessia, I imagine. He stuns Flappers at the moment, baits the Trinket, gets Barkskin as well. There's 2 openings now, but pressure is so high and back and forth on both sides. Relza's probably going to need to get an Angel form here pretty soon. He's trying to Holy Fire. He's getting damage out, trying to keep pressure going for his team. He's taking the gamble. He gets Chastised stunned on a Flame Shock Dispel, and here come the Incarnations. Are they going to find the crits that they need? Are these ferocious bites going to connect? They swap the Flappers. He's getting torn apart. It's so much damage with Ascendance and Incarn at the same time. He barely holds on with Survival Instincts. Relza is still just desperately flailing to dispel Flame Shocks and try and stay ahead of the pressure from Oscar. And now a huge connect onto Oscar. Icy Veins is still up for Tessia. Dragon's Breath on JT, setting up for a Polymorph. No Trinket available. TJ pre-walls, anticipating stun incoming there with the Polymorph. Ring of Frost out of the Polymorph. Relza's getting close. He stuns JT, but he's rooted. He can't get there for a Psychic Scream. Snowdrift stun as well. Void Shift is still available, though, for JT. He's got Serenity Charges. Spam Dispels from Relza. Trying to stay ahead of the Flame Shocks. Trying to keep his team healthy here because it's looking dicey for his team in the next couple of moments. If Oscar gets an Ascendance proc here on this Primordial Wave, it could be lights out. It may even just be lights out even without it.
Now, Oscar, though, they could take him down. This is exactly what they need. Guardian Spirit in 10 seconds. JT gets Polymorph. DOBOB, they might be able to do it. Oscar and TJ are both so incredibly low. Some big heals finally connect there, and now it's going to be up to Overload to really start getting the pressure going. Icy Veins here, 15 seconds for Tessia. This could be looking really good. Overwhelming pressure at 30% dampening. It's going to be back and forth. It is a race to the finish at this point. Both these teams are flailing. No defensive cooldowns. This is looking dicey.
Oh man, Relza's completely out of mana at this point. I think it's over for Tessia. They've made it to the deep dampening stage. Tessia procs an Icy Veins, though. He clutches out a big Comet Storm crit on Oscar, forcing his Astral Shift. Now Flappers is getting cleaved. He has to Barkskin. He's got Heart of the Wild. So does TJ. Equally trading. His damage is chaotic, but JT has such a massive mana advantage. He's still sitting on his Symbols of Hope here in this position as well. If he ever wants to chuck that out, his Angel form is coming up 7 seconds faster as well than Relza's. Here comes a Snowdrift from Tessia. They need to win with this. Can they manage to get a kill? Does JT choke on the finish line? He gets stunned on his Trinket! Relza MVP with 0 mana left stands in a position to snipe JT's Trinket just in the nick of time to win it.
Wow. I mean, JT is just mashing that Void Shift, no doubt about it. But just filling in the gaps, not allowing him to breathe at all in that situation. They go up 2-0 in the match, but that was close. That honestly looked better from Overload. It looked like they were in a position to win the game, but inevitably, it's those crowd controls that come in from Tessia. We can see here in these final moments exactly how it played out. Look at Tessia moving closer, realizing they need to get crowd control. It's their only real way they're going to win this. The Dragon's Breath comes in into a Snowdrift. JT, of course, has his Trinket. He's got the Void Shift. Let's see what he decides to do. There comes the stun right on JT's Trinket immediately as Oscar goes down. I mean, right now, if you're DOBOB, if you're Flappers and Tessia, you were just cheering. You have Relza on your shoulders. Like, you're so excited he was there to do that because otherwise that game was pretty much over. I think this is the last setup DOBOB had.
Oh my god, dude. They're looking so evenly matched, but now as Overload, it's like, what do you do? Because like you were winning this matchup. It felt like you guys were going to be able to do it. I wonder if JT...
I mean, JT trinketed the last like fraction of a second. Like, look at when he trinketed though.
I think it was like a panic moment because his Angel form is coming off cooldown. So he's probably debating whether he needs to Trinket Angel or he needs to Trinket Void Shift. And he's trying to assess the damage, so maybe he Trinket and then was considering, like, I don't know. That's
I'm going to be honest.
Fast.
Watching that back,
so fast.
I don't even think Relza meant to stun his Trinket. I think he was just following up the stun.
He's just chaining the stun.
Yeah, I think Relza just was doing his job. He just chained the stun. I think JT kind of fumbled there with that one. Like, trinketing like the last like nanosecond of that stun. I think if they had just made more of like an executive decision there and just preemptively traded, that game was as good as won.
Okay. Well, it's not, though. So, and look at the quality of the teams in the lower bracket. Like you're not guaranteed to get back in the grand final if you end up going down here, and that extra series is going to be very fatiguing that you have to play out because a lot of these matchups are going 5+ minutes. So you really do want to just get yourself into the grand finals, sit there chilling, watch everybody else eliminate each other, maybe take some considerations for what your comps are going to be depending on who makes it through. And we're doing the opposite now. So Overload are going to a small map, which makes me think they're going to go to RMP instead.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Maybe they lock in the mirror. I mean, I don't know why they couldn't.
Yeah, I don't know
a very
why
good mage. Yeah.
TJ Flappers look equally matched. Relza JT look equally matched. Oscar Tessia look equally matched. So, like, it doesn't make sense that unless you just don't have games played. Maybe they don't practice that comp as much.
And they practice RMP. Like, I don't know. I feel like I would have at least some faith in their capabilities. Maybe they come out slightly ahead, but if it's a compositional thing. However, I mean, let's be real. It felt like they could have won that last game. You know, was not looking bad for them whatsoever with the Elemental Shaman Feral. I feel like it came down to just a few mistakes during the most crucial moments. Yeah, that's what it comes down to me. And it makes a lot of sense to me that JT is just going to be playing this once again. Overload, they lock in the exact same composition because I feel like they had the winning hand and they fumbled right at the finish line, unfortunately. So obviously DOBOB's going to be happy about that, but I feel like Overload, they just need to shake it off and they could definitely come back in this match.
Well, let's see what the comps are going to be locked in. Maybe there's going to be a little bit of delay at some point in this series because maybe there's a technical problem. I think it was just making the dwarf, but we got the Overload compositions, and I mean they have Feral Mage Paladin. Where are these records coming from? Is this just from because there's no way they played a Paladin this season?
I think it's Cup 1 as well.
Or that many games of. Okay, so this is the entire expansion. So they do have experience with Feral Mage, just when Paladin was more meta. From last season, and their win rates with Rogue Mage and Feral Mage seem decent, but maybe not so much with the Feral Mage Priest at the 3 and 5. But those seem to be kind of the compositions. They've also got players from different rosters, so maybe those stats are taking that into account depending on who their teammates were at that time, because they have switched their roster around a lot in that regard. But it looks like we're jumping in, and I don't think we got to see the comps. I don't know if production's just going to surprise us here with this one moving into Hook Point as to what Overload is going to be playing and possibly their final game in the semifinals. They go to the lower bracket if they lose one more map, and we will get to see. And they're just picking a smaller map, which I would have thought favors the mage because it increases your likelihood to get. Maybe they actually regret that map. It's really easy to get polymorphs on JT actually, so maybe they think on this map they'll be able to avoid polymorph more readily.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But one thing's for sure, Tessia playing on top of you as a priest is just not that fun. You're getting snow drifted, you're getting Dragon's Breath, he's running for Ring of Frost, mass polymorphs, full polymorph lands onto JT. It looks like he is not going to trinket, so I think he got the Shadow of Death there. Ooh. But it is going to be Tessia taking a ton of burst and Elemental Shaman cooldowns. I wonder if he's playing the 3-minute Ascendance. So every 3 minutes, Oscar with his Ascendance is going to be doing the most damage in the universe. It's one of the strongest cooldowns in the game, but it has quite a long cooldown. So both these teams, you know, Tessia with the Icy Veins. Table that for 1 second. Oscar getting low. Big setup here. Ice Wall drops down. JT in a prime position to just duck to the other side. Connects the heals, and looks like Overload should be just fine.
Main advantage for DOBOB right now is that you've got wiggle room, right? Like, you can lose a series, so they're really taking advantage of that. They're playing aggressive. They're standing on top of JT, whereas normally maybe they'd be more conservative, so this is going to be really tough for JT to deal with Tessia, constantly harassing him. You can see Tessia just blinking around, very close to JT's pillar at the moment, looking to wrap around the corner, but Oscar is blasting him back, and it looks like he's going to get gripped around. Is he going to be able to land the polymorph? Dragon's Breath. He's set up for it. Doesn't get it. Ring of Frost. He's not going to go for it. He doesn't want to get Shadow Word Death on it. Now he's moving in line of sight. Frost Nova for a polymorph. Trying to fake the Shadow Word Death. Goes for a Snowdrift, but he gets feared on it. He trinkets it to guarantee his stun. Now can he chain it? He needs a polymorph. He can't get through the interrupts. This is great disruption from Oscar and JT. But no, the Ring of Frost was there, but JT deaths it. Flappers gets cloned away, slowing down the game. DOBOB, it feels like they have more momentum. Nice stun. They catch TJ in that Ring of Frost as well, still getting some extra value from the lingering effects of it. And they're just keeping. Look at what Tessia has his melee range on top of this Shaman. I feel like that's so much confidence in this matchup.
I actually feel like there's no advantage to be at range. So I think as a Frost Mage, more Frost Mages need to do this. Like, you can be quite a bully if you're playing Blink, so you can just get out of stuns. You're playing Snowdrift. You have Dragon's Breath. Like, you should be playing with this much confidence because playing at range, it just allows breathing room for the Elemental Shaman. So I think Tessia, he's playing this matchup exactly how he should. I feel like you have to play with confidence or you're inevitably just going to fall behind. as he gets the polymorph, and JT will just go into the angel form, throwing in some big heals. The divine him channels out. His team's going to be completely fine, but at least a decent trade there. Big cooldown out of the way as Tessia continues his push here. Flappers as well, looking for crowd control, getting the damage rolling onto Oscar. Let's see if they can do it once again.
Oh, they knock Oscar off the pillar to wall him off from the pass. That was crazy synergy from Flappers and Tessia right there to get a Typhoon Ice Wall. But JT wraps around the other side of it. Now he's into a polymorph. Looks like it's going to break here to some damage. Ringer Frost defensively from Tessia, trying to protect himself from that Feral Druid. Now he's blinking through it, trying to get on top of JT again. Kind of a little bit reluctant to push forward here. Oscar looks like he's faked an interrupt. There's that Spirit Walker's Grace rolling. They skull bash the Cyclone. They switch some damage on Flappers. Trying to keep him on his toes. Tessia is getting on top of JT, looking for a Snowdrift. He connects it. Flappers is just dead. What is going? TJ is soloing Flappers right now. TJ is a monster on this Feral Druid. We haven't got to see him, but last season it was him versus Tony the entire time to decide who is the best Feral, but he's been sitting on the bench, and he's creating a monstrous surplus of damage for his team at the moment.
I mean, look at that. Just completely gapping, putting in pressure on all three members. They're all just dead. Oscar right now. Ascendance is popped. This is that massive swell of damage we talked about. Can they deny? Look at Tessia. He's finally going to line of sight. He's going to chill. Take a chill pill for just 1 second. Relax. Realizing he's not going to win the trade against an Ascendance Elemental Shaman. Now that that's faded, he can continue to push and try to get some crowd control. He gets low. Relsa throws in some heals. JT is way ahead on mana once again. But we've seen this story play out in the past. It looks like Overload is winning until they aren't, and Oscar might just outright die. I can't believe it. Oscar somehow survives, uses the Astral Shift. That was such a close call.
Okay, TJ's rotten down here as well. Full bleeds applied. Tessia still getting crit hard, looking for Polymorphs, not able to find it. TJ fakes the Skull Bash of Flappers. Ice Wall attempt from Tessia. JT gets counterspelled on his symbols. Nice punish from Tessia, but they're all dying. Look at this damage right now. Flappers is just outright dead through Bark Skin. Relza has to trinket to be able to recover. Now they got Oscar on the back foot. He has to burrow, and they're just swinging back and forth, just knocking each other around at the moment in game number 3. Still match point for Overload. They'll be in that lower bracket, and it is looking dicey for them as JT's Angel Form has just ended. He pops out the Power Infusion, but an Ice Wall comes down.
Ice
Big
Wall!
setup. TJ, is he going to drop? JT gets stunned into a Polymorph, but Relza had to Void Shift. It is a crazy game 3 here.
Definitely the smaller map is making the series very explosive. Oscar, TJ, they're getting low. Dragon's Breath here onto JT. It's a lot of damage, but it doesn't look like it's going to be any follow-up just yet. JT, he's got the heals. Can he connect them? Snowdrift potentially landing here from Tessia. Manages to find it. TJ's getting low. They stun him up. Can they drop him? JT goes for the Trinket and the Void Shift. He's not messing around this time, but DOBOB is in shambles right now. Their entire team is getting low. Relza has a lot of work ahead of him. At the same time, Oscar might just outright die.
Oh my god, JT, I think that was Guardian Spirit proccing for him right there on Oscar, and that's going to be devastating moving into the next couple of seconds if it did. They switch damage onto TJ for now. Dragon's Breath on JT. They get a Polymorph. There's no trinket. TJ is down, and DOBOB do it 3-0. I mean, this game looked even better than Empyrean Domain. It just felt like they had control of the game start to finish, just keeping the gas pedal down. They couldn't breathe, even despite TJ building up that massive damage lead, and this is looking like DOBOB's weekend.
This team is looking quite insane. I'm not going to lie. In the sea of RMPs in Cup number 1, it was looking a little bit rough, but whatever happened, I don't know if their strategies just adapted. Maybe they're just leveled up, playing way better this weekend or what, but they are looking really good, looking like the team to beat right now. They've earned their position in the grand finals for Cup number 2. And I'm curious to see how far they can take it. It was just setup after setup, and I like the fact in this game, DOBOB, they were going after TJ a lot more. I think Oscar and JT, they were playing very defensive, so kind of utilizing TJ being out of position and out of line of sight of JT. It seemed like it helped their overall pressure a lot more in this matchup, and this final setup here with the full polymorph on JT. TJ, there's really not much he's going to be able to do. Oscar gets counterspell. Tessia goes for the repolymorph. He manages to find it, but at that point, the game's already over. DOBOB 3-0, but even though this is a 3-0, that was a very close series.
Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Overload,
Go
man.
ahead,
The lower bracket. Echo's out of the tournament. Echo's out of the tournament already. Overload are the Cup 1 champions, and they're in the lower bracket now. And we've seen possibilities in North America for non-Rogue Mage teams, right, to be able to win, and CHIBAKU Tensei being one of those. Like, is CHIBAKU suddenly going to just upset the whole tournament and actually have some sort of deep run on this lower side? Nobody knows, and that means that you have to stay tuned the entire time if you want to find out.
I have one thing to say. DOBOB.
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 Love
They really have won me over as well. I am so excited for this team. They just 3-0'd the first place team in the EU region. The guys that won game Cup number 1. Everybody, honestly, I was a little bit shocked that I thought I was going to be alone on this on the DOBOB prediction, but I guess yeah, on the DOBOB hype train, exactly. I wonder where chat ended up too. I don't know if we have that data. Oh, it was Overload 70% and DOBOB 30%. I told chat to lock it in and they didn't listen to me. What's up with that?
They followed Zico. Zico's on the top of the leaderboard.
You know what? You're right. You're right.
I predicted DOBOB, and they saw that I predicted, and they're like, I'm out.
You're making a comeback. You're making a comeback. Oh man. All right. Well, I mean, they're going to be happy about that, as are we, because I that's really my only goal today is beating everybody in the predictions leaderboard. But let's take a look at the bracket and where we currently are with this EU region. Here we go. DOBOB in the grand finals. Overload knocked down to that lower bracket. CHIBAKU, TENSEI, and Locked In looking to claw their way back up. But they got to face the Overload. Then they got to face DOBOB. So no matter who you are, no matter which way you look at it, it's going to be a difficult climb back up there. But this EU region is so competitive right now. We're only in Cup number 2 also. There's a whole other cup coming next weekend. And then the grand finals, of course, in the end of May. So this is just so exciting. I feel like the EU region has just been blown wide open, for so long. I feel like it's been kind of the same old song and dance, but these teams really came to play this season. Here is the standings right now. Overload, the team that just got knocked down to lower bracket, 200 points. DOBOB 180. Echo no longer in the tournament right now at 3rd, so this could look completely different by the end of the weekend, and we will certainly keep everybody in tune, in check with these standings as we kind of move forward here in the lower bracket. But in the meantime, that is going to wrap up that series. And I'm so excited to get started on the next one. So we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we've got more series coming up next. It's going to be CHIBAKU, TENSEI versus Locked In the EU lower semis. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just saw Overload versus DOBOB. DOBOB winning 3-0. Now we are here in the lower bracket. It is CHIBAKU TENSEI versus Locked In, Zico.
Yep, CHIBAKU TENSEI versus Locked In. Locked In, they need a lot of points here to actually make it deep into the kind of point standings because they came in late. So for Locked In, this is a very important game, but CHIBAKU TENSEI as well didn't have the best result last weekend. So they're trying to claw their way back up to that top 3 position. With Echo out of the tournament, if CHIBAKU can have a deep run, this could be... there could be a situation, where CHIBAKU has a deep run, and if history repeats itself next weekend, we could see Echo in the gauntlet. So for CHIBAKU, this could be an insane opportunity here to make it count, because also they are tied right now with Forged RMP. So a lot on the line in terms of point standings. It's already, Championship Sunday, 2nd out of 3 cups. So these teams, they got a lot to play for.
They certainly do. I am excited to see kind of how the European region develops here for the standings. But I am curious now what the predictions are from you guys. Supertees, let's start with you. Who do you think is going to win this series?
Start with me so the chat knows who to bet against and get a lot of points. That's a good plan.
You didn't have to say it out loud, but that was my plan.
We're taking care of the chat here. I mean, I'm leaning more to CHIBAKU at the moment. I feel like that they've been looking impressive. I think that their elemental shaman compositions are likely going to be very valuable in this tournament. And it's more so just, I think, more or less just because Locked In, we don't get to see them playing very much as a team yet in a tournament setting. I feel like CHIBAKU has more experience in that sense. That's why I'm leaning that way. But after seeing how the Feral Druids are performing, Locked In having a Feral Druid, I think I might be regretting my choice.
Okay. Zico?
Wait, it says Supertees.
I read my own prediction wrong on on the thing. I read my own prediction wrong, so I thought that's what I was going with. No. Okay, I guess I'm locked in on Locked In, right? Like I did. I thought, and then I was like, wait, did I type it in incorrectly? Okay, I'm locked in on Locked In. I'm glad that I was, because I was questioning myself when I I was looking at it. I'm like, I'm glad I didn't do that. I'm glad I didn't do that. It says I thought that I went with that when I read it the first time. So no, okay, I'm glad. I'm happy with this. I think I'm happy with this.
All right. Okay. Now that we've established go ahead.
I'm suddenly unhappy with this.
Because it's the same as me?
The same prediction. Yeah, I have the exact same prediction, and your accuracy this weekend has not been good, Supertees.
Hold on.
I'm starting to regret deeply right now.
Is this becoming a chain reaction? No. Are you all going to fall like dominoes? Am I just the first domino to knock you all down?
Oh, goodness. I hope not. All right, well, what's vetted D machines? Okay, interesting. Well, you know what? They can't say anything because they're not on the desk. It's only us, so we will be right. So chat, if you want to be right also, vote exactly the way that we did. Right?
Hey, I feel good. I got both of you on my side. Both of you on my side.
Yeah.
You guys are dragging us down with you.
No, you guys have strong shoulders. You gues can carry me. I believe in you.
Do we? Yeah, you've been working on your traps, Zico? With some shoulder strength?
Zico's like 7 feet tall. I think he can handle carrying me a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, you did lose a lot of weight, so maybe. But, I don't know. I feel like compositionally, Locked In, having a Feral Druid, kind of like Sid said, seems to be very good right now. But as a team, I feel like CHIBAKU is a better team. And I feel like they should have good practice into jungle. So I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence here. I feel like it could go either way. That's why I went for the 3-2. I could easily see it going in CHIBAKU's favor as well. So hopefully that doesn't happen for our predictions. We'll see.
Okay, well, we'll find out soon enough. Looks like we're going to be starting this series shortly here. Teams are ready to go. Chat, you got to lock in with those predictions. I've seen where you are on the leaderboard, so let's see if we are correct for this one. It's game number 1 here in the lower semis. Winner moves on in the lower bracket to face off against Overload. Loser knocked out of the tournament. CHIBAKU TENSEI versus Locked In, Supertees.
What an interesting matchup on Championship Sunday, you know? Like, you're expecting rogues, you're expecting mages, but you're not expecting dragons and cats and demons and thunder gods to go head-to-head in the arena here. CHIBAKU Tensei versus Locked In, and Smite's coming in on that Evoker. Him playing BM Hunter yesterday was so important. On Friday was so important, crucial to qualify. Let's see if his Devastation Evoker is going to be able to deliver.
I mean, Devastation Evoker, from what I've gathered, is his main, so we'll see. If there's somebody who can make it work, it is going to be Smite, but much like you, I was kind of expecting that BM Hunter, but already this is a comp that packs a pretty heavy punch, so maybe a late-game advantage if it goes that way. Houston is taking a lot of damage. Lontar moving in, looking for a fear maybe onto Numliz, but Numliz is just going to go ahead and reposition away. Lontar got met with a stun there, so most likely not going to be able to go for it. Ulti Penny coming out, raining terror from the sky, doing a lot of damage here and healing for his team on the side of Locked In. Houston dropping pretty low. Zeepai as well, just getting absolutely cleaved here. Smite's coming in here with the triple. Nice fade there by Lontar. Lontar actually fades the deep breath. And now Smite's in big trouble. What is he going to do? Time stop coming out here for Smite. And Cassidy, meanwhile, looking for a Cyclone there in the back line, but Houston shuts it down.
Big burst from... These are both such fragile and explosive compositions. It's going to be a wild ride in game number 1. Numliz trades out Pain Suppression to keep Smite aggressive, but he's instantly kicked on his Disintegrate. It's really important to interrupt Disintegrate as soon as possible, and you can see that now he's wind sheared on it. They're just focusing on shutting down Smite's damage output as much as possible. Ray of Hope is active. It'll top Zeepai in this position. Houston's ducking over for crowd control. Numliz trinkets immediately to respect the damage. Smite rescues in for a little bit of a shield, hovering back. Houston's got I-Beam. He gets Vortexed on his Fellblade there, but he's able to reconnect nonetheless. Smite going for Disintegrate. Look at those kicks on Smite just every single time. I can't even see his Disintegrate start to cast. Zeepai and Houston are really synced up on stopping Smite on these Disintegrates.
Yeah, but he manages to get a couple off, and they turn into
another
Scourge
fade
as well, doing a lot of damage. And fade right there, yeah, once again on the deep breath, beautifully done there by Lontar, shutting down a lot of these goes. And still, though, Zeepai is taking a lot of damage. He's going to respect it. Trade out the Astral Shift. Smite could be in trouble here. It looks like Houston is maybe looking for something towards Numliz there. Numliz actually had to use his Trinket in this exchange. And Numliz already very much ahead in terms of mana. So I feel like if this game goes late, it is going to be a late game advantage here coming up for Locked In. They're doing more damage, and they have that Discipline Priest in their back pocket. Nice time stop coming out there onto Smite. And Smite now going to look to get more counter pressure out onto Zeepai. He's got no Astral Shift. He's got no Guardian Angel. So this is a great opportunity for Smite to get aggressive. But Zeepai landing a Hex there onto Numliz is going to slow things down. But here comes the pressure. Big damage onto Zeepai. Disintegrates after Disintegrates coming in hot right there. And that is going to force the darkness there from Houston.
Oh no, Numliz got wind sheared. Deep breath coming from downtown. Lontar gets smacked by a hit there into a sleepwalk. Looks like he was able to break free of it though, just in the nick of time. The Tremor Totem from Zeepai, really well timed there, but Zeepai has limited defense. Ray of Hope comes through. Everybody is getting cleaved. Honestly, Locked In looks so good right now. Houston gets swapped to and he's getting shredded. He might have to use Netherwalk at any moment. He gets cycloned at low health. Lontar can't recover. Zeepai is forced to burrow. Lontar struggling to heal. He's just sitting at the pillar, line of sighting interrupts, trying to avoid it at all costs. Now setting up some Holy Fires, getting a little aggressive for his team. Big setup on Cassidy. Nice double fear from Houston as he's starting to let it rip, but Numliz was ready for it. And look at Numliz's mana. If this game keeps going at this pace, Lontar will not be able to keep this going long.
Yeah, let's see. Zeepai has got his Astral Shift rotated back up, and I don't think there's going to be any moment where anyone can drink. Cassidy's been doing some really good Cyclones in this matchup, just cycloning things like the Ray of Hope as well. Nice barrier coming out here from Numliz, just allowing Cassidy to sit on his target and get a lot of pressure out without taking too much damage. But Cassidy now is getting pressured hard, taking a lot of pressure there, and he is going to activate the Bark Skin. But meanwhile, they're leaving Smite open, and he is blasting away as well. Houston is taking a lot of damage. Zeepai is also taking a lot of damage, but they do have defensive answers. Zeepai gets caught up in the stun. Houston looks like he could be the target here right now for Locked In, but at the same time, Smite is taking a tremendous amount of pressure. Gets traded the Pain Suppression, though, from Numliz. That is going to keep him alive. Meanwhile, Lontar channeling the Symbols of Hope, trying to get a little bit of mana back, trying to reduce some of those cooldowns, and Zeepai still not feeling too safe. I feel like nobody's feeling safe in this matchup. Nobody is above 50% HP. Everybody is at sub 50%, basically the whole match, and It's so much burst damage coming out. Look at Smite's damage, 1.3 million DPS coming out from this dragon right now.
I'm gonna go cross-eyed, just bouncing back and forth from the left to the right to see who's gonna die, so I hopefully don't miss it, because this is insane pressure. Lontar struggling to keep his team alive at the moment. Ultimate penitence in the sky for Numbless, raining terror down from above, but Lontar manages to just survive it nonetheless, but maybe not. An interrupt comes through, and Zeepai is low, not a lot of options. He trades Stone Bulwark. If he gets purged on it, could be destroyed, but he recovers. Big primordial wave from him now back onto Smite. Smite walls it, absorbs the hit. Now Zeepai is losing the exchange. Lontar burning through his mana despite playing so efficiently with the symbol, chaining it into Apotheosis, chaining into the Angel. He's still falling behind, but maybe they can just win with pressure. Cassidy's just getting destroyed by Fused. He's in bear form on the run. Nice roots coming through onto Fused, and he gets stunned up. He trinkets that right away. He doesn't want to explode there in that instant that Cassidy was setting up. Unfortunately for Cassidy, he doesn't have Incarnation for 2 minutes, so Smite needs to carry the game right now with his deep breath. Zeepai gets gripped away from it. They may have to go on Fuston, but Fuston has Netherwalk in this position. Rescue from Smite, big shields. Numbless gets stunned. Big lava burst lobbed out. They could swap possibly. They're going on to Smite though. He time stops to immune another lava burst. Pain suppression is up, but now Numbless is getting hit. He has to pull away from the engagement, and CHIBAKU Tensei are refusing to go down without a fight.
Yeah, and Numbless has got a lot of mana, but doesn't have too many efficient ways to just spend it right now. Needs to try to top off his entire team. He's really feeling that pressure coming in from CHIBAKU Tensei and from Dampen. But here comes Zeepai, still caught up in a Maim stun. Can he get something onto Lontar? Lontar's channeling out the Holy Fires in the backline. He's got basically no mana left. Apotheosis is active. He's trying to do what he can there in the backline. He still has the Guardian. No Void Shift, though. He's got Angel Form rotating back up as well, and that is likely to be the last thing Lontar's going to have. Smite, though, has Dragon Rage available. He's setting up for a big hit. There's the Dragon Rage. Huge damage coming out from Smite right now. Lontar deflects it with the Divine Hymn in Angel form, but still, Smite is a very threatening player right now. Zeepai is going to activate the Burrow. He's trading out. If they can just survive for the next Incarn, which is in 5 seconds, I think this game is going in favor of Locked In. The Ray of Hope connects onto Zeepai. He's trying to do what he can here, getting counter pressure, but I don't know if he's got enough. Lontar's got no mana left. The Guardian is going to proc Stormkeeper. One last chance to take Smite down. Is he going to die in the stun lock? He does. Unbelievable coming in from Zeepai. Cassidy should follow shortly here, trying to do what he can. He knows Lontar's got no mana, but they are going to duck out. That was a perfect setup coming out there from CHIBAKU Tensei. When things were looking so dire, he hit him with the LS stun into the Stormkeeper and just zapped him down.
I feel like if this was like sumo wrestling, Zeepai would have been right on the edge of the line of the circle, just about to be knocked out, and he just leans forward, plants his foot in, and just pushes the other team completely to the opposite direction of the platform and outside of the ring. Look at him, he's at 1%, and he pushes the team back. He comes from 1% health, finds a little opportunity to squeeze through, and shoves them all the way through with that last second opportunity to be able to pull off a game 1 win. It's a game 1 win, but is it replicatable? Can you replicate that for 2 more games? Because it's so intense.
I'm not sure. I mean, this was not convincing at all. Like, look at the stun coming out here. So the Guardian actually procs. Zeepai loads up the Stormkeeper, and then he gets the pet stun there from his Fire Ellie into the Stormkeeper stun. And if Smite lives that, it's just over. Numbless still has mana, but Discipline Priest not the best at... The Discipline Priest is good at kind of healing like a pressure over time. It's not that good at healing like this big burst of damage. He gets through the penance, but the flash heal is not going to go off, and Zeepai with just an insane amount of damage there. It was looking so bad for them there. I don't know if they got a little bit too overconfident. They had the Dragon Rage, they had Incarnation coming up there as well for Cassidy. So in that instance, I think maybe even if Smite played it a little bit more defensive, they could have probably just closed it out with Cassidy's Incarnation, because he popped it right as that kill happened. So a little bit unlucky timing there, but I don't know who's supposed to win this matchup, and I think this is likely what we're going to be seeing from CHIBAKU. They've been favoring this Demon Hunter Ellie basically the entire tournament.
Let's be real here. Nobody really knows who is going to win anything anymore this weekend. Nothing makes sense. It's been a while. This is probably one of the best AWC weekends, I think, maybe of all time, possibly, with the upsets that we have seen. It's easily the biggest upset weekend, to say the least. So very entertaining series just from game 1. I almost need a break. Like it just didn't stop. It just didn't stop. There was no, like, you know, sometimes there's a downtime where, like, yeah, we know it's probably going to take 2 minutes. We need dampening to kick in. This one's just like, nope. I don't know. Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he going to trade? Is he dead? He's dead again. That guy's dead. Now we're going back on this guy. Okay, that guy's dead. This guy pre-immunes that. Okay, nice. Okay, now this guy can die. Like, it is constantly high intensity, high pressure between these rosters. They both want it, man. These guys are trying to get into and steal Echo's position. They want to try and yoink that. They want to get into top 3. They want to put Echo into the gauntlet, and they're both in a position where they have a strong opportunity to be able to actually do it and pull it off. So we're going to Empyrean Domain. It's a large map. Locked In probably saw like, hey, we're winning on mana, so maybe we pick a small map. We can spread out more easily. We're not going to stack for the Demon Hunter double stuns as much. Or maybe they're going to switch, but I really don't think they should.
That's the thing, right? Do they want to... what is this? Source of Magic. Redirect your excess magic to a friendly healer for 1 hour. When you cast an empowered spell, you restore 0.25% of their maximum mana per empower level, limit 1. Wait, how much mana did that actually restore, I wonder, for Numliz? You can see it here.
260,000?
Not bad. Source of Magic, yeah, 260,000. Not bad at all, actually, having that in their back pocket. I wonder if they should just swap healer spec to Discipline Priest, or to Holy Priest, I was going to say. But it looks like they're going to go with Discipline Priest once again. And I like this from Locked In. I feel like this is a composition that you don't get to practice against a lot. Smite is going to be on his Dev Evoker. And I feel like this is... that last game should have went in their favor. I really feel like... it was just such a great play from CHIBAKU TENSEI and from Zeepai right at the finish line. You know, it's like they were basically KO'd, but they managed to just get up before the countdown was finished and get one clean uppercut back onto Smite there.
What was that move called in Karate Kid where, like, his leg is broken and he like puts his knees in the air and he's like this and he's like, that was Zeepai. It's just his leg's broken, it's over, like sets it up and just kicks Smite in the face, knocks him out, wins it. It would have been legendary if that was like the series winning game. I don't know if he can repeat that for two more wins in a row here, because Locked In had huge advantages across the board, and it felt like they could win the game almost at any point throughout that like close to 6-minute match. And we're spread out right here. I actually wonder what the chat is thinking. Like, is it 50-50? Are they leaning more in CHIBAKU? Because like CHIBAKU have some history, right? Like they were a big rival for Echo throughout previous seasons. Now it's a different roster though that's been picked up, whereas Locked In actually beat Echo. So it's like, do I bet against the team that knocked Echo out of the tournament? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make a lot of sense to bet against them now after they've proven that.
Yeah, I feel like it's another interesting thing about this particular matchup is that Phoenix Reborn was the team that first knocked out Echo last season, and Phoenix Reborn was a team that, you know, Numliz was the healer on that team, and Zeepai was on that team. So these are former teammates going head-to-head right now between Zeepai and Numliz, and they're actually going to go after Numliz here a little bit on the side of CHIBAKU TENSEI. They stun him up, they get the fear. Numliz going to use the Will of the Forsaken there to try to get a fear back onto Lontar, but Lontar is just going to activate the Angel form and take that trade. Now they can use the Demon Hunter fear onto Numliz as well, and you can see CHIBAKU has a new strategy here. Just go after the Priest as much as possible, try to allocate a little bit more pressure there onto that Discipline Priest, and so far it's working wonders. Zeepai is doing an insane amount of damage right now.
Well, they're just going to darkness that deep breath in the opener here, and they get knocked out of it, booped out for a moment by Cassidy, but they're right back into that darkness, doing a really early exchange of cooldowns. I think that's to try and extend their mana. So they just get darkness on cooldown, absorb some damage, save Lontar's mana so he can maybe win a little bit later on. Now we see a stun engage from CHIBAKU in this position. Smite's going to rescue him over, but Zeepai is still getting rocked. Trades out his Stone Bulwark. He grounds and Disintegrate here. Lontar is getting cleaved a bit. Oh my god, he's getting soloed right now by Cassidy. This is very scary. He recovers with a little Serenity there. Now Zeepai is low. He's got to use Ray of Hope to recover. He's actually playing efficiently. He's using heal rather than flash heal. So Lontar has changed his playstyle a lot, and it seems like overall as a team, their strategy is a lot different. So this actually might be a lot more difficult for Locked In to pull off.
Yeah, it feels like CHIBAKU TENSEI so far in this match have adapted better to the things that happened in game number one. Locked In may be losing a little bit of that element of surprise, but here comes a deep breath. Lontar is going to fade it, so he's going to be able to avoid that stun. Few stun, and Zeepai now looking to get aggressive onto somebody. Actually, Few stun taking a lot of damage there. Going to be Cassidy who pounces first there with that kitty, and he's going to be able to get grip back to safety and then get back into the fight. Houston looking for Cassidy, and Cassidy's doing a great job here, just kind of ducking around this pillar, getting back in, applying his bleeds, getting some damage done, and then when he doesn't have stun DR, he's just playing a bit defensive. Now Smite actually gets hexed here, and it looks like they're going to go after Numlis. Anytime Numlis goes out like that in the open, they're going to go after him. They get a full fear onto Numlis. He doesn't have Wheel of the Forsaken here for a couple of seconds, so Lontar making a big play. He could take down Cassidy maybe in this. Doesn't look like it. Numlis is going to greed that CC chain, and now they're swapping to Lontar on the side of Locked In. Big damage there onto Lontar, forcing out his Trinket. Divine Hymn, Angel Form coming out there as well, so Locked In showing that Lontar can't just go for these fears without being punished.
Yeah, Locked In really put themselves in a good position with that, getting Wall from Zeepai as well as Medallion from Lontar, Fusion's Medallion earlier on, Symbols of Hope here from Lontar. He's really focused on trying to keep his mana high, but it's costing them a lot of cooldowns and leaving some openings for Locked In to take advantage of, which they may be able to do in a moment here with Deep Breath coming up in about 20 seconds. Smite's just trying to wrap around the corner here without getting stunned. Cassidy is kind of low at the moment, playing a risky game. He gets stunned. Numlis hexed. They need to remove this, but they can't because he's stunned. He has to Trinket out to decurse the Hex and begin to recover. Fusion gets gripped behind the pillar away from Smite, but Deep Breath is coming off cooldown. Smite needs to hit a triple with this, and I'm curious to see who they attack. If they swap to Lontar, Fusion's just dead. What is this damage? Insane pressure. But now, is Fusion even going to survive? He's got Blur. He's holding on. Ray of Hope comes through, tops him off. Lontar gets kicked. Zeepai could be in trouble. Here comes the Deep Breath, but Lontar just fades it again. Lontar ice in his veins, man. Smite just can't land a stun, but Cassidy gets blasted. He's rescued in by Smite, but this is Ascendance. It's big damage from the Thunder God Zeepai.
Yeah, Thunder God Zeepai trying to replicate what he did in game number 1 here, but Locked In, they're adapting as well here in the matchup. They're getting a lot of pressure this time around. If they can continue to go after Houston like that in these stuns, it could be a ticket to victory. Lontar is going to have his Trinket rotated back up, though. Smite gets wind sheared, looking for some more damage back onto Houston. He actually takes a huge hit right there towards the end of that stun, but Lontar is there to deflect it with the Guardian Angel. Zeepai dropping to about half. They're continuing to just pressure Zeepai as much as possible, but Smite is also losing this exchange right now, getting kicked there, and he's gonna get the Disintegrate. Here comes the stun onto Zeepai. Big attempt onto the Ellie Shaman. He's gonna Trinket. He's gonna use Astral Shift. Big Deep Breath coming out now onto Houston. Good cleave pressure once again coming out from Locked In. Smite's gonna be at the top of the damage board. Cassidy not too far behind there as well. They get a full Hex onto Smite, but it does break the damage. Zeepai could be in huge trouble. He gets DR stunned. Cassidy smells blood in the water. Zeepai is gonna go and burrow underneath the ground. Lontar with the Divine Hymn should be able to top him back up there, but good pressure once again. I'm seeing a lot of similarities in that game number 1 here. Zeepai is getting pressured a lot, but counter pressure coming out here onto Smite. He's going to get gripped back and get back into the fight here after Numlis manages to get him back up.
Well, Zeepai gets gripped away, but it's still a lot of damage. He's going to activate Ray of Hope. They have Stone Bulwark, but it's a lot of Disintegrate. Smite is using Obsidian Scales here to free cast, so he can't be interrupted. He connects a Fire Breath here in a short second as well. Another Disintegrate. Here comes the Hunt. Smite might regret using his Obsidian Scales like this if he doesn't net a kill right now, because his defense is kind of flimsy as a result. But look at the pressure that it's built up. Lontar is really struggling. It's going to cost him so much mana to recover here. He's really having a tough decision as to what he should cast right now. He's just sitting at that pillar, sticking to mostly instant casts, managing to navigate through it, managing to get the team back up. A couple of flash heals, but those are very expensive for Lontar at the moment, whereas Numlis, he's healthy. He's chilling. 50% mana, a pain suppression still in his back pocket. Time stop preemptively here from Smite. He's trying to fake cast Wind Shear. He's not managing to fake cast Zeepai. He gets instantly kicked on the next cast. Going for another Living Flame. Cassidy in a bit of trouble. Rotted down by Zeepai. Is he going to get soloed by Zeepai? Is Fusion going to swap back? Doesn't look like it. Lasso out of that. Maybe they are going to commit to the Feral Druid, but he seems to be okay. More Disintegrates coming through. Just a little bit more damage, and Lontar is going to be out of mana. He needs to buy time for his Angel. It's about 35 seconds away. Can CHIBAKU survive to that point?
That is a big question here. 30 seconds away is also Incarnation, though. Here comes the Dragon Rage from Smite. Big damage potential. Taking down Zeepai. What is he going to do? The Guardian, once again, is going to activate. Houston, very, very low on mana. Numlis still has defensive cooldowns here to rotate as well. Still has that pain suppression, and he still has the Void Shift. So if he can use one of those in that last kind of second moment, it could be huge for his team to not allow Smite to go down. In a situation like this, they're trying to hold on to the defensive cooldowns. Numlis is actually going to pop the Shadow Fiend there as well, just adding in a little bit of extra healing and damage. But but he's forced to trade out the pain suppression finally onto Smite. Smite is feeling very confident with that cooldown. Zipai is taking a lot of damage. He's going to trigger the stun. Big potential there onto Smite, and Zipai is going to get the Ray of Hope. Stormkeeper gets interrupted this time around. Beautiful Quell there coming out from Smite, but Smite is taking so much damage. Void Shift from Numbless gets ripped, and now what is he going to do? They have no more defensive. They need to end the game. Huge damage coming out from Smite. Deep Breath comes through around the corner, but Zipai is underneath the ground. That was the darkness as well there coming out, and I don't know how long Zipai is going to be able to survive the onslaught from Locked In.
I think you just paint suppress Cassidy at some point here and just leave him in. They need to ride this momentum. The momentum is starting to slip, and Zipai's planting his feet just like game number 1. Paint suppression comes up. Smite should recover with his flame here, his renewing blaze. They get roots on the Demon Hunter, Vortex on the Demon Hunter, trying to contain him. Disintegrates flying instantly, wind sheared by Zipai. They have to be so careful. There's 0 mana left for Lone Tar. He's got Apotheosis for a few more seconds. He needs to Guardian Spirit, I think, on this stun. It's a lot of damage incoming. Guardian Spirit's a little bit late into it, but he gets him top. Smite's now in trouble. He's got Time Stop available, and suddenly they actually evened out the mana. Numbless has 0 mana. Chibaku still have a chance here. Smite gets stunned up, and Zipai's doing it once again in game 2. He's got Time Stop at 1%. Wow, Numbless has to time a heal out of this. Is he going to be able to time it? He gets stunned. He can't. Smite goes down, and Chibaku are doing it 2-0.
Unbelievable. They had such a nice cooldown lead, but they just had to burn through everything. They had to trade pain suppression into a void shift into another pain suppression, and they're not able to get the kill. I feel like the Discipline Priest is a mistake here. Because they're leading on damage the entire time, but then they just get pressured so hard deep into dampening, and CHIBAKU TENSEI is just able to pull ahead, and we're going to see it here the last kind of couple of moments. Numbless at this point, he's got nothing. He's got basically no mana. He's got no pain suppression. He's got no cooldowns left to trade. He's already used his trinket. There's a flashy time stop there, avoiding some of the damage, but Smite is just going to go down, and I don't know what it is about Houston as well. Like when we get to these late stages of dampening, he just kind of locks in, goes in, trades at early darkness before the damage comes out, and then he just continues to get damaged on, gets a nice imprisonment there onto Numbless, and then here as well, the Fell Eruption onto Numbless, so he can't get any heals out of that. He's just on point, and I feel like that's one thing that is making CHIBAKU TENSEI a bit more durable in dampening. It feels like they have more defensive cooldowns that they can rotate. Like Survival Instinct is a very long cooldown, and Barkskin Short's like a 1 minute cooldown for Cassidy, as well as the renewal. But when you look at Zipai, he's got so many different defensives. He's got the Burrow, he's got Astral Shift, he's got the Totem, the Stone Bulwark Totem. He's got a lot of different ways. Plus also his Racial is a really strong defensive as well. To remove all of that feral damage, it buys them a lot of time. So I feel like Zipai just has more things he can rotate, whereas on the Dev Evoker, I feel like you don't have that many things to rotate. And same thing for the Feral Druid, especially if you compare it to the Demon Hunter as well, with Glimpse, with Blur, Darkness as well. You can use it for your teammates, and then you just also have like a lot of self-healing. So I feel like the composition that CHIBAKU is running is just really good, because they have a lot of damage reduction. They have a lot of kind of micro cooldowns like that they can continue to rotate in dampening.
Man, I just feel like Smite is overextending a little bit too much at the end of the game. Like he's throwing the Obsidian Scales to free cast, and then that Deep Breath that he threw, like it forced the darkness, but it felt like he was already burrowed. He didn't get to hit it on the Shaman. I felt like he's just like he's getting a little over eager on like the last couple of seconds of the game, and if he just kind of chilled out for a little bit, I feel like they'd be able to close it out more reliably. I just feel like he's just trying to send it. He's trying to force it. And then whenever that happens, they're just getting punished for it over and over. And I do wonder if it's getting to the point where they are questioning themselves. Numbless has played Discipline, I want to say, the entire tournament, though. So maybe that's like a comfort thing more than anything else. Maybe he doesn't have a lot of games on Holy, and that's why he's opting for it instead of Holy Priest. So if he does switch Holy, I think he might end up having similar mana issues to Lone Tar, because they are winning. It just seems like it doesn't matter. I will say credit to CHIBAKU, because if they didn't make those adaptations at the beginning with how they were trading their cooldowns, Lone Tar would have been out of mana way sooner and they would have lost. So CHIBAKU technically, I think, have adapted, and they're getting more reliable with their wins, as opposed to game 1 that kind of felt a little bit like luck, a little more fluky of a win. Game 2 felt like they were like, okay, we know how this is going to play out. We're going to change our strategy completely, and that just worked out for them.
I agree. Yeah, I feel like CHIBAKU has adapted really well to the matchup, and that kind of raises the question: are we going to see Locked In on the BM Hunter? Because that is kind of what I was expecting heading into this. So we'll see if they decide to switch comp, because it does feel like that second game, like the first game, it was so close, and it was like kind of like it was a very like last second knockout that happened, right? But in this second game, it felt a lot more convincing, and we are going to see Smite coming in on the BM Hunter. CHIBAKU TENSEI, if they can win this, they're going to pull ahead on points over Forged RMP, and they are going to be able to close the gap as well between them and Echo by quite a margin. So this is very important for CHIBAKU TENSEI to get the win here. And again, we can see kind of the mana restored here as well. Or for Numlis, Source of Magic doing a decent amount of work there as well. But I do think that having something like a BM Hunter in dampening, the reason why I think the BM Hunter is so annoying and strong in dampening is it just comes down to the simple fact that you can deal a lot of damage while you're not exposing your own positioning. You're not like a Dev Evoker is kind of like close range, mid range, right? You have to kind of be in there and take damage to deal a lot of damage. But a BM Hunter can be a lot more safe. You can kind of just run back and let your pets do a lot of the work. And also your damage is just unavoidable.
I think the only downside, though, is that Ellie Shamans have a really low cooldown AoE root, which can be really difficult for the pets. And Capacitator Totem, Chaos Nova, there's a lot of AoE CC on the side of CHIBAKU. Well. And I think your pets can also accidentally just get cleaved and die against Demon Hunter Ellie. So I don't think this is 100% bulletproof from the side of Locked In, but this is the composition that allowed them to beat Echo. So they're obviously proficient on it. They've got capabilities, and I really want to see this series play out more. It's like, I just feel like it's so close every time. Like if it does end up going 3-0, I don't think that's indicative of, you know, CHIBAKU being monstrously better than Locked In. It's coming down to just a couple of micro decisions throughout the game. So hopefully Locked In can keep this series going just for our own entertainment here, observing it, because these teams are very entertaining to watch head to head.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this previous matchup has been one of those entertaining ones. Like that game number 1 was such a good game, actually. And just in general, like the amount of chaos that these two teams have brought today have been so fun to watch, because like nobody's ever safe. Like they're both at 50% HP, and sure, the games are dragging on a little bit longer, but that's because people are playing super well defensively. Like these games could easily just end in the opener, you know? Like if I played on one of these teams, the games probably would end in the opener, you know? But we're gonna see CHIBAKU TENSEI here, match point versus Locked In elimination series. Winner will face Overload in the next series, and let's see here who can do it. And they sweep it 3-0. The jungle cleave coming out now from Locked In.
Oh, they are getting cleaved at the moment. Smite is on the run trying to kite, but he's stacking up, and that's just creating chaos for Numlis. Everyone is dead at the moment. Numlis goes for ultimate penitence. He gets wind sheared on it by Zeepai. What is this damage coming out from CHIBAKU? Numlis holds on. He goes for it again. He gets imprisoned on it. They're just not letting Numlis play. He wants to get that ultimate penitence off so bad right now. He manages to recover with Radiance charges and a pain suppression. Lone Star sitting through a Cyclone. Fuston seems to actually be the target. He's got no trinket. They catch him in a stun. Nice bash on Lone Star. Excellent setup. They need more crowd control. Lone Star trinkets immediately to recover, and the Demon Hunter does seem fragile. I feel like we could be even just one more good setup. Maybe they just kill him with damage. What's going on? Fuston, he has to get out of there.
Yeah, Fuston, he has to pre-blur the next setup or pre-darkness the next setup. He's going to get stunned, and he needs to be ready for when that happens. Cassidy's going in here. He's looking for it. There's the full freezing trap. What is Fuston going to do? He pre-blurs right there, and he uses the glimpse there. Might have even avoided the stun with it, but look at Cassidy. He's taking so much damage. Numlis is basically no cooldowns left. Just has that void shift left in his back pocket, so Numlis is really going to struggle in terms of healing right now. Zeepai's pushing in as well,
Fuston!
And making sure to hit those wind shift. Fuston is just dead. Huge damage coming in there. What in the world? Locked In coming in here on the jungle cleave, and they just completely expose the liability of the Demon Hunter, and it is because of that previous go where they get the trap. And as soon as you're a Demon Hunter, you don't have a trinket, and you see your healer gets trapped, you're gonna immediately activate that blur because you're anticipating a stun. But what actually like right here where he activates the blur, he activates the glimpse, he tries to dodge while his healer is in CC, because if he gets stunned there while his healer is CC'd, it's just over. But what actually ends up winning them the game? Is it just 2 stuns? They get a pet stun into a maim stun, and they just 100-0 him.
They had the bear out. They had crazy. The BM Hunter bear out. I played my BM Hunter yesterday, and with the pack leader, you have a chance to call in a bear, and that bear does like 30% of your damage. So you'll see a giant bear come out here, I think, in a second for Smite. Right there, that bear. He just popped in. That bear is a bad bear. He does a lot of damage. You have to be afraid of the bear. Fiuston did not bring his bear spray.
It's Ursel.
The bear, Ursoc's back. He's right there. If you see the bear, you best beware.
I like that. Yeah, but that talent, you can call him like a boar as well.
Yeah, you get the
There's
boars,
like 3
they
different
charge
pets,
through,
right?
or you get Leok. There'll be a little wyvern flying around in the sky that buffs all your pets by 15%. Pack Leader is really good right now. Pack Leader is insanely good on BM Hunter.
We love to see it. But yeah, this is the comp that I was kind of anticipating. I mean, their jungle cleave, it knocked out Echo. This is what I thought they were going to lead with in the series, but I guess they favored the Dev Evoker Feral a little bit more. But now they're in that situation, right, where you have to kind of blind lock this, and Chibaku's going to get to pick the map. We're going to the cage. We're going to the cage. The cage of chaos. And yeah, what is Chibaku? Do you think they'll run that same thing?
What were they
I feel like if
afraid
they
of?
get the Demon Hunter out, they're chilling.
Hey, look at the bear. The boar was a big boar, dude. Look at the boar and the bear in this. Look at the boar. What, the boar is big. 1 million, 1.5 million boar hit. 1 million bear hit. 1 million boar hit. I guess the bear is just as the boar and the bear are scary.
The boar is actually crazy.
The boar is that's a big boar right there. Okay. Oh, they're just doing it again.
Yes.
I wonder what they were afraid of. Like, why would they bring in the Dev Evoker instead in game 1? Maybe they thought it would kite the Demon Hunter or something. Maybe it's tough to get uptime. Lontar's going on Druid instead of Priest as well. Okay.
All right, so they're bringing in a tree to calm the pets down here from Smite. See if that works. I don't know. We're going to the cage. I thought actually maybe we'll see Fiuston on a Windwalker, but I don't know. Seems like Fiuston is just going to opt for that Demon Hunter. If you're locked in, though, are you sad about this?
I don't know 100% anymore, because now I'm just sitting here like, why didn't they just play this to begin with? Like, I guess it looked sketchy at the start. It was just like everyone's dead. They used every cooldown in like less than 30 seconds. But maybe that's just also like experience in the matchup. Maybe that'll get cleaned up a bit, and if it gets cleaned up, then it's going to be even more difficult. I think that the Trank Darts and the Purge from the Priest can be a bit difficult for the Druid, but maybe he's just thinking he can just go tree time, and he gets tree time way more frequently than on the Holy Priest, and that could be like the big differential for him on Druid.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to immune a lot of the CCs too with the Ancient. But then again, you give up the Holy form, which basically does the same thing. So it's interesting. We'll see if it works out for him. But yeah, I think you're not too sad about this if you are on the side of locked in, because it's basically, I think the big thing for them is that they want to have a target that they can just eliminate in these stuns. So if they can connect with the double stun plus a trap, that's going to be huge for them. And I think keeping the Demon Hunter in for that is definitely a risky pick, but Fiuston has been performing so well on the Demon Hunter as well, that if he does get those pre-glimpses, he does get a pre-blur, if he does kind of avoid taking the full damage of the stun, he's going to be chilling.
I just played my BM Hunter last night on Cage of Carnage, and I remember why I hated it is because your pets just run laps trying to figure out which direction to get up. This is a map counter pick to BM Hunter, I swear. And now the Druid also gives them an extra AoE route. So they're going to have 2 AoE routes, and they can jump up and down on the platform with the Demon Hunter and the Shaman, so they can get resets on the pets. This is really heads up from Chibaku. What? They're just killing the healer.
Jump back up. Oh my god, they're going after the healer. Numbless taking a lot of damage here in the opener, but he doesn't trade the pain suppression. Dark Archangel coming out, the PI as well, doing some work here, and they're going to go after Fiuston once again. Fiuston hasn't traded any of his defensive cooldowns, though. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to land anything onto Lontar right now, but Fiuston is dropping low, half HP. What are they going to do? They're actually going after Cassidy. Cassidy's taking so much damage. Everybody's just getting cleaved right now. Full Hex onto Smite. Manages to get out of that one with the Dispel there from Cassidy. And so far, a very chaotic opener on the cage.
Silence on Lontar. Fiuston the target. Blur, I think, is just about to end. He gets caught in a stun. Trap on Lontar. Zeepai stun. Fiuston isolated. Not enough damage to take him out. He's ventral retreating, extending it with the double jump. Buying time for Lontar. Another big hit connects. Leok just got procced off to the left there, so all the pets are going to be buffed up for the BM Hunter, and he's using Disengage to kite across the gaps of the bridge here to try and get away from the Demon Hunter. But his pet, look at his pets. Like, his pets reset, run down that ramp. Now they're connecting, so if you're just paying attention to the Skeleton Raptors, those are like the two main pets for Smite, and they're going to be avoiding those. But what, is he just dead? He gets cloned low.
Whoa!
He gets cloned low on his Pain Suppression. Lontar, can he swap to clone? They need a little bit more crowd control. They stun him. Pain Suppression is still up. Smite will survive here, but Lontar is clutching it out with some clones here, keeping them on their toes. Smite disengages across. Houston double chumps. Cassidy's trying to keep up. Smite is getting blasted. Numbless gets wind sheared. They're really getting, I think Smite needs to position on the bottom on that left side out in the open so his pets aren't getting dragged around. He's just dying, man. He's just dying. I can't believe it. They're so desperate. What happened, man? Lontar on this Resto Druid. His team looks invincible.
Yeah, huge CC coming out there from Lontar. Once again, going to be sitting through a full freezing trap here, though. But look at Houston. Oh, he gets stunned behind the pillar. This could be an opportunity. Big damage onto Houston. He gets the Iron Bark before the silence, though. And that should be enough defense for Houston to survive. He doesn't even use the blur here. And I completely agree with you. I think they just need to stay kind of in the open field here. If they keep playing up top, the pets are not getting a lot of value. And look, he's going to have to keep running around like that. And he's going to lose a lot of damage. Look at Smite's damage. Actually kind of low for the situation that he's in. But manages to recover decently to get the blur finally from Houston. Do they have a stun? They finally get it. Big, actually, oh, that was heads up by Houston. I think he stunned himself on purpose there while he had the blur active to make sure to deny the goal. But meanwhile, Smite is just getting cracked. So much damage coming out. Survival of the fittest plus pain suppression. Exil heal is coming out as well. Roar of sacrifice is coming out. He's just dying to everything. Lothar going for the game-winning play, but Cassidy stops it there. Beautifully done, but it's not going to be enough. CHIBAKU Tensei came to play, and they are going to take the series 3-1.
Oh my god, Lontar swapping to the Druid was huge. That's what they were afraid of. That had to be what they were afraid of. Do not doubt Lontar Treebeard here on CHIBAKU Tensei. And I think that you guys are sad that you picked the same prediction as me. You guys need to know what my answer is so you can do the opposite, because it's just, it's not good. If yours is in alignment with mine, it's not good here. So Smite's BM, this was so great from CHIBAKU, just the map pick. The pets can't keep up on this map. They're constantly running up and down ramps, and it's just so good for them overall. The Resto Druid just looked impenetrable. Like, considering how much pressure they had in the game before this, like, what, did Zeepai have to use any major... I guess we weren't attacking Zeepai, right? So Houston mostly just, like, blurs, no, like, real panic. Maybe one moment in this entire game. It just felt like Smite was dead the entire game. So this was heads up from CHIBAKU. To know that this matchup would be so favorable. This had to be what Locked In were afraid of. That's why they had the Devastation Evoker. I think that would be to counter Lontar's Druid. But because they weren't winning the matchup earlier, they felt like they needed to keep trying the jungle, and it did not work here. The cage, if you're a BM Hunter, you don't like the cage.
It's interesting to see, because usually when we get a new map added into the game, it takes teams a while before they feel confident kind of locking it in, but we're seeing more and more teams kind of adapt to it and just send it, and more often than not, I wonder if we could get a stat on that actually. How often does the team that locks the cage in actually win on the cage? I feel like from memory, I think it's 100%.
It's 100% win rate on cage.
Production just said that. It's 100%, yeah. Any team that has locked in the cage so far has 100% win rate on the cage when it's their map pick. So that is pretty interesting to see, because the teams are really starting to figure out when it's good to lock this map in and what it counters.
That's interesting talking about. I mean, there's not usually like direct counters to specific classes on maps either. I mean, obviously like ranged versus melee or mobility or something like that. But you think they were specifically targeting the hunters in this case?
100%. This map's very similar to Blade's Edge Arena, which had the same liability to pets. But yeah, you can see his damage is so much lower. He did like half the damage he was doing in the previous game. So this is an insanely good map against pet classes to be able to just reset their pets, aggro a lot. I think BM Hunter more particularly, I think Demo Lock, because a lot of their pets cast, it's not as bad. But for Beast Mastery Hunter, if you're fighting one, like the Cage of Carnage is a really good pick into them.
How interesting. All right. Well, I mean, I expect to see that one quite a lot more, or at least I certainly hope we do. It's definitely, I feel like every time we see that map locked in, it's going to, it's going to be a banger of a game. So CHIBAKU Tensei 3-1, like these guys already said, locked in. Unfortunately, they are out. CHIBAKU Tensei against Overload in the EU lower finals. Supatees, do you think that Overload is ready? It kind of seems like, at least from what we saw in their series in the beginning of the day, perhaps they're feeling a little bit off today, or was that just a bad matchup for them?
Maybe they just didn't know 100% what they wanted to do as far as comps, because they locked that RMP in, then they questioned it, then they went on the Ellie, and then they got really just knocked around on that Ellie in the last game. I think they were maybe underestimating DOBOB's potential a little bit going into this. CHIBAKU, on the other hand, had a great matchup against Forged RMP, so Overload might be sitting there thinking, like, can we use RMP, right? Like, even Waz is saying, I'm not playing Rogue anymore, so are all the RMPs going to start doubting themselves? And is that an opportunity for a team like CHIBAKU to make a run to steal Echo's spot in the top 3?
Certainly could be, and we will find out soon enough. Before we do head to a break, though, we do have a game that we can play in the meantime while these teams get ready. It is Picture This. So if you haven't played, now is your opportunity. We will be analyzing the combination of emojis to decode the hidden message. I think we're really good at this. I think we're.
There's a lot of new ones now, right? They told us there's a lot of new ones we won't know because we didn't make them. So I'm a bit interested. And they said some of them are really hard and some of them might be easy. So is it going to be hard or easy to start it off with this first one?
All right, give it to us. Let's
hammer to the right.
Spells and abilities. Is that a prey? I don't know what else that would be.
Is it Divine Storm?
It's got to be a paladin ability, right? Because it's like a
it
prey
feels like a
hammer.
Hammer
like
of Justice?
Paladin button.
Yeah, Hammer of
Hammer
Justice,
of
maybe?
Wrath.
I don't know.
What are the other hammer abilities in the game? Hammer of Wrath, Hammer of Justice, Hammer.
Hammer of Righteousness?
Is that that's a
wait,
PvE?
no,
that's a prop paladin
that's-
spell, I think. Oh my god!
Oh,
what?
Hammer of the
hey.
Righteous.
Picked a prop paladin spell. What is that?
shot.
Okay,
What is that, man?
not bad.
They're probably like,
Drainer's not even in the
Super T's
tournament. Drainer's not even in the tournament. They're putting prop paladin trivia in the games.
Weren't you advocating for prop paladin in chat yesterday, Super
Is
T's?
this? I don't think so. Not yesterday.
Oh.
Maybe some other day, but not yesterday. I feel like this
Okay.
got to be an MDI one. That's got to be an MDI one.
Maybe. Okay. All right, give us the next one. There's only 2.
Thunder.
What the heck?
B. Diamond. Hospital.
What's the category though?
Yeah, we need it.
No.
It's probably a speller.
Is it a hero talent again?
Oh. Thunder B. Thunder would be like shaman. So what is
What's the B?
Is it like a sound? Are they trying to get us to sound out a word, maybe?
Oh, maybe it's like lightning bolt.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, lightning
Ring.
bolt.
Is it like a ring of something?
Lightning
I don't know
lasso.
what the Ooh, yeah.
But then what does the hospital have to do with?
Yeah, what
With
is
a
the
B.
hospital?
You end up in the hospital after it hits you or something?
Oh my god.
I don't know, dude.
It's just like
This one is hard. Wait, why are they being stingy with the category?
someone got married, got hit by lightning, and then ended up in the hospital, and the doctor's name starts with B.
Okay, it's a hero talent.
Okay, so if it's a shaman hero talent tree, then it could be totemic. That doesn't make sense here, though. Stormbringer.
Bringer. Ring.
Oh, because it's a B. Yeah, with a ring. It's a bringer, but what does the hospital have to do with Stormbringer?
Bring. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, bring, B ring.
Stormbringer.
What does the hospital have to do with that?
though?
Yeah, what
Oh,
is the
ER! Okay. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Stormbring ER.
ER.
Okay. I see it.
Okay.
That's pretty clever.
That is pretty
Had
clever.
to sound that
Clever.
out.
They spell it out for us. That's pretty clever,
Okay.
actually.
Why did they take away the category from us? That just, man. All right, well,
Yeah, they're being stingy with the categories.
I'm unfortunately tuning
making
into
it
chat, and I
difficult.
think that they got that way before we did. So we're not really making ourselves look very good up here. But chat, you did great. Real proud of you guys. We're gonna head to a break to end our embarrassment. Overload versus CHIBAKU Tensei coming up next after this break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the EU Lower Finals. It is Overload versus Chibaku Tensei. We were asked to turn in our predictions before we headed into this series, and I don't know about you guys, I had a really hard time with this one. I feel like Chibaku Tensei, they're ramping up. Overload, they are Cup number 1 champions. D-Machine, what was your prediction, though, that being said?
All right, so this is my rationale. I saw
Okay,
Chibaku
let's hear
Sensei
it.
that one of the time, like they lost previously to a Rogue Mage, but this time around they seem to have Rogue Mage figured out. They beat Forged Rogue Mage 3-0 with this Elemental Shaman Demon Hunter composition. So it seems like they had that figured out. But then they also went up against Locked In, and Locked In wasn't able to kind of like out attrition them, if you will, out like spread pressure them. I thought that Overload or Locked In particular, they had a pretty decent answer of spread pressure, but Overload have basically both of those things. It's FMP though. It's not necessarily the same as Rogue Mage, but I just think that Chibaku Sensei, they're on a roll. They're on a rampage. I saw some of these games against Chibaku Sensei get so close. They kept their composure. They rotated their defensive cooldowns. They brought the game the distance. And I think that's exactly what they need to do against a team like Overload. So I actually had them winning 3-2 or 3-1. I was a little bit more aggressive. I was actually
in favor
I actually
of
had
Chibaku.
it 3-0 and I deleted it and made it 3-1 because I don't know. I feel like a team like Overload not winning a single game seems crazy to me, but crazier things have happened so far.
Okay, all right. Elliot, you said you had a very aggressive prediction. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, I'm going complete opposite of D-Machine here. Yeah.
Oh, snap.
I think Overload 3-0. I think they're going to be locked in. They're looking good. I mean, obviously, I went with Chibaku Tensei in that last one, and they did do a great job. I'm going to be honest. I was watching the games upstairs on the couch, and it seemed like that evoker pressure was really going to overwhelm them, but somehow they found a way. I think this is going to be a little different, though. I really feel like TJ on that Feral, he's looking really solid, and I'm believing in the TJ dream.
Okay, let's reveal Supatees and Zico. Definitely curious as to what they put. Okay, so we're kind of split on the desk
We're
a little
mega
bit.
split.
Yeah, I'm in favor of Overload for this one, 3-2. I agree. I agree with your points, David. I still think that Overload is
Listen.
going to get this win.
We're in the top 3, okay? These teams
Yeah.
are so good, and
They
Chibaku
are.
Sensei's run has been incredible. So
I like how you
it
keep
could
calling them
very easily
Sensei
end here.
too. It's like it's meant to be. They're the Sensei, Chibaku Sensei.
That's right. That's
The
right.
experts, yes. Okay, well, here's our predictions leaderboard. Geez. Okay, D-Machine. Okay,
I'm owning.
Pop off. You
Okay.
are.
I love that Astra is still competing in the brackets. Super Cheese is just done. He's been eliminated.
This is horrible. Oh my god. Okay,
I love that.
go ahead, D-Machine.
Incredible.
You're gonna.
Nah, man,
think we
listen,
cut
you
you
said
off.
it all for me. I'm incredible. I'm amazing. There's nothing much really left to say. Super T's, on the other hand, he has opportunity to improve, you know?
Oh, they put the star in there. They
Why
they
is it
put it in there.
bigger? It's even
I don't
larger.
know. It's a different type
I'm not
of star.
Does that mean they believe more in him, less in him?
God.
He gets a
don't know,
gold
man.
star for trying, you know?
Yeah, this is horrible. He's not even here to defend himself. This
That's
is
the best
awful.
part. I
Wait.
mean,
I definitely feel like this is kind of like a solo shuffle rotation for me where I do incredible. I get 300 points in an afternoon, and then the next day I lose 250 of them. So, and that's exactly how this tournament has felt. Like, so many upsets. I mean, we talked about it before. Echo's God. They're God.
Yep.
Overload, though, are looking like the new overlords to your previous point, Aya, of the EU bracket so far. But they have to earn a spot back up to face DOBOB against a team that's been seemingly on a rampage, Aya.
They are definitely on a rampage, and they want to prove themselves here today. Overload and Chibaku Tensei. They want to get back up to that spot and make a name for themselves here in the European region. It is game number 1. Overload versus Chibaku Tensei.
all right, here we go. Rogue Mage Priest versus the Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman. Decent setup here. Oscar taking a big I-beam. He displaces away. Ice Wall tries to drop down, but Zeepai is there to deny. Stormkeeper and a Hex. Large amounts of damage available here for Zeepai. He gets gripped away to safety. Both these players and both these teams are just trading out as much as they can in the opener, trying to deny the initial burst damage.
Seems like a double fear, though, as Fusion's isolated here, and a quick opportunity for the Rogue Mage finally, through all the disruption of that opener. The Elemental Shaman, Demon Hunter doing a good job being disrupted. Double fear onto the DPS. Oscar still at half health here. Guardian Spirit's going to proc him way up, getting that huge Serenity heal. Zeepai now caught into that cheap shot as well. Cheap shot follow up into a full ring. Fusion caught into the stun. He is going to catch his own Guardian Spirit, and it looks like both teams trading blow for blow so far. But that opener just seemed completely shut down by CHIBAKU Sensei. If they can continue to do that throughout the game, I think they can go the distance against a Rogue Mage once again.
Yeah, interrupt though on Lontar. Zeepai is going to have to drop his Stone Bulwark Totem, empowering his defense a little bit. Big Lava Burst trading out here. Oscar getting dangerously low. Big heal connects there by JT. Full kidney shot lands. Do they have any follow-up crowd control? Oscar gets denied. He goes for the Dragon's Breath. Can he get the Polymorph? It's massive. That Polymorph is big. Do they have the reverse magic? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. They make a swap on Fuston, but they definitely wanted to be putting the pressure on Zeepai in that situation. Oscar goes for a Frozen Orb. A little bit of damage here onto Zeepai, but still, it's not going to be too scary until that Icy Veins is available or until Lontar goes into some crowd control.
Yeah, seems like Zeepai is even holding onto that wall, feeling nice and safe, nice and pretty as Lontar's CC chain ends. But it looks like Bruh's going for the kidney. Can they get the follow-up? Oscar, it's on you. He get wind sheared. He gets stunned out of it into another stun. Oscar cannot control his character through that. Going to catch another Guardian Spirit from JT. It should be keeping him alive for now, but Lontar was able to survive through the CC chain that was going on to Zeepai. There's the cheap shot on the Zeepai. The cheap shot, they're switching over onto the Demon Hunter. He's going to get life gripped back out. Lontar caught into that polymorph. This could be spooky, but he's right on top of him. Fuston actually getting life gripped right there makes it so Lontar doesn't get broken out of CC with the AoE damage of the mage, but it's not over just yet. JT's going to preemptively get into that. Both priests are actually opting to get into this angel form as a crucial moment of the game occurred.
Yeah, Zeepai putting on some pressure right now. Full kidney shot does land. It's back and forth. Lontar has a massive mana lead, like it is not even close, but a health lead definitely in favor. Zeepai getting so low. They have the Guardian Spirit. Does it trade Astral Shift as well? Oscar going for a Polymorph. It gets interrupted. Ray of Hope is going to be landing here from JT. Can they make it positive? Big heals incoming. It looks like Oscar will almost get topped off as they make a swap here onto Fuston. Trying to keep this Demon Hunter a little bit honest, but honestly, these swaps on Fuston have not made much happen, and it's going to be Oscar that's forced into his Ice Block. So I like the swaps on Demon Hunter, but it doesn't seem like they have the damage to really force any cooldowns.
I know. It just seems like every single time they get a DR stun, or like they start committing DR stuns to Fuston, the CC follow-up onto the healer just always gets shut down, almost preemptively even. I think Zeepai is the right kill target, but Fuston, we saw him go down against that jungle cleave so fast. That's the vulnerability of these Demon Hunters. They can die in a stun, but look at the healing throughput. Now Lontar gets caught into a half polymorph. Full Ring of Frost is going to hit onto Fuston as well, just peeling a bit of that damage. They're swapping the pressure out onto Bruh, it seems. Cloak of Shadows easily going to be committed. Oscar now the main kill target for Fuston as he reconnects onto that. JT struggling to heal through this consistent pressure over and over and over again. The mana bars do not lie. If I was JT, I'd be looking for a drink right now. You have the committed. Oscar is rotating through his stuff, and I think he did actually get a bit of a drink right there. That's so crucial moving forward in this game. Big setup onto Fuston, but Zeepai also getting crushed through all that AoE damage as well. Guardian Spirit onto Fuston, wall out onto Zeepai. The Rogue Mages are still trying to fight back bit by bit.
Stormkeeper, big damage on Brunhilde. They need to be careful. Zeepai has a lot of damage loaded up, and he is ready to pull the trigger. Let's see if he can take down Oscar. This is the Icy Veins at the same time. Zeepai and Oscar both getting dangerously low. Oscar could go down. Ray of Hope connects, and JT, I think he's got the heals. Big Divine Hymn. I think Oscar's going to be going to full health. He is. Meanwhile, Zeepai's in some trouble. It's a blind on Lontar. He's got no trinket available. He goes into the Angel form, just throwing in the Divine Hymn also. So both priests burning through that big cooldown. Oscar getting low. Gets interrupted on Frost, shimmering away to safety. Just trying to create a little bit of distance here between him and that Demon Hunter. Fuston putting out massive damage. Like, it's not even close how much damage Zeepai and Fuston are doing compared to Oscar. And that's just, it's going to be a lot easier for Lontar to heal on this matchup. And that's where you're seeing that mana differential really come in.
For real. I mean, did you the darkness, even preemptively? Lontar's mana bar is feeling the rotation of his team. Great synergy by them, but the smallest opening can be punished. Fuston pushing in onto Oscar, getting him lower and lower. JT's going to force that Guardian Spirit out. Next go from Zeepai's damage could be the Ice Block. They swap the damage over onto Bruh. He's taking a huge amount of damage. No CC, no cooldowns available for him as the Guardian Spirit was on Oscar throughout all of that. Now an imprisonment. Zeepai locked out. He has Lontar's wall in just 5 short seconds. Lontar has got Guardian Spirit, but he doesn't even need it seems. And that was another another diminishing return committed by Bra on that kidney shot onto Zeepai. They needed more buttons than that. Oscar's positioning just kind of like tells the whole story. He's so spooked, he has to sit behind the pillar the whole time. He's trying to get this polys. He does get the poly on the Lontar. What can they get done with it? Zeepai immediately going to respect that damage with the wall. Looks like he's going to be A-okay for now. Lontar looking to get aggressive. I think they smell an ice block coming up.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Zeepai right now, loading up a lot of damage once again. The ice wall comes down. A beautiful setup. Houston. Oh, no, are they going to be able to take him down? It's such a close call. Houston gets the Netherwalk off. What an incredible swap there. That ice wall just completely isolating Houston. But now it's Oscar on the back foot. JT's got no mana left almost whatsoever. Double Fear comes in. CHIBAKU Tensei, they barely survived that last setup, but now they're making a push for the win, and Oscar is forced into his potential final ice block of this game. Not really too much defense left. JT doing what he can, maybe going for a drink, but he's got the elemental on him. It's going to be really difficult going for Divine Hymn, getting a little bit of free healing. Lone Star at the same time. He's going to keep that lead. Both these priests right now can't be CC'd, spamming out the free heals, but inevitably Lone Star still will have a lead when this fades.
No block, no Guardian Spirit, no trinket on JT, and almost no mana. CHIBAKU Sensei has this game in the bag, but can they make something happen? Cheap shot, polymorph, cross CC, up the yin yang. Zeepai all alone, chastise stun to follow it up. Zeepai, is this going to be it? Is this going to be the win of game number 1 here in the lower bracket finals? But he survives. Lontar still has that health swap available to him if he so needs it, but Apotheosis Serenity spams should be able to keep him alive. Now Oscar, chastise stun in the middle of the map. He gets grip back, but Fuston wants to end the game. The double fear follow-up. Kidney shot from Bra. He wants to slow the game down into the cheap shot onto Zeepai. Is this going to be enough for Oscar? The reverse magic onto Oscar, putting him in his own Ring of Frost, getting his healer, keeping him aggressive. JT now also taking a bit of damage. Going to Desperate Prayer, Ray of Hope. Every button in his spellbook is going to be used, but Oscar is still alive! Somehow, full fear lands onto JT to follow it up. If he can live this, and he can. CHIBAKU Sensei take game number 1 against Overload.
Yeah, CHIBAKU Tensei looking good. I went 3-0 in favor of Overload, but that was a really good game. I mean, close calls after close call, but inevitably CHIBAKU Tensei, they're just pulling ahead. It's just, look at the damage differential. It is monstrous. Like, Zeepai and Fuston are doing way more damage than Oscar and Brunhilde, and as long as they can survive the setups, they're going to have that late game advantage as dampening gets higher. They just have to survive the crowd controls. They did a really good job of doing so. At this point, I mean, there's really not too much they could do. JT's just completely tapped on mana, and Oscar's trying to line of sight. He goes for the shifting power. It gets interrupted. Inevitably, Zeepai and Fuston are there to drop him, but what a great game 1.
Unbelievable, for real. And you know, I have this saying with my own like in-house threes team is like, what's the best defense is a good offense. And I just feel like this consistent pressure from Fuston and Zeepai just make it so this rogue mage, whenever they go, they kind of also have to be a little spooked. They also have to be like prepared to pull back or to commit defensive cooldowns. Like even Bra has no, like he's probably trading, you know, his evasion and his cloak rather like quickly, you know, just knowing that Oscar is the main kill target, but just every single button from Overload just seems like it needs to be committed like as soon as it's off cooldown. It feels like there was a moment there where Oscar had to ice block and Guardian Spirit was committed as well. It's just so much pressure but also disruption to deal with. It's such an uphill battle as a rogue mage team, and that was the blind pick though, Elliot. The blind pick rogue mage came out. I haven't seen much else from Fusion Zeepai besides this composition from them. I know they have other stuff up their sleeve, but so far they have shown that they don't need it. This is kind of like their bread and butter.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. I mean, Fuston and Zeepai are almost doing double the damage, and as a result, look at JT's healing. When you compare Lotar and JT's healing, he had to do significantly more. I think Lotar only had to do like 450 million, just a lot, but JT had to do 700 million. So that's a massive difference.
Big deal.
In how much you're having to put out. So yeah, I like this composition. The Elemental Shamans are looking good. This week it's looking, you know, Rogue Mage Stonks going a little bit down. And it makes me feel like Overload. I kind of feel like Overload, they should be playing Feral Mage. I want to see the Feral Mage.
I think their FMP is good too. I think that FMP, it has a bit more flexibility in regards to like that overall spread pressure. You might not need that like those stars aligning set up to really punch the ticket of their opponents. I mean, there was like multiple times where they had full DR goes with lots of damage, even an ice wall smoke bomb onto Fusden, and they still weren't able to really get the damage out. And there's something to note about Holy Priest. They do have a pretty sizable heal that's actually used via your cursor location. So you can heal into smoke bombs quite a bit, not to mention the angel form into Symbol of Hope. That's also an AoE heal that goes through smoke bomb as well. So they have buttons to trade for that, and I think that that's a big deal when it comes to the vulnerability of the Demon Hunter. Those stun goes in the Demon Hunter, especially in a smoke bomb, are just devastating, and Lontar's been doing a good job kind of counteracting that win condition, and that Rogue Mage seems like they're having trouble punching through that. Maybe if they had a Feral Druid, to your point, they could have that spread pressure that can give them that advantage as the games get deeper and deeper, because we saw it earlier in the day as well. Even when you have all your buttons on a Discipline Priest, once you get that deep into dampening, everything's getting spent. Everyone's just kind of throwing their cooldowns left and right because they need to. They need the throughput. It can catch up real quick, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like so much of what we're seeing this week is just, subtlety. Oh, this is what we wanted to see. Brunhilde and a subtlety rogue. So this worked out great for Aiden then. I feel like one of the struggles we're seeing for the Outlaw rogue is it just doesn't have enough damage. Like, sure, you have good potentials for setup, you have good mobility, you have good lockdown, but the damage feels like it just isn't there. And some of these classes that are just really focusing on damage, like the Demon Hunter, like the Elemental Shaman, they're just playing defense, they're attacking. I feel like the nerfs to the Prayer of Mending have really hurt Holy Priests in kind of, like it used to be like last weekend when we played, Rogue Mage would actually win in dampening because Holy Priests were easily healing through the spread pressure with Prayer of Mending. Now it seems that is not the case. They're going out of mana way faster, and you're actually seeing these kind of damage-oriented comps come out ahead.
No, I wholeheartedly agree. I've been playing a bit of my Holy Priest as well, and I feel like a lot of the times I'm not going for that extra Holy Fire, Maybe I don't have those globals to get those purges off. I'm feeling like I need to sit on that pillar. I'm even going Symbols of Hope. I wasn't even speccing into Symbols of Hope before. So priests are definitely feeling it, especially these setup-oriented compositions. I think a sub-rogue is a good choice simply because I love to watch them. But like they have the control that you need to be able to like put a stopper to all of the disruption of CHIBAKU Sensei. I think that also, to your other point, the damage is a lot more on demand. Like there's no like RNG rolls that they have to get through. They might not have the CDR or the tankiness. Perhaps maybe this is a new potential kill target, but I don't think so. They still got vanishes. You know what I mean? I still think the right kill target for CHIBAKU Sensei is going to be that mage once again. So if anything, this is just giving Bruz like freedom to move around the map, a little bit more potency.
I feel like for Brunhilde as well, it's just a lot more focused damage, which is nice. That Shadow Dance, the Shadow Blades, very strong cooldown. So if we had seen that last game play out again, except when that ice wall came down and we saw Fusden stunned out of line of sight, he was dead if it was a subtlety rogue. Yeah. That's the difference. Is the subtlety rogue is going to be able to do. It's going to have maybe even less consistent damage, but when you actually do find those setups, it feels like it's really important to actually kill. So this could be the difference. We saw it yesterday in North America, Aiden on Outlaw. It did not look good. Once he switched to subtlety, it looked like a totally different team, and it seemed to fit the playstyle of Rogue Mage just a lot more. So I'm really curious to see if this is something we continue to see. Like, if this works out, is Waz going to start, brushing up on that subtlety rogue? Because it could be exactly what they need.
I think so. I think this is the way forward, especially with the palm nerfs that you mentioned. I think you need you don't have as much options to go the distance. You need to make a play, and you need to find those openings and honestly capitalize on mistakes. Like if you find a Demon Hunter without Trinket, or a Feral Druid for that matter, out of form, or even a Resto Druid as we saw yesterday, it can be the game-winning play for a sub-rogue to be able to do, and that flexibility just isn't there for Outlaw. You might have the CDRs, you might have, the tankiness of some of the other melee, but you don't have that control. I think that, but It's funny to note though, because we saw this in NA as well. Some of the rogues that play Outlaw, actually there's another player that plays sub. So sub is one of those specializations where I would say needs a bit of reps for you to really unlock the full potential of. So it is a tall order as well. Can Bra be that player, be that playmaker that their team needs here in game number 2 of the lower bracket finals between CHIBAKU Sensei and Overload? That's the question that I'm going to be, and it's not just Bra, you know, can you step up? Can you step up against the likes of Fuse, Demon Hunter, as well as Z-Pi, Elemental Shaman? That's a spooky combination, as we've seen so far, as they're making an incredible lower bracket run here.
Yeah, Subtlety Rogue is very feast or famine kind of specialization. If you get the clean setup, you're having fun. You're having a great time. If it's a little sloppy, a little messy, you're going to get imprisoned. You're going to get stunned. That Shadow Dance is going to start burning down real quickly, as I've learned from my limited time. Like, I play a little bit of Sub Rogue myself. I don't know if you know that, but...
I did not. Okay.
Yeah, I've been 2400 a few times, so...
no big deal.
I'm pretty experienced, you could say, but... Yeah, when your setups are not clean and you have you're getting imprisoned on your goes, you're getting stunned, you're getting lassoed, you're getting knocked, it's not a good feeling. It's very, very sad. But one other thing I think that's worth noting for the Outlaw Rogue and why it doesn't seem as good is Elemental Shamans. Like, armor is an interesting conversation. It's something we never really talk about, but Elemental Shamans have very high armor with a shield and mail armor. Mm-hmm. And for Outlaw Rogue, most of their damage is physical. So they're getting a ton of their damage reduced in this matchup. Whereas with the Subtlety Rogue, at least during your Shadow Blades, you're doing shadow damage. So you kind of bypass that armor and you can really burst them down.
No, that's a huge deal. I feel like if anyone, plays Windwalker Monka or a Sub Rogue especially, you can really feel the difference on your kill targets, and that can kind of like almost dictate some interesting kill targets. Taking a look at CHIBAKU Sensei's favored comps throughout all of the War Within, I believe, and this one composition, this Elemental Shaman, Demon Hunter, Holy Priest, has kind of been, their meal ticket. It feels like 8-3 is no joke. That might actually just be this tournament. It feels like they've just been playing. I'm looking at the bracket right now. They've locked in just this comp. That's fairly rare. I mean, is there any other team in this entire bracket that's locking in a single composition, never needing to swap in order to overtake their opponents?
DOBOB.
DOBOB. That's valid. The FMP lords over there. They're kind of their FMP is insanely scary. Look at them, 10-8 on their Feral.
They tried the Rogue once, binned it right away.
They're like, why have an Outlaw Rogue when we can have a cat that can go into bear form whenever he gets swapped to, or spread that pressure, get those primal wraths out, get rip on everybody, get those quick proc bites.
One thing that was kind of interesting there about DOBOB and their Feral Mage Priest, like, I'm thinking, man, that team is owning, and they are. But if you look at the record, they're only 10-8, so every series is close. Like, they almost have a 50% win. Like that's
we got a remake. It happens. That's totally true. I'm not even gonna lie, dude. These 3-0 series that we've been seeing today as well, or even 3-1 situations, they don't really tell the full story. That, like we talked about it earlier. This team, CHIBAKU Sensei, they went 3-1 against Locked In. But how many times did Fusion's health bar look like it was like 0? There was like quite a few times where, like, especially when they took out the Jungle Cleave, I thought that I was gonna go to a 3-2. I thought it for sure. Overload, however, they have the FMP available to, or they go with the Feral Elemental Shaman Holy Priest. I feel like that's like a counter composition that they have in their back pocket, but still favoring the Rogue Mage Priest regardless. It's interesting.
You know what else is interesting? How come it seems like in North America, everyone is just favoring Windwalker with their Ellie Shamans, but in Europe they're like Demon Hunter as kind of the side. Like, that seems like
Feral even. Yeah. I think I prefer the Feral than the Windwalker. I know that's blasphemous. I'm a Windwalker huge fanboy. I think Windwalker is so enjoyable to watch, but it is so frustrating when, like, your multiplier window where you're getting the Strike of the Windlord, you're going for your slicing winds and you get rooted. Or I just feel like there's a little bit of ramp as in response. The Feral Druids, they're getting their rips out everywhere, and even when they're getting CC'd, they're getting value, right? Because those bleeds are no joke. I can't tell you how many times I've I've got to kill in CC on my Feral Druid with Incarnation up, because the bleeds and all of the dots that I have up are just so overwhelming in and of themselves. But here we go. Game number 2 is underway. Both teams sticking with the same composition, but with sub-rogue on Bruh. We'll see what he can get done for his team. Can he get a sap? It doesn't look like it. Combat is already happening, and they're going on to Z-Pie in the opener. Huge damage onto Oscar. That's the Guardian Spirit. That's the Angel form. That's the Divine Hymn. Now Bruh getting swapped to as well. Ice Wall, though, goes out, trying to isolate Fuse, but he slips out of that. That was so close.
That's what I'm talking about, though. If it's not clean, Houston, they needed to pre him somehow, because Houston, he just meta immune, then he glimpses, and he gets gripped on the kidney, and they just completely denied that setup. So you really have to have clean setups on the subtlety rogue if you want to take advantage of the specialization. That was a Shadow Blaze, and it basically nothing done with C5. I just die. Okay, that's some serious damage incoming. Massive pressure there from Brunhilde and Oscar. Okay, they strike back. They get a few cooldowns.
Yeah, it seems like it. Chastised out onto Oscar, just trying to slow down these veins for now. Out from JT. Look at JT just forcing his mage to rotate with him. He's like, dude, that was a spooky opener. We almost had that block, but they got away with it. But both teams, there's the polymorph. Big CC. Nope, not going to be followed up just yet. A nice stop by Houston. Double DB to follow it up, though. It looks like Lontar is going to be completely fine just trading out that Guardian Spirit on that go. That's another DR down. That's another go they cannot do. And Oscar just is in kite mode yet again.
Yeah, Houston has been doing a great job on the Demon Hunter, coming in with the reverse magic and might just kill Oscar. I mean, this is insane. I don't know. Brunhilde's in trouble now. He evasions, but he's caught into the stun. They're taking him down. Lightning Lasso to follow up the Chastise. It seems like he will hold on. Overload. They need to figure it out. They haven't forced out many cooldowns. What are they going to do? Full kidney shot on Lontar? Where are they deciding to go? It's a cheap shot here onto Z-Pie. Can they take him down? Where's the burst damage? Shadow Blades are active. He could easily just get soloed. Massive damage incoming. Z-Pie leaps out of the bomb. Heals will connect. That is also going to be the darkness. So Houston's really not messing around here.
No, he absolutely is not. That was a crazy go. And you know what's crazy about these swaps that brought? Oh my God, Oscar could just go down here. Guardian Spirit as well as Angel being committed by JT. And this constant pressure, these constant swaps. There's the wall. Looks like it's going to be completely fine for Lontar to negate, but he's caught into a fear. It looks like he's able to get out of it. Maybe that was a tremor totem. Not entirely sure, but Lontar and his team are doing a fantastic job rotating through all these defenses. But all these swaps in the Bruh are going to force those Serenities that can't then be used on Oscar. This is Ray of Hope going to go ahead and slow the damage down, but he has to make sure it's positive, and it's very positive.
Just dead
but it doesn't
again.
matter. Oh my God, no block. Final block is committed from Oscar. Only a health swap available. They're swapping the damage over on the Bruh and JT, and CHIBAKU Sensei, they have all the momentum in their favor here.
They are absolutely owning, but Houston gets caught into the Sun Trinket Nether. He is not messing around. Once again, I think that's an intelligent decision, but he's low. He's not out of it yet. Lontar is caught into a sap. What are they going to do? They don't want to throw away the game. They're so far ahead. It looks like Houston will recover. Lontar is almost completely full mana. JT is just having a heart attack this entire game. Z-Pie and Houston's damage is just sky high. At this point, Houston cleaving a little bit. He rolls over to JT just for a moment. Can't connect any crowd control just yet. He gets chastised, though. This is the pre you want to see. Houston, he's got no trinket. Is there damage? Unfortunately, Oscar was in a hex. He goes for a full polymorph. Wow. Isn't able to land it. Great denial there by Z-Pie.
Yeah, there's Blades and immediately in prison, just like you said. He's like, as soon as you want to have fun, this Demon Hunter is ready to put this rogue in jail. Oscar, though, he has nothing left. If Houston can reconnect, if Z-Pie can get the damage out, it could just be game. Lontar has so much more mana than JT as well. This RMP, it just feels like they are flailing. There's the kidney shot. There's the polymorph. This is the go. No trinket available. Into the follow-up cheap shot. This is Guardian Spirit. A huge Serenity heal and the trinket committed from Lontar. That was a lot of buttons, but is it going to be enough? The next go surely could easily take down Oscar, and he knows it. He's rotating. He's getting out of there. He's waiting for the next go. 45 seconds on Houston's trinket, which is a key factor in their kill potential onto this Demon Hunter.
They have everything. Brunhilde has Shadow Blades and Blind in 30 seconds. And Bomb. You have Blind, you have Blades, you have Bomb. No one has a trinket. If they're patient, they automatically win. Like, I really don't know what they're going to do. Zeepai's going to have to pull off miracles and deny. He's got Trinket, he's got grounding, but Houston is in a lot of danger. Like, if he doesn't do something crazy, if they don't win right now, I feel like Brunhilde, he has all the keys necessary to win the game. All the cooldowns are coming up in 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, it is going to be lights out Houston. They start the chain with a kidney shot. Full Ring of Frost. Here it is. A perfect setup on Houston. He could easily go down, and this is the damage you love to see from the Subtlety Rogue. I mean, the writing was on the wall. Brunhilde, he managed to do it. They completely overwhelmed them in game 2.
Unreal. CHIBAKU doing a fantastic job being disruptive, but as soon as those win opportunities align, Overload is not the type of team that's just going to let that go to the wayside. They're going to punch that ticket, and they are tying up the series 1-1, and all of a sudden, you're I believe you said the 3-1, right? Or was it a 3-0 prediction?
It's a 3-0. But...
Oh, okay. Well, it still could happen, man. I don't know. This Rogue Mage have shown that they can, they have the ability to stay calm under pressure and find those small opportunities to take a W. And it's worth noting, previously in this bracket, CHIBAKU Sensei 3-0'd Forged RM Pikachu's, Forged RMP's Rogue Mage, Outlaw Frost Mage Rogue Mage. Oh,
if you guys,
it's the subtlety diff.
If you're an outlaw rogue, it's time to change your specialization. I mean, subtlety rogue is back in a big way. It just seems like you really need that extra burst damage. And yeah, I don't know. We're just seeing outlaw rogue lose game after game after game. Obviously, still a good spec, but RMP with the subtlety rogue is looking a lot better right now. They actually had a full blind to follow that setup as well.
Yeah.
Houston, he knew what was going to happen there. He's trying to stall. He had like 8 seconds left on his trinket when he got caught into that stun lock. So it was a really close game. Honestly, could have gone either way. But I think it's also important to note, I feel like Brunhilde had a bit of a slow start, right? Like on the subtlety rogue, I don't know how much practice he's really put into that, but it seemed like as the game was going on, he was getting better at it. So maybe this game starts going even more in their favor. You can see here the damage. This is why subtlety is just so devastating. You're seeing, the 2+ million secret attack, 2.4 million eviscerate. Like, that is some serious burst.
And it's all on demand, as opposed to, the spikes of Outlaw. These cooldowns are something that you can synergize with so much better, which is so key for these windows when you're taking down like a Demon Hunter, for example, the follow-up CC. I saw that kidney shot land on the Lone Tar, and then I saw the Demon Hunter run away because he didn't want to get double ringed. I just, oh my gosh, it was so spooky. The blind follow-up is actually a really great point that you made as well. I mean, that was a lot of burst damage, as you can see right here on this graph as it kind of just falls off of a cliff. But on top of it all, they had more. They had more in the tank. I don't know. I'm curious if CHIBAKU Sensei, if they identified the same thing that you did, Ven, in regards to the sub-rogue kind of warming up. I wonder if that might be something that they might want to swap their composition around for the first time so far in this lower bracket run.
You know what I might? I think, so one thing, we talked about Windwalker monks. Houston is a pretty good Windwalker monk. We could see Windwalker Ellie here. The one nice thing about Windwalker is you can be an orc. So being an orc is pretty nice into subtlety rogue. Unfortunately, the demon hunters, the orcs haven't learned that tech just yet, so there's going to be no orc demon hunters.
No, that's a good point. That stun reduction is huge. I just actually swapped from Night Elf to Orc. I know Shadow Meld is so key, especially, mounting up in BG Blitz, for example, but being able to have that stun reduction...
Windwalker. You gotta.
You gotta be. You really do gotta be. It's a game changer in solo shuffle for sure. For sure. That stun combo on the Windwalker, you never want to be stunned in the middle of the map and have that port available and just die. And, I might not be as good as these players with my trinket, but sometimes you just gotta trinket, bro. But nope, Houston sticking with that Demon Hunter. I mean, it's been working, man. It's been working so far. It's got them all the way here to the lower finals. And they already did take one game off of them, but Bra now warmed up. He got his neck cracked, ready to go on that sub rogue. And they look clean. They look clean. I mean, they're rotating the defensive cooldowns. They know when their kill windows are there. And the position kind of shows that. So Oscar doing a good job as well, surviving throughout the onslaught of the game to get them to the point where they have that win condition. And then Bra doing what he needs to do, doing his job. to take out the Demon Hunter. But in the opener, to your previous point, Zeepai was so disruptive. And then in the follow-up after that, Fuse was so disruptive. He was able to, I think he actually got like a double fear at one point in that game. You know, just standing on top of his own fear. He's like, okay, if you're going to go me, you're going to have to wait for at least this fear, buying a few more seconds for that Guardian Spirit to come off of cooldown. Hook Point being the map choice for the losing team. And these are split predictions, man. I mean, me and Zico over here, we're rooting for the Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman. We're at the very least believing in them. But Overload, that game seemed pretty decisive. I'm not gonna lie. That, like, you were calling it before it even happened. It seemed like it was not caught off guard by any means. So can they make it happen again here on a smaller map of Hook Point? Here we go. The game is opened. Houston trying to get in combat right away to prevent those saps. Immediately going on to JT. Actually just going to go ahead and put him into that chastise stun follow-up. Are they actually hitting him? They're actually going JT as a kill target.
All right, let's see here. Zeepai right now goes for the Stormkeeper. Big damage coming out. This is the massive Ascendance. They got a lot of pressure available. Oscar is getting absolutely chunked down in terms of his health. He could get dropped. You need to be very careful during these moments. I mean, if some of these lightning bolts crit, it could be the game. So Overload, they need to just calm down, survive this Ascendance. Let's see what they can do. Oscar right now has the Icy Veins available, trying to go for an Ice Wall. Does manage to find it here onto Zeepai. The stun lands as well, but it looks like Houston will be that main kill target. Zeepai actually using some interesting tech here. So he's got the ranged Thunderstorm. So even if Houston gets stunned, he can use Thunderstorm on Houston to knock the rogue away. So watch out for that in this game. It disrupts Brunhitty's stun lock combo.
Yeah, dude, Brunhitty also trinketed there. He could be a potential swap, but maybe he knows that he's not a good swap target, and he's just kind of baiting the opponents to go him. They're like, get off of my mage. But the mage gets the Aura Mastery Polymorph. It lands. I believe that also gets reflected. No, it actually breaks into a follow-up. Zeepai has no wall available to him into the full blind. Is this going to be Lontar's trinket? No, Zeepai's going to go ahead and trade that burrow. And it looks like Oscar sees it. They got what they needed to do. He's in line of sight of Fuse, and they'll light him up a little bit, but they're just getting the cooldowns that they need and rotating throughout the map. But JT has Zeepai directly on top of him. That is not where you want to be. Oscar just trying to use this map to their advantage, but Braw taking a huge amount of pressure, still not committing that Cloak of Shadows, just using that evasion. Oscar caught into a stun from Fusden, dipping down as well. JT's going to pop that Apotheosis to get some additional Serenities, as well as the Ray of Hope to stop Oscar's health bar from going down, but can he make it positive? Big damage goes on to him. A big heal from that Ray of Hope. Braw gets put into that timeout through that Blades, and it looks like the damage has stopped for now, and Zeepai has wall in just 2 short seconds.
Yeah, great denial there. Honestly, CHIBAKU TENSEI didn't really have to use anything during that Shadow Blades. Unfortunately, Overload wasn't really able to capitalize on it, but see what they can do. Little damage here on the Zeepai. It's looking like they want to set up. They get an interrupt. Preemptive Angel here by Lontar. He's going to be healing, unable to be crowd controlled. Polymorph goes out onto Zeepai. Here it comes. Oh no, that Ice Wall would have been so good, but Brunhitty, he didn't get there in time. So he got blocked off from getting the stun. That was completely botched, that setup. And unfortunately, this is the Icy Veins. They're getting nothing done once again. Big setup here on Fusden, but they're going to be able to heal through it. That was just a little bit of mismanagement with that Ice Wall. Brunhitty was out of position. That would have been a great setup.
Those small opportunities that this rogue mage needs to get the cooldowns it's gonna really add up as we get deeper and deeper into this game. And it's gonna be harder and harder for JT to heal through this. I mean, the damage meter continues to look very similar. The Zeepai and Fusden are just pumping into Oscar. Oscar looking for the Aura Mastery Polymorph. He's gonna stop that damage onto Zeepai for now. Swaps it over onto Lontar. Cheap shot onto Fusden. This is their go. Lontar out of that follow-up CC is gonna use the Guardian Spirit. Should be enough for now. Now Oscar's the one who's getting taken down. Huge damage from Fusden as he reconnects onto him. Kidney shot onto Zeepai just to slow this damage down just a little bit. Mana starting to become an issue for JT, but he's caught to a full fear, and that's the first nice block of the game on Brunhitty's Blades as well. So they're getting defensive on their offensive cooldowns over and over.
It's a lot more difficult to get Fusden to overextend on this small map. So in terms of map selection, it's nice, but Fusden, big meteor is going to land. There comes the stun. Looks like he will survive. Lontar has the heals to keep him alive. Brunhitty now low on health. Might have to trade the evasion. He gets topped off. JT getting swapped to. Big damage going out. Oscar's getting low. He goes for the altar time. It's not going to bring him back to full health. Oscar still continuing to run away. It's been difficult for him to get out damage in this game. As you see, he's way at the bottom in this game. Zeepai and Houston just really controlling what he can do, but an Ice Wall drops down. Big Sunlock combo. Once again, a great setup, and that's going to be the Trinket Nether from Houston, but that wasn't the Blades. That wasn't the Smoke Bomb. Once again, Overload, they have the tools to potentially win this game.
They could really punish that. You're absolutely right. That was a spooky moment with that wall. He was very far away, but he's going to respect that damage. We're going to have to wait and see if that's going to be punishable later on in this game. JT's using that Guardian Spirit right now onto Oscar, swapping damage over onto Bruh. Is going to eat up some of those Serenity charges from JT as well. Stun goes out onto Bruh. There's not stopping the onslaught onto this guy, it doesn't seem. He's still taking huge amounts of damage and costing valuable mana onto JT. Double stun. Chastise onto Oscar. Even Bruh using evasion to help JT help through all of this. The Polymorph does get stopped out. Follow up on the Lone Tar. As I say that, he's being put into a... This is the bomb. This is the go. Can they make it happen? That's the Shadow Blades. JT has the health swap, but his health is low. He can't even use it, but they're trying to kill through. It doesn't look like it, and Houston's going to be completely fine throughout that go, and he's going to have Trinket in just a minute from now.
Yeah, but they do have Shadow Dance and as well as Blind, so Brunhilde still has kind of lethal damage here if they can live. Oscar is forced to Ice Block JT now into a Hex. They're getting overwhelmed, but they still have a setup. They can Blind. They can do one more setup here onto Lone Tar. There's the stun. Do they have any follow-up? It's a full kidney shot, but do they have the damage to follow it up? He's getting lower on health, but unfortunately, I guess they blinded Zeepai. I don't know who they blinded there because that was just a Will of the Forsaken from Lone Tar. Oscar getting low. This could easily be the game. I feel like CHIBAKU Tensei, they have weathered the storm. They're going to continue to make the push. I feel like this game, they're just so far ahead at this moment. It's going to be really difficult for Overload to get anything done.
I agree. This feels like a one game, but miracles have happened before, and this Rogue Maids has shown that they can find opportunities out of just about nothing. Still no Trinket for just short 9 seconds, but no Netherwalk as well. Stun onto Bruh. Chastise stun onto Oscar. Cross CC. No CC onto JT. He's still able to heal through it, but maybe he can't deal with this much damage at 30% dampening. Imprisonment onto Bruh. Fused in, having to Trinket on a cooldown effectively, and they're still staying in this, but there is definitely a win opportunity with the lack of that Trinket.
Oh, Blades. Oscar has to hold on a little bit longer. Can they do it? They got Veins as well as Shadow Blades. Massive damage available for Overload. This is when they're going to be able to really put out that burst. Who are they going after? Big setup here on Houston. Ice Wall. They could 100 him. Can they take him down? They need a little bit more burst. Big heals coming in. Lone Tar saves the day with his Guardian Spirit. Massive heals incoming. And now at this point, I feel like CHIBAKU Tensei, they just need to continue this pressure. Keep going, because I feel like that was most of the offense Overload has committed. I don't think Oscar's going to be able to survive for very much longer. JT's almost completely tapped on mana. How many more setups do they have to survive to close out this game?
I mean, Lone Tar's on top of JT. That should tell you the confidence that they're feeling right now. They feel like at any moment Oscar could go down. Desperate prayer as the cleave damage goes on to JT as well. He can't even health swap with this type of health pool. And everyone is completely fine on CHIBAKU Sensei. Polymorph onto Fusion just to slow this pressure down. But there's the kidney shot. It's actually onto Lone Tar. They're swapping it over onto him. But Oscar's the one who's taking the brunt of the damage, and JT is tapped. This surely is going to be the game. But huge damage on the Fused-in. Bro, trying to make a hero play here at the very end of the game, and it looks like they're not going to get too much out of that, but it did slow down their pressure for just a little bit longer, and JT needs that slowing down. Chastise stun onto him. He has Apotheosis as well. Cheap shot into full poly onto Lone Tar. Fused in. Is this going to be a trade? He has that Netherlock, but he's caught into a stun. If there's any damage to follow this up, it surely could be down into a Chastise stun, but he's okay. JT on the back line has a sliver of health. No mana. Blades blind committed. Can they get something done here? It doesn't seem like they're able to punch through CHIBAKU Sensei just yet, and everyone is so scared to live over on Overload. The fear on the JT. It's over. It's gotta be the kidney shot to slow things down. Lone Tar caught into a ring, and down goes Bruh. Wow.
Yep. Yeah, Brunhilde, I mean, tough. He was still trying to make setups happen during those final moments, but CHIBAKU Tensei, they're able to get it done. Their pressure is just so immense in these games. They did a really good job diffusing those openers, just stopping the crowd control chain, surviving the burst, the blades, you know, the icy veins, all those things, and inevitably, it's just their damage. Their damage is so insane. I mean, look at this. So it's like, this is a kind of composition. They're a brick wall that just puts out massive pressure. This is the classic, you know, RMP, it's a race against the clock to get the perfect setup. For Zeepai and Fusion, it's about living. And if they do live, this is what it looks like. JT's got no mana, and they eventually get overwhelmed.
Yeah, it just seems hopeless. I mean, I see the kidney shots coming out, and it's just GS. I'm chilling. Keep going. Press W, man. I got you. Lontar's just like in Ring of Frost, like in melee range of the opposing priest right here at the very end of the game. The desperation. But you made a really good point that I also want to highlight earlier on in the game. This map choice, I don't feel like went their way. I felt like it is a really small map, and sometimes these like cubbies are like cumbersome and can go either way, especially when you're dealing with like roots and knocks and stuff like that. There's a lot of times where CHIBAKU Sensei was just on top of Overload, just waiting for the wind shears, waiting for the stuns, waiting for the imprisonments, and it just felt like anytime an offensive cooldown was committed by Overload, at least a few times, there's like at least a couple blades that like sat a full imprisonment, and that's just devastating when you are depending so much on getting good, valuable trades from these offensive goes from the Rogue Mage.
Yeah, the nice thing about how aggressive Lontar is playing in this match, and sometimes I feel like players don't play as aggressive as they should, because you've mentioned it. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. Lontar, he's got insurance. Like, if he gets feared, Tremor. If he gets caught into, a polymorph, reverse magic. Like, he has
I thought you were talking about
buttons.
the 4-set for a second there.
No,
yeah,
not
sure.
not the 2-set, not the 4-set. I'm talking about, like, if he gets caught in crowd control, Zeepai and Fuston can back him up. Whereas it's a little bit different for JT. I feel like if you're in a kind of a fear war between the two priests, Lontar comes out way ahead, like just way ahead, and Brunhilde is going back to the outlaw.
He's got more breathing room for sure. I mean, there's a lot less globals that he needs to deal with in regards. JT, on the other hand, every single apotheosis, both Serenities are going out like back to back. He's like just in desperation mode from start to finish. It feels like at least he's trying to preemptively, get those angels out. But even when things aren't preemptive, he's just having to react. As opposed to Lontar, he's got that team synergy to back him up. He's got the disruption. But Tolvaron Arena is going to get locked in, and they're going back Outlaw, Ven. They're going back Outlaw. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that.
I think for comfort, Brunhilde looks a lot. I mean, I don't know. This is just me looking from afar. It seems like Brunhilde's a little bit more comfortable on the Outlaw Rogue. Maybe they could clean up the sub-rogue gameplay a little bit more. Maybe it really is difficult when you have a team that has such good defense. The Subtlety Rogue just can't push through. It was close time after time, though.
So close.
I'd still like to see it more. We're not going to see it for this series. Overload, they're going with a different direction. Brunhilde back on the Outlaw Rogue, so we'll see what they can do here. This is a lot more just overall damage, overall control, and less burst. So we'll see what they can do. CHIBAKU Tensei, for sure, though, this week is looking a lot better for them. They do find themselves in the lower bracket, and I am curious. We need to go back a little bit. We can find out what team sent CHIBAKU Tensei to the lower bracket.
I think it was a team that got knocked out already as well. It was like, I think it was Super Duper. Yep, Super Duper Gamers beat them 3-1 in the open bracket.
Okay.
And then they got knocked out. So, I'm really curious what composition Super Duper were locking in back then. But
we're going to find out.
Tolvaron Arena, I don't know. Anything can happen. Something to note about Tolvaron Arena, as a melee player myself, I'm sitting here. Wow, that Chastise on the Hunt was kind of fire. I'm not going to lie. Double cheap shot comes out in the opener from Bra. Looks like Fuston's going to be the kill target. Huge damage from the Veins to follow it up. Guardian Spirit committed, but they need to get a couple more buttons than that. Oscar now the main kill target, and JT sees it. He sees the onslaught that's happening as well. He's in that angel form. He's getting that divine ham off. It should be enough to keep his team nice and healthy, but it's now down, and Fuston is continuing his terror onto Oscar.
Yeah, Oscar's getting low. Needs to be very careful. Zeepai putting out quite a bit of burst here. Let's see if they can find the setup. Cheap shot on all three members. Polymorph onto Fuston. They're going after Zeepai right now. He's in a little bit of danger. Trades out some of his cooldowns. He has no trinket, no astral shift, and pressure for Overload is looking good. Their setups have been clean so far. I feel like they're very focused coming into game number 4.
No, I agree. That opener looked nice. And, not having that wall already committed from Zeepai is a big deal. And on Tolvaron Arena, Fuston has a lot more opportunities to overextend, right? Like, look how far away Oscar is already from Lontar right now. But here's the cheap shot go. The triple chastise, another cheap shot. If they have a follow-up, they do. They get a polymorph, but it looks like it actually ends up breaking into the full fear. If they can get something done out of this, Fuston also cross-CC'd through it. But where is the damage on the Zeepai? Z-Pie. It looks like he's the one who's teeing off on the other side. JT caught into a stun. Right before that, Apotheosis. Oscar dipping down. Dangerously low there for just a moment, but the ice wall gets interrupted. That could have been a go on that kidney shot onto Fusden, but it gets shut down by Z-Pie. Fantastic work by CHIBAKU Sensei, but this is the bomb onto Z-Pie. They're swapping the damage over onto him. Lone Tar's in that Angel, however, getting a Divine Him off, and that's the block. The cross damage into just a stun onto JT. Guardian Spirit gets used, and 1 ice block out of 2 down.
Yeah, Oscar right now looking for polymorphs. He manages to find it. I don't know if I like that smoke bomb. JT was already in Angel form. He's already channeling the Divine Him and just kind of easily dealt with that smoke bomb setup. So I feel like that was a bit rushed. Maybe a waste of that cooldown, but another setup here onto Fusden. It's a full blind. Can they take him down? He did not have to trinket. There was a gap in the stun lock. So just trading out the Nether walk. That's going to be more than enough to survive. Continuing the push here onto Oscar. Just non-stop onto Oscar. He's constantly running away, but he's got a Demon Hunter chasing him down. Fusden's been putting out devastating amounts of damage so far. He gets feared away. Oscar going for polymorphs. Looks like Z-Pie's getting low. Lone Star's got no trinket. They could potentially win. Do they have any crowd control? It looks like Lone Star fears JT away, and it's going to be Oscar on the back foot. He's on the run. JT connects some heals, but he's burned through so much mana. Look at Lone Star. He's got such a massive lead once again.
Yep, I feel like we've seen this game before, Elliot. Maybe not on Tolvaron Arena, but there's an ice wall coming out. It's on Diffused, and he gets the darkness in the gaps on the stun. Huge deal. Cheap shot follow-up on the Lone Tar. He's able to Guardian Spirit through that, however. Z-Pie, the main kill target for now with that Guardian Spirit, should be A-OK. Apotheosis stuns are going to give him the Serenity ticks that he needs, and looks like Lone Tar wants to get aggressive here with this go. The Dragon's Breath on the Fused and into the Double Fear onto the DPS. If there's any CC to follow it up onto Lone Tar, that might be some defensive cooldowns being forced, but Z-Pie holds onto his wall throughout all of that. Oscar still dipping lower and lower in damage. Full Ring of Frost. Kidney shot onto Fusden. Can they make it something to happen here? It looks like they might. Chastise stun to follow it up. That's the health swap. Apotheosis to follow up as well. They still want blood on Oscar. They want to switch this momentum in their favor, but JT's doing a fantastic job with those chastises, getting the aggressive opportunities for his team, and now he has to keep his mage alive a little bit longer. Guardian Spirit is now down. This might be Ray of Hope, and it is. Chastise stun as well on Diffusing to slow that damage down, but Oscar is not out of the woods just yet. Finally, the Serenity ticks from the Apotheosis come in and top off Oscar, and now it's back in favor of the Rogue Mages. Go. Let's see what they can get done with this.
I'll have to wait and see. This game is just looking way better from Overload. Oscar still has an ice block. Z-Pie just preemptively getting underground, but they turn their attention to Fusden. Lone Tar's in a polymorph. Is there any follow-up? It doesn't look like it, but still, he's got a lot of work ahead of him. This Icy Veins is devastating. JT goes into the Angel form. Here comes a big Divine Hymn. At the same time, though, Lone Tar gets caught into Diminishing Return polymorph. Crowd control going out. Oscar needs to be very careful. This is the Ascendance. Z-Pie doing a decent amount of damage here. Looks like it was just a proc, so not going to be putting too much pressure out, but still something you have to be careful of. Oscar drops down an ice wall, but there's really no damage to follow it up. Unfortunately, it looked nicer than it actually was. JT just easily gets in line of sight and tops off his team.
Yeah, does seem that way. Oscar now on the back foot. He's just running across the map. Chastise Stun to slow down Fused. JT feeling the pressure as well on himself. He's going to Desperate Prayer and use that Guardian Spirit over out onto Oscar. Smart plays by him. Oscar doing a good job blinking back, or maybe even shimmering back. Getting back into the fight now. They land the polymorph. There's the cheap shot to follow it out. Into the fear. Into the half polymorph. Z-Pie is going to wall. Is it going to be enough? No Guardian Spirit available for Lone Tar, and this was the Adrenaline Rush go. And it looks like they're going to be able to get away with just trading the wall. They swap the damage over out onto Fused, and he has Trinket and Netherwalk available to him, so he knows he can get aggressive here onto Oscar. There is the Ray of Hope as well. Can it be positive? JT gets caught into a fear. Big damage is continuing onto Oscar. Fused trying to reconnect here, but he's getting CC'd behind the pillar. Lone Tar now pushing in, cross-CCing Bra with that fear. And I love Lone Tar constantly pushing in, constantly trying to enable his team to push and get this final ice block of the game. Stun onto JT, the damage following it up onto Z-Pie. They're going for blow here. They're trying to make something happen. Can they get it done? Guardian Spirit will be committed out onto Z-Pie, as well as the Lone Tar Divine Hymn Angel, keeping his team nice and aggressive throughout all of this. And Oscar's got to be so scared in his current position.
I love that Symbols of Hope coming in as well. Oh, Oscar's so incredibly low on health. Zeepai is in danger, though. He doesn't want to mess around too much. He's got the Astral Shift. He trades it out. Big damage reduction going to be available here for Zeepai, but a cheap shot onto Lone Star. They're continuing to make the push. Icy Veins is up right now. It is a lot of damage. They could win. It would be a big surprise, but it is possible. Zeepai going underground with the Burrow right now, committing most of his major defensive cooldowns, continuing to make the push here onto Oscar. He realizes he's got about 54 seconds left on that Ice Wall. Getting interrupted on shifting power is a disaster, and Oscar could just fall. He does. Big damage there by Zeepai and CHIBAKU Tensei. They close it out. They eliminate Overload.
That is the elimination match of the lower finals. The CHIBAKU Tensei have earned themselves a place in the upper finals. Fantastic showing by both teams. However, Overload, I like the sub-rogue more. I'm going to keep it real with you. I like what you're trying to do. You're trying to go back to the comfort pick, but man, you guys got so much done with that sub-rogue. Fantastic series nonetheless, but CHIBAKU Tensei are kind of just showing us all that they have what it takes to be a top contender. And, you know, they were like one of the lower point-earning teams that were left in this top 4, you know, and they're making it all the way to the finals. That's so huge for this team.
Yeah, I was a little bit afraid for Zeepai here. This overlap, I mean, you see the Ascendants. I'm telling you, Ascendants on Shaman, if you want like the most fun you can possibly have, make an Elemental Shaman and macro everything together and press Ascendants. It's just an insane amount of damage. I don't even, does he even get it off? He does. Okay, there you can see the lava 50 million times, and ultimately the mage goes down. It's crazy. So Zeepai, he stalled to that point. What is that? A third Ascendance of the match. So it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be difficult for JT. There's not many cooldowns to really work with. Oscar is trying to shifting power back in Ice Block, but just not enough time. And CHIBAKU Tensei this week, they're looking good. The Elemental Shaman of Zeepai, Fustin, Lone Star's doing an incredible job backing them up. Like, this is looking good. Maybe they could do it. Maybe win this whole thing.
The way?
Dude, I'm going to quote what you quoted this morning, Ven, with Waz saying that basically anybody in the EU region could win.
That's true.
Yep.
It's a good quote on quote.
I feel that.
Yeah, quoted
Though
your
I
quote.
am perfectly correct on this, it's not a big deal, guys. We don't need to talk about it too much, but if you want to, I mean, we can bring it up.
Yeah, you're
This
killing it,
is
DMC.
nice.
I'm just messing.
Oh, the cameras
Dude,
are on. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you're doing a great job, man. You love to see it.
Dude, I have no idea. The luck of the
Super
Irish.
Tease is in shambles right now. Every single series that goes by. I mean, I'm not doing much better. I think I'm with the coin at this point, but yeah.
Okay, I saw that sub-row come out, Ven, and I was like, yep, I think they found the answer. And then they swapped off. They swapped off. I don't know, man. I do agree with you that one game. There was a go with an ice wall, with a smoke bomb, and a triple DR stun on a Fustin with no trinket. Lone Tar basically across the map, and he lives. And that was on Outlaw. And then he goes to Sub-Rogue, and they find the win opportunities. And I saw more of those opportunities. I saw them force trinkets that they might have been able to capitalize on, but then they swapped back to the Outlaw. And I think that comfort pick sometimes is gonna haunt you. But I mean, by no means is Overload out of it yet. I mean, they have so many points, and there's another cup available. And going into the beginning of this tournament, when they brought out this, like, what was it? Elemental Shaman, the Feral Druid, I believe, against, I want to say, Forged RM Pikachu and 3-0s that team. I know that there's more in store that we're going to have to look forward to from Overload, but they are eliminated in the lower finals. Still a great run.
Definitely a great run, and you already said it. They are, they have a nice spot in the standings, so they don't want to let their guard down by any means. But I expect them to make a comeback to sort of, keep that spot at least in the top, the top 3, hopefully. For next week. Here is the bracket right now for the EU region. Look at that. We have got the finals coming up next. There is one more series in the EU region. We've got DOBOB versus CHIBAKU Tensei. I'm excited for this. I'm glad that it ended up this way. I feel like these are two teams that I feel like we didn't really get to see go all the way. DOBOB and CHIBAKU Tensei. I'm sure if you spoke to them, knew that they kind of made mistakes. Actually, we did speak to them. Flapper said exactly that. They cleaned up some of their mistakes heading into this weekend, and now here they are in the grand final. So that's certainly worked out for them, and they made their goals possible. So let's look at the standings where we are right now. We've got 2 teams in the top 3 that are no longer in the tournament. They don't have that star next to them. They are no longer in this cup, in cup number 2. So things could certainly be switching around quite a lot. CHIBAKU Tensei, right on the heels of Echo, tied with Echo, in fact. So we are going to head to a break. We've got the grand finals coming up next. Definitely don't want to miss this one. It is DOBOB versus CHIBAKU Tensei coming up after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are in the grand finals of Cup number 2 for the European region, and we have got DOBOB versus CHIBAKU Tensei. I am so excited for both of these teams. I feel like they have been ramping up. They both had a good performance for Cup number 1, Zico, but they have really turned that knob up to 11 for Cup number 2. Here, Zico.
Absolutely. I think right now, DOBOB's been looking like they're on fire. Can somebody stop them is a big question. Their FMP just looks like it's on a completely different level. But CHIBAKU Tensei, they have gone through the ringer. They have started the tournament in the lower bracket. They have been battered and beaten. And they're looking really good too. Zipai has kind of ascended at this point.
Yeah, he has ascended. I imagine him at his house, just like the lights shining on him, like IRL Empyrean domain, like, yes, I've got this. But here's the bracket right now. We can see CHIBAKU Tensei. They came from that lower bracket, but do not underestimate these guys, D-Machine. They just knocked out Overload, Cup number 1's champion.
Yeah, and then locked in before that, which took out Echo the round before. Forged RMP, also a huge titan of a team, and then ILTU, who were looking very strong in the open bracket coming through. They just took them out with the 3-1 as well. And it just seems like all the compositions that we've been talking about as the meta comps, as the comps that are capable of taking it all, they're coming through with the Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman, and no one seems to have an answer for it. And like, they were lower bracket before this bracket even like shows. They were lower bracket really early on, so they have dug their way
That's a good point.
all the way up to the lower finals, through the lower finals to the grand finals. No matter what happens in this grand finals, I think that this team should hold their heads up high. Quite a run.
Could not agree more. Well, let's talk about the predictions here. Chat, get your predictions in. We got to lock in. We got to get those us up on that leaderboard because David is kicking all of our butts here.
Hey.
But let's talk. Let's talk about the predictions. Zika, what was your prediction for this series?
I actually went in favor of CHIBAKU Tensei. Like I said, I feel like Zipai is on a completely different level. I feel like a common theme that I'm seeing with CHIBAKU Tensei is that they seem to be really good at knocking out mages. Almost every team in the tournament has been running some mage, and they don't run a mage. And instead, they've been running Zipai on the LA Shaman, and I feel like they have kind of figured it out how to consistently kind of survive until the point where they get the advantage. So I think CHIBAKU Tensei is going all the way.
All right, D-Machine, what you got?
Oh no, I have the same prediction as Supa. Can I change?
Exact same.
We all do. Oh no.
Okay. Listen.
What do you have, David?
In 2018, a Jungle Cleave barely qualified to a LAN, a global LAN at that. Everyone counted them out. I counted them out. I didn't think they were going to be able to hang, and they went all the way. I know you know what I'm talking about, Z. They went all the way, and they won.
I might have been there.
You were there, brother, and that was Flappers and Relza. I will never count this team out ever again because of that
You know why
run.
they lost too? Opening week, they would have made it to BlizzCon, but Flapper's mouse like broke, and that's how they got knocked out. So they could have made it a lot further.
Doubt DOBOB. I don't. DOBOB supremacy. This is their tournament to win. I think that they are looking extremely strong, and if anyone can punch through the defenses of this Elemental Shaman Demon Hunter, it's this team.
Yes, could not agree more. All right, well, I'm with you. I'm on Team DOBOB. I'm not going to count these guys out. I don't think anybody should, but I mean, this is going to be a tough matchup no matter which side of the bracket you are on. It is game number 1. This is best of 7. This is the grand finals for the second cup here in the War Within Season 2. It's DOBOB versus CHIBAKU Tensei, game number 1.
All right, we're seeing the DHLA coming out once again, and the FMP. So both teams kind of leading with their strongest foot. We're going to see double Holy Priest coming out and immediate aggression coming out here. TENSEI looking for the polymorphs, but he does get interrupted there. So they're going to deny that first opener on the side of CHIBAKU. And this is not a great opener. They did get Zipai String, but look at Flappers taking a lot of damage. Ice Wall coming out. Lontar looking for the Master Spell while he's in Angel form. So even trades on both sides. But when it's all said and done, they get Zipai's Trinket, which is a decent win, but they wanted to get, okay, they do get the Astral Shift as well from Zipai, so they do actually get a decent amount of cooldowns here on the side of DOBOB.
Yeah, a decent amount, but not even Guardian Spirit, man. And that was Incarnation. That was a lot of offensive pressure, but Zeepai's not out of the woods just yet. Chastise into full polymorph, no wall available to him. Looks like Lontar is going to get out of that CC and keep Zeepai alive yet again, but I love the aggression coming out from TENSEI and Flappers. I love how much damage that they're able to pump out while still crowd controlling the heck out of everybody. Flappers now dipping down to half. That's going to be his renewal. Big heal from him, using that in high dampening to prevent, you know, that from being too much healed, but he's still at half health and still running in and getting aggressive. I love how just like unrelenting this Feral Druid is in this opener so far.
Well, Zeepai actually manages to survive in the stun once again. Flapper's going for a big stun right there, but TENSEI not able to find the crowd control. He's not able to find this CC that he needs, and I feel like Flappers is the X factor in this game. I've seen so many games where Flappers.
Oh my God! TENSEI
What?
gets deleted in game number 1, and CHIBAKU Sensei says, "You cannot breathe a moment. We have your number. We can take you out at any moment." And DOBOB suddenly probably feels a little bit mortal.
This is what I was talking about in the pregame. Zeepai has ascended, man. This guy is just figuring it out. He does not let these mages get their polymorphs. This entire matchup, TENSEI's just looking for the polymorphs. He's looking for the Mass Sheeps. He's looking for the Rings of Frost. Look at that. He fake has the interrupt. He thinks he's going to get a polymorph. Right here, he goes for it. But look at the wind shear coming out from Zeepai, shutting it down every single time. And I think this was just a gigantic primordial wave coming in. There's the mass poly, but Lontar fades it. And then right here, he thinks he's going to finally get the poly out of the stun. He lands it. But at what cost? At what cost is the big question. At the cost of his entire life bar. And like, what even hit him there? That was an insane amount of damage. I feel like it was mostly Zeepai there, but it's in this wind shear, or in this, yeah, it was a big earth shock, and Fuston probably hit him with something like an essence break or something. A lot of damage coming out from CHIBAKU TENSEI. They're making a big statement, and for CHIBAKU, this is gonna feel so good. Coming out of the lower bracket like this, you're fired up. You've been beating these teams. You have momentum right now. You're warmed up. You're feeling good. And
wow,
to get an early
swap,
win like
dude.
this,
I just noticed he health swapped and it didn't go off. There is a bit of delay on that ability. He's probably like, dude, you're fine, dude, you're fine, dude, you're fine, and dies with the health swap. That's huge, dude. That's so demoralizing. Oh my gosh, DOBOB, can you come back from that? Can you keep a level head after a loss like that? This is the finals. This is all the nerves. Look at the Grand Canyon of a line graph as TENSEI's health bar gets diminished. But it looks like Ashamain Falls is going to be quickly locked in, dude. Oh my god, I feel for that healer right now, man. Like, there's been a few times where that has happened to me, where I'm like, dude, you're fine, I got you, and I'm just like Guardian Spirit the wrong target, or, you know, Health Swap just doesn't go off. There is a bit of a delay on that ability. You have to give it a second, and that was such a close call. They were trying to be greedy, they were trying to rotate, and they get punished for it. And CHIBAKU Sensei, they have all the momentum in their favor. Whoo-wee. This is the best of 7.
That's a good catch, because Swap does have like that little purple blob that it shoots out, and it's like a very, very minor travel time there, but doesn't go off in time, and a lot of damage coming out here from Fuston as well. Like, dude, look at Fuston's weapon enchant. Like, how is that thing hitting so hard? What's going on with that? That's like almost 800k. What? I don't think I've ever seen it hit that hard. I mean, you can see it from Zeepai. It's hitting for... It's hitting for 280. It's just a proc. It's just a passive. It's a lot of procs. Maybe that's just weird because it's like the killing blow, so maybe it's not accurate.
Right.
But usually it hits for what Zeepai hit for. But yeah, early win here for CHIBAKU TENSEI. They're gonna lock in the same thing. DOBOB's gonna lock in the same thing. I think we're going to see the same thing over and over again from both of these teams, and they're just going to focus on the gameplay. I feel like Zeepai, he doesn't die. Every team who's been trying to go after Zeepai, they haven't been able to do it. And I think the moments where CHIBAKU TENSEI drops a game, it's more often than not when they catch Fuston in a swap. When they catch him with a stun, when they catch him with a surprise attack, that is when CHIBAKU TENSEI kind of have a bit of a weakness. So I think that's the angle you got to go after more. Just go after Zeepai, maybe drop some interrupts there to limit his damage a little bit. but look to swap to Houston if you're on the side of DOBOB, because Zeepai is, I don't know, he's such a hard LA Shaman to kill, and he's so good at shutting you down when you're trying to go for CC on his healer.
And his awareness is nuts. Like, if you're on Zeepai and you're like pressuring him, his damage will not slow down like at all. His cross CC as well. But here we go, big incarnation opener on the Zeepai, immediately gonna trade that wall. He's popping a huge ascendance damage over out onto Thessia. Thessia can't make that same mistake again. Lasso to follow it up, the Guardian as well from Relza, that angel form that he can't get CC'd in. He's just gonna spam heal his mage through this, and it seems like he's going to be completely fine, as well as Lontar as well, popping that Apotheosis. Both teams have seemingly, mellowed out after that initial opener, but Flappers wants to get aggressive, pushing across the map onto Zeepai, onto this wall of a player that you've been mentioning.
Yeah, and Zeepai is going to be fine here, but it did cost him a little bit of defense. Astro Shift as well as the Guardian from Lontar. Zeepai actually getting a Cyclone. And Houston actually has used his Trinket here as well. So Houston could be an exposed target. Flappers is going to take a decent amount of damage. They polymorph Houston up here. But I want to see them actually bleed up Houston and look to swap to him. But right now they're going after Zeepai once again. This could be big. They get the polymorph there onto Lontar. Zeepai's isolated. The ice wall coming out. The burrow underneath the ground here. Zeepai just swimming under the ground there. Back to his healer, trying to recover. And he will. Nicely done there. Houston once again gets caught up in the Cyclone. They drop a ring of frost around it. I think he can double jump over that, and that's exactly no, he's gonna get caught by it. And there's the snowdrift coming out as well from TENSEI. He's looking for more crowd control, playing very aggressively, but he gets clotheslined with the fear, and he's gonna have to abandon that push.
Yep, Chastise to follow it up as well. They are just shutting Thessia down, and that is so important. We talked about how good this mage is. It really, truly is the playmaker for the team. Zeepai taking a huge amount of damage, but he's going to be completely fine. Flappers, his pressure is like unmatched on Feral, it feels like. This cat is just so terrifying to deal with as a healer. Relza, he feels the momentum shift, and he's going to use that Holy Ward to prevent any CC from going out onto him. And a Cyclone onto Zeepai at relatively low health. The Maim swap over on diffused in if they have some damage to get through this. They don't. The Hunt now going back out onto Thessia. He's just Dragon's Breathing to slow down some of this damage. He gets that reverse magic polymorph. He even stops the go. Houston doing a fantastic job being disruptive as well. Zeepai looking for the hexes, and whenever this Feral Druid mage team catches any momentum, Houston and Zeepai are just so good at slowing it down and stopping it.
Yeah, there's going to be a new champion in Europe. Who is it going to be? Thessia right now looking to try to close that game out here onto Zeepai. Taking a lot of damage. Houston was casted in a fear. They get a full shield onto Lontar. Zeepai, is he going to survive here with the Guardian? They're relying on it heavily, but Lontar is forced to trade out the Trinket there to get a big Serenity off. And that was a great push here. They got the Stone Bulwark Totem, and they got the Trinket there from Lontar. They got a full Cyclone onto him as well. Flappers is taking a decent amount of damage as well. And I want to say they have a lot better control onto Houston this match. Look at Flappers here, 1v2 behind the pillar, trying to get something going, but needs to be a little bit careful as well. He doesn't have Trinket. If he gets stunned behind there, they could potentially take him down, but Flappers is going to be completely fine for now, just playing with a lot of confidence. Tessier's pushing in, looking for the polymorph. He gets interrupted there by the Chaos Nova. He displaces back to his healer's line of sight. They're going to abandon this push for now, and they're actually swapping the Flappers in the back line. This is what I was talking about. Flappers might go down. That was a dangerous moment right there, and that's exactly what I was talking about. When Flappers is playing that confident and they punish it, that's exactly what can happen. He's lucky to survive there, and now CHIBAKU TENSEI showing that they can slow him down as well in that position. Zeepai is going to get a little bit more aggressively positioned as well. A lot of cooldowns here being spent from DOBOB.
Yeah, that was so scary for Flappers. He's got to be second-guessing this aggressive positioning. But as I say that, he's just fearless in their face. He swaps to the bear form before the Chastise done, but might not matter. Huge pressure still there. No Guardian Spirit. It is on cooldown. Flappers is now trying to get aggressive onto Fusion. The wall to follow it up. Gets Massive Spelled immediately. Is it enough,
that
however?
Was insane. That was insane. Lontar casted a Master Spell, and Thessia canceled the wall to kick him, but Lontar fake casted the Master Spell and juked the CS, and that's why he lived right there.
Oh my god, that's unreal, dude. I did not catch that, and that's why you're on the desk, Z. Incarnation from Flappers coming out. Huge pressure, but he's forced defensive. This is such a huge deal. He needs that damage. Swap over out onto Thessia. They're forcing him defensive now. Even Rel's at low health after that health swap. He's going to use the Holy Word. He's trying to keep his team aggressive. They know they need a punch. Dude, Fuse his health bar right here, right now. No trinket available. He gets out of it. He survives. Dragon's Breath onto Lontar. Nothing to follow it up just yet. Thessia desperately looking for the poly. He lands it. Can they get the damage out? It looks like they're hitting Zeepai. The cross CC polymorph on the Fusion. The Cyclone on the Lontar. They survive. Zeepai has wall in 9 short seconds, and somehow, someway, DOBOB's onslaught is just not able to punch through CHIBAKU Sensei, and I'm starting to regret my prediction. This is looking so good for CHIBAKU.
Yeah, it's not looking super bad for DOBOB either, though. They're having some good opportunities like that onto Houston. They have a window where they could potentially take him down, but they actually just wasted their stun there right there onto Houston, and now he's going to have free reign. Chastise coming out there, slowing things down, but Houston has the hunt active. They're going after Flappers as well. Flappers is going to just duck around the corner in bear form. They get a full ring of frost onto Lontar. They're going after Zeepai. He gets stunned around the corner. Flappers looking for the Cyclone, and Zeepai here is just going to be taking a lot of damage there, but he manages to recover. Now Flappers. Huge return fire onto Flappers. Every single time when he pushes in like that, he gets punished massively. Flappers might still go down. They got more crowd control there onto Relza. Relza's finally out, and he should be able to recover his Druid here in that position. Zeepai almost taking him down there as well, but the Guardian Angel is forced from Lontar, and look at Relza's mana. It's not looking good at all now for DOBOB.
Time's a ticking, man. Time is a ticking. Feral Druids, we see them have this opportunity of spread pressure deeper into dampening, and Thessia has been able to capitalize on it, but even Ice Block is being used. That's the last Ice Block. No mana. Barely any defensive cooldowns left. Thessia might need to Ice Block again. He has no more. I forgot already. This could just be the game right here. The stun goes out onto Flappers. Relza in that Divine Hymn Angel form, keeping his team aggressive. Incarnation. This could be their last go. This could be it. This could be how the game could swap in their favor. The huge pressure of Flappers is something that Lontar is immediately going to respect with that Angel. Zeepai respecting it with the wall. They're not giving up this huge advantage that they have. Both Barkskin and Survival Instinct committed from Flappers as he is behind the pillar. He's so far away. He gets into bear form last second, right before the Zeepai's stun, but Relza is completely tapped, and it looks like CHIBAKU Sensei just need to hammer the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going for it right now. They polymorph Houston to try to slow it down in desperation. On the side of DOBOB, one last push here onto Zeepai. Beautiful denial once again from Lontar, gripping that ice wall before it goes off, and Flappers is just dead at this point. Relza is trying to work with what he's got, but he doesn't have a lot. They're all swarming around the corner. Flappers, where is he gonna go? He's trying to go left, he's trying to go right, he's trying to go far behind, but it's not gonna matter. Houston and Zeepai, they clothesline it. CHIBAKU Tensei takes game number 2 here, but there was some close calls in this match. DOBOB definitely showing why they are in the grand finals here with their FMP. I wonder if we could see a replay on that moment earlier where they swapped the Houston with that ice wall. That was such a clutch play. But yeah, CHIBAKU, man, and Lontar, I don't know, Lontar looks like he's got something to prove today.
It definitely seems that way, man. Dude, like, half the time that this team is aggressive, it's because they got a good healer backing them up, right? Healer loves in chat, you know what I'm saying? Like, they need more love, and it's this type of healer that you want to team up with on the side of Lontar. He's just so good at keeping his team's momentum and trying to ride that wave for as long as possible. And in the face of, like, these ice walls, for example, oh my gosh, that interaction that you were mentioning with that massive spell into the cancel, into the kick, these types of quick mind games can be the entire difference between finding an opener that wins you the game and living until your win condition comes back up. And it's so crazy to think that such a small interaction like that in such an insanely fast period of time can really be just a huge momentum shift for your team.
He's right here. He's right here. Look at that. So
break it down.
He drops the ice wall. Look at that. Look at Lontar. He goes for the master spell, and then he knows Tessia's gonna cancel. You see that? The counter spell right there. That is so sick, man. Oh my god. So dude, he wants to master spell the ice wall right there, and Instead, he knows Tessia is just going to cancel his own Ice Wall and then counterspell the Master Spell, and then he's going to be locked on Holy, and then Houston could go down, but instead, he fake casts the Master Spell behind the wall right here, and then look at that, the counterspell goes off, he gets the precognition, and then he saves Houston with that play right there. That has to be in the, if we do like a top 5 series, that has to be, like, that has to be up there. That has to be, that's one of the clutchest healer plays I've seen probably in this entire year. That was sick.
I mean, you look at that on paper, you look at the spells that went down right there, but then you also got to think about the mind games and the level of play that's going on. This isn't just any mage that you just, you know, triple layered mind games. This is Tessia. We've watched this mage multiple times in this exact tournament outplay healers like crazy with the same combination as well. So Lontar's heads up play and his ability to adapt is really showing why CHIBAKU Sensei, they are one of the top teams here, and they are proving it to us right now in the grand finals. DOBOB, a team that just 3-0'd Overlord in the semifinals, the Overlords in the semifinals, making their way to the grand finals, and now are down 0-2 against a team that crawled their way out of the lower bracket.
Yeah, CHIBAKU, man, they're up 2-0 here in the grand finals, man. But we're going to Hook Point, and so far from DOBOB, we have not seen any kind of flexing except for the RMP, right? It's just been about the RMP, and it's been about the FMP. Now, one thing that you really liked in the previous series against Overload was the sub-rogue. So my question for DOBOB is, are we going to see Trimaz tagged in? Does he play a sub-rogue? Is that something that's on their, like, is that something that they have, you know, in their back pocket? Because I feel like that could be DOBOB's way back into it. I think they could still do it with the FMP, but they would have to do more Houston swaps like that. And with Lontar playing the way he is right now, I don't know if they can reliably win 4 games by swapping to Houston. Lontar is just, he's like in goalkeeper mode right now. He's just not letting anything slip by. He sees the matrix. So I feel like getting Trimaz in and rocking the sub-rogue RMP, that could actually be an opening here. Oh, but we are going to see, whoa, what? Trimaz on the Fury Warrior?
Okay. I like this. I know it doesn't have the control that a sub-rogue has, but Fury Warriors hurt a lot. When they have uptime, it is so hard to heal. And maybe, you know, DOBOB's trying to give CHIBAKU Sensei a little a taste of their own medicine. He's like, oh yeah, you guys can top the meters all game. Well, we're going to bring an unstoppable force with 2 giant two-handed weapons to consistently punch you down. And I predicted that this was going to be a 4-1. It is already not that. It is already at least 2 wins for CHIBAKU Sensei. And in order for me to be completely correct, DOBOB needs to win 4 in a row. Okay, that's, you know, I've been having a good run here. I think I'm prepared to take the L. Okay, chat's predicting a win for DOBOB as well. You know, they're on my side on that. I think we're both wrong, chat, and we're gonna have to hold this L because CHIBAKU Sensei, they are looking insane. Like, we were talking about, you know, what comps do they need to swap to beat them? And I feel like that's been kind of like the theme of every series that this team goes up against. Turns out they didn't swap a single comp, at least in the top 8. They got this Demon Hunter, Elemental Shaman, and we don't see any other Demon Hunters in either region. And they are making it all the way to the grand finals, and no one seems to have an answer for them. It just goes to show that in every meta, there's opportunities for you to learn and find a new niche that other people are not going to be able to be privy to. You know, anything can happen in this type of competition, and Fuse on that Demon Hunter has been just so fantastic. And pair that up with a healer like Lontar on a Holy Priest and Z-Pi on his main Elemental Shaman. It's the winning recipe here in Cup number 2.
Absolutely. I love this cup. I feel like we've seen so many different things. Like, we're seeing Windwalkers all over the place in North America. And a big reason for that is probably something that Ven said. He thinks Windwalkers is just one of the best classes in the game at taking down LA Shaman. So maybe if Trimaz has a Windwalker, that's something we could see. We're seeing more Fury Warriors as well. Frost Mage is something that has been really good into the Fury Warriors, just period, you know, since the inception of the game. But there's no mage on CHIBAKU TENSEI, so this could be an intelligent pick here from DOBOB. Is it going to be enough, though? They're taking out Flappers, one of the absolute kings of DOBOB here, to bring Trimaz in on the Fury Warrior. Is it going to work out for them? They need a miracle on the side of DOBOB. Big pressure, actually, onto Zipai. Zipai's just going to trinket and respect it immediately with the Astral Shift. Trimaz getting slowed down here into the imprisonment, and they're going to once again look for Tessia on the side of CHIBAKU.
Ooh, double stun from Tessia, but he gets chastised stun to follow it up as well. So he wasn't really able to get too much done with that, it would seem. Holy Word to follow it up from Relza, keeping his team completely aggressive. This Fury Warrior on the back line is just chewing through Zipai. When Walker Monks do a lot of damage on Elemental Shamans, dude, so do Fury Warriors. I'll tell you what, I've healed a couple in solo shuffles against Fury, or a couple of Elemental Shamans against Fury Warriors. I swear, all that armor seems to just go away. I can't figure it out. Oh, Zipai's playing it correctly. He's just line of sighting him. He's like, bro, chill. My cooldowns. Wait. But he does get caught into that Storm Bolt. He seems to be completely fine. Lontar in a position that he could life grip him as well. Tessia looking to get a stun. Full Ring of Frost onto Lontar. Zipai with no wall available to him. Double Ring of Frost. That is going to be the burrow. And this comp swap seems to be working so far.
Yeah, and Tessia has the ice wall here. This is a great map for ice wall. You can basically block off this entire section where they're fighting right now. If they can isolate Lontar and Zipai there, they could potentially just take down Zipai right now. He doesn't really have anything to answer for. Can they do it? There's the ice wall. He's casting it. Does he get it? Oh, Lontar manages to sneak around it right there. That was a great attempt from Tessia. But again, Lontar, he is just maneuvering around these ice walls like an ice climber. And right now, it's going to be Tessia on the back foot. They get a Guardian Angel there onto Tessia to keep him aggressive. And this is exactly what he needs to do. Double Snowdrift coming out. Big damage onto Zipai. That's going to force out the Guardian from Lontar as well as the Astral Shift. Double Dragon's Breath. Tessia looking for the Polymorphs. And this is exactly what Tessia needs to do. He just needs to be aggressive and try to play on top of Zipai as much as possible to keep him slowed. The more time he can buy for the Warrior to sit on top of this Ellie Shaman, the more effective Trimaz is going to be in the match. And that really is the key to victory. But right now, just complete chaos. Both healers trying to deal with it. Lontar in Angel form, and so is Relza. They should both be completely fine.
And Ray of Hope, man. Every button in this dude's spellbook has been used. No wall available. I just feel like Trim is doing what Flappers was doing, but a little bit better, because Flappers couldn't get a clone off against this team. He was always getting CC'd. He was always getting caught out of form. But this Fury Warrior is pumping the same sort of damage, maybe a little bit even more, and there's nothing to cast. It's just pure damage. And Tessia doing a good job kiting Fuston, as I say that, getting caught into a stun, dipping down to half health here. Tessia's doing such a great job looking for the plays, looking for the openings where this consistent pressure is going to be just too much for Relza to deal, or I'm sorry, for Lontar to deal with. And Tessia, he's looking to get a stun. Is he going to get it with this Snowdrift? He's trying to just get fusion off of him, but Trim's not able to connect just yet. Can he get the Polymorph onto Relza? No, he has to deal with the Holy Word. That's a big deal. He gets the Holy Word off, but now he has to deal with Fade. He has to deal with Death. He has to get in his mind. But Tessia dipping super, super low on top of all that, still kiting this Demon Hunter. They're swapping the damage over out on the Fury Warrior, trying to punish this over-aggression. Tessia did dip down to half. DOBOB, everyone is just getting chewed out.
Yeah, that was a big ice wall play there from Tessia, but not able to find the cross crowd control. They're just doing so much damage, but look at Trimaz now, finally getting some good uptime here onto Zipai. He's got his cooldowns popped. The Avatar is in. He's doing a lot of pressure here onto the Ellie Shaman. Blade Storm coming out as well. If he can just sit onto Zipai here, it's going to be a lot of pressure. Nice life grip coming out from Lontar to deny the situation. Frozen Orb, though, is going to pin Zipai down. He knocks Trimaz back, but Trimaz reconnecting again. Zipai is going to gust of wind away from Trimaz. They imprison Trimaz as well to try to slow him down, and they're just not letting him connect here with his stacks. And another stun here onto Trimaz as well. A bit of a swap, actually. Zipai doing decent pressure here, pressuring the Warrior away from himself there. And Rage Region is going to activate. Tessia fake has the kick, goes in for the Snowdrift. Lontar ducks into Angel form to dodge the Snowdrift play. Beautifully done there, but the Guardian is up. A lot of damage onto Zipai. It seems unhealable. Even with the Guardian, the Ray of Hope is going to come out as well, but he might just die through it. Full ship connects here onto Lontar, but the Ray of Hope is good, and it is going to be enough healing to keep Zipai topped.
Oh my gosh, I just feel like the cooldowns are coming off and immediately being used. Zipai still not out of the water just yet, getting chunked down. There's another cooldown, rotating back. But if they can keep this up, maybe mana could be in their favor. Lontar have it quite a bit more than Relza, but they need to make sure that there's no gaps in this defensive rotation. And I feel like Tessia is the type of player that's going to kind of force that. He's doing a good job keeping Fuston off him. There's a big swap over onto Trimaz, and as we get deeper into damping, this Fury Warrior sustain is going to become worse and worse, and these swaps are going to become more and more potent. And look how far they're peeling this Warrior all the way out there. Great stops over onto Thessia. He can't get the follow-up. The Polymorph does land. He gets out of it. I believe it actually breaks to damage because Lone Tower was actually in an offensive position, and that's the second ice block. Sorry, the first ice block of the game, but Trimaz still taking so much pressure, and that's a lot of mana that needs to be spent by Relza to keep him aggressive.
Yeah, if Trimaz can just keep his uptime up, Zeepai has got no cooldowns right now. They do have the Guardian Angel, but after that, Zeepai is going to be very exposed here. I think they're going to have to use it. There's the Guardian coming out now for Lontar. Now, there's going to be about a 30-second window where if Trimaz gets enough uptime, they could just take Zeepai down, but at the same time, Thessia on hypothermia right now gets the Guardian from Relza. Symbols of hope coming out here. Both of these priests doing what they can to keep them alive, and this is a scary moment. Zeepai's got nothing. No cooldowns away here from Trimaz. Trimaz is digging deep right now with the Fury Warrior pressure. They root Trimaz, but he's going to fear Zeepai just to connect with the Avatar, with the Recklessness. Beautiful Ice Wall. Oh my god, the Ray of Hope right before the Ice Wall goes off. The Void Shift into the Ray of Hope right there because he doesn't have enough healing to keep Zeepai top. The Ray is going to trigger. It's going to be positive. It's 80%. They go for the Mind Control onto Houston here, just giving Trimaz as much uptime as possible. There's still 20 seconds left before Zeepai has anything in Angel form. They're trying to power through. They're trying to keep Zeepai alive. The Dragon's Breath comes through.
Oh my
Big
god.
damn. And that is going to be DOBOB and Trimaz coming off the bench, and we got a series on our hands. DOBOB is going to take game number 3.
Oh my goodness gracious, that was incredible. The Fury Warrior pick paying dividends for DOBOB, and they say, yeah, we got a couple tricks up our sleeves. We might have a Demon Hunter, we got a Fury Warrior. And Fury Warriors, I got to take my hat off and give credit where credit's due. Elliot mentioned that Fury Warriors could be an answer here. He was just thinking in his head, if they can figure out a way to be able to punch through Zeepai's defensives, they might be able to get a win here. And this was such a close game. What a great heads-up call by him. But even the Angel coming out from Relza, if Lontar and their team were able to hang on just a little bit longer, they might have been able to find a win condition, and this was Hook Point. Hook Point's going to be one of those maps where kiting around is a little bit harder. So if Zeepai brings this someplace different, if we go to a larger map perhaps, maybe this same matchup might go a different way.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I noticed in this matchup. If Trimaz gets uptime, just by having enough uptime, you're going to have to use a CD. So it's like Trimaz gets uptime, Zeepai walls. Then Trimaz gets uptime, maybe you Guardian Angel. Then he gets uptime, you trade out the Burrow. And then, you keep rotating like that. But when you get deeper into dampening, it just becomes so difficult, those moments where you don't have an answer. At that point, like, you saw it there at the end as well. Trimaz just fearing Zeepai just to even just get on top of him again. He doesn't care about using it for, like, utility or for crowd control. He just wants uptime. He has Avatar, he knows right now I got you pinned. You have nothing. I have my cooldowns, I have my Avatar, I have my damage. I just need to sit on you for a little bit, and that's going to be it. They played it well. They played around the Fury Warrior well, but Trimaz coming off the bench, showing that he is an important piece of the DOBOB puzzle. But now we are going to Tiger's Peak, and this is telling me that we're going to see the same thing from CHIBAKU. The exact same thing I think they're going to play. So I think DOBOB should lock in the Fury Warrior yet again. I don't think CHIBAKU is going to swap comp. But what they like to do on this Tiger's Peak map, it is really disgusting. I've seen it before. The small pillars on the side, Zeepai just jumps down, and then he gusts of winds up to the platform. And then Houston, he's a Demon Hunter, so he just double jumps up the platform. But the Warrior, he can't do that, so he has to like get around it. So that's how they buy like a lot of time to kind of fill in those gaps where they don't have CDs.
That's nice. That's nice. It's hard to land the Gusta win for me. Maybe not for you, Z. I know you got the finesse. But me as like a melee player, I'm feeling for this Fury Warrior, okay? DOBOB, I absolutely agree. They need to lock that Fury Warrior back in. I mean, CHIBAKU has not shown us anything but this, Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman that they've found so much success with. So I think that, they might outmind games their own self right now. They might be just taking a breath, but watching Flappers in that very first game, or maybe it was actually his second game, it was on Ashamane's, where he was trying to constantly, punish and hurt Zeepai the best as he possibly can, but was constantly getting swapped to. All right, they are going to bring back the Feral Druid. Maybe they think that CHIBAKU has some sort of hard counter for the Fury Warrior? I don't know.
Somebody
I think...
play Mage on CHIBAKU? Because that would be the hard counter.
Let's take a quick gander. All right.
I think it's Crota on the bench, right?
Yeah. We got Croto, who has listed right now as a Death Knight. And then we have Windwalker DH for Fuston. We have Lontar, known for his R Shaman, opting the Holy Priest. Makes sense, but we even seen the Resto Druid out of this guy. And Zeepai has just Elemental Shaman listed. So I'm not sure. I hope DOBOB's not mind gaming themselves right here. I think I would have preferred to see the Demon Hunter, but I said it at the beginning of the series, and I'll say it again. I can't count Flappers out, ever. Not after that run.
100%.
Like, that guy makes stuff happen, and he has, basically I'd say bravery to be like in the face of players like this, staying in cat form and pushing that damage. It's really hard to be able to make those judgment calls on when you should be aggressive and when you shouldn't be, especially when everyone is tapped. Sometimes you just need to just put your foot down and continue to push through. And I think that that's kind of the playstyle that it needs to happen to punch through a team like this, CHIBAKU. So Flappers, if any Feral could do it, it's him.
Yeah,
stop
100%.
showing me how wrong I am, production. Dang, man.
I mean, you could still be right, though. You could still be
overall,
right.
Yeah, it's true.
You can't get the perfect anymore, but you could still be right. So this is still a close series. The FMP games have also been close as well. So they could definitely win with the FMP, but I feel like I kind of wanted DOBOB to go with the, okay, you know what? Everyone is just on the side of DOBOB. No one thinks CHIBAKU can win this. No, but I do feel like I would have liked to see them just say, you know what, if you have a counter for this, show it. But maybe they already know that they have a counter for it, so I don't know. Either way, we're going to see Flappers here. Game number 4 right now in the grand finals, DOBOB versus CHIBAKU Tensei. This is, of course, a best of 7, so this is not match point for CHIBAKU. And we're going to see already some aggression coming out here onto Tessia. Tessia looking to build some ice walls. Lontar actually getting kind of aggressive here in the opener, but he is going to duck into Angel form. Both priests are going to just spam out the heals, and that is going to be... Actually, they have an opening right now for ice wall. Lontar just master spell the clone, so he doesn't have master spell now for the ice wall.
Huge, dude. Zeepai used that wall and still has to burrow, bro. This is actually a really good opener for this FMP. Still lots of defensive cooldowns to rotate through on the side of Relza as well. And it looks like this team's going to continue to stay aggressive onto Zeepai. Maybe the reason why they went onto Flappers is because the exact thing that you talked about, Z. Maybe they're like, yeah, you can Gust of Wind back up. I'll Feral charge you, dog. I'm right on your butt. Flappers is, has so much mobility. He misses his Gust of Wind. It's not just me. It's also, the gods of the arena can make mistakes. They are mortal too. But Flappers, he was right on his tail regardless. Bash onto Zeepai. Lots of damage to follow it up. Lontar caught into that Cyclone. If the Ice Law lands, that could just be it for Zeepai. He's got nothing left. He's got no wall. He's got no burrow. But it looks like he's going to be completely fine. Thessia is the one who's trying to slow things down with the polys, the cyclones, and the fusion. Nice cross CC coming out from this FMP, but Flappers caught into a little fear himself. Relza going to go ahead and use that Holy Ward. It gets chewed off immediately. Thessia caught into that imprisonment as well. CHIBAKU know that the momentum's out on their side, and they're slowing this team down. Big damage going out onto Thessia, but Flappers, his onslaught has not stopped onto Zeepai, and there you go. Zeepai gets back up, and Flappers can't reconnect. Huge kiting.
Yeah, that's going to do a lot of work there for Zeepai, and Flappers is just hitting him from down below. He gets a stun here onto Lontar. They can't get the polymorph though. Just looking for it. He gets instantly interrupted there by Fuston. Very key interrupts. Nice lightning lasso as well here onto Flappers. You get a fear as well, and the Ring of Frost gets dropped here by Lontar. He could walk in and def that. Oh my god, what happened there? He actually still gets the full polymorph and the ring onto Zeepai. They fear up Lontar as well. This could be big. Zeepai, what are you going to do? He's got no defense. He's caught up in a full stun. So Lontar does have answers though. He should be able to keep him alive here. darkness is going to drop. They don't want to use that void shift, so they rather use that darkness. It's not as reliable of a cooldown, so Houston's going to save the day. They're in angel form. Zeepai looking for the damage here back onto Tessia. Now they need to get pressure onto the mage. Ice wall being casted, but Lontar should have a master spell for it. Now here's the stun onto Lontar, but look at that hex onto Tessia, shutting him down. Grounding totem coming out as well, and once again Zeepai shuts down the setup completely right there, but Tessia's still fishing for the polymorphs. He's still fishing for the ice wall. He's looking for the ring of frost. Can he get it? Lontar actually walks into the ring of frost and depths there to DR himself, so Lontar making some heads up plays there, and now if he can pick Zeepai up, that's going to look good for CHIBAKU.
I think that Flappers and Thessia has the damage to punch and take the win onto Zeepai, but at the same time, Thessia is taking huge amounts of pressure in order to stay in this phase. This is a really back and forth game. There's the wall onto Lontar. Zeepai goes ahead and gusts of wind back into line of sight onto Lontar, but they're just getting through these defensive cooldowns so fast. Guardian Spirit finally down again. Wall for Zeepai is back available to them. Let's see if he's going to need to use it. He does. Huge damage. Thessia is going to have to ice block, taking huge pressure. Zeepai almost went down and had to burrow on top of his wall throughout that. Lontar, no Guardian Spirit left, just the Void Storm. Fusion caught into cross CC. If Thessia can get the follow-up onto Lontar, this could be huge, but he gets stopped. Lontar not in any CC just yet, and he finally gets the polymorph. Everyone CC. This could be it for Zeepai, and he knows it. Flappers, though, he's getting peeled by Houston with that stun. Maim stun into another polymorph onto Lontar. Zeepai not out of the water just yet, but finally the DRs are up on Lontar, so he should be able to stabilize his team. And now Flappers is forced defensive into bear form for only a moment. Hymn of Hope in the background for Relza, trying to preemptively capture some of that mana to keep his team in the game. They're fairly close, but still edging out the mana lead for Lontar.
Yeah, and Zeepai again drops the grounding totem before the setup, but this is it. This could just be it. Zeepai's just dead. Huge setup, huge bites, and DOBOB strike back in a big way. That was an absolutely beautiful setup coming in from DOBOB. Lontar had no trinket for a couple of seconds, and Zeepai made a rare mistake. I was thinking about it during your portion of the cast there. He used his stone form to remove the bleeds of Flappers, but that puts your trinket on a 30-second cooldown.
Huge.
And you can see it right here. He just popped his stone form. You can see the buff just faded right there. And at this point, it kind of gives them that small 10-second window where they could actually just take Zeepai down. And here he drops the grounding totem to stop the setup. And then he tries to gust of wind.
Dude,
But,
he was
yeah,
in a maim when Guardian had a second up, and then Thessia landed that poly. He could have totally... So, if you don't know, Holy Priest can actually use Guardian Spirit while stunned. So check how freaking close this is, man. Double DB into the maim stun. Look at that Guardian Spirit. Oh my gosh, dude. Unbelievably close. Unbelievably close. Even if it procced, he had the Void swap out. You know, but he even had Angel up at the very end there. So much to rotate through. There's such a small window, and even Flappers, like a millisecond before this go, he was in bear form. He was defensive. You know, both of these teams are just so potent at what they do.
Yeah, it's just when you give DOBOB even the tiniest window to secure a kill, they will capitalize it, even if it's a 1-second window like that. So that's unfortunate. Zeepai had the stone bulwark totem, but he wanted to gust of wind to, I think, stall for his trinket cooldown right there. But he tried to ground the sheep first, but then they just extended the chain with the DB into a stun. So he didn't have enough time to just win it or to just stop it with a grounding totem. But yeah, if he got that stone bulwark totem, maybe he could have lived still. But Flappers, man, like look at this guy's bites. Like what's going on with this guy? He's just fighting 5 times in 2 seconds and
he's
taking
hungry,
him down. I mean, Tessia, look at the damage contributed. 11.2 mil Flappers. Tessia, 75k. Okay.
Yeah. And then like that's exactly why you see this Pharaoh Druid behind his enemy pillar, because he could do stuff like this. You know what I mean? If he's got enough rips out there, if he's got enough procs that 4-set procking those free ferocious bites, they do big damn, man. Huge damn. So you're getting the spread pressure out that the priest has to deal with on top of the huge burst pressure. And Flappers is one of those players that has always been so good at getting all that spread pressure. And with this current set bonus, he's being rewarded for it.
Yeah. Flappers... I don't know what it is about Flappers, but I just feel like he just does so much more damage than everybody else. I don't know if it's just like his playstyle.
He's stronger when he pushes his buttons down. It's just like
he just yells higher. He gets noise complaints from his neighbors because he's just immersed. He thinks he's like a druid, like a bear roaring out in the jungle. But yeah, whatever he's doing, it's working. So DOBOB tying us up now, 2-2 apiece. We're going to Game 5 in Tolvaron Arena, and they're going to lock in the FMP again. CHIBAKU Tensei, what are you going to respond with? I feel like they should lock in the exact same thing.
Yeah.
I think I don't change anything. I feel like it came down to such a small window. It came down to small individual things. Don't change anything. Just go with the exact same matchup. I think if anything is going to change in this matchup, it should just be maybe Lontar's healer pick. Like if they want to, like if they're just losing super hard with the Holy Priest and they want to try something else, they could go with the Lontar Resto Druid. Yeah. I don't think you take Zeepai out, and I don't think you change what Fuston is doing. Because what is Fuston going to play? Windwalker? That's not going to do as much work in this matchup. You know, Demon Hunter is actually really good at sticking to mages and shutting down a lot of the things that the mage can do. You can survive a lot of the stuns. You have reverse magic, darkness. You have a lot of tools. So
I feel like it's harder for
any of the DPS swap.
You would know better than me, but you know, a restoration druid who's able to switch forms, it's harder to get a polymorph. I know you got Holy Word, you got Death, you got Greater Fade to deal with, but being able to have that consistent, you know, bear form, you know, for preemptively for goes, you got the Giga Tree, as we like to refer to it, to prevent any like incoming CC. I personally still feel like the Holy Priest might have the edge. I mean, mana's not a problem. I usually would think like Resto Druids, that's like one of the advantages that they have, that they can take the game a little bit more of a distance. And when you have those hots up, it can kind of almost work as like a damage reduction, right? You get caught into CC and those hots can kind of save you just a little bit, a couple of globals before you need to, you know, eventually trinket. Maybe you can get away with some greedier plays. But the Holy Priest so far has worked so well for Lontar. I think that it's completely fair to stick to your guns here. This matchup has been absolutely so very close. I would not think that we'd see the FMP come back out after such a decisive first win. I think first, even second win, to be honest with you. It just felt like they couldn't catch any momentum, but I don't know. I think Flappers went and ate some Wheaties, man, because the damage on Zeepai just seems like unhealable almost. Like the defensive cooldowns can't come off fast enough.
Yeah, they can't come back fast enough. And we'll see if CHIBAKU can come back in this series, because right now DOBOB is picking up a lot of steam. Let's see what they do here in the opener. Tessia is going to be the target of choice. Looking for the Ring of Frost. He actually gets a Hex onto Relza there on the side of Zeepai, but it does get decushed from Flappers. And Relza, oh my god, he's got a lot of work to do here. Tessia almost just gets banged in the opener like we saw in game number 1. Lontar actually, looks like he walked into a Blizzard there, and the Blizzard broke the sheep. So good positioning from Lontar, and they're going to use these big pillars here against DOBOB, but I kind of don't like that they're all kind of clumped up right now. I feel like that is when DOBOB is thriving, when Flappers can just stay on top of two. Oh my god, that ice wall. Did Lontar actually get around it? Yeah, it looks like he did. So beautifully done right there. It was actually really nice attempt from Tessia. If he separated them right there with just a millimeter between them, that would have been a sick play, but it looks like Zeepai is going to recover.
Looks like it. That was such a close call, man. Like if Tessia just nearly just fell over, and it's happened already before. It's got to be so scary to hold on to that. But if you trade your defensive cooldowns incorrectly, that could just be the win condition in a matchup this close. So fantastic job by Tessia to continuously, you know, trust in his healer, but cross CC like crazy. Flappers is basically alone right now. Maim stun goes out onto Lontar. If this can get followed up by Tessia, maybe this could be some scary moments for Zeepai, but no, Tessia is dealing with Fuston in the backline there. Lots of pressure, but also lots of interrupts and stuns as well, and Lontar is just avoiding a lot of CC so far. Tessia needs to get in there and get that CC. Flappers is doing the damage that he needs to do, but Zeepai and Fuston are also doing a huge amount of damage. Rel's positioning is so aggressive aggressive. Look at him spam these smites out, trying to help his team out, trying to get the chastise stun back off of cooldown. Zeepai in the middle of the map. Thessia, can you get the CC that you need? Houston is just locking this mage down, man. He's just going back and forth between these two wizards. And then Flapper's caught into a stun as well. Finally, Thessia gets it in, and he immediately gets feared. Guardian Spirit from Relza, keeping his mage aggressive, but a fear from Fusion, and in cap onto Thessia. His team is stopping any momentum DOBOB's trying to garner for themselves.
It looks so annoying to beat Tessia right now. If you pay attention to Zeepai's positioning, obviously right now they have the Angels popped, so he's going to stay in his line of sight, but you're going to see it in a little bit. Zeepai's just trying to line of sight Tessia as much as possible while just hitting Flappers. Oh my god, a nice ice wall, but look at Zeepai just going to go around the corner here with the burrow, fitting it out nice and early, still holding onto his trinket, and he's going to try to get some counter pressure onto Tessia. The Comet Storm comes out. He's going to trade out the Stone Bulwark Totem here as well, but it's overlapped with the Guardian, so good pressure actually coming out from DOBOB. I feel like DOBOB right now, they're starting to pull ahead in the matchup. Beautifully done with the Cyclone there from Flappers. Zeepai could be in huge trouble. He might just go down right now. Lightning Lasso comes out. That's going to be the Void Shift connecting there from Lontar, and that was a crazy play. Once again, they just find these Cyclones. They find these opportunities, and Tessia almost gets absolutely destroyed right there, and they managed to force an ice block at least from Tessia, but now they're going to reposition to the other side of the map here and try to buy a little bit of distance, because I feel like Tessia right now, he's getting exactly what he wants. He's getting the CCs, he's getting the damage off, and I think a couple of more setups like this, and it's looking good for DOBOB.
Dude, that was sick. He typhooned Lontar into the middle of the map. He's like, Thessia, you can't get there. Here, I'll give you your priest on a platter. Just like, he just pushes him back into the middle of the map, but Lontar was able to avoid that CC, but now he gets caught into a full Cyclone. Maim stun on to Zeepai. That's the wall. Into the double fear to follow it up. Thessia's looking for a Snowdrift stun. He gets it. Can they punch through? Flappers is reconnecting. He's looking for a clone. He's juking. He gets defensively lassoed. It gets counterspelled. Another big push like that. Guardian Spirit back off cooldown for Lontar to rotate through, but it just seems like he's using this on cooldown. Thessia, can you get in there? Can you get aggressive? He's doing a good job dealing with the fusion, the fused in onslaught, but he doesn't dare push in too far. He's letting his kitty cat capture that momentum. Lontar sees that they're finally pushing in. Relza in an offensive position. The cross CC happens. He's going to use that Angel, but the Maim stun, there's the darkness. They're rotating like crazy, but will it be enough? Incarnation is still active. Guardian Spirit committed now from Lontar. Bash to follow it up. They could go right through it if they have any CC to follow it up. Now Relza coming out of his Angel of his own. Incarnation still doing work onto Zeepai's health bar with that polymorph landing, but huge Serenity procs are going to keep Zeepai healthy for now, but he just gets chunked right back down. Thessia, though, he's got to be a little spooked. He went down without ice blocking to huge pressure to this exact same composition, so whenever he's dipping down to low health like that, you know he's looking at that ice block at any given moment.
Yeah, and right now there's a window where Zeepai has no cooldowns left. They might just win the game right here. Full polymorph connect. Big damage onto Zeepai to get the full Cyclone to chain it as well. Zeepai running for the hills. They connect the Frozen Orb on the other side, and that is going to be it. DOBOB is just showing dominance right now, up 3-2 in the series, taking down Zeepai, and this map, it didn't work out for them. They got to do exactly what they wanted on the side of DOBOB. They continue to find these setups. They continue to force the cooldowns, and they never let go of the pressure on Zeepai. And eventually he's going to run out of cooldowns. He's going to run out of steam. And if they connect the setup at that moment, it's just over. So you can see it here on the left side of the screen, right? Zeepai, he's just used his stone form again. He had no trinket when he used it, and he had nothing left here at this point. And the sheep connects into the full Cyclone, and at that point, you have 2 seconds left on the Astral Shift. So you just needed to buy a little bit more time. And actually, if we're nitpicking really hard, it comes down to the previous setup where Fuston dropped Darkness, and Lontar also used his Guardian.
Yeah.
He needed to hold the Darkness there or hold the Angel, but they overlapped that, and that gave them this window. But if the game continues to play like this, even if they don't overlap there, they've already forced multiple 5-minute cooldowns at that point. So it's like, right. It's not looking great the way the game is going. I feel like the big reason for that is just the offense. It doesn't seem like they have that same kind of offense onto DOBOB and Tessia, and he just gets to play on top of them and get to do whatever he wants and land these setups. And Lapper's doing a good job as well, like you highlighted, kind of enabling his team, landing multiple stuns and typhoons and things like that to allow his team to get those setups.
Yep. And it just doesn't seem like Chibaku is opting to try to punish Flappers over aggression. They're trying to get through those ice blocks, and whenever you kind of like make those swaps over onto the Feral Druid, that's just more time that TENSEI can rotate through his defensive cooldowns, and Relza can rotate through his defensive cooldowns to keep his team aggressive. And it looks like they're trying to, try to take advantage of that attrition style that they've shown us that they are capable of doing time and time again. And Lontar will bring out the Restoration Druid. Is this the key? Is this the answer to the FMP of DOBOB? Arguably, I'll be bold enough to say it. I think this is the best FMP in the game right now. I think that if there is the best FMP that can be pointed out, it's these guys. Relza's been playing Priest forever. Flappers and Relza have won tournament lands, cross-region tournament lands, playing with each other. Priest, Feral Druid, TENSEI, constantly in conversation for being one of the best, if not the best mages. No offense to you, Z. I mean, I know you're up there too, brother. Like.
None taken, bro. I'm just a classic Andy these days. TENSEI is the king, dude.
He's a legend, man. And I think that I feel like we're kind of witnessing history right here. Like DOBOB, they lost 2 games in a row to a composition that CHIBAKU was capable of taking down just about anyone with the same composition. They went all the way through the lower bracket with this one composition, and DOBOB has finally found an answer to it. And it's that type of flexibility, it's that type of versatility that makes a champion. And I think that we're witnessing a bit of AWC history right now with this composition of DOBOB. FMP, they're really strong right now, but in the hands of these players, it's just a whole nother level.
Yeah, no, you couldn't have said it better. DOBOB's FMP is just looking like you're watching a different composition almost at this point. So Lontar on the Druid, man, it is do or die here. DOBOB could take the entire thing 4-2, or CHIBAKU TENSEI could tie us up and take us to a Game 7. It is the European Grand Finals here, and already the game is kicking off. Zeepai is going to get locked there on the Stormkeeper, and already the Ice Wall connects. Big damage onto Zeepai, but it looks like Lontar is going to be able to move slowly in that Giga Tree around the wall there and get some hots rolling. They actually stun Lontar up, but they're actually swapping to Lontar, and that is one of the exposed liabilities of the Resto Druid. If you swap around on the hots, you could definitely get a lot of work done, but a good punch coming out here onto Flappers from DOBOB as well is going to force the Guardian of Relza now back onto Zeepai here for DOBOB.
Oh, Fusen actually opting to just train down this Feral Druid, maybe trying to punish the over-aggression and the kiting that Zeepai is able to do. Big damage does land out onto Zeepai. Flappers get stunned up on it. Lontar actually getting swapped to with a huge snowdrift. What the heck? Flappers went down, and it looks like going on the overextending cat is actually the play. That was huge,
I don't know,
dude.
I don't know what's going on, but we are going to game number 7. DOBOB and CHIBAKU TENSEI. They go the distance. There will be a new champion in Europe decided after this next game, but we have to see it on the replay. So I saw that they were swapping the Flappers. He was overextended behind the pillar again, and this time they were, like you mentioned in the cast, they were just kind of ignoring TENSEI a little bit more, just trying to interrupt him, trying to CC him, but allocating most of their damage to Flappers. And they got the Guardian right here. They had the Bark Skin already and his Trinket, and then here I think Zeepai got a Stormkeeper off, and they just zapped him behind this wall. But they get a stun, and there it is, Stormkeeper, and then they get a stun, and they go after Lontar, and he just gets absolutely blastified. That was insane amount of damage coming in.
Health swap available, survival instincts available. JK, we have you in a 2-second stun behind the pillar, man. But that's what needs to happen. That's what needs to happen. If you're bold enough to be in cat form, this pushed in, you gotta be able to punish that. You gotta be able to give the breathing room that you need. I like the swaps over on. I'm looking at the snowdrift on Lontar right now, forcing a Trinket Iron Bar. Yep. But apparently, I need to be looking at this cat because his health bar just dissolved in what feels like a split second. But I like this swap up. I feel like, Fusen, he's doing a good job being disruptive on the TENSEI, but TENSEI is so good at choosing when to be aggressive. He's not getting the polymorphs whenever there's an opportunity. He's not pushing in all the time. He's going when they have their damage. He's going when they have the CC. And so going onto this Feral Druid and stopping this onslaught of pressure onto Zeepai, I think it might be a winning strategy moving forward. It's hard to say definitively right there. That could have just been a single opening.
Yeah, 100%. And Flappers popped his renewal, right? Like, after he got out of that first stun, so we thought he was safe. But it didn't matter because Houston just came in with that half stun, that half fell eruption right there. So he couldn't activate his survival instinct, and he was just like a small step away from Relza's line of sight. So it was just a perfect moment, kind of like in the Tigers Peak game, where there was a perfect moment for DOBOB to win. So we are going the distance. We're going to Ruins of Lordaeron. Honestly, no matter what happens here, honestly, yeah, exactly. What a finals. No matter what happens here, no matter who wins, I'm just happy we got to see this. This has been such a great finals. It's been such a nice way to round out the EU Cup number 2 here. And we'll see who takes it. CHIBAKU is going to go with Lontar on the Resto Druid once again. DOBOB, what are they going to do? Are they going to bring in Trimaz? Are they going to go Rogue Mage? Are they going to go FMP? They have a lot of options. This is their map pick too. I think they're setting up for another FMP game, but man, anything can happen.
Fury Warrior will have a good time here, though. There's not a whole lot of places you can hide against the Fury Warrior here, but at the same time, we saw Flappers getting a lot of good cross CC and like key moments as well that just isn't available to a Fury Warrior. So, I mean, especially the way that he's using his fear as like gap closers. But we're gonna have to wait and see. I actually really did like that fear though on Hook Point. I think that like he knew his win condition and he knew the momentum that was in his favor. He's just like, send it, bro. But both teams, they're sticking with basically their bread and butter. But you know, I kind of almost like have been ribbing Chibaku's Sensei a little bit. I'm like, yeah, you know, it's the same comp over and over and over again. But that Resto Druid is a pretty big mix-up. That is a considerable difference to have to deal with. A bit more of the HOTS to have to go through. Giga Tree, you know, you have to deal with. Holy Priest's burst healing is nothing to shake a stick at. You know, it's ridiculous. It's really, really strong, especially when you have like these long CC chains. It's a big button to get out of that. Even in a deep dampening, you see these like, you know, Guardian Spirit Serenities are able to do a lot of work. But on Ruins of Lordaeron, and both of these teams just kind of like trading blow for blow, this is going to be an explosive final game of this tournament. EU Cup number 2 will be ended in the next round, no matter what happens. And I just hope that my prediction's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope my prediction is right, but honestly, no matter what, we are in for some epic World of Warcraft. And you said it really well. This next match is going to be an absolute bloodbath. It's going to be explosive. We're on Ruins of Lordaeron. Both teams are playing their mains. And we have seen TENSEI get absolutely blasted in the opener. We've seen Flappers get blasted in the opener. We've seen ZPi get absolutely blasted as well. And we've seen swaps onto Houston. In that last match, Lontar was also basically dead, right?
Yep.
There's a reason why Flappers was overextended. He was going to try to take down Lontar, and Lontar was on like 10% HP as well. So I feel like anybody is a target here. We could see anybody, maybe not Relza go down, but pretty much all the other 5 players on the map are very likely to get absolutely sent here. And it's going to be chaos. Both teams want it.
Relza could be
You think
swapped
Relza as well?
Dude, he's not even running Angelic Bulwark, I don't think. He's going for like the full like heals build. Like he's swappable, man. I would not put it by Houston or ZPi whatsoever, but Lontar getting aggressive, getting active. I love to see it, trying to get those stuns out for his team. But look at how just on top of everyone is in this map, Ruins of Lordaeron. Relza immediately going into that angel form, trying to keep Desi aggressive with his icy veins. Incarnation go on to ZPi. Can they get some defensive cooldowns that they desperately need, but they can't connect. Fusa doing such a good job slowing them down, but finally a stun goes out, a swap onto Lontar, gonna be forcing a bark skin. Is that gonna be enough? The snowdrift to follow it up on top of it all, and Lontar survives with just a few little buttons from the peels of his team. Now Flappers forced into bear form. Go ahead, Z, take it away.
That was a beautiful play right there, again by TENSEI. Lontar went in for a maim into a Cyclone, but TENSEI just polymorphed Lontar, reading the play ahead of time. And look at the follow-up fear. They get the follow-up CC. They get the follow-up Ice Wall. They want it on the side of DOBOB. So much pressure coming in from that one play. Again, TENSEI, you can tell this man really wants it here in game number 7, in the grand finals. Can he do it with the assistance of Flappers and Relza?
Nice roar clone slowing down this Frost Mage. This playmaker of a Frost Mage. Flapper's now going to respect its huge burst damage with that Bark Skin. Double Fear into a ring. Huge damage onto Zeepai. He has the wall. He'll commit it immediately. Even the cross CC going out onto Flappers to slow that down, but they're getting the buttons that they need. Swap goes over on the Lone Tar. He's going to Bark Skin it right away, and it just feels like anytime this team looks at a health bar, it's a defensive cooldown.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now they are running a little bit thin on defensive cooldowns, at least for Zeepai. He's already burned through the Burrow and the Astral Shift, so doesn't really have too much to work with. No Trinket as well. Lontar gets polymorphed once again, and that is going to be reverse magic coming out from Houston. And now Lontar is actually pushing in for a stun, but they swap to Lontar. He's got nothing. He's going to have to Trinket. Oh my god, they overlap it with the darkness. Terrible news. That was a beautiful fear onto Zeepai as well to make sure that the swap is covered. So everyone on DOBOB is just playing amazing right now, and they're going after Zeepai. Lontar actually immuning the Cyclone there from Flappers with the Giga Tree, and he manages to keep Zeepai alive in that exchange, but things are not looking good. They need to do something on the side of CHIBAKU Tensei to slow DOBOB down, because DOBOB are hungry for the win. Mass polymorph there from Tessia, not going to connect, but they go for the Dragon's Breath into a sheep. Zeepai shuts it down with the Grounding Totem, and the Hex there onto Tessia, buying a lot of time for his team. There's a DR Fear into a full stun onto Lontar. He's got no Trinket. Do they have the damage? Flappers is hungry. He's looking for the bites. They're not going to connect it, though. The Bark Skin is going to deflect the kill for now.
Off healing too, dude. Zeepai was spamming heals. You got to get that cross CC, and that's the type of plays that you can get. Ooh, nice wall, but it's going to get jumped over by Lone Tar. It's kicking back into Zeepai's line of sight. Wall coming up in just 2 short seconds. Chastise stun. Bash onto Lone Tar. Is there any follow-up CC? This could just be it for Zeepai. There isn't. It gets stopped. Stopped again. Fused and Zeepai doing a great job slowing down these goes from Tessia. Tessia is just desperately trying to get the momentum back in their favor, and I feel like CHIBAKU have fought their way back into this game. Flappers now at half health. Zeepai down at half health. Caught into a stun. Polymorph onto Lone Tar. Nothing to follow it up just yet. Fear onto Fusion. DB onto Lone Tar. Can they get the stun onto him as well? Looks like they're swapping onto him, actually. He has his Trinket available. Barkskin in 5 as well. Stormkeeper gets interrupted by Zeepai, but this is the Gatling. This is the big damage. Flappers is using his survival instincts. Cross CC Hex into Shears onto Tessia, slowing him down as well. Flappers is now on the back foot. He gets topped off. He's trying to get aggressive. Tessia desperately looking to get the polymorphs on the Fusion to get control of this game. Lone Tar has Trinket, Iron Bark available to him, as well as Barkskin if he needs to swap over to him. But Zeepai, he doesn't have wall, but he does have that one big defensive cooldown where he goes underground. I forgot the name of it. But it looks like Zeepai Burrow, and he has to use it. There it is. Speak of the devil.
Yeah. And he has to use it as his last line of defense, but that was a great push onto Flappers as well. They got the Guardian, they got the Bark Skin, and they got the Survival Instincts. Can they take Flappers down? They have a window right now where he's going to take a lot of damage. The Giga Tree coming out from Lontar. Flappers, I'm not feeling too safe for him right now. He is so low, but the red side doesn't want to cancel his Angel form and go for the Void Shift so much. There it is, finally. He's going to do it, but still a lot of pressure onto Flappers. Flappers, though, with the Survival, with the Renewal there, he's going to be able to recover. That was an excellent push, counterattack coming out from CHIBAKU Tensei, showing signs of life, but now Lontar caught up in a full Ring of Frost that is going to get reversed magicked, but still Zeepai had to trade out his Trinket. He had to trade out his Astral Shift. Zeepai with no cooldowns left. Flappers with no cooldowns left. Who is going to fall first? It's game 7. This is for all the marbles right now. Who is going to be crowned new king in Europe?
All right, Maim stun onto Zeepai. Lone Tar in a full Cyclone. Wall available. He does have the Iron Bark before this Cyclone. Is it going to be enough? This Resto Druid needs the raw throughput to keep his Elemental Shaman alive, and that's going to get harder and harder as we get deeper into dampening. This is the Apotheosis. This is the Guardian Spirit, and Flappers, his health bar is just ping-ponging, but he's got to stay aggressive. He has to continue to push. The stun goes out in the Lone Tar, into the Polymorph. Maim onto Zeepai. Nothing out of this. The Cross CC onto Fusion. This is the go. This is what they needed, but Lone Tar able to get a Nature Swiftness out. Big heal goes out onto Zeepai. Now Zeepai trying to switch it back around, over out onto Flappers. Cyclone lands from Lone Tar onto Relza. Flappers is still trying to get aggressive. He's bark skinning right here. Even the defensive polymorph on the kill target to slow things down, to keep Flappers alive just a little bit longer, to keep pushing through. Giga Tree going to be committed by Lone Tar. What a fantastic wild charge before that wall. Lone Tar has Thessia's number.
That was beautiful right there. That surely could have been the game, but right now, Flappers, what is he gonna do? He's got renewal. He instantly pops it as soon as he comes back off cooldown, but the pressure is unrelenting from CHIBAKU TENSEI. They still have more mana left in the back pocket. Lontar's cooldowns are rotating back up. Flappers still a long time left, but they're going after Zeepai. He's got Astral Shift ready. If he comes out of the stun, he's gonna surely have to pop it. And there it is, Astral Shift coming out. I think Zeepai should be able to survive that CC chain right now, but still, Relza in Angel forms, powering out the heals. That was a big damage being committed there with the power infusion. Flappers has Incarnation though. He's looking for somebody. Who's he gonna be? Is it gonna be Zeepai? Is it gonna be Lontar? Beautiful disorienting roar. Lontar repositions. They stun up Lontar. They're going after Zeepai. Zeepai could fall right here. He needs a Stone Bulwark. He's gonna do it. Stone Bulwark totem coming out. Big counter pressure onto Flappers to try to CC him. The Guardian Angel might just proc right now onto Flappers. It's gonna proc, and Flappers is so low, but he continues to stay aggressive here in potentially the final seconds of the game.
Full triple fear, Polymorph on Fusion, Polymorph swap to Lontar. Burrow gonna be committed by Zeepai. He survives another day. There's nothing left in the tank for DOBOB, man. No Guardian Spirit, no Survival Instincts, no Barkskin, and at 36% dampening, this surely can just easily be the game. Apotheosis gets a couple Serenity stacks up, but Flapper's still not caught, not getting healed, not enough. Can Relza keep his team alive as they push deeper into dampening? Stun, Polymorph on Fusion, DOBOB just trying to find some momentum, desperately trying to get in there, and Lontar is not letting him with the Giga Tree form. Immune to CC throughout this tree form. Zeepai still taking a brunt of the pressure, but Flappers can't get in there, man. He wants to get the bites off, but he just simply can't. Darkness is just immediately traded. They know they have the momentum in their favor. This is Game 7 of the finals of EU Tournament number 2, and Flappers needs to survive to keep his team alive. Guardian Spirit up in just 1 second. Is the Barkskin enough to keep him alive? Wall and Barkskin just immediately just thrown out by CHIBAKU Sensei trying to stay alive. They're going blow for blow here at 41% dampening. Guardian Spirit at a sliver of health onto Flappers. He's stuck in bear form. He wants to get aggressive. Even Lontar pushing in to try to get the CC. Rel's a symbol of hoping, desperately trying to get the mana back while his Feral Druid has no health. Zeepai teeing off. Relza trying to heal. The hunt connects. Relza in angel form. Huge heal. Flappers is continuing to be in the game. Can they swap the damage over out onto Zeepai? He has no wall available. The half fear lands. Full polymorph onto Zeepai's big offensive cooldowns. They're switching the damage onto Fuse.
No way!
The wall following it up. The double stun. Can they get through? And they don't. Fusion was able to survive that, and surely Flappers has got to go down here any moment. Relza, the miracle worker, is keeping his team alive, imprisoned on low health. Oh my god, this is unreal, Z.
They are playing out of their minds, but it's not going to be enough. Flappers is going to go down at 47% dampening after playing their hearts out on both sides. CHIBAKU TENSEI is going to be Europe Cup 2 champions. What an insane performance from both sides. What a back and forth game. This was honestly my favorite game of the weekend. This was so good. Incredible. Even to the last moment when Flappers is just running around towards like the starting area and he's basically dead. Relza just finds something in his back pocket to keep him alive and to give them this opportunity to try to take Houston down. It was looking so close, but he gets the nether walk off and he survives it. And at this point, there is just nothing they can do. Relza played an absolutely amazing game, and CHIBAKU TENSEI, it's the Resto Druid pick that came out here from Lontar. I don't know, someone called it, and it paid dividends for them, as well as the strategy adaptation.
Wasn't it you?
I'm not going to comment on that, but the strategy adaptation of going after Flappers as well was really top notch as well.
Dude, Lontar played this series phenomenally. I mean, we saw the juke on kick through a wall. Yeah, because like, who has that presence of mind? Who has that ability to be able to like anticipate stuff like that on Lontar? And we talked about how Lontar's main was actually, he's well known for the Restoration Shaman. So this dude, in my mind, is flexing to 2 ults and playing this high a level. Maybe this dude just has 3 mains. Well-earned win by CHIBAKU TENSEI. They are EU Cup number 2 champions. A team that didn't have the most amount of points. They weren't even in contention for top 3. Have taken it all, have gone through the lower bracket, a Cinderella story, and have made it all the way to take down the legendary DOBOB. Wow. That's gotta feel good. I wish I could be in those comms right now.
It's got to be a bit of redemption as well for Lontar, man. Lontar, you know, he was on Echo. They won the cross-region tournament. Things were going good. And Mac came back to the game, and he's kind of had to find a new roster, kind of had to find his footing again. Same thing for Zipai. Zipai was kind of out of the scene for a little bit there. He took a little bit of a break, came back with Phoenix Reborn, wasn't able to find the success that we typically see. And CHIBAKU TENSEI losing Mercy as well to Echo. And now finally these guys, they come together and they get to prove what they can do, and they take everybody down. No one can say that they didn't deserve it as well, because they had to go through the ringer. They had to go through every single team down in that lower bracket, battling from the brink of defeat in a lot of these series. They already lost one game in the open bracket, and they had to fight their way back into the finals to eventually beat DOBOB in Game 7.
We can kind of see the journey that they've taken. This doesn't even cover everything. Like these guys have said, they dropped down there in the offline games on Wednesday, but you can see them down there in that lower bracket fighting ILTU, Forged RMP, Locked In, Overload, and then finally DOBOB. So David, I mean, you said it very eloquently. This is definitely a Cinderella story. We're working on an interview with these guys. Hopefully we can talk to them, but I would love to pick their brains. I mean, you know, they're playing a comp also that you don't really see, that they've certainly sort of, branded themselves as. Is this a comp that can take them all the way to the grand finals at the end of May, D-Machine? I mean, I feel like this team has kind of done the impossible.
I think this composition is really well-rounded because the shortcomings of every specialization is kind of covered by their teammates, right? You have the Demon Hunter, which we saw can just get lit up in those stuns. We saw that they constantly, can maybe get punished for their overextension being a melee spec, but then you have a player like Zipai on the Elemental Shaman who's just going to do absolutely everything in his power, whether it's an off heal, a hex, a shear, or even just like those root totems to kind of like keep that Demon Hunter alive on those super potent swaps. And then you have Lontar, very skilled player, who's even, juking the likes of some of the best mages in the world to keep his team aggressive. And there's something to note. A lot of people kind of like joke on dampeners, right? They kind of rib dampeners. But when it comes to there's something about dampening compositions or attrition compositions that I want to point out. If you play long games every single game and try to bring the game out and then you lose, it's so hard, man. It's so demoralizing. You really got to be someone who's committed, someone who really believes in the team that you're building in order to get really well versed and really well equipped like this team is. And I think they've proven today that they are one of the best and they should be considered a top contender moving forward.
It is a mental game for sure. Those long dampening games for sure. I wanted to say I would love to see the standings, because if my calculations are correct,
okay.
We were joking about it on Friday that Echo might be in the gauntlet. But if my calculations are correct, I think that might be a reality here. Look at this. Look what's going on here.
Oh my goodness. What
we have
is
ourselves
going
a new top
on?
3. Let's go.
We do. Overload in first, DOBOB in second, CHIBAKU TENSEI third, Echo now getting knocked down to fourth. And they've only got one more cup to get their way back up, but that is gonna be difficult just based on the level of competition that we're seeing from these top 3 teams currently. This is the first time I feel like in a while that Echo really has this many teams, D-Machine, that are at the level of competition that they are.
Yeah, I mean, and look just below Echo, which seems insane to see them on 4th place. Forged RMP are no joke. Locked In came out of nowhere and eliminated Echo, and then went on to take a game off of the current winners of this tournament as well. A composition that seemed like unbeatable. Everyone here, including Streamer Zone and Ski Instructors, we've seen magic from those teams, and I guess I can't count Corky out. Super Tees won't let me because he is a boomkin after all. But for real, every single one of these teams has the potential to go the distance, and we saw it here. There's so many shakeups in this tournament, as well as North America. It's just been an incredible cup to cast. I feel blessed to even be able to observe the games that we've witnessed in this cup.
I couldn't agree with that more. But to your point about Corky, this is the team that came second last year. Like ITU is,
like what?
you know, they are
yeah.
down there, and Streamer Zone as well. This is one of the most consistent rosters that we've seen in Europe. They're down there in 7th. Like it really is just anyone's game right now. And with only 3 cups, they're gonna have to really make a deep run. Like there's so many teams right now who they really need like a grand finals level performance to set themselves up for what's coming later on. So it's crazy how competitive it's gotten here in EU. And yeah, we can see it here. The top 3 teams will guarantee themselves a spot in the grand finals. The 4th team will be the gauntlet final boss. And then everyone else is going to have to play in the gauntlet all the way to top 8. So if you are on the kind of bottom side of that, you want to secure your place at least in the top 8. But if you're a team like Streamer Zone, you don't want to be in the top 8. You want to be in the top 3. Like that's where you're usually hanging out, you know, at least in that 4th place as the final boss. But it's not looking like that. Like right now, if you're Streamer Zone, you have a bad performance next week, you might not even be in the gauntlet. You might not even be in the finals, right? So
Huge.
they really have to get it together. And I think a lot of teams are feeling that way.
And the seeding is so important, Aya. It's like crazy. Like, sure, qualification top 3, but you need to also have a really good seeding if you want a chance to get that one qualification spot through a single tournament bracket. That's spooky.
It's almost like scarier, I feel like, to be in the gauntlet than it is to try and make it into the top 3. At least with, you know, getting into the top 3 for the grand finals, there's 3 spots. If you're in the gauntlet, there's 1 spot. There's 1 chance, especially like the lower down you're starting. We haven't really talked about the format of how the gauntlet is going to work, but it's kind of like a staircase. You start at the bottom, depending on your seeding. You play 1 match. If you win that, you keep going. You gotta kind of climb your way up the stairs, and if you make it from all the way to the bottom, exactly, which we've yet to see anybody do in the gauntlet, start from the bottom and make it out alive.
No,
that's
we
like
we did last season.
I thought they made it almost all the way. They started off on the second to last.
They started at the bottom, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay, then I'm wrong.
I mean, not everyone can beat CHIBAKU Sensei, you know what I mean? Like, it is a tall order. But not only that, but like the teams that are potentially going to the gauntlet are like kaiju level teams. These teams are terrifyingly good. I mean, you were just saying it, Z, like Streamer Zone and all these like insane rosters being in like 7th, 8th place. I mean, on any given Sunday, man, that could easily be a loss. And then a cutthroat bracket like this, there's 0 room for mistakes.
There really is, which we've seen time and time again, especially here in the EU region. So yeah, here's a look at how that how this format for the gauntlet is going to work. So basically, round 1, you've got 2 teams there, and then with each subsequent round, there is a team that is waiting there based on the seeding of how the actual first 3 cups went. So it is no easy task to make it out of round 1 in the gauntlet. Only 1 team from each region will make it out of the gauntlet to make a total of a top 4 for both North America and a top 4 for Europe. So nobody wants to be there, and I think you can see that in the way that these guys are playing. It's desperate. It's full throttle, and it's only Cup 2. We've got a whole nother cup coming next weekend, and I'm just as excited for that, because I feel like, to quote Waz once again, Ven quoted him this morning, like, Europe is such an interesting region right now because you really don't know who's going to win, and I think that grand finals really proved it today, D-Machine.
Dude, I mean, my prediction was wrong.
I had a lot of predictions wrong today.
Dude, they played their hearts out, and you could see it. They left it all on the line. Yeah, appreciate it.
They did.
That's
Go ahead, sorry.
Dude, you were almost perfect, Aya. You were very close to being perfect.
I was really close. People were adding me in chat, like, congrats on the correct prediction again, like before they lost. But I was like, lose. But no, the predictions in particular were really hard today. Sorry, David.
This was a really value, actually, prediction, because I realized, I think, if I remember correctly, on the scoreboard, I was tied with Aya, and I was 1 point under D-Machine. So now I'm tied with D-Machine, I think. So I think this was a high value.
Okay, we're gonna take a gander.
I don't think that this is the old one. Yeah, so this is the old one. Yeah, so look, we were tied, Aya, and D-Machine, you were 1 ahead. So now
we're tied.
We should be tied, and I'm getting a little bit ahead of Aya, but we still have all of NA. True, there. This was a value, though. This was value for sure.
Certainly.
Thank you, Chibaku.
Yeah, well, you know, we like you said, we're going into North America, so we've got time to you know, hopefully catch up. Listen, we only need one of us to come and be, I don't know what it's at. Is this updated now, or is this old still?
This was the old one.
This is old. Okay,
Yeah.
I want to know where chat is at the end of once we get that updated. But speaking of North America, we will be moving into that next. We've got 4 teams over there as well, so we've got to crown the Cup number 2 champion for that region. Unfortunately, we will not be getting a interview with CHIBAKU TENSEI, so we're gonna move on. Definitely show those guys some love on social media though, because they had a tremendous day. Here is the lower bracket for North America: YPPM versus Ghostbusters, facing elimination down in the elimination bracket, and then in the upper bracket, it is Team Liquid versus Welcome to the Jung. We are going to head to a break. We are going to hop on over to North America. Congratulations once again to CHIBAKU TENSEI. We will be right back, and we're going to switch to North American games. See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We just wrapped up the European region, CHIBAKU TENSEI winning Cup number 2 in the second season of The War Within. We are now here in North America. We're starting off in the upper bracket. We can take a look at the bracket for NA. Just a quick recap of kind of everything that we will be seeing. There are 4 teams left, and the first series that we've got is Team Liquid versus Welcome to the Jung. And then Zico, we've got YPPM versus GUST Busters in the lower bracket facing elimination.
YPPM, they're actually a team that no one kind of expected to go this far. I actually had a chance to talk a little bit with Mr. Abrua after yesterday, and he was very happy with their performance. He said it's Garbage's last tourney. He's just very busy in real life. But they're super happy with their performance so far. They don't have ladder practice or any war games practice or anything like that. They're just YOLO sending it. And a large reason for their success has been Aiden on that sub-rogue. And we saw a little bit of sub-rogue from Calvish. We saw a little bit of sub-rogue, even in EU from Brunhilde. So I think that this is maybe a pick that is starting to pick up some steam. And then in the upper bracket, of course, we have the Titans, Liquid, and Welcome to the Jung going up head-to-head.
You certainly do. Before we get into that series, let's talk about the standings for North America. Same thing happening over here. These teams are trying to get into that top 3, or if they don't make it into the top 3, the next 5 teams then will get sent to the Gauntlet.
Yeah, definitely not a spot you want to be, and this could maybe be a similar story for what we saw in Europe. Tiger Toads right on the edge. They're no longer here available to earn points, so Gustbusters, this is their opportunity. If they have a deep run in this tournament, and they can make it into, the finals, maybe win the finals, they will be overtaking Tiger Toes, which will be, obviously huge for them. But they have to go through YPPM first. It is a really close race. I mean, you look at one shot control at the feet, F tier, all of them tied for 8th at this point with 32 points. That third and final cup is going to be super important for a lot of these teams next week.
Yeah. Definitely going to be very, very important. Time is running out for these teams to get into the spot that they want, which is certainly going to be that top 3. So first up series we have here in the North American region is Team Liquid versus Welcome to the Jung. 2 powerhouses, 2 staples here in the North American region for AWC. 2 teams that have faced each other in the upper bracket time and time again. So that being said, Zico, what was your prediction on this series?
I'm starting to regret it now that I have a bit more data points from the EU side, but I have gone with Welcome to the Jung winning this one. But after hearing some of the comments made by Venruki and also seeing kind of how it played out with the Fury Warrior as well, I think that Liquid has a good answer to the LA Shaman. So I think a lot of it is going to come down to the blind pick. I think it could go either way, but I went with Welcome to the Jung. But the Windwalker on Liquid is going to be very scary as well for them to deal with if they decide to go with that Ellie Feral again.
Okay, Ven, what was your prediction?
Well, I feel like it's kind of a day where Rogue Mage isn't doing too great. Liquid, they played Rogue Mage last week. They looked incredible. Sam I Am on the Mage. He played really well with Trill as well as Sea-Doo. So their team is looking good. But this week, it's a little bit of a different story. And I'm kind of just going with that theme for my prediction. I'm going with Welcome to the Jung for this one.
Oh, no. Okay, good.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, thank God.
I have the same... What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean, Zico?
You don't want to have the same prediction as Super T. Statistically, that's not good.
Supa's just been cursed today.
You're right. This is... Hold on, production, can we just flip the numbers or something? No, yeah, Super T has been having a hard time. Usually I feel like he's really good at picking. I'm not sure... Thank you so much. Yeah, not sure what's going on with him, but... I don't know. I feel like Team Liquid, they've kind of been ramping up. Welcome to the Jung. Have also, though, so this was really hard. Either way, I think it's going to be a game number 5 series. Very, very competitive. These 2 teams, they want to stay in that top spot. They want to find themselves in the grand finals for North America. It's game number 1 here in the upper bracket. Loser drops down to the lower. Not the end of the world, but that is not a safe space to be by any means. It's Team Liquid versus Welcome to the Jung. Game number 1.
All right, here we go. So it's going to be Elemental Shaman Feral Priest versus the Rogue Mage Priest here. Let's see who comes out ahead. This weekend, the Elemental Shaman seems to be besting mages, but Tamayam on that mage, Trill on the Rogue. They are playing Outlaw once again also. Looks like Seed will get opened up on too. They're trying to just get a little bit of crowd control out. Samayam getting bursted down. The ascendance of the Shaman is quite powerful. So when Prev decides to pull the trigger, which is right now, his team is going to be doing a lot of damage. Samayam gets interrupted on Frost. Needs to be very careful. Still has the greater invisibility. Prev is just a cannon right now. Look at his damage, 1.5 million DPS, but that eventually will subside.
Yeah, and still, Samayam is not feeling too hot right now. Lightning Lasso coming through right there, but the Guardian is good here from Sea-Doo. And Sam looking to get aggressive, looking to get some crowd control, manages to find the full polymorph onto Jung. Prev, preemptive wall, actually had to trinket and use that wall right there. So Prev should be able to survive with that. Sea-Doo goes into angel form, channeling out the divine hymn here, and Jung actually is gonna be able to do the same here. Actually, he already did, so he doesn't have that cooldown available. Sea-Doo gets caught up in a stun. Samayam is taking so much damage. Nice ult time, but surely that's gonna be the ice block. No! Beautiful greed coming out there, but ooh, can he cyclone it? What? That grip on the smoke bomb was absolutely beautiful from Jung Bahai, and it's gonna be a survival angle here for Prev because of that play. So nice defense coming out from Welcome to the Jung. I would say in the blind pick, I like Welcome to the Jung's composition here because Trill is not on that Windwalker, and they managed to snipe another sheep onto Jung, but Prev could be in trouble here. He's got the burrow. He's going to activate it. He's trying to greet it as well. Can he hold it? Just the totem. Oh my god, Sam is getting blasted. Forced into the ice block, kind of losing out on that race. Drake looking for the Cyclones, and they managed to get Prev to survive that setup as well.
Yeah, Samayam coming out of the ice block a little bit early, trying to take down Prev. You get the trinket out of the way, so Zhang has no trinket, but at the same time, Samayam gets stunned. He is in danger. Sea-Doo has cooldowns to trade. He's in the backline. No real threat of crowd control just yet. We'll see what he decides to do. Preemptive burrow by Prev. Okay, so he's just going to trade that out early, try to avoid some damage here from Trill. I don't know how much I like that, but it seems like it's going to pay off. Won't have to use more. He didn't have the trinket. He didn't have the wall. So bit of a heads-up play. I like that from Prev. It ends up paying off in a huge way, and Liquid's setup gets completely denied.
Yeah, that was a double ring of frost too. Samayam is still in trouble here. He does have another ice block here. He shouldn't be on hypothermia anymore, so Samayam should be able to recover if things get really dicey. They're actually swapping their damage over onto Trill here a little bit as well. Samayam fake casting the interrupt, manages to get a huge heal there with the Guardian Angel from Sea-Doo, but still they're swapping to Trill. Huge damage here. Prev is just loading out so much lava burst, so much damage onto both members here on Team Liquid. Trill now going for the setup, going for the gouge into a stun there onto Jung. Can they get the DR sheep? No, they're actually swapping to Jung. Huge swap coming out here from Liquid. They proc the Guardian. They might just take him down. We've seen him do this time and time again. Jung manages to stay alive once again, though. That was an extremely close call. I think they actually proc the Guardian. Samayam should be able to survive here with the Ray of Hope right there. Looking for the ice wall. Nice grip there onto Prev. Doesn't want to leave him isolated. That was a great push by Team Liquid, and they proc the Guardian. That's going to be big trouble ahead here for Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, it is true, but I feel like Samayam, to do that kind of burst, he's going to need the Icy Veins, so I think Zhang might be able to survive. Maybe. We'll see, though. Big Meteor once again. Zhang, he gets out of the stun lock. I feel like he's going to be able to connect the heals and survive. Without that trinket available, though, still going to be susceptible to swaps. Drake and Prev getting low at the same time. Samayam's getting blasted. It's very back and forth. Sea-Doo trades out the Will of the Forsaken to keep Sam alive, but he is just taking an unreal amount of pressure. He gets kicked on Frost, shifting power, shimmer around the pillar. Sea-Doo keeps him alive with the Guardian Spirit, but a little bit of a close call there for Sam.
Yeah, and Drake's looking for some Cyclones, but he does get interrupted there by the Chastise. Prev now could be in trouble. He's got no defensive cooldowns. He's got the Burrow rotating up here shortly. Trill is looking for the setup. He does have Smoke Bomb as well in a couple of seconds here, so they're going to drop the Frozen Orb. Samayam fake has to interrupt. He's looking for the Ice Wall. They have the Ice Wall. They have the Kidney Shot. Do they have the damage? No. It's going to get Mass Dispelled there. Beautifully done there by Jung in the back line, and Prev should be able to recover now that he's no longer stunned. They get a nice Cyclone there onto Samayam as well. The swap into Drake. Here comes the big damage, though. The Ascendance being popped here, doing a lot of work here for Prev. Actually, it was just a proc there, but still doing a lot of work. Samayam dropping down to half HP. The Stormkeeper gets loaded up, but he gets interrupted on it. Nice counterspell from Sam. Looking for the Ring of Frost onto Drake. Looking to try to just stay alive here right now. That's going to be the Ray of Hope coming out once again from Sea-Doo. And if this game goes on for a long period of time, I feel like Welcome to the Jung is just going to win hard on mana. So Liquid, they really need to make something happen before that point. Samayam goes into the ice block right there, and that is disastrous. They swap it to Sea-Doo. They're trying to one-shot Sea-Doo in a stun. They stun his trinket. They proc the Guardian. Triple DR stun, and that is going to be it. Welcome to the Jung is taking game number 1 here against Team Liquid.
Yeah, they took a page from Liquid, actually, swapping to Sea-Doo on that Priest. This is something Super Tease has been calling out. The Holy Priest is susceptible to these swaps. You don't have Guardian. He actually had Guardian and still died, I think. So you don't Trinket, though.
And just killed him.
Yeah. So that, I mean, a lot of that comes down to the overlap between Sam and Sea-Doo, because Sea-Doo technically didn't have to use the Hell swap there. If, you know, they were coordinated better on this burst. You can see Drake's just going to roll over. He gets the Rake stun. Sea-Doo actually trinkets out into another stun. Dies to Trinket and Guardian during the setup. So just a crazy amount of damage there by Welcome to the Jung. But they're looking good. I mean, the only really convincing setup of this game was when Zhang almost went down through the Guardian Spirit. Other than that, I feel like Welcome to the Jung, they were definitely in the driver's seat for this one.
Yep, that was definitely a scary moment, and it was really well set up too. In general, in the opener, they had good CC. They were able to force Jung's Trinket and kind of get that big setup there, but still, I feel like this, more than anything, is a battle of blind picks. If Liquid locks in the Windwalker Mage in this matchup, I feel like they should come out ahead. And I feel like if Liquid locks in the Rogue Mage, then this is going to be a bad time for them. So I think this could actually be a series that could potentially go all the way to game number 5, but we'll see. This is the upper bracket, of course, so both of these teams have yet to lose. And Liquid, last week's winner right now in North America. Welcome to the Jung. Looking like they got something to prove here this weekend.
Yeah, looking really strong. And I mean, it's kind of been the theme of this weekend. These mage teams are getting bested by the Elemental Shamans now. I feel like Frost Mage was the main villain in Cup number 1, but finally it seems like there's some decks that can kind of stand up to it a little bit. And you are right. Liquid does have a few answers. They could bring in the Windwalker Monk. I kind of wonder if they're going to do that. I feel like for Welcome to the Jung, it's not an automatic loss. Like, I don't think Windwalker Monk just automatically kills Elemental Shamans. It's quite good. I don't know if Liquid will decide to move on. Maybe they just... because for sure, Rogue Mage is their most practiced composition by far. So they might want to stick with it for the time being. But yeah, it might be better to bring in a Warrior or a Windwalker Monk to take down Prev in this one.
Ooh, little Lord Mez action on the Warrior. Count me in. We'll see. Liquid have some time to lock it in, but Welcome to the Jung is going to lock in the exact same thing. Going to Ashamane's Fall. And we'll see here. This is a comp that we did see over in Europe as well with Overload. And a good answer to that was Demon Hunter Ellie. I don't think Liquid is going to be bringing that out. I think they're just going to lock in probably a Windwalker Mage. I don't think we're going to see this the Outlaw Rogue. Maybe a Sub-Rogue could be a decent answer as well. But it's also risky. You have more kind of burst and, you know, cleaner setups, but if you don't win on those, then probably you're going to be losing in the late game. But I feel like they're already losing in the late game, so maybe take a risk. It depends on how much they've been practicing that as well. We'll just see what they decide to do here. What do you think they should do? Do you think they should lock in the RMP again because it's more practiced, or you think they should swap over to Windwalker Mage? As somebody who is a Windwalker yourself.
Yeah, my Windwalker rust is quite high right now. I started gearing up Vinfuki.
Playing Mistweaver more.
I was playing a lot of Mistweaver, yeah. I started gearing up Vinfuki yesterday, though, for the Windwalker Monk. Chun-Li inspired me a little bit, so, you know, I still kind of know what's going on. Maybe just a little rusty right now, but I feel like for Liquid, they're probably going to go with Comfort over the Windwalker Monk, although Trill on Monk is also quite strong. And you can see Liquid, they've done really well with that composition. They're 6-1 with Trill on Windwalker Monk. It just provides a lot of overwhelming burst damage, and that's exactly the line of play they're going for. It's quite interesting to see. I feel like there's a lot of viable melee right now. Like in Europe, it's a ton about the Demon Hunter, not so much the Windwalker Monk. North America, forget about the Demon Hunter. Nobody's playing that. It's all about the Monk. So it's very interesting. We've been seeing a little bit of Warrior, obviously lots of Feral Druids and Rogues too, but it seems like all the melee kind of have a place in this meta for now. Except Ret. Yeah. But I think the Ret buffs are going to... And Enhance. Enhance and Ret, they've been struggling a little bit, but, you know, I think Ret's time is coming up here soon.
Yeah, I hope not. I don't like it when Rets are good. They're pretty annoying to deal with. But yeah, we'll see here. Liquid going with the Windwalker. It is a good point, though. We have seen a ton of diversity in the melee department. We've seen Warriors, do well. We've seen Feral Druids. We've seen Rogues. We have seen Windwalkers now as well. That's something that we didn't expect to see maybe too much. But welcome to the Jung versus Team Liquid. I think that this is a solid option. We've seen their win-loss record was 6-1 with the Windwalker, so they've been able to take down quite a lot of players with that, and also just LA Shamans in general. Like you kind of mentioned a little bit on our break, they do struggle a little bit with surviving against Windwalker Burst, the 4-set, with the Fist of Fury, and just in general, like if they get enough uptime, they seem to just completely take over the game.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Trill's put out tons of damage on that monk, and it is very scary, like you mentioned. Fist of Fury is devastating right now. So at the beginning of the season, it was all about the crackling Jade Lightning, but unfortunately, you know, the kind of Sith Lord build got nerfed, and that crackle doesn't hit quite as hard anymore. But with the 4-set, the Fist of Fury hits like a truck. So if you're actually sitting there channeling a Fist of Fury, I had a million tick yesterday. 1 tick of Fist of Fury for a million. So it can do tons of damage. And I think it's one of the reasons why it's been very good at kind of just sitting on the Elemental Shamans and putting out a ton of pressure.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. If Welcome to the Junk can take this game, it's going to be a real uphill battle here for Liquid in this matchup. So for Liquid, they really need to win this one. They have their map pick. They have kind of the advantage right now. So if they can't do it here, it is going to be really, really tough to kind of claw themselves back into the series. But game number 2 is live, and we are just chilling here by the water. Team Liquid fishing for the win. Welcome to the Jung, trying to not take the bait.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know who I even favor in this one, to be honest.
I favor Liquid.
Really? You're going with Liquid on this one? We'll see. We'll see if the Windwalker Burst is enough. They're going to lose a little control, so Drake and Prev are going to have a lot more freedom in this match. It's basically the trading control for damage. That's the Windwalker Monk versus the Outlaw Rogue. And maybe, you know, the damage, that big pop with the Celestial Conduit is exactly what Liquid needs to win, but I feel like Drake's going to have a lot more freedom in this match to actually go for Cyclone. Sam, I might just die in the opener. Once again, that Ascend is just devastating. A ton of momentum. I mean, this is just completely one-sided, but Bill might decide to start pulling the trigger with some of these cooldowns soon.
They might just kill Drake, Prev right now. They got a full sheep there onto Zhang out of thin air, but Drake is there to shut down some of the pressure with the clone. Zhang manages to get into angel form, and he should be able to keep Prev alive at this point. Trill sitting through a cyclone. Either just sitting way back, trying to just get some heals, trying to stay away from the crowd control. But I do agree with that. Oh, double leg sweep coming out here. Nice grip, though, from Jung. He's going to grip Prev back to safety. They're swapping to Drake. He's going to have to trinket immediately. Huge pressure coming out here from the Windwalker. Celestial Conduit now on to Prev as well, taking huge damage there, dropping to half HP. And I think that in terms of mana, Jung probably is going to do better in the matchup because Drake should have more kind of overall cleave damage. But at the same time, I feel like there's going to be that one moment where they have no cooldowns on the Ellie Shaman, and the damage is going to be overwhelming from Trill on the Windwalker Monk, and this could just be that moment already. Looking for sheeps here onto Jung, not able to find it. Dragon's Breath connects. Prev, what are you going to do? He burrows underneath the ground, manages to get a big heal there from Jung, but still not out of the woods completely here. If this Windwalker gets more uptime, it just lights out here for Prev shortly. They need counter pressure. They need CC onto Trill. They got a Cyclone onto Trill right there, but Prev is still not feeling too safe. Damian with all the time, he gets the Guardian right there, and he's going to be able to survive for a little bit. Paralyzed coming out onto Jung. They try to chain it with an ice wall. Beautiful interrupt there on the ice wall. If they got that, that would have been absolutely disastrous, but still, both teams not feeling too good right now.
Yeah, this game is just way more unstable. Ooh. Amazing Cyclone. We love that Cyclone if you're Drake.
Yep.
Time's going to continue to be low. He throws it a big barrier, though. That overpowered barrier is going to be a beefy shield, but still, C2 has a lot of work cut out for him. Prev and Drake, their damage is quite high. C2 gets feared up, forced to use the Will of Forsaken. Maybe they make a swap on C2 once again. We saw it in game number 1. Can they do it in game number 2? Trill has cooldowns rotating back up. This could be the huge hit they need, but at the same time, Samayam is in a stun. C2 gets chastised, and Sam is forced into the second ice block. Pressure is sky high, but at the same time, Trill has his one shot. He could use all of his cooldowns to just completely overwhelm. Welcome to the Jung. Let's see how they respond.
Yeah, let's see what they can do here. Big response potential from Trill. He's going for the Fist of Fury there, but Prev gets gripped away, actually. So they're trying to play around it a little bit, but look at the damage Sam is taking. He's on hypothermia. He needs to be very careful. Drake gets feared up. He's in bear form. He goes for the disorienting roar into a stun. They're trying to chain it for the win. Can they do it? Big trinket swap coming out from Sidu. They're swapping to Sidu as well. Big damage though from Trill as well. He's popping his cooldowns onto Prev. Prev gets knocked up in the air.
Oh!
Ice wall coming out. Prev so low. Swap coming out from Jung now, and both priests out of their 5-minute cooldown here, and the pressure is unrelenting. Prev might just go downstage dead through everything. An insane amount of pressure coming out from Liquid, and they strike back. That was actually insane. Did he die through Astral Shift there at the end? What, like, he got swapped, and I think he popped Astral Shift, and he just died through that as well. The touch of death came through there and just killed him through everything at the end. Pretty insane amount of pressure from Team Liquid.
Yeah, Windwalker Monks, I'm kind of curious to see if he was sitting on 2 sets of images. I feel like he might have been. So here's a Celestial Conduit. They get a lot here from Prev. The Ice Wall comes down, which is beautiful. It denies the heals. It gets the Void Shift, and Trill just keeps on going. That Zwen is out. It's a ton of pressure he's able to put out. Big slicing wins, and that is going to be the game. And that's the benefit of the Windwalker Monk. Pardon?
He had wall the whole setup here.
Not enough.
Prev died like 2.5 HP bar through wall here.
I mean, it's a lot of cooldowns.
Heal, then he gets swapped, and yeah, I mean, it's just insane the amount of damage that came through here. It's actually crazy.
I feel like Sam also contributed quite a bit here with Icy Veins, but maybe I'm wrong about that. We'll see what he do here.
He definitely did.
Yeah.
He definitely did. It's just in general, the pressure that came out from Liquid in this push was amazing. Especially when considering how low Sam was as well. Like he was on 10% HP as well. It was a kind of a race there, but the Void Shift trinket, Void Shift came out from Sidu, and just allows Sam to stay in and play with confidence here. And it's also annoying for Jung because he can't really use his globals to heal because he has to avoid the polymorphs. You saw that triple DR chastise there onto Sam. That's a global he would like to use on heals, but Sam is just in his face spamming polys as well, making it really annoying for him.
Yeah, I mean, Windwalker Monk definitely not looking too bad. You can see why a lot of these North American teams are favoring it. You drop a little bit of control, but your damage with all your cooldowns is absolutely insane. So that burst is going to be coming in, and unfortunately, they just do not have the healing to deal with it. Now, I kind of wonder, do we see Druid? Like, is Druid going to be a good answer into the Windwalker Monk? It's like, I kind of feel like the Holy Priests are struggling into these, like, extended goes. Look at that Fist of Fury. This is what I'm talking about. Fist of Fury, 800k, 800k, 900k, a million, 1.1 million. Like, that Fist of Fury did almost 5 million damage.
Yep, and then a slicing wins as well for 2 mil. Yep.
Okay, I lied. Samayam did nothing. Look at him. He did nothing. I think that's a water elemental attacking or something like that.
It was like a blizzard that was still on the ground or something. That is insane. What?
Yeah.
Jeez. That Fist of Fury is actually massive. 5 mil Fist of Fury, almost a 2 mil slicer.
It actually did more. We missed it. Did we miss a tick? No. Did we? Oh, slicing wins. Okay, yeah, it was like 5 million damage. No big deal.
Last 4 seconds, damage contributed 9.7 mil Trill.
Last 3 seconds, 8 million. Yeah, it's nice. Trill's going back to Outlaw, though. Uh-oh. Is this really going to be one of those games that just comes back to blind pick? I feel like Welcome to the Jungle, they play the same thing.
That's what I thought after the first match. After the first match, I was like, okay, I think Welcome to the Jungle won the blind pick here. This is the matchup that they want against the RMP, but I don't think they want to play this matchup into the Windwalker. So what's going to be interesting for me is I feel like in the blind pick, Liquid has a solid shot of winning. Like we saw that one swap to Jung, they could easily win the game in one of those swaps. Like if it keeps going back and forth like that. So I feel like they're kind of setting the pace by having like a good answer. I feel like, wait, let me ask you actually about this. Do you think it's more likely that Liquid wins his RMP, or do you think it's more likely that Welcome to the Jungle beats the Windwalker with Feral Alley if it goes back and forth like this?
I kind of feel like the Windwalker Monk comp can lose. Like, I feel like there was definitely moments in that last game where it felt like Welcome to the Jungle, they were kind of in the driver's seat. So I would say it's more likely that they can overcome the Windwalker Monk, I would say.
Okay.
Would you disagree? Feel free
No,
to.
I don't
mean,
necessarily disagree with it. I mean, it's
don't
just,
necessarily agree, but you don't disagree.
I think both could lose on the, like, I think both could lose. I think both matchups are so even that they could lose. I wouldn't say that either matchup is like a hard counter, you know, where it's like this team really should win. I think that you have an advantage on both sides, but if you make a mistake, you're going to get punished and lose the game. So I think that's what it's going to come down to. I think a bit of a diplomatic answer, I know, but yeah, that's what
lame.
I think. I
think
think
you need to be a little
Jung
bit more bold with your prediction.
I think it's more likely that Welcome to the Jung loses to the RMP, huh?
Okay. Well, let's see it. I mean, this would be the game to do it. Let's see if they can pull it off. Liquid locking in Trill on the Outlaw Rogue once again. Making a play here. They get a sap on Prev. See what they can do. Prev has been pulling the trigger on that Ascendance quite early on, just trying to get pressure in their favor. And I kind of like it. One of those situations where you're trading out a solid offense. It really put the enemy team on the defensive, and that's exactly what we're seeing once again. Samayam getting absolutely blasted. He might just die through everything. Are you kidding me? What is this damage? T2's pre-healing, and Samayam's still just dead. It's just never ending. It's unlimited damage. Look at Prev's burst, 2.5 million DPS. What is going on?
What? 2.5 million DPS in the opener, but right now, Jung is in a polymorph, so he's going to need to be careful. Astral Shift is coming out here from Prev, so let's see if they can chain that. See, just moving in. He gets the fear onto the DPS, actually. It looks like they want to set up a swap to Jung, maybe, but maybe not being on the same page. They get a full... Oh, okay, so they wanted to save the DR for the blind instead, so they get a full blind onto Jung, but still not enough damage. It's going to be Samayam on the back foot. Jung gets caught up in a half sheep. Beautiful Cyclone from Drake. Samayam actually gets Master Spelled out of that, so good counterplay there from Sea-Doo, Master Spelling that Cyclone on the Ray of Hope heal. They get a full stun onto Sea-Doo. Drake could potentially go for a Cyclone here. He's looking for it, but Sea-Doo dodges it again here with the Fade. I'm looking for the setup here. Goes for the stun into the Dragon's Breath, into the full sheep. Prev could be in trouble. Is he going to use the Burrow? He's going to trade out the Stone Bulwark and the Burrow here in that position. Good defense here from Prev, but that's another little cooldown off of the checklist here on the side of Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, Prev was a little bit more decisive. He could have saved the cooldown, just burrow instead of, using both. But, ultimately, we'll see if it pays off. Drake getting low right now. Smoke Bomb will drop down. He's in a stun lock. Gets Dragon's Breath inside of that Smoke Bomb to deny any kind of heals. Trills goes for a follow-up kidney shot. Zhang still in crowd control. A really good go here from the side of Liquid. But at the same time, Samayam's getting blasted. When he overextends, Prev is really punishing him. Ooh, Drake leaps over, almost takes him down, but Samayam with a good shimmer, big heals from Sea-Doo. Liquid completely recovers, and they're continuing this pain onto Prev.
Yeah, Samayam needs to be careful as well because Prev is completely free right now. There's the stun. Drake looking for the Cyclone. Gets it onto Trill, actually, instead of onto Sea-Doo in this position. And now he's going to try to swap it to Sea-Doo. Beautifully done there, freeing up his DPS there to get a lot of damage off. And that's going to get them the Ice Block. Jung actually Master Spells the Ice Block as well. Samayam not out of the woods completely. Sea-Doo in Angel form, spamming out the heals. And there is the full blind from Trill into the Kidney Shot swap. This is it. Huge setup. I think they could do it, but Angelic Bulwark. Jung is playing the Angelic Bulwark, and it saves his life right there. That was an excellent setup, but an even better adaptation there coming out from Jung, and that is going to save him in that deadly setup. He had no Guardian, he had no Trinket. That was it for sure. That's why they committed the blind, just to get everybody in position, and they got caught by surprise. Jung does not want to go down like that.
Definitely not. Prev down to about 50% health. Trill still continuing to put on the pressure. He's got Adrenaline Rush up right now. That was the Icy Veins from Samayam. Samayam needs to be a little careful, though. There's a Cyclone on the Sea-Doo. They're going after Zhang once again. Can they drop him? Kidney Shot into Cheap Shot. He's so incredibly low. Oh, goodness. That fear from Sea-Doo almost secured the win. Just trying to extend that Sunlock just a little bit. That was a great play from Sea-Doo, but ultimately Zhang is able to hold on.
Yeah, I might have to change my mind on the thing that we discussed before the game now that I've seen Jung adapt his talents. But right now, Trill is in big trouble. He's got Cloak of Shadows in a couple seconds. They're blasting Samayam. He's taking so much damage, and Sam is going to be forced. Actually, no, they trade out the Ray of Hope. I thought for sure he would have to use Ice Block. He might still have to use it, though. He's not out of the woods yet. Sea-Doo has no instant healing here to really work with this, but as I say that, he actually trades out the Void Shift, so they rather sit on the Ice Block and trade out the Void Shift in that position. Samayam now gets Cyclone. He actually gets his trinket off there. Fake has a kick. Looking for the polymorph. He should be able to connect it, but no, it gets denied. Once again, a beautiful denial coming out right here. The grounding totem when he had that precognition. He got a full blind onto Jung, and things are not looking great here for Team Liquid. You get the Astral Shift here as well from Prev, and once again, Prev is going to rotate back his defensives. They force the ice block now as well with just raw pressure on the side of Welcome to the Jung, and they are in the driver's seats. They're looking hungry. They're going for the kill. Trill is just falling further and further behind. He needs to be very careful. He's got the Vanish, doesn't want to use it there, and Drake reads the setup here, pre-bear forms on a random setup like that. That is just beautiful. Welcome to the Jung is definitely in the driver's seats here, and a couple of seconds away from getting the kill. They might just get it right now onto Sam I Am. Huge damage there, but the Guardian is going to block the kill. They have one, maybe two setups left in the tank. They need to make something happen here on Liquid. They got a full sheep onto Jung, but it breaks to the Ice Nova, and once again, they're going to keep kiting here on the side of Welcome to the Jung. Prev finally is going to be forced defensive there with the Guardian coming through. Sidu is going to trinket out of a stun. Sidu trying to keep his team aggressive. They got a full stun onto Jung. He's going to actually trinket the stun, going to Angel form. They smoke bomb the Angel heals, but the Divine Hymn coming out. They ice wall it. They're going for the kill, but Prev denies it once again, and now Sam I Am, what are you going to do? The Ray of Hope, the last line of defense for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and they could just kill him through it. What's going to happen? Sam I Am gets low. He finally gets topped off, but Prev is just going full on pressure.
Oh my
Sam I Am
God.
so low on health. He gets sniped. And welcome to the Jung. They put on a clinic at the last 45 seconds of that game. It started with Drake going into bear form on that kidney. They just did not give Liquid even an inch. They just always had an answer, whether it was pre-bear, pre-grip, preemptively trading out the Divine Hymn, stopping Sam on all his CC, burrowing as soon as the ice wall went down. Welcome to the Jung did an excellent job defensively.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. The way they responded as well to that smoke bomb kill attempt, that was a really good attempt with the smoke bomb ice waller right here. Jung with the Divine Angel form, getting the Divine Hymn off, and then they respond here with the hymn, with the Ray of Hope, sorry. And then look at Prev here. This is the most fun thing ever. Just bingo, and he just takes him down. That was absolutely insane amount of damage. Prev in general, in the opener too, just absolutely blasting, having the time of his life, just farming this mage. But now, what are they going to do on the side of Team Liquid? Because the matchup is slipping away. That one surprise they had in their back pocket that they used in game number 1, Jung was able to kind of block that. And that was, I think that was the KO moment. That was what I was thinking about. I was like, okay, I could see them winning the game in a switch like that to Jung. But they have adapted on the side of Welcome to the Jung. They are reading the ghosts before they happen, always just ready with an answer. And they're starting to look very bulletproof in this matchup.
Yeah. I mean, Welcome to the Jung looking good, but this is what we saw in game number 1. Now the question is, can Liquid win a swing match, or can Welcome to the Jung close it out, being compositionally disadvantaged? That's what we're wondering. I mean, Trill likely going to be switching over to the Windwalker Monk. Maybe Welcome to the Jung makes a heads-up play. Like, maybe they bring in, Jung Bahai on a Resto Druid, something like that, just to make it a little bit different, but look at this health over time. That's crazy. Okay, you can see his health kind of get paused there, and that was the Ray of Hope, I do believe. Then he gets topped off, and then you can see it's just slowly but surely going down. Prev doing an unbelievable amount of damage during those final moments, 3.2 million.
So these are a pretty unconventional talent pick from Jung, but he's playing Angelic Bulwark, and he's also playing Desperate Measures. So he's invested into these swaps. He's very much respecting the swaps that are coming out of Team Liquid here, realizing that the way we almost lost in that first game was with swaps to me. So I'm just gonna take these talents that are gonna make me unswappable. And now that's gonna force Liquid to only go after Prev, which seems to be what Welcome to the Jung wants them to do. So what is Welcome to the Jung gonna do now on the blind pick? I think they're probably gonna lock in the same matchup with the Feral and the Ellie, and Team Liquid probably gonna go with the Windwalker.
I think that's more than likely. I do think that's a matchup Welcome to the Jung can still win. They seem to really navigate that burst from Liquid. The one thing I will say that Liquid did really nice when they were playing Windwalker Mage is they kind of separated their ghosts. So it was like, Sam I Am,
Ooh.
Okay. I like this actually a lot. I think this is really smart. Nick is a very good Frost Mage, like, no doubt about it. Welcome to the Jung. This is a composition that can definitely beat the Rogue Mage Priest. Now I feel like this is like, what is Liquid going to do? I feel like they're locking RMP, but I don't know how much I like it.
I feel like the way this matchup has been playing out in Europe, it depends how much they've been practicing it. I mean, this was what their main comp in Cup number 1 on the side of Welcome to the Jung, right? I feel like this is really clever. I think this is forcing Liquid to play RMP, and that matchup has not been going in the favor of RMP lately. It's been going more and more in favor of the Feral Druid, so I don't know. Liquid, what are you going to do here? I think the best answer that we've seen kind of into the FMP has been LA Shaman-based comps, but they're forced into the RMP. I think it's a double perfect prediction angle for us, Van. I think it's a 3-1 for Welcome to the Jung. I think
I'll take it. I need it.
I'll take it. I need it as well, man. Like, D-Machine is
Did
just
Sid
owning
predict
right
this
now.
too? Oh no.
D-Machine, man. This guy, he's just cheating, bro. He's seeing the Matrix. I don't know what's going on. How is he so good? Look at him.
I don't know. We're getting close. You're close. You're tied pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. Zico. That's true, actually. Zico just bragging. How is D-Machine so good? Meanwhile, he's tied with him. So
well, he's got 3 perfect.
let that be a lesson to you, chat. Chat, you need to step it up because Zico, he's pulling ahead. And he's a little cocky.
Chat is almost losing to a coin right now. That's crazy. What's going on, chat? They're just betting for the popular teams. They're not betting for the teams that have made the most improvements right now. It's a new era, chat. What's going on here? 50%? That's crazy.
Yeah, chat normally does a good job. The hive mind is quite good, but this time not so much. Unfortunately for them. But yeah, this should be an interesting matchup. We've seen kind of, I don't want to say the fall of RMP, because RMP still seems solid, but it's definitely fallen off since last week. That we can at least all agree on that, right? Like, RMP was completely dominant, and now it can actually lose, right?
I think that RMP was extremely overrated going into this weekend. I think when the nerfs came out, I saw a lot of tweets, saw a lot of people talking about how, oh, this is going to do nothing, and RMP is not going to be that good. RMP is still going to be the best, and it's going to just be all about RMP. But I feel like this weekend, I have seen multiple answers into RMP that have looked pretty convincing. I think FMP has looked very solid into RMP, better than last weekend. And that could be because of the nerfs or because of just strategy adaptations. And I've also seen the LA-based compositions do very well into RMP. So I'm seeing some solid answers, whereas last weekend it felt like the best answer to RMP was almost just another RMP, or Tessia just playing out of his mind. So I think that people maybe put a little bit too much faith in those stocks, and I think the biggest reason for that is probably the Holy Priest nerfs. I feel like RMP actually loses in the late game right now. Whereas last weekend, they were just winning early, they were winning in the mid game, they were winning late game. So I think that the Holy Priest changes is not allowing the RMP to be as aggressive as we saw last weekend. But Liquid versus Welcome to the Jung, FMP versus RMP, let's see it. What is stronger here in this matchup? Liquid, this is their main comp, their most practiced comp. Welcome to the Jung, bit of an enigma. We don't know exactly how much they have practiced this FMP. And yes, that was on purpose.
It's good usage of the word enigma, though. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I never
Great
get
word.
to use it.
Yeah. Hard to actually use that word in a sentence, so kudos to you. But welcome to the Jung right now. Let's see what they decide to do. Nick being tagged in from the bench. He's done very well on the Frost Mage. It seems like Nick often is on the bench, but anytime they need him on that mage, he shows up in a big way. He's going to be going head-to-head here with Sam I Am. Let's see who comes out ahead. C2 immediately pulling the trigger with the Divine Hymn Angel just to stay ahead of the damage, get those efficient heals out. Sam I Am drops an Ice Wall, but he gets interrupted immediately. So Nick shuts that down. He goes for it, but denies it. Sam with a super fast polymorphs. I mean, this haste is almost unbelievable how much haste Sam I Am has there. Zhang, unfortunately, will be caught into some crowd control. The blind comes out, but it seems like Zhang is comfortable. He sits the polymorph, he sits the blind, and that is not great for Liquid.
Yeah, and Trill also committed the Cloak of Shadows and the Evasion here, so that is not going to be a good position for him to be in. They could maybe swap to him with an Ice Wall. We have seen it happen before, but still has his Trinket and Vanish, so still has some answers. Nick, though, in the meantime, he's taking a huge amount of damage there. He's going to be his Trinket, but Ice Evasion's coming out. Good counter pressure onto Sam I Am. At the same time, Trill is looking to set up a setup but he actually DR stuns Nick there. Get a full stun onto Jung Bahai. They get a full polymorph. Nick, what are you going to do in this position? Things are not looking great for him here. He actually, Jung Bahai is just going to trinket that since he sat through the blind earlier, but that is going to leave an opening for Liquid in about a minute here to potentially land something. Nick fake has the kick, and he gets a polymorph. He's going to look to swap it here. Oh, beautiful blast wave there from Sam I Am right there, but they continue to chain. Nicely done there by Nick, and that's going to get Cedar's trinket. He got blast wave back, but he continued to chain there, but now Trill comes in with the smoke bomb. Can they force something? Actually, Nick's taking 0 damage in that smoke bomb for some reason, and they're going to get a cyclone onto Trill, so good defense there from Drake. They're pushing for the ice block onto Sam I Am, and they do it. They get the kick on the shifting power. They're looking to potentially land some crowd control here as well. They get a full stun onto Sidu. Can they get anything? Ring of Frost gets loaded up. Dragon's Breath comes out, but it's a Giga DR right there, so they're not going to be able to find it. Sidu fades the polymorph and gets around the corner as well, and I think Sam I Am should be able to recover here if they have something, but still a good amount of pressure here. He should have his Angel now as well. Ice Wall coming out. They're going after Nick, but Jung, he gets around the corner and manages to keep Nick safe.
Yeah, Sam I'm getting a little bit low. Decent ice wall attempt there. Nick looking for a polymorph. Can he find? He's trying to fake cast interrupt. He does. Shimmer. Full polymorph on Sidu, and Sam could be in trouble. He's getting lower and lower, but a preemptive Guardian Spirit might keep him alive. It's dangerous, though. Divine Him coming in from Sidu. He's doing what he can to get the kills off. Sam I Am shimmers back in range to get healed up. He gets interrupted, though. It's still danger time for Sam. They're just putting out so much damage. Finally, Sidu's able to recover. That was a great push by Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, they got a lot of work done there, but Jung actually had to Will of the Forsaken out of a fear, but now they see Sidu caught up in a stun. Can they get any crowd control? Drake actually soaks up the counterspell. Nick is taking a lot of damage, but with Jung out of crowd control and no threat of counterspell, he's able to keep him alive. Sam I Am still down to half HP here. Shifting Power gets counterspelled, and I think they actually dispel this all the time. Sam I Am! Oh my goodness, the Void Shift comes through there from Sidu. The Apotheosis is active as well. Going to reset some of his cooldowns, but look at Sam. He's still just dying through everything. Manages to get back up there with the Serenity Charge. Sam now getting aggressive, looking for the crowd control, but it is not looking too good. Trill is looking for the setup
nice
here
vortex
with the cheap shot, but the beautiful Vortex there is going to bring Sam back to the open field. They blind Jung up, but he's got Trinket back. Nick is looking for the Ice Wall play here, potentially. They still continue to CC chain. Nice defensive polymorphs onto Trill. They're going after Sam, but Sam gets topped once again, and I think that next play is going to be with the Ice Wall. They actually blink out of the Comet Storm Meteor combo, and Sam I Am finds himself in no man's land. He's going to displace back towards Sidu, manages to land a counterspell there as well onto Nick, and Shifting Power gets committed from Nick. He's going to have another counterspell available here, and he's going to immediately rip it onto Sam I Am. Jung pushing in for crowd control. Drake actually is going to be the one who lands it. Full Cyclone onto Sidu. This surely is an ice block. Do they have any damage? It doesn't look like it, and Sam I Am is going to survive. Potentially another attempt. Nice Ice Wall coming out. Sidu's going to master spell it though, and Liquid will recover.
Yeah, definitely. Sam I Am's low. I mean, so far it seems like Welcome to the Jung. They have this game in the bag. Pressure is in their favor, but what kind of leads? I mean, mana is at least even for both of their teams. Sam I Am still has 2 ice blocks, so some things that they have to work with defensively, but not having that Void Shift is going to be danger time for Sidu. Dampening is getting higher and higher, and Ice Wall drops down. Nice play here by Sam. He goes for a polymorph. He snipes it. Beautiful push. There's the Ice Wall. Can he get the Master Spell? Unfortunately, he cannot. Drake is there with the Maim into a full Cyclone. Sam, I'm looking at him. He's 100 million miles away from Sidu right now in an alter time, just completely avoiding the fight. A great play there by Sam.
Yeah, that was a really good alter time. Just run away from everyone who can dispel it. Buy your healer time to get out of CC, but huge amount of damage connecting here. There's the smoke bomb, though. Trey looking for the win. Big smoke bomb play. And they will take Nick down, and Team Liquid tie it up. We're going to game number 5. Really, really good stuff here. Team Liquid, they show up there. That was a really nice defensive play from Sam, and they get the smoke bomb play there as well. They have the damage to back it up, and they make quick work out of Nick there after he is on hypothermia, so he couldn't use his ice block there. You can see the debuff still about half left, which is 15 seconds, or actually it's like 12.5 seconds, I think. So yeah, for Nick, it's a little bit brutal to go down like that. He did have the Void Shift, but actually, why didn't he not? Why couldn't he Void Shift? Was it just a smoke there? It looked like he actually got inside the smoke bomb, but maybe he was still... There's like a little bit weird kind of delay on it sometimes when you enter it, so maybe he did get inside of it, but just couldn't press it yet. Sometimes you were spamming the button, or did he get CC'd? Yeah, it looked like he just couldn't get it off.
Crazy. I mean, I was just talking about how it felt like Welcome to the Jungle. They were kind of in the driver's seat. Zhang was ahead on cooldowns. But Liquid, they turn it around really quickly. They get the ice block out of the way. Sam basically pre-kites the go, doing a really good job, just giving Seed a lot of room to breathe to set that crowd control. And I'm honestly surprised they had that much damage there to take him down in just that one kidney shot. I don't know if we're going to see this matchup again. I feel like we are not. In all honesty, I feel like the Elemental Shaman's going to be coming back. And that's the advantage of Welcome to the Jung winning that blind pick. And you kind of called it. This could be a series that literally just comes down to who wins that first game. They're very evenly matched. But I do get the feeling that even going into these kind of counter-comping situations, either side can still win. Like, all of the games have been really close.
My question is, what is Liquid going to do here? Because I feel like their RMP, the main pick or the main strat for their RMP was doing healer swaps. So what is Team Liquid actually going to do here for the blind pick? Are they going to go with the Rogue Mage again? They could. What are they afraid of with the Windwalker Mage? That's what I want to know. Is it just the FMP? Just afraid of
probably,
FMP
yeah. I feel like
getting
Windwalker Monks
CC'd infinitely?
Yeah, I feel like Windwalker Monks kind of need... I don't know. It's hard to say. I want to say Windwalker Monks kind of need an Elemental Shaman to back them up against a Frost Mage. Like, it makes that matchup and that dynamic a lot easier. Otherwise, you're going to be really sad as that Monk. So I think that's probably one of the reasons Liquid doesn't want to go with that. Because it's almost certain they're going to be fighting, a Frost Mage in that situation. But they might have to. They might have no choice. Do you think they can win with the RMP still? I know you said like they've got a decent shot. Like, how are you feeling after we've seen it a few times?
Well, after I saw the talent adaptations from Jung, I don't think there's any chance.
Really? You think if the pre-scans are, they can't kill anyone?
I think that they can kill the Eli Shaman. They could even win on the Feral Druid with a nice Ice Wall play. I think the probability of that happening, though, is very low. I would say it's very unlikely that they win that way. So I would rather see them just lock in Windwalker Mage blind and see how that matchup plays out with the Feral Druid. Because they will still have that same win condition, right? They could still leg sweep the Feral Druid with an Ice Wall and take him down, or just get an overwhelming amount of damage, get good uptime. But nope, they're going to lock in the RMP. So we're going to see Welcome to the Jung probably do the same thing here. Ellie and Feral Druid. They got the Sands of Tolvir as well to move around. And I think Liquids could still win, but I would definitely go heavily in favor of Welcome to the Jung if we see that matchup again. What about you?
Giving it 100%. Yeah, there it is. It's a snap lock in. They knew exactly what they were going to do here. I did like the Feral Mage Priest pick, though. I thought that was a really intelligent Game 4 pick. Didn't work out for them, but I feel like that was probably the best thing they could do. I didn't even think about it. But, yeah, Welcome to the Jung. They've earned an incredible situation for themselves where they get to basically try to counter-comp Liquid. So far, it's been working out great. Let's see if Liquid can find an answer, if they can kind of push through all that defense that Welcome to the Jung has.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. It's still anybody's game. But it's going to be an uphill battle for sure, like you mentioned. They put themselves in a great spot here on the side of Welcome to the Jung. And I really felt that in the blind pick when I saw the two comps. Then I saw these two comps. I was like, I feel like this is the matchup they want. And I feel like they want to avoid the Windwalker at all costs. So I feel like this could just be something that comes down to the blind pick. And that's fantastic because we get to see these two teams go head-to-head even more. They're very evenly matched, and who knows? This could be two teams that we see again in the grand finals. We could see Gust Busters as well in that lower bracket, kind of go on a CHIBAKU TENSEI level run. They're kind of in a similar position in terms of standings, CHIBAKU TENSEI. But for Welcome to the Jung, they obviously want these points as well. All of these teams, they want they want to win the entire thing. Both of these teams, they want to get those points. They want to, on the side of Welcome to the Jung, close the gap between Liquid and also the Tigers, because Tigers had a phenomenal week one, but in this second week, they have fallen a little bit short. And this is a great opportunity for Welcome to the Jung to kind of close that gap.
All right, here we go. Gates are open. One of these teams is going to be going to the finals. One of these teams is going down to the lower bracket. Who is it going to be? Liquid, this is an uphill battle for them. This composition has not been easy for their Rogue Mage Priest. Let's see if they can adapt and figure something out. Cheap shot onto Zhang right now. Samayam just immediately pulls the trigger here with that Icy Veins, and they're going devastatingly hard here onto Prev. Wind Shear on Samayam. Can they deny the crowd control? Prev needs to be very careful, but he pops the Ascendance, and he is popping off. Big damage. Stormkeeper might be channeled out here. Drake trying to get some damage rolling as well. Samayam with an excellent Ice Wall. Unfortunately for him, Zhang's able to get there, and now it's going to be Sam! Might have to block. That's going to be big heals coming in from Sea-Doo, but I don't know if it's enough. Massive heals, actually. Sea-Doo just decides to trade. He trades basically almost everything to keep Sam alive and hold on to those precious ice blocks.
Yeah, it's good trades here from Sea-Doo, just making sure that he can play around those cooldowns. We're going for a full setup here. Double Ring of Frost connects, actually. Prev is in a lot of trouble here. Young could have to Trinket. He does have the Guardian. Probably just going to activate that. He triggers the Blind, and he is going to be able to keep him alive with that. He gets sheeped, actually, on his Trinket, but it's triple DR, so Young should be able to keep him alive, and he's actually greeting the Guardian in this position, so he kind of wants to save it to maybe buy some time before his Trinket to go back up. They had a little swap there to Drake, but as he had no Bark Skin, but didn't really net them the Trinket. They want to maybe get an opening there, but Sam is taking a lot of damage, and I really got to commend the synergy between Sam and Sea-Doo here, because I feel like 9 out of 10 mages just instinctively block there, but Sea-Doo saves the day with the Ray of Hope. Sam holds on to it, and they're not going to do any kind of defensive overlaps there. They get a full sheep onto Jung, and Prev just going to activate the burrow, get around the corner, pre-kite to go. They get a full cyclone onto Sam during the stun, and they stun Trill. This is great denial from Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, so far, so good, but Zhang still doesn't have a Trinket for another 45 seconds, so there are some openings. At the same time, Sam is getting destroyed. Most of these games come down to around the 6-minute mark, so welcome to the Jungle. They still have a few minutes to go. They have to hold on a little bit longer, survive these setups, potentially get Sea-Doo out of mana. Ice Wall comes down. Prev looking okay, though. Doesn't seem like they have that much burst damage, but the next setup is going to be Icy Veins, and that's where Sam can really push forward. Full Maim Stun comes in. Do they have any crowd control on Sea-Doo? Drake gets a full Cyclone. Nicely done, but Trill just shuts that down with a Gouge, and actually Sea-Doo trinkets. So he trinkets out of that Cyclone, really wants to keep his team aggressive on this Icy Veins push.
Yeah, and they get a full polymorph with power infusion. No Trinket for a couple of seconds here for Jung, but he pre-Guardian the go. And, oh my god, what was that blind there? I don't think that was intended to blind Prev right there. So very unfortunate there for Trill. Nice smoke bomb on the Angel, but Divine Hymn goes through it. And Drake, once again, looking for the Cyclone in the backline, finds it onto Sea-Doo. Sam is going to blink and try to pre-kite the go. He displaces back to the midfield, buys himself enough time to potentially survive there. All the time gets activated as well, but I think he's actually going to be able to survive with that. Drake might want to try to Cyclone this. Not going to be able to, though. Gets met with the kidney shot. Trill taking a lot of damage here. What is he going to do? Activates the evasion. Should be enough defense for Trill in that position. Sea-Doo spamming out the heals in the backline. Not something that we see too often, but he knows that mana is going to be the name of the game, so he's trying to be as efficient as possible. Jung coming in with a defensive double fear onto the DPS. They stun Sea-Doo up, looking for potential follow-up there. Doesn't look like Drake is going to go for it. Instead, they're just focusing on shutting down Samayam as much as possible, and Sea-Doo is forced to kind of grip Sam back to safety. Killing spree coming out onto Prep. They get a kidney shot onto Jung. They're looking for the setup. Ring of Frost gets interrupted. Can they get the polymorph? They do find it, and that's going to be Prep's Trinket, Astral Shift. Can they get any follow-up on that? Doesn't look like it. But Trill randomly almost gets deleted there. Huge setup there, and a huge swap, and welcome to the Jung. Bites back in a big way.
Yeah, definitely. But Sam still has both ice blocks. I feel like the main vulnerability in this match is going to be Trill right now. Drake overextending a little bit, looking for a Cyclone. He has to be the playmaker for his team. He gets a Cyclone on the Mage, turning his attention onto the Rogue once again. Now Drake looking for a Cyclone onto Trill. That gets denied. So he's not able to get out that crowd control. The full Main Stun lands, and this is after the feint. There's no feint available. Trill gets gripped away. Prev has a lot of damage available right now, and he's going to be blasting both Sam and Trill. Trill looking to set up his team. He's got Adrenaline Rush. Right now, Liquid has a ton of offensive pressure. They have many, many offensive cooldowns. Looks like Prev is just going to preemptively burrow and run away, but they make a swap here onto Drake. Drake, how's he going to handle this? Preemptive Bark Skin, but it might not be enough. It's not looking good. The Ice Wall comes down, and they punish Drake in a big way. They get Trinket, Bark Skin, as well as the Survival Instincts, and now Drake is a really vulnerable target.
Yeah, they got Renewal too there, so Drake actually has nothing here for the next setup, which is going to be the Smoke Bomb potentially from Trill, but Trill is taking so much damage. He's caught in the stun. They got nothing for it. Oh my god, the Ray of Hope connects for Trill, but Sam is just taking so much damage as well. The Guardian onto Sam, the Ray of Hope onto Trill, Angel form from Sea-Doo. He's just working miracles right now, keeping his entire team alive. Nobody has anything here, or nobody has to use anything here, thanks to the expertise of Sea-Doo's healing right there. They get a full poly onto Jung. Sam tries to fake cast the interrupt there, but he does get knocked on the Ring of Frost. They're swapping to Sea-Doo potentially here. Actually, just gonna CC him there. Young was looking for a fear potentially out of that stun, but he gets clotheslined with a cheap shot. Dragon's Breath comes out. Sam resetting his cooldowns, gets interrupted there into a swap now potentially. Trill has got nothing. Drake has also got nothing. They definitely want to swap to Drake on the side of Team Liquid, but he has the Bark Skin now. He has Heart of the Wild rotating back up as well, so Just got to be Samayam on the back foot for now. Has Sidu anything left in his back pocket? Does he have any tricks left up his sleeve to keep his team from spending any big defensive cooldowns? His mana is looking low. Things are not looking good right now
Nice
for Team
bear.
Liquid. Drake pre-bears the swap here. The smoke bomb attempt. Can they kill him through bear? It doesn't look like it. No. Defensive fear coming out from Jung. Drake, expert awareness right there.
That was insane. Drake just really making a heads-up play, getting in bear form with the bar skin. No shot is going to be dying through that one, especially at full health. But at the same time, both Prev and Drake are getting low right now. Polymorph lands on a Zhang, but Trill is in trouble. He's got Vanish. He's caught to a stun. Looks like they're making some swaps here, going back onto Sam. Sam has both ice blocks. Cdu's basically traded everything to just enable Sam to have ice blocks deep in dampening. Once again, the ice wall will drop down, but Drake bear form again. He is just reading Liquid like a book in this game, and it makes it so difficult when you have a Feral Druid that's so heads up. It's so difficult to take them down through that bear form.
Yeah, they've invested a lot of big cooldowns as well into Drake here. They get an ice block out of Sam right there. Big damage onto Trill. The Ray of Hope is going to connect. Sidu is running on fumes at this point. They need to make something happen. Where are the openings? Prev, he's just going to trinket and trade the Astral Shift once again. And Trill could just go down right now. They got nothing left. Sidu gets stunned.
Drake!
They're going for the kill. Huge bite coming in from Drake. And welcome to the Jung. Welcome to the grand finals. Team Liquid drops down to the lower bracket.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of good Feral Druids. Drake is making a case for himself. I mean, he played this game insane, both defensively and offensively. Like, pre-bear forming every time he's going to die. Not overreacting. Drake seriously he's just so insanely good at this game. You're going to see here in the final moments exactly what he does. He actually goes in, he gets a stun on Trill, rolls over, get the off stun on Sidu. Sidu trinkets, and Drake immediately re-stuns him. So it's just stun into stun into stun, and they close out the game. Watch this. Stun on Trill, moves over, gets a stun on Sidu, maims his trinket, goes over, and kills Trill. I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah. And before that, he pre-bear forms the gouge right here. He pre-bear forms the gouge so they can't do a go on him as well. So they have to do the go with a DR stun on Prev instead. Like, it's just, it is disgusting. Like, it should be illegal to be this good at the game. Drake, just that one setup where he got ice walled and had to use his whole spell book. If he doesn't pre-bear form the smoke bomb go, if he doesn't pre-bear form the ice wall go, if he doesn't read the game the way he did, he would for sure die. Like, most Feral Druids in the game die here, and Team Liquid just wins. But Drake, he's definitely a big playmaker for his team here, and they're going to get the win. Welcome to the Jung. Bulletproof defense, even against an RMP as good as Team Liquid, and they're going to drop down to the lower bracket where there are some scary, scary teams waiting.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Wow, indeed.
It's not like saying wow, sorry.
Oh no, we're both saying wow. It's okay. I was just gonna air the same sentiment, really, that Zico just said, just how scary everything's looking already down in the lower bracket for North America. Team Liquid definitely don't want to be down there. They're gonna be playing the winner of this next up series, YPPM or GUST Busters. Ven, do you feel like they're gonna be prepared for either of those series?
Yeah, I feel like Liquid isn't probably feeling too bad. That was a really close series. It kind of came down to the blind pick. But this is an interesting one. I mean, Zico was kind of highlighting these lower bracket games a little bit, and I feel like, Zico, you wrote off YPPM a little bit. You were saying GUST Busters has a good shot of going through that lower bracket. No mention of YPPM. So we'll see what they can do.
Spoiling my predictions a little bit here. That wasn't, yeah. I don't know. I feel like... yeah, let's just spoil it. Yeah, I'm going for GUST Busters, okay? I'm sorry, Abrua. I'm sorry, Aiden. I'm sorry, everyone. It is what it is. I bet for YPPM all the way through. I was the only one who believed in them yesterday, but today I believe in the Busters. It is what it is. These guys are looking insane. Chun on the Windwalker. They got Hunters. They got all kinds of crazy things going on there. And yeah, it is what it is, man. These guys are insane.
I wonder if we get another Cage of Carnage map pick then for this next up series. Definitely curious, or for the lower bracket series. But here is the standings right now for North America. Updated Team Liquid up there at the top, 200 points, and now they're down in the lower bracket, so they may just lose their spot. Welcome to the Jung. Still have quite a lot of chances to get some more points and kind of solidify their spot into first place. They want to be in that top 3. That is where these teams are trying to get. If they don't make it into the top 3, they go to the Gauntlet, which is going to be very, very scary. So we are going to head to a break. It's going to be YPPM versus GUST Busters. Get your predictions in. Copy Zico if you want. That's totally fine. We can't dictate what you do with that, but caution, word of caution. Actually, where are you in terms of placements for standings, Zico? It's just Super T's that we shouldn't be copying. You're fine.
I think I'm tied with D Machine.
Okay.
Actually, D Machine has one perfect over me.
Oh,
so,
never
yeah.
mind. Yeah, look at that. Okay, copy Zico. Let's all copy Zico's homework.
Copy D Machine. This guy's actually the god.
For sure. All right, well, we're going to head to a break. We're going to drop down to that lower bracket, YPPM versus GUST Busters, coming up next. Stick around. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got another exciting series for you guys lined up. It's YPPM versus GUST Busters. I think this could be interesting. We kind of talked about it a little bit leading into this, YPPM, I feel like they counted themselves out themselves. They kept telling us, like, guys, we're here just to have fun. We're just friends. We're taking it casual. But their performance, I think, doesn't really show that. And then on the other side, you've got Gustbusters playing some, interesting, fun compositions. So this series could be very interesting, D-Machine.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was one of the first to count YPPM out, and they've proven me wrong. We mentioned that they reached out, they let us know that they're just having fun. They might not be as prepared as we've seen them in the past, but I also think that kind of gives them the flexibility and like the breath to just like let loose. And we saw the sub rogue being locked out, and we saw sub rogue more and more and more as the competition continued. But it was an absolute pleasure to see Aiden on that, making some plays, finding some opportunities through some defensive cooldowns. So definitely a team to continue to watch by all means. But Gustbusters, they have really been impressing me. Obviously Chun-Li, he's near and dear in my heart, being like one of the best Windwalker monks in the world, and Windwalker is pretty decent right now, it would appear. But they have some other kind of interesting compositions at their disposal. A lot of other teams, I mean, we saw Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman go through the entire bracket. We see Liquid still kind of just sticking to their rogue mage guns, and so there's certain teams that kind of have that one bread and butter comp that they stick to, but Gustbusters are not afraid to swap things up, and I think that kind of makes them have an edge for me personally.
Oh, I agree. We can take a look at the compositions that we're seeing these guys play. Doing well with the Windwalker Frost Mage Resto Druid. Is that a comp that we might see in that blind pick Super Tees, or is that the comp that you think is the best choice against YPPM?
Judging by their track record against other Rogue Mage priests, I think that they're gonna opt for the Elemental Shaman in this matchup. We've seen that just kind of getting locked in. I think they like the Mage for Shadow Priests, for more stationary targets. They can get control of, but if they're feeling confident in it, maybe they will. It really kind of depends on where Dippy's at, because Dippy is the one who's flexing onto every single caster in the game right now. So whatever he's the most practiced on is likely what they're going to lock in, but it seems like both Mage and Shaman are pretty close.
Yeah, would agree for sure. Here's YPPM also.
Oh, look at that record.
Yeah, gee, I wonder what they're gonna lock in. I mean, if you're YPPM and you kind of know, you kind of only got one comp basically ready to go, and then you're up against a team that has such a wide range of comps, D-Machine, and comps that you haven't really seen in a while be sort of at the top of the bracket. So that's gotta be a little bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and listen, one series ago, they went up against Tiger Toads, which is a team that's composed of not just one rogue mage, but two rogue mages. Tiger Toads, they have Calvish on that sub-rogue and Cubsy on the Arcane, but they also swap things around with Dazed on the Outlaw and Calvish on the Frost Mage. So Gustbusters, to me, have already proven that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best rogue mages in the world. Aiden, he's a monster on the sub-rogue. I like the team that YPPM has put together. I think they're phenomenal. Garbage has really impressed me as well. But Gustbusters, I mean, on paper, I feel like they have this. Oh, and Zico also agrees with me.
Oh,
No,
Gustbusters. Yes, you're
Gust.
right. You're right. I was getting
He
the
believes
mustache
in
and
the
the tornado
Gust.
confused. All right, D-Machine. Given that, what is your prediction?
I alluded to it, but I think Gustbusters is going to take this, and I don't think it's going to be close. I think they're going to 3-0 YPPM.
Oh, gosh. Oh no. Okay, Super Tees.
I love that reaction.
You want to leave me for last? You want to leave me for last so you can have a little bit more safety and do Aya next?
I'll let production decide.
Wherever production goes with
Feel
this.
like you want.
Oh, okay, Aya, you might be safe.
Aya.
You might be safe. You might have actually made a good pick here, Aya. You're not
I
matched
don't
with me.
know.
I think it's more important to not be matched with me than to be matched with D-Machine or Zico, I think.
I agree
Oh
with that.
gosh.
I'm a bigger debuff than they are a buff. You don't want to be matched with me.
Oh man. Well, we'll see. We'll see here. We're gonna head into game number 1. It's YPPM game number 1 versus Gustbusters. These teams, we're in the lower bracket. Both of these teams facing elimination. Both of these teams definitely need those points for the standings. Game number 1 kicking off right now.
All right, we see a sub-rogue locked in for YPPM. No surprises here. Gustbusters probably anticipated this. They got the Windwalker Monk Elemental Shaman. I love this composition. This is actually my favorite composition to play on my Windwalker Monk. So much versatility, so much disruption, and so much longevity. They can get the setup comp, they can get the setup plays, or they could bring it to deep dampening. A Brua looks like he's going to be the kill target for Chun-Li. Immediately Celestial Conduiting, getting that damage out. Can't be peeled on it just yet. Aiden caught in the CC into CC on the blades. Go! Huge damage on the Chun-Li. The Iron Bark preemptively looks like it's going to be enough, but Flop caught into a follow-up fear. Chun-Li might need to use Karma. Looks like he's not going to. They're swapping over onto Flop. That's the Bark Skin. Huge aggression in the opener, forcing Flop into the bear form for now. That's a lot of buttons, and that's a lot of buttons real quick for YPPM.
Okay, as long as they can stabilize here, I think their next setup's going to be a blind on Druid, and then they either send a go on Shaman or Monk. So they're baiting hots on Shaman right now, which makes me think they're going to send the big go on Monk. They could still send it on Druid also. That is an option, but I'm anticipating that Aiden wants to use a blind here in the near future. He's just sitting in a root at the moment, or maybe disconnected. Okay, now he's in the game. There's the cheap shot. They use Bomb to bait Trinket. Is he going to get Trinket? Oh, Flop just Tranquility's behind a pillar. That was really good positioning from Flop. He negates the smoke bomb. He anticipates that that's the move. He's playing max range from the rogue. This is giving Chun-Li and Dippy time to get damage out. They paralyze the healer. They've got Mage down at half. Look at where Flop is. He's just hiding in the corner, just only peeping around the corner for a couple of seconds to get a hot out. He's just avoiding Aiden. We can see the Priest crossing the map, and here comes Aiden. Flop's in bear form. He anticipates that he could be the target with no trinket. Aiden's just poking him. Kidney shot for crowd control, but Chun-Li ports back to disarm Aiden, preventing him from his attack. And nice little clash there. I thought he was going for the leg sweep, but he doesn't have it. He gets cheap shot. A brew is there. Big connect, but Flop's in tree. Flop is doing an excellent job to stall in between this downtime where he didn't have Barkskin or Trinket. That was really good. Now Brew in trouble, just getting cracked right there by Chun-Li and Dippy. And thanks to Flop's positioning, he's given his team a huge lead.
A lot of goes that I just thought the game was over for this team on Gustbusters. Serious amount of setup potential for YPPM, but Gustbusters live phenomenally well. Lots of cross CC, lots of stops at the goes, but also no overreacting. Huge burst potential still from Aiden. This is the kidney shot go with the Shadow Blades as well. On to Dippy. It looks like Flop is still able to get into line of sight, and he's even getting in some damage to help his team out. Abrua, whenever this Windwalker connects, his health bar just gets disappeared. Cross CC polymorphs onto Dippy, onto the cleanse as well. Garbage getting caught into an in cap, and I just feel like whenever this Elemental Shaman and this Windwalker Monk can connect to this mage, it doesn't even need CC. It's gonna force a cooldown. But Flop, he is a potential swap target. Chastise into full fear. This could be a big deal onto Chun-Li. He's been holding that trinket, but it's Dippy. Dippy's the main kill target. He's still holding onto his wall for now. He doesn't have Burrow available just yet. It's 2 minutes on that Burrow. Flop's mana still looking basically the same as Garbage. I thought it was a little bit lower earlier. Wow, fantastic offensive Cyclone onto Garbage, forcing Abrua down to half health here. Chun-Li follows it up as well, and that's going to force the Guardian Spirit out onto Abrua.
All right, Flop's in tree, Guardian Spirit out. Both teams should be stable. Oh, wait, Chun-Li's popping. He gets polymorphed on it. Nice interruption on that Fist of Fury from Abrua here. Polymorph again. Cheap shots on Dippy. The one thing I'm a bit confused with Aiden is that he's been sitting on his blind this whole game. I really thought he had an opportunity when Druid had no trinket. So I'm wondering if he's going to save that defensively or what his goal is with the blind, because he's just not using it at any point here, even with some clear openings. Cap Totem lands onto Aiden. He's peeled away. Abrua's going to pop a barrier here as Chun-Li looks to connect. She torpedo to redirect. Aiden's getting Cyclone now. Aiden's getting taken out of the game for so long. Abrua is just getting blasted. He's going to have to block. Both Flop and Chun-Li getting great crowd control right there to isolate Abrua. Dippy actually tanks a kick on a lightning bolt. He doesn't really care about that, honestly. Now Flop's pretty happy that counterspell is on cooldown, I can imagine. Maybe looking for a Cyclone, but Aiden has all of his cooldowns up. He's going to ship it and clip it onto Dippy. Dragon's Breath over on Flop, but he pre-shapeshifts. Unlucky for Chun-Li there. He couldn't stop Abrua's Shimmer Ring. They swap to Chun-Li, and they try and finish him here for some major cooldowns. It's really disappointing if they can't get something. They get Diffuse Magic, and I think they got the Iron Bark on the initial stage of that. They swap back on Flop, but Chun-Li's there. He grapples the weapon from the Rogue. Aiden can't do any damage to Flop. Abrua is falling behind again. It's a lot of damage, and Garbage is struggling, even despite being in Angel form right now. He just can't get Abrua topped, finally getting some distance with that Polymorph. Abrua is back into the fight. I just feel like Flop is playing this matchup so well. It can be very difficult as a Resto Druid against Rogue Mage Priest like this.
I mean, the damage is insane coming out from the Windwalker Elemental Shaman. Look at Garbage's positioning. He's trying to get on top of Flop. I absolutely agree. I think Flop is doing a great job getting away and avoiding this CC, seeing the win condition for his team, keeping his team aggressive. And there is the Giga Tree. It's a lot of mana, though. It's a lot of mana. Big damage goes out onto Aiden. Celestial Conduit cannot be CC'd, cannot be peeled. That's going to force the evasion and some serious mana from Garbage to keep him alive through that, and some Serenities that he can't use onto a Brua. Just one Serenity he can't use on the Brua in the future, but Chun-Li caught out of position. He could just go down. There's the DR blind to follow it up onto Flop. He doesn't have Touch of Karma available as well. He's trying to swap this damage over. Fist of Fury also is going to prevent a bit of that pressure from Aiden, but he gets mind controlled on that. He's going to be topped off, and now a Brua on the back foot in the middle of the map, down to half health here. No Guardian Spirit for just one more second, but this is the Blades go. This is the Kidney go. Cheap shot goes out onto Chun-Li. Iron Bark and Tranquility from Flop, but he gets caught into a full fear. This is the Smoke Bomb. Aiden gets stopped with that in cap. Garbage getting Ring of Peace away from Flop. If Flop can't get any follow-up CC, Chun-Li should live this.
Nice Fist of Fury here while Flop is in crowd control, parrying the Rogue's attacks. He Chi Torpedoes away. Dippy's been getting kind of destroyed by a Brua in the mid here. Chun-Li's trying to get into the mix. Flop has to heal 2 targets. His tree is coming up in about 4 seconds, and Dippy's going to wall to buy time to get to that. There's no medallion for anyone on the side of YPPM. Leg Sweep comes up in 7 seconds. He grapples the Rogue on the Meteor, denying the stun lock. He Chi Torpedoes over to the Priest. Is he going to swap Priest here? Leg Sweep out of this? He doesn't have it for 1 more second. I think he's going to go into Brua, but a Brua fakes a kick. He's got precognition. Wall comes down, but Aiden isn't on the other side of the wall, and he's getting bear rooted by Flop, and he has to cancel the wall. 0 value on that. Garbage just managed to sneak in for a fear out of that gouge, setting up for damage on Chun-Li. That does force his karma at least. Now, is Abrua going to gamble it and block this karma off? Because he's also taking a lot of... I feel like he could have blocked that off. He's going to have to block maybe anyways. He's very low at the moment. He gets grip back. He's trying to avoid Chun-Li, but he's just still on top of him. I think he's going to have to block. And now he's down 2 ice blocks. Garbage is getting interrupted. Aiden starting to rot. We're getting to that critical mass point and dampening. Nice paralyzed lasso. Good teamwork between Dippy and Chun-Li. But Garbage has managed to recover. Garbage is doing his best to buy his team a few more opportunities because there is no medallion on Chun, but he actually gets a pre-grapple. He's slicing Winzine away and hits the mage at the same time. Dippy is just closing the game, just absolutely owning Abrua. But here's another kidney shot. Abrua, or Dippy, no wall. He burrows. He's just going to trade. He doesn't want to burn too much mana on Flop. And now they switch over to Chun-Li, and I think they overlapped Iron Bark and Burrow. Might be an opening on Chun-Li. Doesn't look like it just yet. He looks okay. He's trying to stay on target, paralyze the mage into Ring of Peace to connect. He blinks back through it, but he gets bashed by Flop. Beautiful positioning from Flop, but Garbage is there to grip Abrua out of the fight. He's trying to fake interrupts, but they stack up for a double leg sweep. This is, oh my god, that Dragon's Breath. It was almost good night. Mass Poly gets interrupted there for a moment. He blast waves Dippy. Chun-Li's back on him, and Aiden's in a root. He just can't do anything for his team, and Chun's boarding out of there. Flop's trying to reposition, it looks like. They're trying to bait Aiden behind the pillar. Oh, they kidney shot, but he's not in line of the mage. So it's just is the Rogue going to solo him? There's no way there's no way. Oh my god, Chun-Li baits Aiden to go by himself and try and get the kill there when there was no cooldowns. He survives it, and now Abrua with no blocks is desperate. Oh, Garbage in a paralyzed trinket swap. Okay, he's going to do it instantly. He's not playing games. Flop cyclones his trinket. Abrua is desperate. He's spamming polymorphs to stop damage, but Dippy is clobbering him at the moment, David.
It definitely seems that way. Garbage still at low health as well. He has Guardian Spirit in 2 short seconds, but is it going to be too little too late? Abrua trying to get aggressive with his Rogue. Kidney shot onto Chun-Li. Blind onto Flop. Into the follow-up cheap shot. Into the bomb. Aiden trying to make a hero play onto Flop. Well, Abrua was surely going to go down there with all that pressure. Flop still not out of the woods just yet. Bear form and Barkskin is committed. Dippy getting cross CC'd as well with that counter spell. And now Chun-Li wants to end the game right here, right now. Nothing available for Garbage. He's in that preemptive angel form. It does stop CC, but it's not that much more throughput. So it's something where Garbage's mana is just going to be getting hit even harder and harder and harder. Abrua now caught into the maim. It's over. Chun-Li connects, and Gustbusters take game number 1. They're still playing it out, it would seem. Aiden still thinks he can put his team on his back. Nope. He's going to leave the arena. But that was really close. There was multiple times where I saw a win condition for this sub-rogue RMP. But Gustbusters, they're playing really great as a team. You were mentioning it, and I want to give kudos to Flop as well. He did a great job preemptively setting his team up to continue to stay aggressive, which is key when trying to lock down like mages like Abrua from following up that CC. That swap go by Aiden behind the pillar when you preemptively bear formed by Flop. Chun-Li already in position to make that mage overextend. Just really good heads up play altogether by Gustbusters.
I feel like Flop had a really good game here. Like he's able to know when he needs to be in. Watch, he has no trinket right now, and he's like, man, I can win the game. I'm going in. I don't care if I have no trinket. I'm a kitty. Watch me fly. Jumps to the sky, stuns him, and just blasts him with a Star Surge. It's like, come get me, Aiden. Your mage is already dead. You're too late.
Waste your globals on me. Waste your globals on me while my Windwalker monk just chews your mage apart. Dude, Chun-Li is so good on the Windwalker monk. I gotta give him credit where credit's due. I think a lot of monks fall into this trap of just like kind of incapping on cooldown. Perhaps Chun-Li saves those incaps for when a global. Just rate when a defensive cooldown needs to be traded to get those trinkets. It's so crucial. Sometimes all you need is one really nice in-cap stun or timed in-cap on your go. You don't need to necessarily need the full CC chain. Windwalker Monk's damage is crazy right now. If you can just time that in-cap at the right moment, you can force even more defensive cooldowns. And he did a great job doing that. I think he actually forced one trinket with that in-cap that game. Gustbusters gonna lock in the exact same thing. It looked very strong. YPPM, I'm assuming we're gonna see the same composition. Yeah, I think this is kind of all they got in their tank. This is the composition that brought them here. This is the composition they're gonna stick with.
They just broke their 100% win rate for YPVM's Subtlety Rogue RMP right there for the Gustbusters. So now there's no stress. You know, you don't have a 100% win rate. To me, it kind of just seemed like a little bit of a slow start. They had a couple of moments where it's like, okay, this is the YPPM that we saw from yesterday. And then they kind of just dropped the ball a little bit in between as far as offense. So I think as long as they can kind of almost take that as a warm-up and kind of just get going a little bit better here for game number 2, I think they can still be threatening. They were showing potential in that game, especially early. I just feel like they didn't take advantage of that early lead that they had, getting Barkskin and Trinket in that one swap to flop. So I just want to see the YPPM that we saw on Saturday. Maybe they haven't drank their coffee yet. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know when they were anticipating to play, right? Europe took a little bit longer, I think, than expected, so maybe they're fatiguing a little bit. But as long as they can play even as close to as good as Saturday, I think Gustbusters don't have a free ride out of this series.
No, I wholeheartedly agree. I might have voted them out 3-0, and I beg your forgiveness, Aiden. It's just Gustbusters just seem like they are so prepared for this tournament. I mean, someone who's in the lower bracket who takes out the likes of F tier, then Tiger Toads who went the distance against Welcome to the Jungle, Tiger Toads who has, you know, some of the most legendary names in AWC, running compositions that I just don't think are beatable. I favor Gustbusters. They look so strong, but to your point, opportunities have been made out of basically thin air. Aiden has proven me wrong once before. He is more than capable of doing it again, and Abreu is no slouch either, man. All three of these players have been doing extremely well. Garbage is definitely a player that I'm going to continue to look out for. Hopefully, you know, real life stuff frees him up in the future, because I see a lot of talent in that Priest.
I feel like Garbage had probably the best game last game. I feel like he did a really solid job. It just felt like as a unit, they just needed to have a game plan, a more clear game plan. I feel like sitting on the blind as long as they did when there was no trinket, just like individually, I think it was all right. Just game plan, just execute, have a strategy. Who's your target? Who are we CCing? Go, keep it. You know,
this is a
and
team
pick their next rotation. Don't pause, basically, right? They took too long. They're like, all right, we're gonna switch to it. All right, we got every cooldown, and then they kind of took a pause where it wasn't 100% sure of where they wanted to go or where they wanted to commit. So just keep the aggression, keep the style points that they had yesterday when Aiden swept on the Subtlety Rogue, keep the gas pedal down, got to make quick calculations on Rogue Mage Priest about where you're going to go, where's the crowd control all going to be allocated, and just keep going, because individually I think that they had a decent game for that last one. It's just making the right calls at the right time. But Gustbusters, Flop was, I think, the all-star of the entire arena, though. He just had amazing positioning throughout that entire game, knowing when he can get away with getting close to the fight to get stuns for his team, those bear roots to stop the rogue from getting around the wall at the last second before he could stun his shaman behind the wall. Like, clutch plays from Flop here in game 1.
No, wholeheartedly. I mean, absolutely. Chun-Li actually gets sapped up. Aiden's got a pretty decent opener. Flop's still in stealth here as Dippy ice wall down. Flop is very far away. They can force a lot of cooldowns. Dippy's going to go ahead and trade that wall right away for now. This is the Blades as well as the Icy Veins, and they swap the damage over out onto Chun-Li, but the preemptive Giga Tree is keeping his team A-okay through the offensive cooldowns of the Rogue Mage Priest.
All right, Flop's got Heart of the Wild, so he's anticipating that he's going to get stunned here, and he wants that extra frenzied regen. Garbage gets swapped to. Oh my god, is he going to just drop? Is he getting taken out? Doesn't look like it. Aiden had to trinket, though. That's an opening. They could possibly lasso Rogue, paralyze Priest as a go on Rogue in the future. Dippy's still at half health, flopping a kidney shot. I think they want to swap Druid. He gets caught. He's got Barkskin. With that Heart of the Wild, his Frenzied Regen auto proc will heal him for a lot. So I don't think he's too worried. He's going to sit through it. Bear form. I like that he uses the Heart of the Wild early. He knows it's going to be a long game, and that Heart of the Wild gives him a nice buffer if they do switch to him, and it makes his Cyclones faster. So he gets basically it's like triple value using it really early like this for him. Brew is at half health with Ray of Hope, so he's going to go back to full. Dippy gets interrupted multiple times. Ring of Peace is stopping Aiden from connecting. Abreu blinks on top of Flop. Tries to blast wave him off the pillar, but he's not able to get it. He's going to give up on that. Flop's bear is just a little bit too beefy to get knocked off there. He's going to reposition, but he gets caught by Garbage. And Garbage has been making good plays like this, getting chastised fears. But the Tremor, is it in range? It's not, and he gets polyed before he can relocate it. Chun-Li actually getting isolated for a moment here. That was a nice catch. It's just unfortunately it doesn't get any cooldowns.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be at least Trinket Karma. I mean, the stars were aligning right there, but the damage just wasn't there. I think a lot of that had to do with slowing down Aiden. Another clone goes out onto Aiden. Dippy looking to get a Hex, perhaps. Garbage still dipping down the low health. I think a lot of that has to do with just trying to preemptively get rid of these flame shocks and keep this momentum down for the Elemental Shaman. But this is a big go. Kidney shot onto Chun-Li. It doesn't get followed up. A full fear lands onto Flop as they swap the damage over out onto Dippy, and he's going to respect that with the Burrow. That's a good play, good heads-up play by Dippy. He comes out of it, though. He's going to lasso up a Brua. Garbage even getting into the mix, looking for the mind control. Gets bashed up on it. Chun-Li getting the slicing winds right back onto his kill target. But a Brua desperately trying to get this monk off of him. And a Dippy still being the main kill target, it would seem, for Aiden. Gets caught into a full Cyclone out of a full maim. And on the back foot, a Brua has to ice block. I think they're doing a fantastic job controlling the Rogue Mage here in Game 2.
Yeah, Gustbusters are in a commanding position at the moment. They still have all three of their PvP trinkets to escape crowd control, which is a salty rogue that you're grimacing, because that basically means you need at least 4 setups. Like 4 perfect setups in a row to be able to get a win. Can they manage to do it? Here comes the kidney shot. Flop pre-iron barks it, so they're going to swap to the Druid. That's a nice catch. They might be able to kill him through Barkskin if they have enough damage here. Dippy gets a lasso. Flop escapes. Actually double skinned, or no, he pre-iron barked, I think, on the other target. So they got his Barkskin and Iron Bark. Could switch back to Flop again. They're sending a go on Chun-Li. Just anytime they have a DR, here comes a wall. Flop's jumping over it. That flying gazelle across the map. Line of sighting polymorphs at the pillar. Garbage and Flop having a bit of a 1v1 here. Garbage goes into the bash first, but they do follow it up with a blind. Dippy isolated in the cheap shot. Flop's going to tree. Ooh. And he's going to walk over that Ring of Frost. That was good usage of that to immune the Ring of Frost. He was trapped for a moment. Abreu is repositioning. Garbage is trying to use the symbols here while he's got some breathing time to be able to get his mana regeneration back. Abreu gets gripped into the mix. They want to get aggressive. Kidney shot. Another swap. Is it going to be? Aiden gets Ring of Peace away from Flop. This Ring of Peace usage from Chun-Li, he's stopping a lot of goes from Aiden with just that, but they're going to punish Chun-Li. He's like, you're going to Ring of Peace me? I'm just going to go after you. 3 cheap shots. They don't get a karma. I can't believe it. He's using Conduit to reconnect here onto Abreu. Big slicing wins on that lasso. And I really like the lightning lassos. I feel like that is like a main win condition for a Dippy.
I feel like he uses them, and it's just so... Oh my gosh, Abreu almost just randomly died there. That's the Guardian Spirit. That's another defensive cooldown out of the way for YPPM. Garbage desperately looking for a fear. Look at this. He gets chastised done into the ice block, into the full fear. What can they get done with this 8.5 health? The bomb gets committed onto Dippy. He gets knocked out of it. The leg sweep into the disarm, completely shutting down this rogue. And Dippy walks away from that exchange completely unharmed. Fantastic heads-up plays by Chun-Li. Abreu being swapped to. He might be on hypothermia still. Lots of damage. No Guardian Spirit. That's the second ice block. YPPM are on their last life. This could just be game number 2 at any given moment. In-cap cross CC. Is there anything to follow it up onto Garbage? Cyclone onto Aiden. They have complete control of the game. Garbage is going to mass dispel that Cyclone off, trying to get his rogue back in the game. Take control of this game. Kidney shot onto Chun-Li. There's no trinket. Where's the damage? Chastise into full fear onto Flop. Dippy, the kill target. No wall for 4 seconds. This is Shadow Blades. This is Icy Veins. Chun-Li and cross CC. That's going to cost the Burrow. He lives to see another day. Gigatree from Flop. The go is done. He should be able to heal through this throughout it all. Disarm onto Aiden, stopping the rest of that Blades as well. It just feels like Gustbusters have complete control of the game, Sid.
Nice angel from Garbage. Flop wanted to stun him, so he goes in angel form to immune it, and Flop has to move away. They catch him in a kidney shot. They do get Bark Skin. I don't think it's enough damage to drop him. Brew is in trouble. No blocks available. Void Shift, the last line of defense, and Garbage needs to get ready. They're still just gunning down Flop, trying to power through his bear. Now they switch over to Dippy, trying to spam out a polymorph, baiting Flop to shapeshift. Do they catch Flop? They don't catch him. His positioning excellent, but they go for blind. They're baiting his Trinket. If he trinkets, he doesn't have Bark Skin or Trinket. Dippy's just dying, though. He's sitting through a lot of crowd control. Paralyzed on Aiden, stalling it out, grounding Totem down to stop some hits. Dippy recovers. And Flop's got Heart of the Wild again because he used it so early. He can use it here. It's going to buffer a lot of damage. It's going to boost his clones. He's getting stuns on Aiden. Aiden trinkets it. Flop's getting in position for a Cyclone, I think, possibly onto the Rogue soon. If they can get that counterspell on cooldown. Abreu shifting power to avoid the Windshare. He blinks behind the pillar. And now Abreu is just dead, though, man. So many Lava Bursts. Garbage in a full Cyclone. Flop is just carrying at the moment. Another Cyclone, perfectly timed. He has to trinket Void Shift. And they do survive for one last attempt. And really, where do you go at this point? Everyone, again, has a PvP trinket on the side of the Gustbusters, and Flop is charging into the mix. Big swap onto Garbage, and he is going down the disposal, I think, in a moment as the Gustbusters almost close out with a double kill. And, you know, YPPM, they came in this tournament. They're playing for fun. Gustbusters did not come to play. They came to dominate.
Dominate they are, man. The Garbage disposal reference is next level. That was hilarious. But Garbage, I like his positioning. He might have been caught out in the middle of the open. It just lit up at the end there, but I think the game was already lost at that point. I think he needs to play aggressive in order to get... He had so many fears on the Flop. It just feels like they weren't able to really get anything done with these fears. I mean, look at all the swaps that are happening, but health bars are just not moving. And that's got to be a testament to Flops. Not only his preemptive hot positioning, but his aggression. The control was unreal.
All right. Flop's got defense, he's got offense, he's got moves, he's got cooldown management, he's got clone timings, he's got damage he's adding in there, although maybe not the most damage, but you know, Frustrator is not known for their damage, but 5 million is better than 0, okay? It's better than 0, and he catches Garbage right here, and that Fell Bear skin that you get from the Mage Tower challenge, it's super satisfying when you bash somebody with it. You just like the incredible Hulk Bear, charge in there, bash up Garbage, he's not getting out of there. He is not getting out of there. Alright, we're moving to game number 3. Is Gustbusters going to pull off a 3-0? And honestly, like, if you're Liquid, like, how confident are you? Because you're just watching RMP get dominated the whole day. You just lost to Welcome to the Jung. You're kind of fatigued from that. And it's just like, and can you play Subtlety as well as Aiden? Because I feel like Subtlety should be doing better than Outlaw. We've watched Outlaw get dominated in this matchup. So I am interested to see how they would perform against Liquid. We might even be seeing like a parallel between NA and EU where like Chibaku get their way through the lower bracket with their Elemental Shaman Demon Hunter. This time around in NA, it's going to be like a Windwalker Elemental Shaman for week number 2.
No, I think you're correct, man. I'm going to call you Farsipa Supatees because I think that if I were a betting man, that is what I'd bet. I mean, looking at Liquid's lineup, Rogue Mage is a composition that they need to work. They have relied on it. They are practiced on it. That is the composition. They could switch some things up, but it might be a little spooky. But it looks like Abreu is going to swap over onto the Elemental Shaman? This seems like a Hail Mary, Sid.
Yeah, this is probably a little bit of tilt maybe also brought into the mix. Like, I've only seen Abreu like with a lot of time on Boomkin, Mage, and I think a little bit of Shadow Priest. I haven't seen a lot of Elemental from him. So this is, to me, I mean, maybe he's got one on the ladder, right? I'm not too sure.
Right.
But if he's like stepping in cold on this spec at all, like Dippy's warmed up. You know, he's ready to be tossing out some lava at the moment, and maybe I'm not feeling too bad about my prediction here. I'm hoping that I can at least pass the coin. Okay, that's my goal. You got to set achievable goals. I'm setting achievable goals. I'm hoping to end this day ahead of the coin. So it's very important right now that the Gustbusters win if I'm going to be able to do that. Maybe it's mathematically not even possible to pass the coin at this point, but I'm still going to try even if it's not, okay? Never
Always
give up.
press W. When in doubt, press W. I love the mindset, Supa. That's the play. YPPM, I think they need to take a note from your book. I think they need to press W. I think they need aggression. I don't think that the Sub-Rogue is going to be the spec that gets them to the late game and win the attrition war. Sure, it's got a lot of control in the hands of a player like Aiden. Plays can just come out of thin air. Abreu, though, not being on that Mage, lead me to believe that the offensive pressure is just not as on demand. Don't get me wrong, we saw Elemental Shaman like a series ago Gatling gun their way to the finals, right? These specs are unreal right now. Their damage out of nowhere can be ludicrous, but the question is, can they utilize that damage with this composition in the way that they normally have with the mage to punch through and get a kill? Oh, I love Chun-Li running in and immediately getting combat, preventing those seps. Great heads up play by him.
Ooh.
Oh, the clash into the double leg sweep is immediately going to be trinketed by Aiden, and he's going to commit the full kidney and everything onto Chun-Li. But Flop's A-okay with this, man. Giga Tree, no problem, brother. I'll heal you through this.
I love watching the flying tree where he just wild charges so he can't smoke bomb.
He's
It's
so
just
big.
zoom tree just on top of the target. Can't see me. Keeps everybody top there and healthy. I think the Shaman is a little bit better into the Resto Druid. It seems like mages are struggling with Druid in general. It's just harder to get crowd control on them. So with this comp, they can kind of just send damage, and the lethal threat of the Subtlety Rogue is going to be very dangerous. But at the moment, Chun-Li is just ramping. Abrua is not able to kite him as effectively as he would on the mage. They get a lasso with a cheap shot, double stunning, but he can't attack into the cheap shot, unfortunately, during that lasso. But he does get a couple of lava bursts towards the end. Garbage is trying to get in on top of Flop, but he's getting rooted by Dippy. Here comes the primordial wave of Dippy, trying to get some cleave damage. Aiden steps in for a kidney shot, setting up a fear. Do they have stun DR? They gouge Dippy to set up for the cheap shots. Does Chun-Li gets chastised so he can't grapple it? But they're not really getting the combo here, unfortunately. Now they're all stunned up. There's no wall for Abrua. Garbage goes into Angel, immediately pulling emergency measures. Aiden is getting crushed even despite the free casting heals of Garbage as he comes out of that Angel. Now he's trying to get a Psychic Screen possibly. He's just standing on top of Flop. Chun-Li in a cheap shot, trying to get an advantage in terms of positioning. We don't see the Elemental Subtlety Road like hardly ever, so I'm curious to see how it plays out for them.
Yeah, and Venruki mentioned this earlier, but Windwalker monks chew through the defenses of elemental shamans, just like the Fury Warrior did. And so it just looks like Chun-Li is having a really fun time. You also hit rogues very hard. Slicing Winds goes through both of these DPS, and Chun-Li is just having a field day cutting through this. But regardless of all that, Abrua is doing massive damage. Swap over on the Flop, and he just bear forms it before the go even happens. The disarm as well. I just feel like there's an answer every time this rogue's trying to get momentum.
Brua, okay, Guardian Spirit's up. So they did get Flop's Trinket, though, on that swap to him. So that is a major
huge
objective. And they have Blind coming up soon. But Flop has Tree. He's got Barkskin. He can chain a long time to get his medallion back.
Right.
Dippy looks very healthy in this position. He's just free casting damage. And I think Brua needs to start getting just more damage out. Can be difficult. Flop's likely dispelling. Here comes a big Primordial Wave for Brua. Big crits on Dippy. Not enough. Flop blocks it. Flop's just playing max range. He knows that Aiden wants to Shadow Step to him. So he's max ranging it. And Aiden is just kind of stuck in the middle of the map at the moment. Flop's even tossing in Wraths. I feel like that's so BM as a Druid when you have time to cast a Wrath. It's really disrespectful that you have time to even do that in a matchup like this. Cap Totem down on Aiden. Paralyzed on Garbage. Good crowd control, but no damage. Chastise, they're trying to set up, but they can't cross. There's a vortex in the middle of the map, and Flop is just 100 million miles away. He's so far away, it's so tiny, it's hard to see if he's even in the arena still. Chun-Li's going to pull back and get his portal down just in case. I think a smoke bomb might be coming up pretty soon. Here come the cheap shots. Iron Bark preemptively. Chun-Li's going to take 0 damage, so they switch off the Iron Bark to Dippy. Dippy takes no damage here either. They get a Chastise on Flop. Garbage gets there for a fear, but that gets tremored. Flop ducks in for a stun into a Cyclone. Abrua in trouble. Could be a Trinket Void Shift. Abrua's going to wall. Is it enough? Aiden's getting gouged on Chun-Li. Chun-Li's held at bay. Now there's a paralyzing Garbage. They swap to Aiden. They catch him in a lasso. On DR. It's likely he's going to survive here. Good recovery for YPPM. It just looks like they're stable, but they're not getting any sort of advantage.
Bro, he just bladed and went with the stun on the Flop, and it just completely got deflected. Now the damage is going back over onto Abrua, Slicing Winds like crazy. Dippy dipping down, going to go ahead and trade that wall out, but I think he's more than able to afford that ability. Lots of pressure still going out on Abrua. There's the Ray of Hope to follow it out. Garbage is going through his spell book time after time again. The Divine Hymn to help with the throughput as well. Not only is it an AoE heal, but it also increases the healing in the near future as well with a nice aura. Garbage trying to keep his team aggressive. Aiden goes for the swap. It gets cloned by Flop. He wasn't able to get the kick on that into the bash follow-up. Aiden tapping out of the game. They're swapping to him. Huge maim to follow it up. Cloak of Shadow is going to be knitted. And it looks like Chun-Li's still going after Aiden. However, on top of all of this, it looks like Aiden's going to be A-okay for now. Chun-Li swatching back over onto Abrua. This is the bomb go on to Dippy, though. Garbage in position to get a follow-up fear. Dippy's going to be completely okay, though, as they disarmed Aiden on that go. Everyone on the team of Gustbusters has an answer.
I mean, Abreu's doing a good job, though. He got to the top of the meter. He has to be top damage if his team is going to win, because the Subtlety Rogue's not going to do high enough overall damage and dampening to outpace the Windwalker. So Abreu has to be the carry, stepping in onto this specialization in their last hope of trying to get through the rest of this bracket of North America and earn enough points to qualify to the Gauntlet. Aiden sets up with a gouge, but it's broken immediately. He gets a kidney shot, but flops in Bear. He does not care at all. Chun-Li pre-karmas, so they're going to have to switch to Dippy. Nice catch there. Flop respects it. Trinket Iron Barks. Fair trade here for Chun-Li Flop, but that is an opening. Now moving forward, so let's see what they can do with this opening. Flop has Tree. He's going to have to chain that on the next go. Here's the cheap shot. Flop jumps in. Dippy's mind controlled, though. Oh, no, he gets caught in a cheap shot. It's on DR. Oh, that Hex. Do they have a way to remove that? Dippy's still mind controlled.
No,
he gets it dispelled. He gets it dispelled. Now he's back. They forced Diffuse. They got every Monk cooldown, and they got Druid Trinket. Both of those targets are great. They have to stay alive. They have Blind as well. They have to recover through this leg sweep. It's a lot of pressure. They're switching to Garbage.
I
don't think Chun-Li can solo him right now. Paralyzed on Aiden. They've got Grapple probably. Flops in Tree. Nice reaction from Flop. He sees that they're all in the middle of the map. They have to get ready. Aiden's ready to pull the trigger. He has Blind. Can Abreu be stable long enough, man? It's match point.
Oh, Abrua's not getting stabilized, and there is a window on Chun-Li here. No trinket available. Full fear onto Flop. He actually gets tremored by Dippy, and Chun-Li will live another day, and that window of opportunity is slowly ticking down. 23 seconds on that trinket for Chun-Li, 21 on Touch of Karma. Abrua, no wall available. He still has that burrow, and I think he might need to pop it. GS from Garbage is going to give him a lot more throughput, but Chun-Li is chewing through it. Chun-Li's making a swap, potentially over out onto Aiden out of this Cyclone. We're going to have to wait and see. Garbage preemptively. He's in that Angel form. Mana is becoming a problem for him, however. Aiden preemptively using that cloak.
Oh, big swap, big swap, big swap. Garbage again. No, he's got Desperate Prayer. Is he going to... Oh my god, he survives now. Brew is low. He might have to burrow at any moment here. He's got Grounding Totem. Paralyzed, no trinket. Brew is still not burrowing. They swap the Flop. Massive damage on Flop. I can't believe it. I can't believe it on their last leg. They're so close, but they're getting robbed. They're getting robbed. Flop refuses to die. The Bear God refuses to go down. Frenzied Regen. He's got Trent's down. Chun-Li is there. Flop actually survives the swap. Now Brew is stunned up. It's tree time for Flop. He gets into the Smoke Bomb. Dippy should take 0 damage as a result of this. Smoke Bomb gets totally denied. Ray of Hope comes out in desperation. Garbage is on 0 mana at this point. Brew just walls for the sake of it, I guess, right now, because there's no mana to heal. Garbage is getting destroyed. He's into the Paralyze. Aiden has Evasion. He might even just have to send it preemptively. Any points of damage here. Garbage is not going to be able to recover. Chastise Fear. It's Duard. Oh, he rooted Garbage. He couldn't get the Fear. He's so sad. He has no mana to dispel. Chun-Li rolls over. Full leg sweep. No trinket. Chun-Li, Flop are there. Dippy moves around the corner. Lava, lava, lava. Is Garbage going to survive? He faints it. He actually is surviving right now. How are you alive right now, Garbage? You have 0 mana.
He's so good, dude.
How is he alive? He's back to full health. They're back to full health. They have another chance. They go for a blind. They get the cheap shot. Abreu is ducking, bobbing, and weaving with Gust of Wind. Lava Burst come through. Can they pull it off? He burrows. He survives. They switch to Flop. They refuse to give up, David.
They refuse. The Barkskin does get committed, but they're trying to chew through it. However, Abrua is scared. He can't stay out in the middle of the map like this, and he knows it. He's desperately running away. He has that burrow available to him. Garbage. Nothing in the tank, man. He has the Hell Swap. He has the Apotheosis, which is going to give him a stun. This Symbol of Hope is going to give him a little bit of mana, but it gets interrupted. Blades from Aiden on the back foot. Flop sees it. He's going to commit the Iron Bark preemptively. Karma also available for Chun-Li as well, and Gustbusters are moving in for the kill. Blades is going to fade in any moment now, and the buttons are slowly coming back for Garbage. Can he keep his team aggressive? 44% dampening, and Abrua is still alive and still pushing forward. Preemptive Angel, huge damage onto Abrua. Can Garbage do it? Can he keep him alive through it? There's the Ray of Hope. It's going to stop it.
He got cloned on it.
Huge! That will immune it if it goes off in the clone. Can they follow it up? And at 44% dampening, will it even get anything done? But here's the big damage from Abrua. They're trying to light up Chun-Li. He has no karma, no trinket available to him. He looks like he's going to be okay. Flop not caught into any CC just yet. Whoa, the slicing wind kick follow-up onto Abrua. Even the bash. Garbage preemptively grips him. The lasso defensively. Desperately looking for hexes. The chastise to slow down this Windwalker Monk. Aiden trying to get the damage out, but he gets disarmed. Abrua, how are you alive right now?
Chun-Li's all over him. Lava Burst coming in from downtown. Dippy closes it out, and YPPM put on a show. They were fighting in defiance, but it was not enough. The Gust Busters have come to play, and honestly, if I was Liquid, I would not be feeling too comfy on having a guaranteed spot back in that Grand Finals for North America.
That's right. That is absolutely right. And my prediction happens to be right with a 3-0, but by no means is YPPM a team that isn't a top contender. If these guys had a little bit more practice, I could absolutely see them being in the higher echelons of the points. But Gustbusters are the team to beat. They've gone through some of the best Rogue Mages in the tournament already, and then they're moving on to face Liquid, who's been relying on that Rogue Mage as well. I don't know. I mean, they're tournament champs, man. I mean, these players are veterans. They've gone through adversity over and over and over again. If anyone can do it, I feel like it has to be this team.
Oof, yeah, Ghostbusters for sure. We're seeing the final moments here of this series. YPPM no longer in it, but could not agree more. Ghostbusters, these are names that we are so familiar with. I feel like each and every one of them, too, have kind of been waiting to find a home for so long. So my big question is this the team that finally carries them to the success that these guys definitely deserve and have been putting in the work in for season after season. So Ghostbusters 3-0, and they are moving on to face off against Team Liquid. That's another team that has an RMP. Is it better than YPPM's though? That's kind of a question as well, because it did look a little bit scary multiple times towards the end there, Super T's, for Ghostbusters in that last game.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the Garbage has just pulled off that miracle. I feel like Garbage had a really good series. If I was Garbage, I would not go out of that holding my head down. Like, he had a really good series for that one. So, and if you're just signing up for fun, obviously, going up against the Gustbusters, who are logging, like, tons of games day after day. You can watch their streams. They're queuing into Liquid. Like, they're getting huge top-level practice. Like, it's going to be tough in that type of situation. But I feel like Garbage put on a show here in this on the Holy Priest, and he's also branching off. You know, he's played a lot of Prez-Evoker in the past, so this is kind of out of his comfort zone. I feel like they had a really good showing, even though the score is 3-0 for them out of the tournament. They do get a decent amount of points, right? Like, that's going to put them up the leaderboard at least for cup number 3, so it's not over yet for them as far as the season is concerned. But now moving into Liquid against the Gustbusters. Man, I want to see, it's probably not going to happen, but I want to see Trill versus Chun-Li on Windwalkers. I feel like they do that I hope they do it as a gentleman's agreement on game 1. They're just like, yo, you play Windwalker, I'll play Windwalker. You play Windwalker, I'll play Windwalker.
Yeah, until you're the one who loses that mind games, then all of a sudden you find yourself in a nice long kidney shot, Maybe not the...
I'd like to see it. I'm with you. Will we? I don't know, but here's a look at the standings right now for North America. If you've got an asterisk next to your name, that means that they are still in the tournament. So Team Liquid at number 1. Welcome to the Jung. Number 2, 180 points. Tiger Toads, they're out. So Ghostbusters has an opportunity to shake things up here in the North American region. It is certainly not going to continue to look like this by the end of today. Ghostbusters just really throwing a wrench here in this region. So very, very exciting stuff. Very exciting series indeed. And we are going to head to a break. Before we do that, we've got a game for us. And it's my least favorite game. It's King of the Jumble, I believe, is what we are doing. Which means it's time for Aya and apparently D Machine to look stupid. Woo!
Yeah! Woo-hoo.
Yeah! Super T's, how do you feel about your Welcome to the Jumble skills?
You're going to carry us, bro. You're going to need to be garbage right now.
Wormy Noom Gongranam.
Oh,
Distinct wormy revisitically Noom Gongranam.
Wormy.
Moon? Okay, something in the middle one is definitely moon. Something moon.
Something's moon, yeah.
Is it Boomkin?
What's something
abilities?
moon?
Did we get a clue on this? Like, do we get like the theme of it or something?
No, because we have to guess that
We have
also.
to guess the theme.
We have to guess
like,
the
I feel like
theme.
the top could be like district, something district. Like maybe it's locations in WoW.
R.
I don't see any R. Yeah, maybe
there's an R in
instinct?
Wormy. In Wormy, can the R not jump
I
from the
don't-
second
right,
word to the
'cause
first
no,
word?
they
Can
can.
you move those over? Or are they
can.
isolated per word?
I don't know if they're
Yeah,
isolated or not.
I think if I remember right, they weren't isolated per word.
Oh man, this is super hard.
I know. Is the
man.
last one Gnome Regon? No. Gnome?
Oh no.
I think these
Oh,
are
it is.
locations.
It is.
They
It's
have to be
Nomergon.
locations.
Okay, wait, Nomergon. Okay, okay.
Are
So,
they dungeons? Dungeons? WoW dungeons?
Dungeons.
Okay, Nomergon.
Thank you, classic brain.
Oh, now we
All right.
we need 2 more 2-word dungeons.
Oh, it's not dungeons. It's
Oh,
not dungeons.
man,
Wait,
not
so
dungeons.
area. The Nomergon
What
is
is
the
Nomergon?
the gnome starting area, right?
I don't
guess
know
it
if it's the
technically
starting
is now.
area.
It's a place you can go to. That's not just.
I think it is the starting area.
Oh, is it?
I don't
Is
know.
it
I don't
dungeon
play-
and
I don't
think
play
it's-
gnomes.
I think
I have
it's
taste.
a
What do you
starting
mean?
area. It's a starting area as of Cataclysm, I think, but it's still a dungeon. It's like both. It's like the
Okay,
gnomes
okay,
are
okay.
trying to
Okay,
retake
so
Nomergon.
starting
All right,
areas,
focus up.
maybe?
What about these other 2 words, man? Like what?
Also-
I've got
also-
no idea.
Moon.
If it's 2 words, my brain is absolutely broken. I
Is
can't.
it
I like physically cannot do this.
Leave the cemetery. Dude.
I feel like these games are gonna mess with us when we're in the retirement home and we're just like babbling out.
Bro, we're
distinct
already
wormy
toasted,
and
man. We're
just
gonna be in the
like-
retirement calling
It's
cooldowns 3 times in a row.
It's over for us, man.
Can we have the? Can we?
Stormwind District, something like that.
Oh, maybe district.
Stormwind?
Dwarven district? No.
Stormwind. Does the Stormwind not work? Like STORMWIND.
I don't see a W.
I see the Stormwind. I see Stormwind. Stormwind City.
Stormwind City.
Oh, Stormwind. Oh, so
Oh, these are
Alliance
capital
cities.
cities. They're capital cities.
Capitals?
Oh,
Nomergon's
so
not a
what's the mi-
capital city.
It is. It is. It's the gnomes say for Nomergon.
Yeah, they do.
It's
It's
definitely-
actually a capital city. Silver
Silver
City.
City.
Okay, I should have known that.
Oh my
Bro.
god.
You were embarrassing me in
Okay.
front of my friends. It's messed up, dude. Cities. Okay, man. Silver Moon. One of my all-time favorites. Silver Moon. I think it's
I wish
beautiful.
we could fly in there though. That's the only downside. No flying.
Oh, what a
Flying in
coincidence.
Silvermorn City. Oh. All right.
King of the Jumble. So is there more? Is there another one?
No, I think that's it. I think that's all the
Okay.
suffering that the
Oh,
production
thank
had.
goodness.
Demon
So
looks,
bad at
Demon
that
Machine
game,
looks
dude.
so relieved. Just a sigh of relief, just immediately. Yeah, no, I'm bad at that.
No
I have
pictures?
the-
What is this?
I know. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, we have got more series coming up next. It is Team Liquid versus Ghostbusters in the North American Lower Finals. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the lower semifinals. Winner of this series moves on to the grand finals to face off against Welcome to the Jung. They have been looming in that grand finals position for quite some time. It was Team Liquid that got sent down here to the lower bracket by them as well, and now they're facing off against Gustbusters. This is a team that just beat an RMP as well, and now I'm kind of curious as to what Liquid brings out in that blind pick, Zico. Any idea?
I'm thinking probably a Windwalker Mage is happening.
Okay.
I think so. For me right now, I'm struggling to think like what is gonna win if we see Windwalker Ellie and we see Windwalker Mage. I feel like the Mage has a better time against the Windwalker, but the Ellie also has a better time against the Mage. So I don't know how that's gonna go. It's really hard to call, but I think those are going to be the two comps that we see.
I'm struggling to think also, but just because of the last game that we played before the break, I think that like jumbled up my brain a little bit. But given that, Zico, what is your prediction for this series?
I went with the Gustbusters. I feel like they looked really good in that previous series. They got the steam. They got the momentum right now. Liquid, they just got defeated in that upper bracket. It was a really close series, but with keeping in mind that most of their practice has been going into the RMP, I feel like this could be a little bit of a weakness that maybe the Gustbusters can exploit.
Okay. 1 to 3 favor of Gustbusters. D Machine, what you got?
I mean, I kind of alluded to it in the at the end of the last series. I'm like, Gustbusters have shown that they have the answer against Rogue Mage. I mean, they went against some of the best Rogue Mages in the region. Though the Windwalker Monk being good against Elemental Shamans is something that it could shake some stuff up. You know, but with that being said, you have the momentum for Gustbusters. You have other compositions, other answers. And one of the criticisms I had for Liquid, actually at the end of the day yesterday, when we were like making predictions on what was going to happen today, I thought that one of their cruxes was going to be the lack of versatility, you know, maybe not having more compositions as answers. If Windwalker Monk isn't the answer, I think this is Gustbusters' series.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at Ven and Supatiz's predictions. Definitely curious as well. Everybody's so far in the favor of Gustbusters. I'm looking at chat. I'm curious what they think also. Oh, no. No, why is this happening to me?
What?
Why am I the only one? Oh, my gosh.
Dude, you owned with it last time, though. You were right a couple times.
I started off the weekend so great. I would be like I would be voting against the grain, and this today it's not working out for me. I'm plummeting on the leaderboards. I think we have an updated one actually, or at least from a couple of series ago. So it hasn't been looking great for me. I think I'm gonna join Supatiz down there in the depths of the leaderboard.
I don't know if you even can.
What's that?
I don't know if you even can. He's so low. He was like 33% last time we looked.
Dude,
I think you're locked in.
You might be overthinking it. I mean, but we were kind of talking about it before we went into break. Like, these are so hard to predict. Like, it feels like anybody could win. I mean, you could look at it from like a logical perspective of like, which comp makes the most sense? What's the meta right now? But these teams are just continuing to surprise us in the North American and the European region. So I would like to say that I think that regardless of what these predictions look like down here, I think Team Liquid certainly still has a chance. They're obviously such a strong team. They wouldn't be in the position that they are if they weren't. They're currently first right now for standings in North America. So they're going to try and make it work. And I hope
for a reason.
Because I don't like being wrong. So it's Team Liquid. It's Gustbusters. This is a lower bracket as well. They're facing elimination. Which team, based on comps alone, do you think Zico is more prepared to face off against Welcome to the Jung?
I would say the Gustbuster. Well, I don't know. I feel like Team Liquid had some good answers. It kind of came down to the blind pick in their series. But the Gustbusters also have... I feel like the Gustbusters have a better answer. I feel like the Windwalker Ellie is a solid answer into basically everything that Welcome to the Jung has shown so far. I think Gustbusters' composition right now is just... I didn't expect it to be as good as it is heading into the weekend, but they have really shown, kind of how good you can do with this comp.
All right, well, let's see what they can do. It's game number 1 in this best of 5 elimination round. Team Liquid versus Ghostbusters. Both of these teams hoping for a chance to fight once again. Welcome to the Jung. Loser of this one will be ending the day. Cup number 2 at 3rd. And we're going to get a game started shortly here. Sounds like we're remaking it very quickly. But that's good, because that leads me to my next question. Zico, what's going on with Ellie? Why I feel like it kind of came out of nowhere. Like obviously it's never been bad, it's never been horrible, but right now it's just like you almost have to have an Ellie on your team.
I feel like with the recent nerfs to Frost Mage, I feel like Ellie kind of took the mage spot as the king wizard. Before it was really hard for an Ellie to survive, but now I feel like they can survive barely well enough to actually take down these mages, and I think that's why we've seen a lot of these mages kind of struggle in a lot of these matchups. So I think we saw it in the previous weekend too. There was some signs of life, like we saw, Swapsy rocking the Ellie Outlaw on the Forged RMP, and it looked decent into some of the Rogue Mage teams, but now with some of the changes that's gone through. Yeah, I actually disregard everything I just said. Ellie's only good because lava, big burst.
Big burst.
According to Tony Farrell.
Hear his voice
I
in my
believe
head.
that.
I mean, as a mage player, are you re-rolling? You rolling an Ellie mage or an Ellie?
I actually have a level 80 shaman, but I don't think so. I think I'm gonna stick to my arcane mage, and no matter what happens, I'm just loyal.
Okay, I respect that. All right, well, it looks like we got the game ready to go now. It is Team Liquid versus Ghostbusters, game number 1, D Machine.
There's 2 Windwalker monks in the arena. This is the best day ever. It's my birthday. So, all right, we got 2 Windwalker monks versus the 2 wizards of the meta. Which wizard will be crowned on top in the blind pick of the Grand Arena? Oh, baby. Composition-wise, from Ghostbusters, I mean, they're well-versed on this, but so is Liquid. They've taken out this composition time and time again whenever the rogue wasn't the answer. So my question is, how offensive is Trill going to be able to be onto Dippy throughout this game? How much pressure can they really pump into this Elemental Shaman before they need to pull back?
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a very explosive matchup. We might even see one of these Windwalkers actually go down. Already Chun-Li and Trill kind of battling it out. Chun-Li's going to commit the leg sweep. He's getting spam polymorph though by Sam. And it looks like Trill is making his way over to Dippy. And Dippy is going to try to shut down Sam as much as possible. They're getting a decent amount of damage. Sidu is an angel from Sam. Almost goes down. What in the world was that amount of damage right there? This is going to be a real explosive game right here. Both of these, all of these classes really pack a hefty punch. Trill going in for the leg sweep, and Flop actually is going to just wild charge into the middle of the map, just try to get as much healing out as possible while he has the Giga Tree active. MIM not going to be able to land any crowd control in this position. Lightning Lance coming out onto Trill, and he actually gets counterspelled there. Sam IM building the ice wall. Here we go. Big pressure potential, but oh my god, that gust of wind was insane. He got whirling dragon punched up to the sky and then gusted all the way back to his healer there. That was kind of cool.
All right, wall for Dippy on that go. Leg sweep onto Sam I Am. There's something to note about the mind games with the double monk. Monks slow other melee down, including other monks, a lot. So as these monks try to connect to these wizards like Dippy, big heals going out onto him. Chastise stun, that's the burrow. Wow, Sidu in the backline just spamming heals, being very defensive, and then he gets in, he gets active, and immediately forces the defensive cooldown. They're swapping the pressure out onto Sam I Am. Chun-Li caught in a defensive polymorph. Gonna slow that down a little bit, and both the monks going back and just punching each other in the middle map, and they just kind of swap. You'll see a lot of these swaps between these two, just getting like the slows, getting the roots out onto the opposing monk can really slow them down to attack, to connecting to the opposing wizard.
Yeah, I feel like it's, this could be very scary here for Dippy, but it looks like Flop is avoiding the CC attempt coming in from Team Liquid, and he's going to be able to keep him alive. Oh my goodness, Trill almost just goes down right now. Big ray of hope coming out from Sidu, saving the situation. But I think it's going to just be all about swapping and all about uptime. If Dippy doesn't get some denial here onto Trill via Cyclones and just good kiting and movement, I think Dippy is definitely going to be a sitting duck in this matchup. But if he can, and Sam I Am gets shut down on his CC onto Chun-Li, then I think Chun-Li can kind of take control control over the situation right now. Chun is slightly ahead on damage, but Dippy is behind on cooldowns. He finally has, nice counterspell there on the Tranquility of Flop, but Dippy finally has his Astral Shift back, so he's going to feel a little bit more safe in the matchup. And I think in terms of mana, this could go either way. Trill right now doing a lot of damage. Nice pre-wall, though, on this leg sweep by Dippy. The only reason why he's still alive, he surely would have gone down there. There was no Iron Bark. Flop looking for the Cyclone, manages to find it onto Sea-Doo. This is an opportunity for the Gust Busters to get something going. Trill is going to respect it and pop the Touch of Karma. Huge damage onto Dippy. Another leg sweep from Chun, though, is going to save the day for now.
Oh my gosh, that leg sweep. If that didn't happen, I thought Dippy was surely going to go down. I love that that they're running Whirling Dragon Punch as well. That is a PvP talent that not only interrupts, but also stops the player from being able to kite. Trill taking so much damage. No Touch of Karma. That's going to be the apotheosis of Sea-Doo, but he holds on to that Guardian Spirit. I love the confidence by that healer, constantly knowing what type of throughput his abilities have. He has so many reps. They swap it over out onto Sam. Huge pressure goes out onto him, and that's going to be the Guardian Spirit. So if that was overcommitted, but they swap it back onto Trill.
Whoa.
No Touch of Karma, and he does catch the Ray of Hope, but they switch it back onto Sam. That's another block. So many defensive cooldowns. Now Sea-Doo in that Hex, he does get decursed by Sam immediately. Now they're trying to switch the damage back over onto Dippy, and he immediately goes underground as soon as the wall hits, not letting any momentum shift.
It looked like Dippy tried to go under the wall, but we're going to have to table that for a second here. Sea-Doo sitting through a Cyclone. Trill is in big trouble. Actually going to port back. The port-on-port action coming out from Chun-Li right there, but a nice Fist of Fury is going to stop Chun for now. Gets caught up in a Polymorph. Flop trying to go out. He fake has to interrupt. He gets a full Cyclone onto Trill. He could try to swap it here maybe onto Sea-Doo, but no. It's going to be Chun actually swapping to Sea-Doo here with a Fist of Fury, just trying to get a little bit of damage done. Trying to actually slow him down, I think, to allow Flop to go for that Cyclone, but Trill is taking a tremendous amount of damage, and he just gets absolutely blasted. Huge swap from Gustbusters.
All right, bro. I saw the Karma back, and I'm like, Trill's chilling. Trill's chilling. Yeah, Chun-Li, his leg sweep's off cooldown. I should never count Flop out. He's constantly finding the opportunities to get aggressive right when his team needs. And Gustbusters, they take down Liquid, and the reigning Windwalker Monk champ Chun-Li comes out on top, perhaps? Maybe? I don't know.
Maybe.
That was really, really close, because it's something to note that this was the blind pick. So both of these teams locked this in anticipation, but even if Liquid had the composition advantage, I think they'd still lock in the Windwalker Monk against this.
Yeah, I mean, this is the matchup that I was expecting in the blind too, but I think Trill actually trinketed a Cyclone from Flop earlier prior to this. But look at Flop here. Flop is actually so good on this. Look at him. He's just going for a re-stealth there. He knows Trill has no trinket. He just sneaks in out of combat here, ducks behind the pillar, gets a re-stealth, and just leaps in, gets the rake stun, and at the same time, look at Dippy just unloading
Karma and health swap
amount of damage.
Man. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Dude, when I'm a
Did
healer...
actually get something on Sea-Doo?
No, I don't think so. I'm here. We'll take another look, and we'll watch in slow-mo there. But Karma right now comes back off a cooldown. There is the swap as well. Sea-Doo looks like he's available to do it. Maybe some miscommunication, or perhaps maybe just an insane amount of damage that caught him off guard. I don't know, but too little, too late. That is a loss. And in this best-of-5 series, at this level of play, that could just be the series. Team Liquid have a huge battle ahead of them. The composition that I thought would be their answer to Gustbusters is apparently going down in game number 1. With that many cooldowns up, though, Z, I really do think that they can still lock this in. If they continue to rotate, if they, you know, focus up, lock in, and rotate throughout and bring the game to distance, maybe this could go another way. It was a very close game 1.
Yeah, I just don't know what else they would even lock in here at this point. Yep. Because this was the matchup that I was expecting in the blind pick. So I think we're going to see the exact same thing. And like you said, they still had cooldowns. They still had answers in that position. And there was a lot of close calls on Dippy. Like, Dippy could have easily died as well in that matchup. Especially if the matchup gets, continues to go on. And it really is going to be about that uptime. So it's going to be tough for Flop, especially because he has to deal with the counterspell, right? So if he goes for a Cyclone onto Trill to limit, the amount of damage he's able to do onto Dippy, and he gets counterspelled at a time like that, that is going to be really bad for Gustbusters. It's not really the same risk when Samayam gets interrupted on a sheep that he just tries to get onto Chun-Li. So when Chun-Li goes for his Fist of Fury, Samayam is going to have a lot of disruption for that. Dragon's Breath, Sheeps, Nox, etc. Since he is a DPS player. But for Flop, it's going to be a lot tougher because he has to get those Cyclones. He has to kind of be in there and be involved. But at the same time, if he overdoes it, then he's going to get punished. He's going to get swapped to. He's going to get counterspelled. But if he also underdoes it, then Dippy might just die to the raw pressure of Trill. So I'm not sure.
Okay.
Never mind. We're seeing the RMP.
Okay.
I don't like this.
No.
I feel like Gustbusters, they just played a really clean series against an RMP. Sure, it was sub, but they've also beaten Outlaw RMPs before. And sure, maybe they're not as good as Liquid, but I think that if you're Gustbusters, this is exactly what you want. Like,
I feel like Gustbusters has so many games against so many good RMPs as this composition. Yeah. This is the composition that brought them here against Rogue Mages, Tiger Toads, YPPM, now Liquid. Oh, I don't envy Liquid right now choosing this composition. I know that they know the same information I have. These guys come prepared. They do their homework. They know Gustbusters' record against Rogue Mage, and they're taking it upon themselves to push forward as the Rogue Mage composition. That's a lot of weight on their shoulders here in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, it's a risky pick here from Liquid. Is it going to pay off? I don't know. I mean, if you are going to experiment in the matchup, it is better to do it in game number 2. And I mean, for them, this is also comfort. Like, we can argue all day long about, oh yeah, which RMP is better, but at the end of the day, each RMP has a little bit different play style. Right. Team Liquid, they like to swap a lot to the healers, so maybe they can find a healer swap onto Flop and just drop him 100-0. Things like that could definitely happen. I would definitely not count them out, but I will say, if I was a player on Gustbusters and I got to play a matchup that, you know, I already got to play against a lot of other really top tier RMPs, I'd be like, okay, I know what's going on here. But whereas the Windwalker Mage, there isn't really anybody else running the Windwalker Mage. You probably don't have that same level of practice against a Windwalker Mage of Liquid's caliber. So
the only
also,
other Windwalker Mage
if I'm Dippy,
them. It's literally Gustbusters.
Yeah, like pretty much. And also, if I'm Dippy, I'm just happy not to have to deal with Trill's Windwalker Monk. I'd rather deal with Outlaw Rogue all day long than the damage. I mean, we saw earlier a 5 million Fist of Fury. You know, it's pretty crazy with a 2 million slicing win. So we've definitely seen LA Shamans go down pretty quick to Windwalkers, but Gustbusters and Team Liquid, they are gonna lock these in. And Flop on the Resto Druid. We saw the Resto Druid in Europe doing some work for Lontar. Now we're seeing it here in North America as well. I mean, Flop sure he's been running it, you know, even last weekend, but it is cool to see as well, because it has been mostly about the priests.
Right.
And we are starting to see some Resto Druids get some work done here.
Holy Priest dropping down a tier. Frost Mages dropping down a tier. Elemental Shamans and Resto Druids rising up. The meta is whatever you want it to be. I mean, we saw a Demon Hunter just take a whole tournament, man. The only Demon Hunter in the tournament. You know, like, don't just listen to, like, you know, the latest tier list, you know. Try to figure it out on your own. Try to put compositions together, because, you know, at the end of the day, there's someone out there that is basically the original theory craft of the current meta that you're in, you know? Maybe you could be the theory crafter of the next meta. We'll have to wait and see. Gustbusters, game number 2 versus Team Liquid. I mean, you mentioned it earlier. It seems like Liquid is capable of making some really potent healer swaps, but Flop is doing such a great job preventing any sort of holes or opening. But if there's ever going to be an opening that can be capitalized on, it's Team Liquid that can do it. But they're going to start onto Dippy in this opener. Just a nice soft opener, adrenaline rush, not committing the Icy Veins just yet, just really trying to push Dippy down. Chun actually opting to go onto Trill for now, but here we go. The Celestial Conduit goes out onto Samayam, but he's already kiting around, and Sea-Doo preemptively in that Angel.
There it is.
Oh, is that the swap? It gets in-capped! Insane! He's in bear form. He's okay. He does commit the bark skin, but that was such crazy good heads-up play by Chun-Li. But they're swapping the damage over on the Dippy. That's going to be the wall. Full step onto Flop. If it could get followed up, surely this will be a trinket. But it looks like it's not. The swap goes out onto Trill. He gets leg sweep. Big damage goes out onto him. Sea-Doo in the middle of the map, getting aggressive, getting active.
Sean is so disgusting on this Windwalker. He puts his port behind there next to Flop, ports back, in-caps Trill on the go. Then they don't want to trinket and also have Barkskin on cooldown at the same time on Flop, because then he's basically in a checkmate position. So instead, they just sit through that entire CC chain, and Sean again landing the double leg sweep. But here comes the setup onto Dippy. Dippy with basically no personal cooldowns left. He still has his trinket and burrow actually, but nice in-cap there onto Flop. They cheap shot him. Is he out of form here? He should be taking a lot of damage. I don't think so. Yeah, no, he's in bear form. So Flop is not going to be taking any damage here. Pre-reading the go. Has Heart of the Wild active, should be completely fine, and now he has his Barkskin and he has his trinket still available. So Flop reading these swaps here as well, doing a great job so far, and this is what it's going to take from Gustbusters defensively to continue to survive in this matchup. Keep Flop, keep him aggressive, but when they're doing a setup, he has to read that. If he doesn't, then Chun-Li and Dippy, they have to be there to save the day. And now it's time for them to get aggressive here onto Samayam. They have a bit of a window. Celestial Conduit is popped. Big damage here from Chun-Li as they get a cap totem onto Sea-Doo. They're not able to find any more crowd control. And again in the backline, look at Flop. Pre-bear form on the kidney shot here. They cannot go after him in this position. They're forced to crowd control him and go after Dippy, which is kind of what Gustbusters want right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. He's going to trade out the burrow, though. He's got wall for the next go. Everyone on the side of Gustbusters has trinkets, but Liquid also has a lot of buttons. No ice block has been forced, but the Guardian Spirit did get forced a little bit there, but they're actually switching to Sea-Doo, forcing him back into another Angel. Divine Him going to get a lot of throughput out for his team. Chun-Li switches back over out onto Samayam, getting in position to get ready to CC Sea-Doo to follow that up. Chun-Li constantly getting knocked off of this mage over and over and over again. I like that he goes over and he just kind of slows Trill down. Like whenever there's a momentum in their favor, there's ways that they can get him slowed. Neither a clone actually lands from Flop to slow Trill down as well. Apotheosis from Sea-Doo to get the cross CC stuns. It looks like he wants to do it onto Flop. Flop going for the trank. It gets chastised. This is a full fear. This is an ice wall. This is a lot of damage onto Dippy. He's got the wall, but is it enough? The disarm out goes out on the Trill. Can Samayam punch through with the icy veins? No. Flop connects a huge heal. Dippy's going to be A-okay. But a couple more setups like that, and maybe Gustbusters could be in some trouble.
Oh, they're going after Flop, but again, the Paralyze coming out there onto Trill, shutting him down. That could have been Flop's trinket right there. So a lot of pressure coming out here. They need some counter-aggressiveness coming out from Gustbusters. They get a full smoke bomb, full sheep onto Flop, onto Dippy. What are they going to do here? Counter pressure coming out here from Dippy, trying to force the ice block from Samayam. They get the kidney shot onto Flop. Dippy is still in a lot of trouble. He's got the stone bulwark totem. Might need to trade it, and he is going to trade it right now. Beautifully done there. Flop sitting through a half fear right there, and Samayam blinking behind the pillar, gets the shifting power, resets some of his cooldowns, displaces back into the midfield, and here comes the rake stun onto Samayam. Nice knock there from Chun-Li as well. The Ring of Peace coming through. He tries to get the nice evasion on the leg sweep right there by Trill, but Samayam almost gets blasted. He might actually go through this Ray of Hope. Huge damage coming in, but Sea-Doo is going to be able to top off Sam there. That was such a close call, though. Almost dying without ice block. The LA Windwalker, they pack a mean punch, and if you blink, you might miss a kill.
Dude, and the absolute faith that Samayam had to not press that ice block, but Burrow on the back end of that into a full blind. Dippy's got no wall for 4 more seconds here into the full sheep. Dippy's still not out of the water just yet. Can Chun do it? Can Chun make this team defensive? Dippy catches a huge heal and he's continuing, but Samayam has both of his ice blocks. We saw this earlier, however. Liquid loves to hold on to those ice blocks, but as we get deeper into dampening, they get spent so very fast. So Gustbusters still feels like they have a lot of momentum in their favor. They're rotating through their short defensive cooldowns quite well, and mana is just neck and neck for both of these teams. I think Liquid is looking better on this Rogue Mage, though. I think that they've been playing really aggressive, really in their face, and they need to. Sea-Doo even going in for these fears has been absolutely clutch. Double stun goes out into a triple stun onto Dippy. Can they get the polymorph? They do. Full polymorph out onto Flop. That's going to be the wall, but is it going to be enough? Chun-Li trying to force Samayam defensive with his Zwen, with his big pressure from a Windwalker Monk. He's reconnecting. Once again, Sea-Doo pushed up so aggressively, trying to get the follow-up CC. Samayam getting gripped, but it doesn't matter. Ice block will be committed on his icy veins, no less.
Yeah, and now Dippy actually has no defensive cooldowns. He has Trinket, but he doesn't have anything to use with it. And Flop also with no Trinket. So they're in a very sketchy situation here on the side of Gustbusters. Nice pre-bear form, though, on the setup once again. They're just going to go ahead and Ring of Frost Flop and go after Dippy. This could be a KO moment. Dippy has nothing left. Chun-Li saves the day. Once again, beautiful Ring of Peace, interrupting the ice wall. Paralyzed onto Trill. Chun MVP once again shuts down a guaranteed kill right there if he wasn't so disruptive. And now here comes Flop. Bash onto Sea-Doo. Flop ducking back, though. He doesn't want to get counterspelled here by Sam-I-Am. Sam-I-Am with the Icy Veins as well. He's got the Ice Wall available too. Still has to respect it. This next go could still land a kill on the Dippy. They blind Flop. If he trinkets this, it's going to be lights out in the next kidney shot Ring of Frost. So he's going to sit it. He manages to Shadow Meld that Polymorph as well. Nice fake cast here from Dippy. Good counter pressure onto Sam-I-Am. This is what they need on the side of Gustbusters. Chun-Li connecting there again back onto Sam-I-Am, but he manages to buy a little bit of distance, and Dippy here sitting in the Frozen Orb. They get a Cyclone onto Trill. That's a huge Cyclone right there for Flop. It's going to buy him a lot of time. He goes in trying to CC Sea-Doo, but Sea-Doo has the Holy War. That's a risky maneuver right there from Flop, but it's not going to work in their favor as they continue to push for this Ice Block from Sam-I-Am, taking a lot of damage, but Sea-Doo in Angel form is going to be able to deflect it, and now Flop has bought enough time for his Trinket and for those defensives to rotate back up.
And Ray of Hope, regardless of the Angel committed onto Sam-I-Am, as well as a swap. I think Sea-Doo might have just taken a huge amount of damage. I'm not even sure. There's the bomb onto Dippy, but he gets knocked on it. He's trying to reconnect right now. It looks like the disarm will stop so much of that momentum. Great heads up, but this is still big cooldowns for Sam-I-Am. Double leg sweep from Chun-Li. Maybe a swap potential goes out onto Sam-I-Am. Desperate prayer out of respect immediately as well. But it looks like he's just going to use an in-cap and get back onto this mage, back onto the winning strategy of stopping this goes and just continuing the onslaught as we get deeper and deeper into dampening. But both of these healers are hanging. That's the ice wall. Sam-I-Am, though, is the one who has to be more scared. It looks like he's like glitching. He's blinking so much. Huge damage continues to connect. Guardian Spirit will be committed. The swap onto Flop. He's in the bark skin. Can they punch through it? He gets into bear form. He's okay for now. Both teams just consistently forcing cooldowns.
Yeah, this is a scary moment for Flop, though. He's got no Trinket. He's got no Barkskin. There was a great amount of pressure being applied there onto Sam-I-Am and not really allowing them to get the kill in that position. Actually, defensive blind here onto Chun-Li. They're going after Dippy, and Liquid is playing a great game of RMP here, but I don't know. Flop is also playing a good defense here. He knows they want to swap to him. Everybody sees it coming. They're doing a counterattack onto Sam-I-Am. Trill gets disarmed here before the setup. Trill really wants to push it over onto Flop. Beautiful heals coming out there from Sea-Doo. I think that was the Void Shift, actually. Yep. Sea-Doo gets leg swept, though. They're doing big work onto Sam-I-Am in that leg sweep. The Ray of Hope connects as well, and Flop is just staying away. Look at this Giga Tree as well. As his Barkskin is about to rotate up, as his Trinket is about to rotate up, Flop is just line of sighting, line of sighting, line of sighting. Then he pops this to buy his team enough time to recover and to buy himself enough time to get his cooldowns back. Now it's all about Gustbusters. Sam-I-Am, he's got basically nothing left, just one ice block, and he might have to push it right now. Huge damage, and that is going to be the ice block. They got no cooldowns left on Team Liquid. They've procced the Guardian Spirit. Flop pre-burst, yet another go. There's the disarm as well onto Trill. They interrupt the Ring of Frost, and they are pushing for victory on the side of Gustbusters.
This Icy Veins needs to get something done, and it needs to do it now. But he's caught into a main from Flop throughout all of this onslaught. He was able to get combo points and get a stun, and a stun onto Trill. The Gustbusters have complete control of the game right now. Apotheosis, the last button available for Sea-Doo to keep his team alive. Sam-I-Am popping the barrier, kiting back. Flop getting in an aggressive position on changing the pillars. Dippy, though, caught into that Frozen Orb, is going to get lit up here. Chun-Li reconnects. Chun-Li's got all of his damage. Sam-I-Am has got to be spooked. There's no answer for this. The ice wall goes down. It's not getting a whole lot done. Flop caught in travel form. Can they get the polymorph? Iron Bark gets committed. Flop keeping his team aggressive. Trill's got nothing left. He's disarmed as well. Followed up out of that. Dippy caught into a polymorph. Sam-I-Am desperately trying to slow this team down. And Ray of Hope is coming off of cooldown. Maybe a real life Ray of Hope for Sea-Doo to keep his mage alive. He uses it basically immediately. Can he keep it positive through all this damage? Flop caught into a chastise. Full Ring of Frost. He uses the Giga Tree. That's his Trinket. Dippy's got nothing left. No burrow. Sam-I-Am, nothing left. 5 seconds. He can't make it. He goes down. The cold snap just coming off of cooldown. Gustbusters find a kill. Trill's not out of it just yet. They want to see this through. PI being committed as well. Sea-Doo desperate praying in the middle of the map. The swap the flop! Can Trill do it? He does! We have ourselves a 2v2 here in game number 2. Sea-Doo and Trill in a much better position with a healer DPS composition. Can Chun-Li and Dippy punch through the lack of cooldowns and mana of Sea-Doo, Z?
Yeah, that is the question. Chun has the touch of karma. Oh my god, Sea-Doo angel forms, channels out the divine hymns, Trill defensive smoke bomb here. He gets caught up by the lightning lasso. Chun-Li's going for the kill, but Sea-Doo is blocking it right now. Offensive karma coming out, huge damage onto Trill. He's got, what does he have? He doesn't have anything right now. They're going back to Sea-Doo. They hex Trill, and they might be able to find the kill here. Nice tremor totem coming out there from Dippy on the fear. Kidney shot onto Chun-Li. He's got nothing. He gets stunned on his trinket. He's dead. Oh my god, Team Liquid turn it around with no mana, and they turn this game back on its head. What is going on? No, we have to see when Flop died here. What did he do? He charged in, I think, in cat form. It looked like he just thought, okay, the game is done, and he just charged in and completely disrespected and got sent.
Insane plays from Team Liquid on the brink of death. They needed a miracle. They needed a ray of hope, if you will, and they found it. Unreal. And that's why you never give up. You never surrender until the last go, because right here Trill found the window, switched the flop. Unreal. Did he die without Barkskin? Did he get locked?
No, he didn't have it. He didn't have it. So Flop didn't have Barkskin, and I was as soon as Sam died, I was gonna commend Flop for his decision making right here, because he trinketed a DR Ring of Frost, and it barely was enough with the Giga Tree to keep Dippy alive. I was like, oh my god, Flop is playing so good this game. He's actually a god. And then he just goes and does this. Look at his blink here. I think he tried to blink he saw Trill like shadow step to him or whatever, and he tried to blink that. I'm not sure what he was doing here, but this was an easy bear for him, bro.
Fear,
like he pre-burned everything. He pre-burned everything the whole game, and now he just like goes cat, and it looks like he wants to go in for like a rake stun or a maim or something, just being super aggro. He thinks the game is done. And Team Liquid, we've seen them do this before. They just win these 2v2s, and also they play the 2v2 out really well too on the side of Liquid, but that was an incredible turnaround. What a game.
Man, that Ring of Peace too on the pre-kidney shot go that killed Chun-Li was crazy. If that ended up working, I don't know. I'd have to like rename my character to like Chun-Li's #1 fan or something like that, because that was insane. Right here, look at this, man. The pre-Ring of Peace, knowing what's about to happen. Crazy heads up plays. But dude, I also want to commend Sea-Doo on that game, because not only did Trill find the opening to get that swap, but the cross CC is key. We talk about the composition, flexibility and versatility of the Windwalker, Monk, Elemental, Shaman paired up with Flop, and the reason why it's so potent is because everyone has each other's back. Whenever Trill catches that momentum, Chun-Li's got the disarm. He's got the in caps for every single go. But when you're both in a double fear, when Flop needs them most, they find an opener. Fantastic play by Liquid. Fantastic. They are back in the series. It is 1-1.
I just can't believe what just happened here. Like, this is crazy. How do we go from playing like gods the whole game to just, oh my god, that is it's just unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. And Team Liquid, man, they don't give up. They keep playing, and they turn it around. What an insane series so far. 1-1 apiece. But man, what do you do if you're Liquid now? Because that RMP game, I think they're gonna lock it in again.
I feel like.
What do you do if you're Flop? You just played a 60% dampening game where you played perfect, made one mistake, and now you lost. And you probably don't feel too good about it. They're gonna do it. They're gonna lock in the RMP.
Well, think about the other
I feel like
end.
if you're
Sea-Doo's
now,
like, I have to be a literal miracle worker for us to win this game. You know what I mean? Like, both of these teams are really. This is a head-to-head that you kind of dream of. This is the level of play that is why we are here. These two type of teams is just what creates the most insane plays that we will remember throughout time. That cross kill has to be something that goes down in the echelons of even the orange marmalades. That was an incredible game, and this is going to be just another one. Same compositions, Tiger's Peak, everything just looks so, I don't know, explosive. This just feels like anything could absolutely happen. I don't even know how to predict moving forward from here on out.
It's a mental game. Like, did you just lose the mental game? I don't know. I feel like the worst feeling is when if you're in a position where you make a big mistake and you know it. Like, it's like one thing if your teammates make a mistake, like it can be annoying, right? But when you know you made a huge mistake and you know your teammates are annoyed at you and you're annoyed at yourself and you're just like, ugh.
That's life
I really hope,
too, man.
you know.
That's
Yeah, no, it
everything.
is.
It's interesting.
I
to
just
think
hope
about.
it doesn't get to them.
Right.
And this is where supportive teammates as well come through. So if you have somebody like, I don't know about Dippy, but I know Chun is very kind of laid back and chill. And having somebody like that, he's just going to be, don't worry about it. It's fine. We're going to win this. Like, easy clap,
Queue
you
up.
know? Just queue up, you know? Hopefully they bounce back from that, but that's draining, man. That's draining. They've had a draining weekend too, being in the lower bracket, playing a lot of long, damp games. And Team Liquid, that was kind of the steam they needed because that game was not looking good for them. They were getting outplayed more or less the entire game. They were getting read like an open book.
Right. No, I honestly, even until I saw the death animation, I thought Flop was okay. Like, I'm just like, there's no way. They have everything. They have all the momentum. Somebody on his team has got to have a stop. An in cap, perhaps. Samam's dead. What is going on? Where is the disarm? But sometimes you're cross CC'd. And I do love that you mentioned that, though, Z. I love that you're talking a little bit about the mind games, but also, like, the stamina and in the camaraderie that is required to be at the high echelons. Mechanics are one thing, synergy is one thing, but here's a bomb opener to start things off. Immediately going to knock him off. He's holding onto that wall. This might just be a bait. Disarm immediately comes out for Chun-Li, and Dippy walks away from that smoke bomb opener, not pressing a single button.
Yeah, and Dippy is doing an incredible amount of damage right now. He has his damage loaded up and ready to go. But look at that. They're swapping to Flop. Did he pre-bear for him? I think he did. Yeah, of course he did. Pre-bear for him the first stun. A good sign here for him. He's going to get a lot of confidence. But he did have to commit the bark skin. But it was for the icy veins. It was for adrenaline rush. It was for a lot of cooldown. So I think it's a heads-up play. The Giga Tree is active. Cedo is moving in, trying to fear him as it's fading. But Flop is just sitting in bear form now, trying to anticipate this next setup. He's just pre-bearing, going out, getting some hots there. He's going to get blinded in bear form. He can actually get sapped on this. I think no, did he get the Ring of Frost? He missed the Ring of Frost. Ooh, unlucky right there. He tried to jump over it, and then instead he gets knocked into a ring right on top of Cedu, but Cedu doesn't have a fear, so it looks like they're going to be able to stabilize in that position. They didn't even need to use Astral Shift. They swapped the Flop, though. Huge swap. He's going to have to trinket that one for sure, but he did already use the blind CC chain, so it's not the most dangerous situation for Flop. He's going to have Barkskin as well before the next stun, so he's going to be okay, I think, in that next setup. He just needs to be a little bit careful because Team Liquid have Icy Veins up in 30 seconds, and with Icy Veins, they could potentially go through his Barkskin if he is in caster form.
Yep. Iron Bark Beast committed pre-Ice Wall, so Dippy should be okay. A good heads-up play again from Flop, just kind of reading the Matrix, as we've been saying, and just stopping every single go. Something to note as well is that Trill is using this evasion preemptively to stop the CZ. Chun-Li swapping to Cedu randomly. It looks like Cedu's going to be okay. He's going to swap the damage back over onto Trill. Huge damage onto him, and that's kind of what I was trying to say. But this is the swap go onto Flop. This is the pre-Bark Skin. Lots of damage. This is the Icy Veins as well. Maybe he can go through, but he gets disarmed. That is what I'm talking about. Chun-Li is constantly reading Trill with these goes, constantly has that disarm available to him. It's a relatively short CD, and it goes through evasion. So Trill using this evasion, using these defensive cooldowns to stay aggressive, might bite him back later if they make another swap to him like that.
That was a really good pre-bear right there by Flop. That was that situation I was talking about with Icy Veins available. And now he's pre-bearing again, so they're forced to Ring of Frost him. Sam, I am almost going down here in this position, but they're adding a lot of more of their offense on the side of Liquid onto Dippy. Dippy is forced to trade out his Astral Shift. He still has the Burrow. He still has his Trinket in his back pocket, so he's not quite yet in a KO type of situation, but they're going to need to stall a little bit for those to come back. Flop with Trinket available, but no Barkskin right now. Trill is kind of all over him. He pops the Giga Tree, and that is going to buy him enough time here to get some hots out onto his team, onto himself, and make sure that everybody is nice and healthy. Pops that right before the Ice Wall connects. Look at that disarm again onto Trill, into the double leg sweep. I mean, Chun is just a master at this Windwalker. Shuts down the offense completely by himself. They're trying to swap to Flop. I don't think he's in bear form again. Ring of Peace as well. He's like, you know what, have a ring as well, bro. Don't use anything here. And he's going to trade the Barkskin, but it's a fair trade in this position. And once again, Ghostbusters are reading these setups and coming out ahead.
Yep. Nope. I absolutely do agree with that. But we've seen miracles happen already. Miracles are definitely capable of happening again. Trill nearly just gets deleted from the map. Cloak of Shadows, Kidney Shot will be committed onto Flop. They're trying to make a swap onto him yet again. Flop getting caught into the ring. Dippy the kill target for now. Chun-Li getting back in there. Immediate disarm goes out onto Trill. Dippy actually committing the Burrow right there. So maybe a potential swap. Who knows? But it looks like Flop is the main kill target for Sam and Trill. Switching to him on the behind the pillar. No Barkskin available, but he does have that bear form. He's not caught into a stun. Sam I Am pushing forward. Might be a death sentence. In cap onto Sea-Doo. Leg sweep forces the ice block, and that's one block down, one more to go.
Yeah, Flop actually has pre-bared every single CC setup and
Is
every
this gonna be
single goal,
enough?
but Dippy needs to be very careful. I think this is going to be enough. He did pop the Stone Bulwark Totem. He has pre-bark before this go as well. They're extending the chain. Flop sitting through a tremendous amount of crowd control at this point. Finally, he's going to trade out the Trinket and the Barkskin. This is the opening that Liquid wanted. They're actually managing to pressure Ghostbusters a lot in this matchup. They are in a horrible position now. Dippy has no cooldowns left. Flop has no cooldowns left, and that is the worst position to be in as a Resto Druid, because you need to pre-halt your LA Shaman to keep him alive. But if you do that too much, then you could get swapped to. But if you don't do it, then he could get killed. So it's a really, really tough situation right now for Flop. They need good offense. They need Chun-Li to make something happen here. Triple leg sweep. How did he even hit Sea-Doo with that one? Huge damage coming through. And this is going to buy and alleviate a little bit of the pressure. They launch the setup onto Dippy, but Flop is out of crowd control. He's keeping up the hots, and Dippy is out of line of sight there with that ice wall, but Flop should be able to keep him back up here. 30 seconds left. Flop knows that he's going to get swapped to. He's line of sighting Trill as much as possible. There's a mind game right now between the Rogue and the Druid. Right now, Trill is probably going to hook over and look for a stun onto Flop, but it doesn't look... Yep, there it is. Did he bear form it? No, he didn't. He might just go down right now. Huge damage from Team Liquid. He gets Dragon's Breath at the last second. Oh my god, Dippy with the healing surges, spamming out the heals, saving Flop from the brink of defeat, keeping his team in the game.
Dippy's got Flop's back, and that's so huge when these very potent swaps. Flop now forced to take a more defensive position against this team. Trill and Samayam have shown him that they can take him down. Hex goes out. It doesn't. Kidney shot on the Dippy. Still taking huge pressure. Can he get the wall off? Trill's not letting him. He gets the Burrow off instead. The CC chain has not ended yet for Flop. Ring of Peace as well, trying to get people away, but Chunk gets caught into the ring. Dippy caught into the ring. Tranquility he jukes the kick. The fear from Sea-Doo. Dippy, you could still go down through Ironbark, through wall, through it all. Chun-Li desperately trying to stop the damage with the disarm onto Trill. This is Icy Veins for Samayam. The shear onto Sea-Doo. Samayam gets health swap from Sea-Doo into the angel form. PI gets committed. They want to stay aggressive, but now the damage is swapping back over onto them. No block available for Samayam. Surely he goes down, and he does. Liquid, they have the momentum. They looked for the kills onto swap, but Ghostbusters were not going to let their Druid go down a second time.
Okay, sit in bear form now. Take it easy. Yeah, look at Flop. He's just there. Yeah, I'm in bear form. I've seen this movie before. I'm not leaving bear form. I'm chilling, boys. I'm chilling here. I'm comfortable right now. What a game. What an insane game here. Ghostbusters, how do they do it? Honestly, impressive. There was so many moments where I thought Flop is dead. Look at him. You see what Flop just did there? He shifts out of bear and then instantly doesn't use a global and just shifts back into bear just to bait Trill to commit the stun. So because now he's on stun DR, so he can't die, and now he can just play the game the way he wants to. And look at Liquid. They're like, well, we've won like this before, so we're gonna play it out.
Right.
We're not gonna bow out. We have an opportunity. There's actually no Trinket. Oh my god, Flop is blinded. They actually could do it here. Oh my god, he has no bark skin. He has nothing. But they shut down Sea-Doo's damage with the lightning lasso, and there's gonna be the main stun. Flop showing that he's not gonna let them kill him in that window. Finally, Liquid will bow out, but these games are so good, man. These games have been amazing.
Dude, holy crow. This could easily have been a finals. I feel like we've said that like 11 times in this like 8-match tournament. It's crazy. But, I mean, we had a cross kill, and I love that moment that Dippy saw and just started spamming those heals. You know, respect to my hybrid brethren, man. I love that Flop on that Resto Druid can have his, you know, weaknesses covered by his teammates. To me, that's what makes a well-rounded composition, and this is one of my absolute favorites. Both sides. I mean, honestly, who doesn't love Rogue Mage Priest unless you're going up against them, right? Absolute pleasure to watch. But, like, some of the best gameplay that we've ever seen came out of Rogue Mage Priest. But this Windwalker Monk, Elemental Shaman, Resto Druid, it's just so well-rounded. There's so many answers to, you know, offensive goes, but they also have that consistent pressure in the Mortal Strike for the late game as well, which you're watching Sam I Am have to deal with. I mean, to get to this point, to even see a win opportunity, C2 has to rotate through all of his defensive cooldowns expertly, and that's exactly what they did. I think that this offensive pressure of like constantly making swaps to Flop also did enable C2 to be back a little bit more defensively. It seemed like they had more buttons to have to deal with, but I don't know. To be able to get the stars to align, to get the cross CC that they need, to punch the ticket through Flop's pre-bear forms, they're either going to have to catch a huge mistake, or they're going to need to cross CC perfectly. And that is such a tall order against a team like Gustbusters.
Yeah, I feel like Gustbusters, like, I think Flop pre-beared every single setup except like 2 or 1, and that was that one really close call
Fool me
where
once.
there was the Dippy just spammed out the heals and barely kept them alive. And not just the setups where he's getting stunned, because a lot of the time when he doesn't have Trinket, Team Liquid, they try to chastise him or they try to blind him into the go, you know?
Right.
So they try to catch him out of form, and those are the absolutely deadliest go, where you blind a Druid where he doesn't have his Trinket and he's in caster form, because it gives the entire team time to collapse on him, time to load up their damage before you commit the stun. So in the stun, you're just doing damage, whereas if you stun him and the team is still moving there, it takes a little bit of time where, you know, there's no damage at the beginning of the stun. So you really min-max like every little millisecond that you have in the stun lock when you do it like that. But even those goes, he's just pre-bearing the blind too. So Flop, really good game for him. Chun-Li also saved the day a lot, and so did Dippy. So Gustbusters, it doesn't look like they're phased too hard from that 2v3 that happened earlier. And Team Liquid, I think they should just lock in the RMP again. Like, their RMP looked, they looked great in that previous matchup. They could have easily won that game. So on a map like Hook Point, I think it's going to enable them a lot more. It's hard because their Windwalker Mage also looked really good. I feel like their Windwalker Mage could easily win on this map too.
I like the swaps to the Druid though, and I think it's harder with the Windwalker to do that. Like, don't get me wrong, I think Flop is going to be an insanely difficult target to take down, but I don't even know if Flop needs to be taken down. I think the swaps are giving them opportunities as well onto Dippy. Like, it's harder for this Restoration Druid to maintain all the hots to make sure that these swaps aren't super potent, but like when you're constantly mind gaming him, when you're constantly trying to keep him, I mean, think about how aggressive we've seen Flop in the past, just like run in out of nowhere and get some stuns that really are just like playmaking moves. He's not doing that on Tiger's Peak. He was spooked from start to finish, and rightfully so. I mean, that's the win condition that Liquid has identified. They're sticking with it, and I think this is the right call. But the question is, can they pull out another miracle against this team, or will they fall? This is a best of 5. This is an elimination match. The winner of this goes to the finals, and Liquid has to win 2 in a row if they want another shot against Welcome to the Jung. Gustbusters, though, they're on a rampage.
I'm getting CHIBAKU vibes right now from Gustbusters. I'm getting the CHIBAKU vibes.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like in EU, you just see like this like a Resto Druid DH LA just coming out of nowhere. And now you're seeing the Windwalker Windwalker LA Resto Druid coming out of nowhere. And when it's players who play these classes on this level, they make it look so good. And we have seen it can go both ways. You know, we saw it as well in Europe, but Gustbusters, man, I don't know. It feels like they want it a little bit more. They're really trying to close that gap in points. and they have an excellent opportunity to do so. Silk Tigers won the last weekend, out of the tournament early, and this is a great opportunity for everybody to build a distance between them and the Tigers, and also catch up to them in the case of Gustbusters. And we saw that with CHIBAKU Tensei passing Echo in Europe. This could be another situation like that where Gustbusters are really closing that gap. So let's see if they can do it here. It is match point, hook point, Liquid versus Gustbusters. Loser out of the tournament in third place. Winner gets a chance to go up against Welcome to the Jung in the grand finals. The gates are open.
All right, Chun-Li gets the Ring of Peace. He's trying to get into combat. Sam-Am and Sidu allowing the saps to go out. Dippy gets sapped up. Cheap shot onto Chun. I think this might be an opportunity that they should look into. More stuns on the Chun. Remember that Demon Hunter? What was his kryptonite? There was big swaps to him. I think they can do it. I think they can hit Chun, but we're going to have to wait and see what they do. Chun's popping every single cooldown under the sun, and Sidu's answering with his Angel. Kidney shot goes out onto Dippy. That was blind onto Flop. Dippy commits the wall. Giga Tree being used as well. Sam-I-Am now on the back foot. Huge pressure. There's the bomb swap onto Chun-Li. Is it going to be enough? Tranquility gets Nature's Swiftness. Chun-Li finally gets out of it. Is it going to be defensive? No. Flop is A-okay to kill through this in that conduit, doing a little bit of off-healing on himself on Chun-Li. I think more swaps like that could easily be a karma, and maybe just a couple more of those, and maybe they could punch through Chun. It's going to be a tall order, though. He's no ordinary monk.
It looks like they're agreeing with you here on the side of Liquid, just trying to punish Chun a little bit more. They get a full Ring of Frost onto Flop. They're going after Dippy right now. Dippy with no Astral Shift. They're actually going after Chun again. It looks like the Sheep Shot, maybe just for peels. You got a DR Sheep there onto Flop. Who are they actually going after right now? It doesn't look like anyone is taking any damage. Everyone is on stun DR. I don't know if they could really decide there who they actually wanted as their target, but Flop has no Bark Skin, so he's going to be a great target. Oh my god, the Ursul's Vortex triple leg sweep. They're going after Sidu here a little bit in that, and they're getting some work done. Kidney shot committed onto Flop. Big adrenaline rush. Grapple weapon onto Trill. Paralyzed onto Sam-I-Am. Immediately shut it down. Flop didn't have Bark Skin there. That could have been his trinket easily, but once again, Chun is just making these plays. He's shutting down every single one of these goes and immediately getting aggressive. Flop actually getting aggressive as well. Getting a stun onto Sidu. This could be the ice block. They're pushing for it. Dippy trying to make it happen, but the Ray of Hope is going to deny it for now.
Yep. It looks like it's a big Ray of Hope. Going to top Sam off. No Guardian Spirit for 30 seconds, though, and the damage has just begun. Another Zwen. Huge karma is going to be committed by Chun-Li's. I think this is an aggressive karma. No, he's anticipating it. He trinket karmas this go. It looks like Trill wanted to go after him yet again, and he's going to respect that damage and get the damage rolling. Back onto Sam-I-Am. Leg sweep onto Trill. Leg sweep onto Sam-I-Am. Grip onto Sidu, but he gets capped out of it. The DB from Polymorphs and Polymorphs and Polymorphs from Sam-I-Am trying to slow down this pressure. Ice Wall, though, this could be a spooky moment.
Oh, the Vortex!
The Vortex, the insane Vortex makes that moment not so spooky. Insane plays from Flop. The double fear, though, it does get tremored by DP, and it looks like Flop, again, the swap target. He's in bear form for this, though, and Barkskin. Insane heads-up plays by this Restoration Druid just yet again.
That was sick. I've never seen that. Flop drops the Ursul's Vortex behind the ice wall, and it sucks the rogue and the mage to the wrong side of the wall, so they have to cancel the wall, and then he can heal his teammate again. That was amazing.
That tech existed,
and then he pre-bear forms the next setup as well. Yeah, it's just Flop is seeing the Matrix right now. He is locked in absolutely, and the rest of the Gustbusters are as well. But these Chun-Li swaps could be interesting. He has no trinket, and they realize that Ellie Shaman has so many defensive cooldowns to kind of rotate through right now that Chun-Li might just be a better option, even though he is an orc. Sidu is trying to fear Dippy. They blind Flop. They're setting up a 3v1 onto Chun-Li, but look, Trill can't get the stun because he gets leg swept first, and once again, Chun-Li kind of pulls the trigger first, and that's forcing them to go after Flop actually to catch him out of form. Ring of Peace is going to connect there. Giga Tree gets committed, and every single time they are trying to get something done on Liquid, Chun is just there shutting it down with that answer every single time. There's a disarm, there's a paralyze, there's a leg sweep, there's a Ring of Peace. He always has something in his pocket, and when he's not stopping the ghost, he's doing a tremendous amount of damage on this Windwalker despite playing against RMP.
Yep. No, absolutely. There's the cheap shot. They're trying to get something done onto Chun-Li. He's in the starting room, man. He's like, listen, I am not going to overextend. I see your win condition. You're going to have to do something crazy. Flop's in stealth, though. Let's see what he's going to get done with this. Who's he going to stun? Sam I Am just getting lit up. He's going to pull this Windwalker back. He's like, if you're going to hit me, then you're going to have to overextend away from your healer. Flop, though, is the kill target for Trill. He sees it. The lasso goes out onto Sea-Doo. What can they get done on the swap on the Chun-Li? That's going to be the trinket defuse, but he gets stunned back into the smoke bomb. He finally gets out of it. He's going to catch some heals, but that was the karma. That's the trinket. That's the defuse. That's a lot of buttons, Eco.
Yeah, that was pretty much his entire spellbook here. Chun is going to be a very exposed target. He's going to need that Iron Bark here, potentially from Flop. Flop gets Cheap Shot, he trinkets the Cheap Shot, Iron Bark comes out. Is it going to be enough? Chun goes down. Liquid strikes back. We are going to game number 5, and this hook point match, just not going after Flop as much and trying to see if they can get something going onto Chun instead, pays off.
Chun-Li, he's the kill target, baby. They're taking notes from EU by going on to the basically placeholder Demon Hunter for the team of Ghostbusters. I think that's the winning strategy, man. It's true. It's absolutely true. Port is a very short cooldown. Karma, it's a short cooldown. But if you have stun DRs, if you're a rogue, that is even an Orc Monk's worst nightmare, man. And when it comes to Dippy, he's doing a fantastic job rotating defensive cooldowns with Flop, and they just seem like so in sync. But with Chun-Li, he needs to be in an offensive position to get value, and they can take advantage of that. And I think they did a phenomenal job here, but I think a big reason to why it was such a phenomenal job was enabled by this map choice. And that map choice is no longer going to be in their favor as we go to the match point game of this series. It's actually going to be Ghostbusters, who will not only get to see the composition ahead of time, but also get to choose the map. But geez, look how close that was. I mean, like Polly, yeah. Walk us through this, man.
Look at this play that's happening here. Look what Trill is doing to Flop right now. Trill is just sitting on top of him in bear form. Flop doesn't want to go out and get stunned out of form.
Right.
But he's just CCing himself. Meanwhile, Sea-Doo and Sam are just blasting Chun. And as soon as Flop trinkets the stun or goes out of bear because he has to heal Chun-Li, he just gets stunned. He trinkets the stun, gets stunned on his trinket, and they win the game. The mind game right there by just hitting the druid, making him think I'm gonna go on you. They are actually able to just crowd control him effectively like that. Sorry, I had to just call that out. That was really cool.
Dude, absolutely. Good shoutcast. Honestly, when it comes to Liquid, I am genuinely so impressed. Like, I've seen Ghostbusters go through Rogue Mage time after time again, but Liquid's ability to consistently pivot, and pivot on a dime, change their strategies every single round, constantly theory crafting, constantly looking for win conditions is what makes this team better than the rest. It is why they are in the lower finals. It is why they are going the distance against Ghostbusters after Ghostbusters just went through Rogue Mage after Rogue Mage after Rogue Mage. But Ghostbusters saw Hook Point, and they saw what it did for Liquid, and they brought us to the desert, Zico. They're bringing us to Tolvaron Arena. Now Liquid's going to have to make another miracle happen yet again in game number 5 to get to the finals. No one wants to be eliminated in Cup number 2. Everyone wants to get this top 3 point, and this could really make an opportunity for some other teams to get in there and show that they are top contenders. And I know Ghostbusters, they absolutely need these wins.
Oof, this is going down to the wire. They both want it. They both want to face Welcome to the Jung. They both want to get to the grand finals, but only one team can do it. We're going to Tolvir Arena. So a large reason why that match went heavily in Liquid's favor is just because the map is so small. But Tolvir Arena is also a scary place because it's a very large map, and on a large map, you can find yourself isolated. You're on the wrong side of the wall. You could find yourself getting one shot there as well. So it's going to be interesting, especially with the new strategy adaptations. I see a clear win condition here on Chun. If you can get a smoke bomb go and force like his trinket karma, and you can get an ice wall go where you can maybe take him down, something like that. If he gets isolated like that, he could absolutely get destroyed. And again, there has to be some part of their heads that's thinking, this should have already been a 3-1 right now. We should have already been done with this.
Right.
And that's a dangerous thought. You cannot be thinking like that right now. You just have to lock in on this match right now and forget about anything that happened prior to this. You just have to think it's 0-0. It's a fresh game. This is our strategy. This is what we're doing. This is what they're doing. And this is how we're going to counter it. If you start thinking about what happened before, then you're losing the mental game big time.
Absolutely. When we talk about the mentality of competitors, time and time again, we talk about the camaraderie, the teamwork that is required to reach this level of play. This is a team game. We saw Gustbusters kind of back each other up over and over and over again, but Liquid, their faith in one another and their ability is what allows them to constantly flex and adapt, find these new opportunities, whether that means Trill babysitting a bear until he needs to come out to heal to cheap shot him 3 times. Whatever it takes, these players are willing to do it and willing to go the extra mile. Crackling Lightning does go out, but Dippy wasn't able to get into combat. Chun-Li is caught in the stun. The Polymorphs go out there, switching over onto Flop. Flop's going to get into that bear form with the Heart of the Wild as well, going to empower those frenzy rejuvenations, but he gets caught into a fear. Maybe they can swap this damage over onto Chun-Li. They swap it over onto Dippy. Dippy dips down a little bit. Chun-Li not committing too many defensive cooldowns. Liquid being very aggressive in this opener, but it doesn't look like it's not getting too much done just yet, but that trinket is a huge win.
Uh-oh. And they connect anything here for Sean's trinket. This is a bad situation right now. Sean should be able to survive this, but now we are in a very sketchy position. Trill can just stun Flop into a blind, into a sap, and they can kill Chun-Li. He's got no way out of that one, so it's going to be up to Dippy to save the day. They can also blind Flops and swap to Flop and kill him. Right now, it is checkmate for Team Liquid, and we're not even 1 minute in. Dippy is going to have to make a miracle happen right now, because they just need to pull the trigger on that, and they can just win the game. And it looks like they're setting up for Chun-Li right now. He is just going to be running with Flop here. They are absolutely scared right now on Gustbusters. There's the full Ring of Frost onto Dippy. There's the blind on Flop. This is absolutely clean. I think Chun-Li might just be dead right here. They have follow-up stuns. They have a chastise. Oh my god, he gets the chastise. He gets the karma. Oh my goodness, Chun. There's a little bit of a gap in the stun lock. What happened there? They choke a little bit on Liquid. They go through the karma and the diffuse magic, by the way. But that was an insanely scary moment. And Gustbusters, now having survived that, are kind of back in the game.
Dude, those trinkets was huge, and now that he's alive, Flop has trinket back. He's got Iron Bark back. Sam I Am being pushed very aggressively. They could continue to make swaps onto this Monk on Tolvaron Arena. He does have to overextend quite a bit. They're actually swapping the damage over out onto Dippy, and I'm just looking at Sam and Chun. I think they're just kind of rotating. They're waiting for their DRs. They're waiting for their go, but Sam I Am, he needs to live. Ice Wall goes down. Flop preemptively Iron Barks this Ice Wall. Chun-Li popping all of his offensive cooldowns to try to light up this Frost Mage, and he might just go down. He does. He actually does. That was the health swap. Another health swap that just doesn't go through. The touch of death too little too late, and Gustbusters find their own opening here in game number 5, and they take down Sam I Am with both ice blocks available to them.
Oh my god, Gustbusters are going to the grand finals. Oh, dude, this game looked the worst by far out of any of the games. This looked so bad for Gustbusters. And in a blink of an eye, these are the moments where Sam gets chunked to 10%. They get the Ray of Hope. It looks really close, but he lives every single time. But this time around, they don't find the answer. The Void Shift, it has that small little delay when it's traveling, and it doesn't go off in time. And I mean, honestly, this read right here with the pre-bark, as soon as they Dragon's Breath Chun there, Flop kind of knows, okay, they're going to chain that with a kidney shot, and he's dead. And he manages to read that setup, because that was with Icy Veins and everything, and he is able to survive that. And then can we see the damage again? Like what even was that? Was that Dippy?
It was Fist of Fury. It was big Chun damage. I mean, he had Zwen up. I mean, look at this. Strike of the Windlord as well. That Strike of the Windlord, it might slow your opponent down. It might be a big hit, but it's also a multiplier to your nature damage, which is a lot in Celestial Conduit. When he popped that Celestial Conduit, it also prevents him from being peeled. Just huge pressure at the very end there. Fist of Fury, to Elliot's point, is just so strong with the 4-set right now. Slicing Winds to start things off, you know, priming this mage up to half health already, you know, puts the ice wall down, and Chun-Li's like, oh, you think you're locked in here with me? I'm locked in here with you, brother. Just huge damage. Oh, just dies in a wind shear, man. He dies in a wind shear and presses that, you know, other school, which is the void swap. So C2 didn't really have a choice to press any other button but that one because of that quick wind shear. Such a small window, and they capitalize on it. Insane play. Team Liquid might have gone down down with a loss like that in the best of 5. It's true. That is so demoralizing. But they won a cross kill versus this team. And they went the distance with this team. No other Rogue Mage can say the same. Team Liquid should be holding their heads up high, but they're eliminated in 3rd place.
They played such a fantastic Rogue Mage series. But I think maybe it's like a little bit of fatigue here because they played a lot of long games, an entire best of 5. They just played as well before that against Welcome to the Jung, another game or another series that went all 5 games, right? So for them, it has been probably a very exhausting day of being locked in on that level. But I feel like this was their game, man. Like they had this so hard. Actually, they had that checkmate situation. All they had to do was just kidney flop into a blind, into a sap, while they go after Chun. They just had to DB Shun or chastise Shun when they commit the kidney shot, and then that's it. Like it was really in their grasp, and then they didn't have enough damage to take him down. Chun survives, and then they find that miracle burst. But here's the bracket. Liquid, you can see their journey here. 2-3 against Welcome to the Jung. 2-3 again against Gustbusters. Meanwhile, Gustbusters, man, look at their run here in the lower bracket. They are just leading up.
They certainly are. I mean, you guys have really already just touched on how incredible this team is. This is their first season playing together, and they're already making these kinds of runs. I cannot wait to see the potential fully unlocked because I really don't even feel like we've seen everything that this team is capable of. They have been. You kind of said it actually during that series, Zico, that they're reminding me of CHIBAKU, just not in the in the way that they're down there in the lower bracket as well, and have been clawing their way back up ever since. So here's a look at the standings, the updated standings right now. So they are in 3rd. They are tied currently with Tiger Toad, so they could solidify their spot there in the top 3. Liquid, they are out, as you can see there, and they're number 1 right now. So both of these teams in 2nd and 3rd place, looking to kind of switch things up here in the top 3 with the North American standings, because that is definitely a solid spot for Gustbusters considering where they started off in this season. And welcome to the Jung. They are up there against them in the grand finals. I cannot wait for this series. I don't want to spoil it. I really want to ask you guys what you think, but I don't want to spoil it. I've been spoiling it too much because I'm just so excited for each and every series. But in the meantime, do you guys want to play a game to kill some time while these teams get ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, is it with words though?
No.
Yeah, is it the word game?
It is the emoji
okay.
game. Yes. Don't worry, we
let's
can
lock in,
redeem
guys.
ourselves. Yes.
Don't worry.
All right.
If it's too hard, I'll in-cat. And then Zico will poly. Perfect.
Whoa.
All right.
Combo. All right.
You're just
Are we-
you're gonna have to go bear form, okay? Hi, you're the druid for
Sure.
some reason in this situation.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Spells and
man.
abilities.
Spells and
What?
abilities.
Spells and abilities.
This is
Okay.
one
Are these
spell?
One spell?
multiple abilities, or is it one? Yeah, is it one spell?
Can we get that at least? No? Okay. I mean, there's only one box at the bottom. It's got to be just one spell. Okay, what
This is
has
all one
rockets,
spell.
hammers, bow and arrows, spiders, biceps, green bubble? All right, maybe I want the words back. This is hard. Okay, it's a defensive ability. I think it's safe to say that this is defensive. Oh man.
Is it like something that blocks
With a
all of
spaceship
this damage? Is
and a hammer?
yeah? What is the space?
I'm
What
so
is the spaceship
confused.
doing? There's a planet. Wait, are they tied together? Like
2 words.
like is the rocket and the
It's 2
and the
words.
green circle?
Oh,
Is the
2
green
words.
circle supposed to be a planet?
Dude, I don't know.
I don't
2
know. Maybe it's
words.
just like could just be vibes, you know?
Is it like
dude.
are they sounding it out again? No, because then
It's a spell and ability that has rockets, hammers.
so much.
Okay. I don't know. For some reason, explosive trap comes out to mind, but I have no idea what this spider is referencing.
Is it, I don't know.
There's
Yeah,
a
is this some kind
bicep.
of hunter
Maybe
ability?
it's some. I feel like it's what's that one trap that is really annoying? That kind of explodes and slows you really well.
From a hunter?
Yeah. It looks
Sorry, what
like
did you say? Are you talking about Tar Trap?
tar trap. Yeah, I don't know why I'm thinking tar trap. Maybe I'm focusing too much on the arrow.
I have no idea.
Dude, I got no clue. But it's a defensive, right? So it can't be.
Is it a defensive?
Yeah, that's what I'm... Oh, then what does this shield represent? Okay, so all of these little icons on the left side are one word, and then the shield is another word?
Dude,
Maybe that's how it
I've
works?
given up. I'm going to be
Something
honest. I'm
shield?
just waiting for production to show. I literally could not even begin to guess. I'm so confused.
That's so many icons. How do they...
There's
I
so
don't even
many
have to
abilities.
guess. I'm
All right.
20 seconds on the clock.
okay. So it's
Clutch up, Z.
I'm trying.
Freezing trap. I don't know, dude.
Jurassic Park? No. We got another hint in their ear. We got told to
Is it,
think about
Wrong
movies. Avengers Shield? Did I get it right?
Did you cheat?
Yeah, you did. What?
I did. I kind of cheated because I saw one of our production homies in chat say a shield.
Oh, they gave
But I
us
still
a hint.
Okay. Break this down for us,
That
though.
counts. That
I
counts.
don't
that counts.
get it. How does this?
Yeah, how is this Avengers Shield? Okay, wait. Let's.
Oh my goodness!
Okay.
Black Widow and Hawkeye. All right, bro. And Hulk. And then what's
There-
the what's the
Okay, so
bicep?
the
Who's the
icons are supposed
bicep?
to represent the Avengers movie, Thor, and then
Okay.
from that we were
Avengers
supposed to
Shield.
get Avengers. I'm mad. What
Okay,
in the
okay,
heck?
All right,
okay.
bro. Okay,
All right.
dude. Avengers.
Okay,
Shield. Okay, we got an even harder one.
items and
A
equipment.
mermaid and an island and a ring.
Items and equipment. Okay, all right. Mermaid,
mermaid and island and a
Is it a
ring.
specific item?
Probably, right?
It'd have to be.
So this is a specific item. Is it from
Okay.
this season? You're being
Sort
told
of?
it's sort of from this season?
Oh my gosh.
Um,
Does it have stats on it?
We're straight
or
up
is
just
it a
asking the
toy?
producers, by the way. It sort of has stats on it. It's a wearable
I feel like
piece of equipment.
I feel like Team Liquid after my mage dies, man. I don't know how to pull this
I don't
miracle
know.
out, bro. This is so hard. What?
Is
I
it the
don't know
roulette
why.
ring? I don't know.
I don't
What
know.
is
I
a
only know
roulette
PvP
ring?
items.
The roulette ring,
Is
the
it a
spin
PvP
to win
item?
with the spin to win thing.
Got a ring.
I don't think it's that.
You got an island and we got a mermaid, a ring, and island.
Is it the one
I
that you
only know
get from?
PvP
Wait, no,
items.
it's
Is
the
this
one
a
you get
PvP
from
item?
it's the one you get from the Siren Isles. It's the I don't know how to pronounce it. The Psyker. Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
Yay!
dude, you're so
Oh,
close.
you got it.
No,
I mean,
that was the
really
one I
got
was
it.
gonna
It's got partial
say.
credit.
Yeah, I just
Dude,
didn't know
you
how to
had it.
pronounce it.
You deserve partial. Yeah, you kind of knew what was going on there.
That makes sense. Siren
kinda knew what was
Isles, the
going on there.
island, the ring. Okay, yeah. All right, so we've got two
All
more
right, all
apparently.
right.
God,
I'm strictly
I'm
a PvP
suffering.
guy. Like taking some random
Okay.
world quest items like this, like that's not gonna fly.
I mean, it's a good ring. I don't know. Okay, we've got dude.
Bro.
Okay,
What
foot, brain, air. What is that? A cog and time.
Alter
It's a
time.
spell. Is it alter
alter
time?
time?
I don't know.
No, because I feel
What's
like
the
it's got, there's a
cogwheel?
foot.
Gust of wind? Like what's that? What's
Is-
that one shaman ability? But what's the brain?
Oh, is it what's it called? Slicing wind?
Oh, could be. I mean, you'd think that there would be some sort of sharp object though for slicing. What about like PI? I don't know. I see the brain. I see the time thing. I don't know what the heck the cogwheel or the foot's doing. The wind.
I don't know about the cog and the foot.
Is it Tiger's Kick and Tiger's Lust? I don't know. I see a foot and I just immediately think a monk, but then I see the time thing and I think mage. Cog is a very big clue. Dude, what's it called, Zico? I'm not a mage. What's it called when you juke and the gem gives you an ability?
Oh, precognition?
Is it precognition? Hey!
Oh,
baby.
nice.
Oh,
Okay.
Already, Aya with the guardian spirit, Zico with the polymorph, and I got the leg sweep. Easy.
Woo!
All right, we got one on
Great,
the board, team.
great,
We're
great.
in it. We're in it. All right.
Cyclone. I don't know.
Cyclone
is.
precognition.
Cyclone. I'm trying to get one fast. I don't know what the stop thing would. Well, no, that would make sense. It's Cyclone.
Yeah, I think it's Cyclone. It looks
what
like
else
Cyclone.
could it be?
It's like it's a whirlwind, and you can't do anything when you're in it, right?
Yeah.
It's the tornado from the old Nagrand Arena.
The fact that they have. The fact that they haven't revealed it
is
yet
it
makes me
not
think I'm
Cyclone?
wrong. Oh,
AWC.
Oh, it's the
team.
AWC team.
What?
Oh!
Ghostbusters.
Oh,
Ghostbusters.
good.
The legends.
Nice.
All right. Nice.
Woo!
I like that one.
That was good. Yay.
I
Great job.
count that as a W. I count that as a W, even though we needed the hint.
Yeah, we'll take those.
Yeah, it was even tie. Not a big deal.
I'm actually so bad at this game.
Dude,
Oh,
I'm
man.
so bad at this game. What the heck? Wait, who's our best player when it comes to that game, in your opinion? Like,
I think we're
is it
all
10?
bad, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's valid. That's true.
don't think
Sometimes
any of
we
us
just need
have
a
had
little bit
any-
of truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That wasn't great. Well, we can redeem ourselves hopefully next time. But in the meantime, chat, let us know how you did. And we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, we are gonna head to the grand finals for North America. It is Welcome to the Jung versus Ghostbusters. Yeah, I almost got caught myself there because it's weird that they're not there, but it's Welcome to the Jung versus Ghostbusters. Definitely tune in for that. It's best of 7. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're in the final series of the day. We're in the North American Grand Finals. Gustbusters coming in from the lower bracket. They have been down there for so long against Welcome to the Jungle, the team that sent Liquid down to the lower bracket. Now we've got two powerhouses facing off against each other. Welcome to the Jungle. They've been a bit of a staple here in North America. Gustbusters, actually a newly formed team. This is their first time playing together this season, but certainly are very familiar faces individually within the AWC then.
Yeah, I mean, Flop and Chun-Li have a little bit of a history together competing, but I think for Dippy and Nazem, we've seen mostly Dippy so far, but we might see Nazem in the future. Dippy's been looking for a team for quite some time to actually compete with, so it's really nice he has these great teammates now, can kind of showcase his abilities in multi-classer, and really been paying off for the Gustbusters. It's been a great pickup.
Yeah, it certainly has. And it's, it's the kind of the same story as CHIBAKU Tensei. Stupities, they got knocked down to the lower bracket quite some time ago. And they've just been down there the entire time facing elimination, which I have to imagine adds quite a bit of pressure here. So I am curious, what is your prediction for this series?
I mean, you really want me to go first and spoil this if you've made a mistake
I do.
or not? All right, you want to spoil it? I mean,
Go for it, buddy.
I'm following. I feel like the Gustbusters, this is their weekend. They're playing out of their minds, ignoring that one game where Flop kind of dropped the ball for a second against Liquid. Like, that series could have been over real quick if that wasn't the case. I feel like Gustbusters are here to play. They're here to own. The composition that they have seems to be doing well in most situations. So I don't anticipate that Welcome to the Jungle is going to have a real, guaranteed answer. But I do think this is likely going the distance. I think we're seeing... basically, we're seeing EU over in NA without the Demon Hunter, just substituting the Windwalker, and it's going to play out very similarly. And Zico thinks the same, so I'm feeling... What does D Machine think, though? Because that's the one where, he's top of the leaderboard, so, oh, no.
Ooh.
I think Zico's made a mistake. Zico made a mistake agreeing with me. Zico made a mistake agreeing with me.
Ben, what's your prediction?
I'm a Gustbusters fanboy. I'm a Chun-Li fanboy. I openly admit it. I'm excited to see this finals, but I'm definitely going with the Gustbusters for this one. I think I did 4-2.
Ooh, okay. I also am rooting for Gustbusters, which is good because I feel like I've gone against somebody called me a contrarian in chat earlier, which I don't mean to be. I really don't. I'm going with my heart here, so hopefully I'm right this time because I am definitely taking a little bit in the predictions. But D Machine, the only one rooting for Welcome to the Jungle, which to me is kind of surprising, Ben, considering how long this team has been so consistent in the North American region that so many people seem to consider them the underdog in this series.
I think more so it's just that we're on the Gustbusters hype train. It's that lower bracket, deep run. We saw them come off a big win. They're an exciting, fun team playing some interesting compositions. So I think it's more of for me, it's not necessarily that I don't want Welcome to the Jungle to win. I'm just going for kind of that underdog story. I'm all on the Gustbusters hype train right now.
I think that's totally fair. All right, well, it looks like we're going to get this match started. It's best of 7. It is the grand finals here in North America for Cup number 2. Is it going to be Welcome to the Jungle, the team that was able to beat Team Liquid and send them down to the lower bracket, or Gustbusters, the team that knocked them out of the tournament and have clawed their way back up from the elimination bracket? It's best of 7. Game number 1, Welcome to the Jungle versus Gustbusters.
I guess this is now becoming who's the best Windwalker in North America. Chun-Li smacked Trill around, forced him back on Rogue. Now we're starting this series off. Drake is on Windwalker, and he was a main Windwalker. When he was playing together, on his former Empire roster, they won every tournament as Windwalker Mage. So Drake has a ton of expertise on this composition.
Yeah, in the Battle for Azeroth days, I remember when Drake first came on the scene on that Windwalker Monk, I compared him to Chun-Li. So this is definitely an epic battle here. Lots of damage going out on Dippy early on. Nick in the middle of the map going for some Frostfire bolts. As excellent control here on Chun-Li so far in the match. But Chun-Li's all over him. Big Fist of Fury is going to land those images, doing a lot of damage here on the Nick. He has to be very careful. Dippy at the same time, though. So when Chun-Li can actually connect to Nick, it's going to be devastating amounts of damage. But Dippy just has Drake on him the entire game. It's much more difficult for him to actually escape. But Flop in tree form should easily be able to keep him alive.
See Drake falling behind here as Zhongbahai gets wind sheared on a cast for a second. Another slicing winds to try and reconnect to the mage. Nick blinks away. He's baiting him through his frozen orb, so he's getting frostbite procs, so it's really good positioning, but they do ultimately reconnect here. It looks like Chun-Li's landing interrupts. So they overlap, actually. Nick's got a precognition. Meteor going to come crashing down. They got through the wall. They got through the tree form. They need a little bit of crowd control on Flop. They're likely going to engage with just paralyze, I'd imagine, but nice cyclone from Flop here, seeing an opportunity to get that through. Chun-Li's getting some uptime. Stormkeeper channeled, big lightning bolt crits, likely going to be comboing that with the elemental equilibrium to boost his damage by a lot. Now let's see how big the earth shocks are. He's playing the whirling dragon punch as well to try and get a little bit of extra uptime. That's something I think that David was talking to you about yesterday.
Yeah, using that rushing wind kick, knock him up in the air and just kind of slow him down. Interrupt here on the Nick. Dippy in the middle of the map, still putting out pressure. And honestly, Nick's been doing a good job keeping up on damage, looking for a potential Ring of Frost here. Finds it, but it's only going to be short. If you do it out of the paralysis, only going to last 3 seconds. It's a big cooldown to commit with that Ring of Frost. Flop going into stealth, getting a stun there on Nick and forcing him to retreat. So in terms of mana, Zhang actually has a little bit of a lead, and this could come down to a mana lead. Seems like both teams are struggling, but at the same time, Zhang getting swapped to. Big damage here. Chun-Li trying to mix it up with that Celestial Conduit, and now going after Drake.
All right, he's pre-diffused here. Drake anticipates the swap. Chun-Li sitting through polymorphs, flop the spells. Chun-Li trying to get back onto the mage. Big slicing winds hit, but barrier up for Nick to cut through it. Jung Bahai in angel form. Free casting Divine Him. His team should likely stabilize here. Slicing winds from Drake, trying to ramp up. This seems like a matchup based on skill and comp that is likely going to take some time and go the distance here. So this series is going to be a marathon. You don't want to kind of overextend or overexert yourself in this type of series if you want to be coming out on top. Big combo out on Nick. But looks like Jung Bahai is patient. He trades out Guardian Spirit with barrier, more than enough. Drake is trying to reconnect. He's just sitting through a lot of roots. Big damage out on Nick, and he just trades the block. He didn't want to get randomly killed right there, but felt like he might have been all right. But I don't blame him. You know, after watching Sam go down, I don't blame you, Nick, for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not. It is going to be a long series here between these two teams. Nick blinks away to safety, trying to get back to Zhang. Dippy at the same time, though, is getting absolutely destroyed. Zwen's out here for Drake. His damage is going to be amped up right now, but he gets caught into a cyclone, so a bit of an awkward game where when Chun-Li overextends, he's just getting crowd control by the mage. When Drake overextends, he's getting crowd controlled by the druid. And both these Windwalker monks just trying to find the damage when they can.
Big damage out onto Dippy. Oh my god, wall critically low, and they have that touch of death threat, so playing a risky gamble. They actually overlap, but Nick's on the back foot. Chun-Li is owning. Nick's trying to retreat, spamming out Polymorph. Ring of Peace interrupts him for a moment. He goes for Dragon's Breath to get a little bit of breathing room from that Zwen. Another Polymorph. Drake is actually taking some damage from Dippy, but he's pushing forward now on top of Nick. Nick is getting collapsed on. They purge off his shield. He goes for another shield with that Cold Snap. Does a nice timing with his Cold Snap to get a double barrier. They trade out Ray of Hope here, which is that yellow glowing effect on him. It's pausing damage. Gives Zhang Bahai time to get heals into it and top him off. Drake is getting rotted down. He's trying to stay aggressive. He gets clashed in from Chun-Li. Nice double leg sweep from Chun-Li. Amping up the pressure towards Nick. I really can't believe they're not pulling Guardian Spirit from Zhang Bahai with that setup. Nick once again using that barrier just on cooldown to absorb hits. There's the Guardian Spirit from Zhang Bahai. Nick should likely stabilize. They chastise, stun them up,
Oh, nice
kill him away.
poly.
He trinkets through. They catch a Polymorph. It's a big opening, but they just don't have the damage, it looks like right now. Even with Icy Veins up, Nick might be the one that's forced into a block. It'll be his second one at only 4 minutes in. He knocks Chun-Li away, getting a gap to breathe. He counterspells Flop. Good shutdown. Dippy's falling behind as a result. Has to burrow beneath the ground. Nick is finding opportunities, but it seems like a dicey situation. At any moment, his health can just disappear.
Yeah, definitely. Chun-Li using Slicing Winds, putting a lot of damage here onto Nick. He's moving forward. Nick's getting low. He still has one ice block left, shimmering into the middle of the map. That's a dangerous place to be. Flop actually has a mana lead at this point of the game. I don't see Ascendance up for quite some time here for Dippy, but Nick is just getting one shot. He's so afraid of Chun-Li. Goes into the ice block. I mean, that was a devastating situation. Chun-Li putting out so much burst on that monk. A full leg sweep's going to land. Lava burst flying in here from Dippy. Nick is getting absolutely destroyed, but he's just going to keep pushing forward into the middle of the map. But really, with no ice blocks left, this is a very scary place to be.
All right, Nick using Medallion. We're starting to amp up here in dampening. Pressure's going to mount higher and higher. Zhang Bahai's almost equal on mana, but big cooldowns are coming up from Drake with the leg sweep. Just not connecting enough damage. Dippy looking invulnerable. Nick in trouble. Big Maim stun. Massive pressure incoming. Is Ray of Hope going to be enough? He gets bounced into the middle of the map. That Ray of Hope, if it gets cycloned or something from Flop, he can't get in position. Ray of Hope will stabilize Nick. Another win shear from Dippy. He's getting aggressive in on top of the Holy Priest, Zhang Bahai, and landing interrupts to try and slow down his healing output. Drake sets up damage on Dippy once again, but they have so much defense to get through. A paralyzed onto Zhang Bahai. No blocks available. Nick goes into Greater Invis. They will recover. Meteor comes in on top of Dippy. Icy Veins is up. Can he connect the damage that he needs here? Chun-Li's getting cleaved. It's massive pressure. He rolls way too
no!
late. And Drake clutches it. Welcome to the Jung. Up 1-0.
I can't believe it. It was just pure aggression, brute forcing that win. Nick with the Icy Veins putting out a ton of damage there in those final moments. And I have to give Nick some credit. I think he did a really good job in this one. The strategy is basically when you have Veins, play reckless. When you don't, play passive. Pull away, get crowd control onto Chun-Li. Becomes difficult for Chun-Li. You can see he's getting feared off in the corner. He's getting polymorphed. The ice wall comes down, and this is where they're able to just overwhelm with that Icy Veins. Dippy gets completely destroyed. Flop's not even in any crowd control, I don't think. He just does not have the healing to keep him alive.
Overwhelm him. The Icy Veins catch him off guard. He was sitting on Nature Swiftness, so I think in Nature Swiftness to get into Tree, because this new Ancient of Lore, you have to use Nature Swiftness to instantly activate it. And then maybe his second NS wasn't off cooldown. He's got like 4 seconds to it right now. 3 seconds to it, or maybe he must have NS treed, because I think he only has 1 charge. The NS trees, it's just not enough. It's just Nick just comboed him. As the power of the Veins. Do not disrespect the Veins, or you will be in pain. As welcome to the Jung lay down some authority here. Oh man, it really felt like Gustbusters had a huge lead. So for that one to slip away in a series like this, that's gonna go back and forth. You could lose the entire series off just this first game.
Is it going to go back and forth? I mean, these games were close for sure. They got both Ice Locks out of the way. Could be back and forth. Welcome to the Jung, though. If they just keep locking this in, like, is this the best? Like, is this the best comp that Gustbusters has available, do you think?
To deal with Windwalker Mage? I feel like it's just their main comp. Like, it's just what they've been running. They have played Ellie Hunter before. I think that maybe could do okay on a big map, but I feel like they're not going to change comp. I feel like this is just their lock-in. Gustbusters are just Windwalker Ellie every single game. We just played bad, and they're going to run it again.
I feel like they might play Mage. I feel like there's a very small chance Dippy actually logs on Mage for this. Yeah, but with a Druid instead of a Priest.
Really need to? Like, I feel like they were so far ahead.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think it's a possibility. They might try Ellie one more time, but I think if they lose again, we're going to see Dippy switch over to the Mage. But yeah, it's a close match. I do feel like Gustbusters, they weren't in a bad spot whatsoever. So you hear their preferred compositions, and it's going to be that Windwalker Druid Ellie, Windwalker Druid Frost Mage. They've tried a little bit of the jungle, didn't work out too well, and then they also tried the Marks Elemental Shaman, which also didn't work out too well. So they do have options, but it just seems like Windwalker Druid, the flop Chun-Li as like kind of a base, and then you can bring in different
jungle.
things. But,
okay, I'm wrong.
I don't know how I feel about this.
We're both wrong. No Windwalker Mage, no Windwalker Ellie, just bringing in the jungle, Beast Cleave. We've seen, or not Beast Cleave, Jungle Cleave. Going to be able to run down the Mage. We've seen a lot of Mage teams struggling with this. Locked in, we're able to beat Echo. But it is a double Druid jungle, so you lose the pressure of the Mass Dispel in that sense. So maybe it's not as threatening, but I feel like this isn't a terrible idea. I feel like it's not. I think this could still do really well. With the Beast Mastery Hunter, you know, the Windwalker can't disrupt you as much. Grapple Weapon basically does nothing to a Beast Mastery Hunter. They just keep spamming Kill Command. They can Trank Shot. They can do a bunch of other globals during that disarm timing. So as opposed to Marksman, where you can get shut down completely by a Grapple Weapon. I don't completely hate this, but if it doesn't look good, then yeah, I think they're gonna go back on their Ellie and their Windwalker.
It's a complete kind of paradigm shift with the team dynamic as well. You have Dippy going from playing an Elemental Shaman to now he's the front runner. He's the melee. He has to be in their face. You have Chun-Li going from playing a Bruiser like a Windwalker Monk to now playing a Beast Mastery Hunter. So a little bit of a different beat. They're going to have to adapt in terms of strategy. I will say, my experience tells me that Windwalker Monk is not the best thing to keep a mage alive. Like, if you're thinking of melee to help peel for you, you kind of like Warrior, you like Rogue, you like Feral, bringing lots of stuns and things like Intervene. Windwalker Monk, it's a little bit more difficult to actually stick on your target. So I wonder if Drake's going to have a difficult time actually peeling for his mage in this game and having uptime too is on the Beast Mastery Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that, I feel like. But the Holy Priest also has stuns, so there's at least that. You're not going completely stunless with this type of composition. Maybe Nick also runs Snowdrift. We really only see Tessia, I feel like, playing Snowdrift I don't see. I'm trying to think of the last mage that was really running it. It looks so good.
Sam
for
played
him.
it.
Did Sam play it? Okay, so Sam and TENSEI are like the main mages. They're looking for these kind of snowdrift setups and landing these stuns. I feel like that could be a decent option. They have really good control for the pets with the mage snares and with the Frost Nova roots and things like that. So they've got that covered on that front. But yeah, just peeling, keeping Dippy and Chun-Li. I like the advantage also that I like with Chun-Li and Dippy on Feral and Hunter is that you're less likely to be stacked. I feel like stacking against a Frost Mage is just like the #1 way to lose out in a game. So running one melee, one caster, I think is like absolutely a must. Not that maybe the Gustbusters would ever even really break out a double melee composition in this type of series, but Jungle has been roasting some mages. I think this is a good map for it. If somehow they lock in Cage of Carnage, then I don't want to see a BM Hunter. We've seen how badly that went in Europe for the Beast Mastery Hunter. Basically, they cut his damage in half, smite on that Beast Mastery Hunter. So this is, I feel like this is Gustbusters trying to feel something out, because maybe this thing just absolutely dominates them. And if it does dominate them, then we're gonna be able to do this. I think Welcome to the Jung are making a Dwarf Mage right now. Every time a team
Dwarf
uses
Mage
this,
and a Gnome Windwalker.
every time they use this tactical timeout, I swear it's because they don't have a Dwarf ready. They didn't expect a Feral Druid, and they're like, oh, wait, we gotta make a Dwarf Mage really quick. Because it's so important, especially during the Incarnation window, that you can just completely wipe all of the Feral Druid bleeds and force them to ramp up again during their major cooldown. So really important to make sure that you've got the right racial selection here in a matchup like this. So welcome to the Jung versus the Gustbusters. Gustbusters have been dominating this lower bracket. They just knocked Liquid out, which is the #1 seed for North America, putting them in 3rd place. They're totally shaking things up. Welcome to the Jung knocked out the Toads as well earlier on in the upper bracket, so they're looking to try and reclaim their spot away from Liquid, as they are the reigning North American champions from the War Within Season 1. So a lot on the line for Welcome to the Jung, and it looks like we are jumping in, and they are running the Dark Iron. Drake still opting actually for the Orc here as opposed to the Gnome, so valuing that stun reduction. Maybe he is a bit worried about getting caught. We've seen a lot of players getting caught in stuns, and he also gets the extra damage bonus from that extra modifier.
All right, Nick playing the Snowdrift as well, so he's going to have that for not only potentially getting a stun on Dippy and Chun-Li, but more so just to even get stuns on the pets. So the Beast Mastery Hunter pets are susceptible to stuns, but this is a very interesting choice here for Gustbusters. I wouldn't have anticipated it, but one thing about Chun-Li is he's very good on his Hunter at kiting. It's one of the things he kind of excels at on that Hunter, so I'm really curious to see how Drake is going to have uptime here on Chun-Li, and how Chun-Li handles being trained in this match.
All right, they're getting Cyclones on Drake. The advantage of double Druid. You can't stop all the clones. Chun-Li's popping Bestial Wrath, but Drake is popping cooldowns as well. Fist of Fury flying in, and Flop's just going to Iron Bark this. The Maim stun Nick. They're staying aggressive. Nice Scorpion Sting on the Trinket there to silence Nick during his Icy Veins. It's really important they contain the Icy Veins. Chun-Li's cutting back. He uses Intimidation stun on the Monk, but a big swap on Dippy. Nick is just lobbing out damage with Zheng Bahai. Dippy goes into Bear, ducking through the damage. It walks into a Ring of Frost at a line of sight. He's going to be out of the game, possibly into a Fear. If they have it here, yeah, Psychic Scream as well. Dippy's out of the game for some time during this Tree of Life, so Chun-Li is just going to be getting healed up in the middle, waiting for his cooldowns to reset, which he gets really quickly now with the 4-piece bonus on Beast Mastery Hunter. Look at his Bestial Wrath. It's literally already off cooldown. It's about 5 seconds away. That red jaw, tooth-looking icon, that's the big cooldown for Chun-Li, and you'll just see him have that available so frequently with the new set bonuses here in the Undermine.
Yeah, Dippy's kind of struggling to get out damage so far in this game. They're going after just one target, but Nick is taking some pressure here. Looks like Zheng will be able to top him off. He actually trades out his Trinket. He gets trapped on his Trinket. I don't know if it's going to net too much more. Chun-Li going for a feign death. He gets caught into a leg sweep, though, taking a bit of burst damage. Looks like he's going to be okay. He still has his Exhilaration if he needs it, opting not to. Flop has more than enough healing to keep him alive, seemingly. Let's see. Does top him off now. Big swap on Drake, and I like this. You've got to go after Drake in this matchup. I feel like you cannot just be going after one target. Nick is playing super defensive here, too. So if Drake's going to overextend, I want them to go after him. Yeah, Nick almost died in the meantime, but I think he's going to be okay. He's got both Ice Blocks. He blinks behind the pillar, but once again, Gustbusters are making a push. This is not looking bad.
Bestial Wrath up again here. Pets are chomping. Nick gets knocked, but he kind of gets knocked away from Dippy, unfortunately, so Dippy can't connect to anything. He's got a Fist of Fury and Monk that's parrying all of his attacks. Nice Vortex on the Slicing Winds from Dippy, pulling Drake in. Nick's resetting cooldowns with Shifting Power. We're following his point of view. He's trying to reset Frozen Orb with Blizzard. He pops out the Icy Veins. He's got his Water Elemental. Dippy's disrupting him with Incaps and stuns. He chooses to use Trinket. He's ramping up damage, getting ready to burst down Chun-Li, but Chun-Li has already responded and traded cooldowns, but Nick then blinks in and gets a counterspell, continuing to chain. Chun-Li has to trade out the aspect of the turtle and the tree as well from Flop, so this is a great push from Nick. It netted a ton of value.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm a little bit afraid for Chun-Li. He really doesn't have many defensives left. No trinket, no aspect of the turtle, really no nothing. Drake gets caught into the stun. I kind of like that they're going after the Windwalker Monk a lot more in this match. I feel like Dippy's on top of Drake, snaring him and stunning him. It's going to be a lot more difficult for him to get uptime. However, if you leave Nick open freely too long in the match, he's going to be able to potentially get off some crowd control. Slicing Winds comes in here from Drake. Dippy's in bear form, just preemptively reading the damage. Silence now onto Nick. Chun-Li trying to make something happen here. Flop in the back line with lots of healing, just throwing in regrowth, trying to keep his team nice and aggressive, keep them topped off. Nick just blinking and displacing away, trying to just avoid this Beast Mastery Hunter at all costs.
He's got the bear out, and we've seen how much damage the bear and the boars can do together here for a Beast Mastery Hunter. It's just that permanent uptime on Bestial Wrath. Tiger's Fury for Dippy, big damage in on Drake as Chun-Li is switching back to him, forcing him to retreat to the pillar. Now that he's recovered, he's trying to choose who he wants to go after. It looks like Drake wants to attack Dippy. Nick is still going after Chun-Li, so a little bit of a split target decision here. Stun trap, Nick tries to eat it, and he does actually get on top of that freezing trap. Good positioning. Now we're following Drake. He's swapping between the Feral and the Hunter, but he's getting kited so effectively. Look at these roots on him. Bouncing back to Nick, who's playing patiently in the back, waiting for his Icy Veins. Just line of sighting damage and turtling it up. Frost Nova on the pets, trying to get away from this big, bad bear. He drops down to Blizzard, resetting that Frozen Orb. He's a couple seconds away from Icy Veins. He's just prepping for that, avoiding the Hunter. Big Chomp comes in from Dippy. Bestial Wrath up again. Nick is going to line of sight with the barrier. He gets stunned, but he's behind the pillar. He's still taking a lot of damage. Chun-Li goes in. They're looking to force the block here, but Nick eats another freezing trap, and it resets all the bleeds. Poor Dippy, man. He's all his bleeds, and now he's caught in a stun. He at least bear formed it. That was a nice read from Dippy to get into bear form, and he got his survival instincts up. So really good call from Dippy on that swap back. He survives that wall attempt. Now he's trying to get back in on top of the mage. Drake is still on top of Chun-Li. Dippy's reloading those bleeds. He lands a full stun. Bestial Wrath is up. Here comes Incarnation. Flop is tossing in Star Surges. That's a lot of damage, and it looks like Jung Bahai does not care. He just immediately recovers it.
Yeah, that was good burst there from Dippy, but that was the Incarnation at the same time. Chun-Li in the middle of the map getting kind of destroyed here. Goes for a scatter shot onto Drake. Are we going to see a follow-up Cyclone? We do. So Drake's in a Cyclone now. They got a full trap. Finally, Nick does not eat it, and they can get a little damage out. A full stun comes in. Zhang has a fear. Might just decide to trade it out here onto Dippy and slow down their aggressive push here just a little bit. We'll have to wait and see. Nick going into the middle of the map. He's trying to reposition. Does not want to play on the same pillar, but Flop is just going for Cyclones. He gets a Cyclone here on Drake. Chun-Li and Dippy are looking to push. Dippy, though, it looks like he's afraid to actually commit. Just going to be going in bear form, potentially wanting to make a swap here on Drake. Do they have the damage to take him down? He's got no trinket. They're bleeding him up. Maybe Drake could be super vulnerable here.
All right, we're following Drake. He's trying to get aggressive. Nick is blinking in, but the Priest is in a freezing trap. Drake has to trade out Touch of the Karma. They scatter it, and they concussive shot him, trying to snare him into a Cyclone. Good control on Drake. Nick is on the run because he's isolated. He's doing great kiting here in the middle of the map, avoiding Dippy entirely. Looking to get ready to do some damage with this Icy Veins. Look at that Flurry Shatter combo. Big Frostfire Bolt. Dippy bear forms it. Dippy, is he going to chase here? He is a bit worried about it. They want to go back on Drake with no Touch of Karma, but they're stacked up for a leg sweep. Drake punishes them with a double. Nick is free casting. Another freezing trap in the skies is going to be secured. Dippy looks for Cyclone. I think he's baiting a counterspell here. Counter shot in on Nick, but big pressure in on Drake. Drake needs to have his port down somewhere nearby Jung Bahai because he's definitely becoming more and more of a target for the Gustbusters.
Yeah, definitely. 29% dampening. This game has just flown by. 6 minutes elapsed already. Drake now into a stun. A defensive ice wall comes down there from Nick. Just trying to isolate Drake a little bit or slow down the damage. Doesn't really accomplish too much there. Chun-Li is down to about 50% health. Both Drake, Nick, and Chun-Li are low, but Flop recovers his team. And right now, Gustbusters, they have a lot of pressure. This could be a potential ice block, but Zhang Bahai is just going to be using that angel form to empower his heals for free. He can't be crowd controlled. He tops off his team, but there's still opportunities here for Gustbusters to get aggressive.
Big shatter combo. Icy Veins is up. Nick is going in for the kill. Big crit on Chun-Li with that Ice Lance. Looking for a Ring of Frost on the pets. He blast waves them away. It's likely going to wrap around the corner, but a double in-cap Cyclone attempt. They paralyze the Cyclone. Nick's going to poly him, possibly. They catch him in a fear. Just trying to keep Dippy at bay. And they fear all of the pets. Really good fear timing. Trying to toss out a Flurry Ice Lance combo. Blizzard down to reset the Frozen Orb. barrier shifting power to make sure he gets the cooldown reduction on it. Nick is playing a patient game, not overextending. Defensive Ring of Frost gets disrupted. Dippy's trying to push in. He doesn't have Trinket. Has to be careful. Actually, there's not really a stun unless Jung has one. They're getting cleaved on the pillar. This is a big mistake. They're getting blendered right now. They're becoming a Windwalker Mage smoothie. Look at this pressure coming out from Chun-Li. He's tearing in. Jung has to trade out Void Shift. Drake is still dying, even despite Void Shift and Karma. Nick is rotting to clone Drake low, and right now Gustbusters are moving in for major cooldowns or even possibly a kill if Welcome to the Jung are not careful.
I think Drake could easily die here soon. He has no cooldowns left. He's got no trinket whatsoever. Zhang has a lot of work ahead of him. Dippy and Chun-Li, they're just continuing to make a push. A full stun here on Drake. Zhang Bahai does manage to connect the Guardian Spirit to keep him alive. Nick still has not used a single ice block in this game, but the snowball pressure here from Gustbusters is quite high. At the same time, though, Dippy's getting low. He tries to leap away. Drake gets Dippy in a stun right now, putting out some serious pressure. There's a great backup there by Zhang Bahai. But it seems like Dippy's going to be completely fine. He's doing a good job playing defensive, kiting around when he needs to. The double stun comes in. Beautifully done. And Flop gets caught into a polymorph. Unlucky there on that one. Great play there by Nick, utilizing that Icy Veins. But if Flop can recover, it's not looking too bad for the side of Gustbusters, but still a little bit dangerous. Nick goes into the ice block. Drake is low. He's got no touch of Karma. I'm very afraid right now for Welcome to the Jung.
Oh, Ray of Hope is up. I think it's going to be positive here on Drake. As we're tracking Angel Form on Zhang Bahai. It's just barely neutral. Barely neutral. He's just dead. Trappy trinkets immediately. Can they scatter the trinket or stun the trinket on Zhang Bahai here? Drake is likely to topple, and the Jungle Cleave is looking so good in the late game. We're getting to a 9-minute match. Dippy's lining on the wall, repositioning, getting in there, getting ready. Moonfires. He's got to shapeshift out of this route. He pre-bears, anticipating attack. He's trying to poke in from the left. Chun-Li on the right. They got a pincer maneuver here to keep them together. He's going to bear form as he's the target. He's going to let Chun-Li do the work, tank some of the damage, get bleeds up, probably go back into bear. He's taking a lot of damage with that conduit coming through. He feels confident though with Flop's heals in the back. Massive crash of damage onto Drake. Karma trades once again. Zhang Bahai is almost totally tapped on mana. Rake stun comes through from Dippy. Massive damage is incoming into the scatter shot. Nick is rotting, but Dippy doesn't have a lot of bleeds. He's actually caught in a leg sweep at the moment. Drake is going for the kill, looking to try and close this out with a meteor. Can they finish Dippy? They need to kill him now. Do they have the damage to do it? He bear forms. Frenzied regen, trying to recover. Dampening is high. The game is starting to backfire. Dampening is a double-edged sword. It's going to be so difficult for the healers to top. They're completely out of mana.
Yeah, I don't know what Dippy's going to do. He needs to start trying to find some pressure. They're just falling further and further behind, but he's just forced into bear. Dippy might go down here. This is unbelievable. Somehow, Welcome to the Jung, they managed to hold on. Flop has nothing left in the tank whatsoever, but this kiting from Dippy is absolutely beautiful. He needs to get a stun here onto Drake. They managed to find it. He's got no trinket, no Karma. Drake could easily fall. Zhang has nothing left. He's got the Ray of Hope, but he's not going to have access to it. He's got no mana to heal anyways. This is not looking good for Drake. Gustbusters is making the push at the same time, though. Dippy is getting low. Drake, what's going to happen? He's getting so low. It's a race to the finish at this point. Dippy goes down. I can't believe Zhang Bahai managed to keep him alive in those final moments. Somehow, Welcome to the Jung, they hold on, and they're up 2-0 in this series.
He wants to play it out here, but they just look totally fine. Like, he's still sitting on a block. Karma's coming up in 10 seconds.
How do you do that?
How did he do that?
How do you keep him alive? Where are the heals coming from?
I mean, Apotheosis, Angel Form, make your healing free. You can kind of just keep going with that. I think Serenity's also pretty low mana cost. It's like, unless you're pressured to spam Flash Heal, I think that he's going to be doing okay as far as keeping them alive, but I don't know how they swung the momentum around, because it felt like Chun-Li Dippy had control, and then they just lost it all at once. Maybe this is a case of just switching around too much. I don't know. It felt like Dippy was like very concerned with making sure that he never got caught in a leg sweep, and maybe that hindered his overall damage output, because he was not able to get like close to Chun-Li, right, or close to Drake on damage on that Feral Druid. And I think it's because he was trying to make sure that he was never getting caught. I actually got caught literally at the end of the game as I say that, without being in bear form, but pretty much every other moment prior to that, it was constantly like, I'm not going to go in. I'm just going to be patient, let the hunter pets do the work, and avoid some damage here. But as soon as Drake was able to just get a hold of Dippy, it was over for him. He catches him in travel form with the knock up. Zhang Bahai has Ray, so it's pausing all the damage. And monks also do like a pretty substantial amount of self-healing, so when that Ray is up, it's just doubling all of the healing into the monk. So he just gets popped off there with Ray of Hope, even deep into dampening. I don't know, is Ray of Hope affected by dampening? It's like, how does Ray healed for so much? Like, how low is he here when he gets Rayed? He's like, I think it is affected by dampening. He still gets completely topped? 0 mana, 1 Serenity and 0 mana. He goes from 30%. top.
Yeah, it's a lot of healing, that's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really know, but I kind of feel like Dippy and Chun-Li, they're going to mix it up after this. Like, what do you think? That was a long game. Like, if that's your win condition, I feel like that's a tall order. I think with how Nick was playing that, he handled the jungle pretty well.
I don't really feel like you can blind lock it either, is the problem. Maybe that's like a comp you pick, test it out, didn't work, and it's one of those things where you're trying to out-dampen Welcome to the Jung, which are the most notorious dampening team likely in AWC history. They probably have the highest average game duration of like any team if you looked at it over like the period of time that they've been playing as like most of their roster together. They're just the dominant dampeners. So Gustbusters don't want to do that again. It just looked like Dippy had to be worried the entire time about dying, and didn't look like a really fun game for him. Whereas on Ellie, I think it looks a lot better for him. He looks really warmed up on it, ready to go. So I think that this is more, I think this is going to be a better matchup for them. And they've already looked so strong against the mage teams, and like they probably were going to win game one. So maybe they thought they could cheese out like a kind of a counter pick setup and get like an easy win. And then they had to play a 10-minute game and lost. So it's like when you're like little cheesy counter pick dampens your soul for 10 minutes. I don't know if that was worth it at that point, because like you need 4 wins, and these games are going to go the distance. Aside from like a massive mistake, right? Like if you do a no block Jones, like okay, the game can end fast, but when they're playing at the peak that they can, it's going the distance. It's like going at least 5+ minutes between these teams. So every 10-minute game like that you lose is just fatiguing you. It's dampening you. You're probably tilting a little bit as well. So can the Gustbusters keep this going? This is the advantage of just avoiding the lower bracket. They had to play it out against Liquid. They had to play it out against the earlier team as well. So the Gustbusters might just be running out of wind at this point.
Yeah, it is very mentally fatiguing playing at this level, putting out so much energy into all of these series. Like, this is really where you need that gamer endurance to pull out ahead. As someone that's been there, your mind is basically lost at this point, playing all day. So it's going to be tough, but their team's going to have to rise to the occasion. I feel like it was kind of a wasted game number 2, but luckily this is a best of 7, so they still have a few more tries here to actually pull off a win. And I kind of agree. It feels like this composition seems more solid. I kind of believe with Chun-Li on the Windwalker Monk, it just seems like they have way more reps on this composition. So I think everyone's going to be a little bit more comfortable, but this is still a very back and forth matchup.
All right, let's see what they can do here. The Gustbusters, the crowd favorites. I feel like I jinxed them by picking them in my predictions. I don't know, like if I predict this right, am I beating the coin? Like, is it? I don't know, because I feel like I caught up a little bit in the last couple of series, but if I don't win this one with my prediction on Gustbusters, I think the coin is probably still ahead of me. So I need the Gustbusters to pull this off. I need them to pull it back, but Welcome to the Jung have definitely returned to form, I want to say. From week 1 to week 2, looked like they were trying to settle in on like what their compositions were going to be, what their strategies were going to be. I think Zhang Bahai getting comfortable on Holy Priest, coming off of Holy Paladin from season 1, was definitely something to consider. Nice double leg sweep from Chun-Li, but Nick just gets gripped away. They're going to switch to Drake with an elemental stun and a couple lava bursts, but he seems to be just totally shaking that off, getting back on target. Icy Veins is up, big pressure towards Dippy. Is he just going to pop Ascendance and try and turn this around is a big question for me. Or is he going to hold Ascendance until after the Angel? He's just going to shove it. Bloodlust, Ascendance, has Primordial Wave, big lava burst. He's just hoping he can out damage the Angel healing right now. Angel's down, big lightning bolts crash in onto Nick, paralyze on the healer. Another lava burst comes through. Dippy looks stable. He's going to trade Wall on the Conduit. I think it's a fair trade for Veins plus Windwalker cooldowns. Just going to have to be using those 1-for-1 every time in exchange.
Yeah, Nick more than likely is going to start playing really defensive. So when Veins is up, they try to just completely overwhelm Flop. Now that it's not available, Nick's going to be pulling away. He gets a nice Ring of Frost, though. Really nicely done. Dippy just going to be preemptively moving away, leaping back into the middle of the map. He gets caught into the Ring of Frost, but good kiting there. Keeps him alive. Now Flop has an opportunity to actually top him off. Very back and forth opener to this game. Dippy trying to get really cheeky there with that early Ascendance and get some counter pressure rolling. They managed to get a little bit, but it hasn't been that scary yet for Nick. He still has both ice blocks. He's got his altar time. He's got no trinket, so the next time Chun-Li potentially lands a stun, as long as Zhang doesn't grip it, which he most likely will, they might be able to get some burst rolling onto Nick. There it is. There's the rake stun. Big damage here from Chun-Li, but Zhang prepares himself with the Guardian Spear, boosting up his heals and easily keeping Nick alive.
Nice Vortex from Flop, holding Nick next to Chun-Li while he was Cyclone, but now he's into a Frost Nova. He's going to be able to Tiger's Lust out of that. Try and get back on target. Paralyze onto Zhang Bahai. Dippy looking for Hex. Gets leg swept. Drake is going in. Big image damage. And Flop trades Iron Bark immediately on Dippy. Is Drake going to switch targets? Nick is getting blasted by Chun-Li at the same second with that conduit. He manages to retreat away with the Shimmer. Back into the corner. Nice stun from Flop. Good engage. They ring a piece Drake away. Trying to bait Zhang Bahai off that pillar, but he's kind of refusing to leave that pillar at the moment. Now, Zhang Bahai is also playing a Gnome. I'm wondering if he's doing that for the mana in this type of matchup.
I think it's also for the Earth Grab Totem. I think priests all hate Earth Grab Totem, so maybe an opportunity just to remove that. Maybe it is the mana. You could be right about that, but I think you get at least double value in that regard. A little bit of mana. You get out of those range roots that Dippy's going to be throwing down to help you connect to your team. Zhang Bahai just runs in. He's in angel form. He realizes his team wants to get aggressive. This is the Icy Veins once again, but Dippy controlling it. He gets a Hex there on Nick. Great play there by Dippy, just really slowing down that Veins push.
Dippy getting good distance here. Drake is chasing after him. He manages to reconnect with the Clash. Good recovery from Zhang. Zhang Bahai fears Chun-Li away. They're just crowd controlling poor Chun-Li, man. Polymorphs and fears, trying to keep him off target as much as possible. And Flop's got to start getting some Cyclones on Drake if he's going to be able to assist Dippy. He's looking for it right now, but Ring of Peace actually disrupts it. And Flop doesn't have a good position now. He has to reposition. Leg sweep on Chun-Li. Nice double from Drake. Flop jumps in, though, and stuns it, preventing him from getting any sort of damage out. Blasting him down with some lava bursts. Flop gets punished with the Chastise. He's trying to get to some bleeds up as well. And he goes back into bear. He's back to the pillar, back to line of sighting. And this is why Flop is an expert on this Druid, just navigating when he's able to get away with going in and when he needs to get out and just making sure he's getting maximum value. Nice Hex. Nick gets blasted. Huge damage comes through. Zhang Bahai trinkets and somehow actually holds on to Guardian Spirit. Chun-Li Ring of Pieces him into a leg sweep. That was beautiful. That gets a block. And Zhang Bahai might just die too at the same time. He has to trade out Desperate Prayer. Big punish from Chun-Li with that play.
Yeah, he rolls over with the Chi Torpedo. He is all over Nick, and Nick is holding onto that Cold Snap for the time being, so maybe realizing there's not a lot of chance he's going to get a third Ice Block, just wants to have that that Cold Snap. A little insurance for his ice barriers and get two overpowered barriers off. A little bit of a setup here onto Chun-Li. Both Windwalker Monks turning their attention to the middle of the map, but Drake rolls back over onto Dippy. This is Icy Veins. This is where they're trying to overwhelm Frostfire Bolt after Frostfire Bolt. Potential Polymorph coming in as well, but not able to find it there onto Flop. He ducks out of line of sight, avoiding that pressure, and it looks like he's able to top off Dippy. Dippy's positioning this game has been quite good, just avoiding Nick as much as possible during his burst moments. This is a nice ice wall. Unfortunately, Nick doesn't really get to capitalize too much on it. It looks like Chun-Li's going to be completely fine. Nice double leg sweep.
No, they paralyze him on it. Nice counter response. Flops back in the tree. Everyone should be okay on his side. Nick is still getting cut down. Paralyzed on Zhang Bahai. Nick blast waves Chun-Li away. Slicing wind says he landed. He hits the priest with it. Angel form going to come through. Zhang Bahai's immune to crowd control and damage at this point. He should be able to heal his team as long as Drake doesn't stay out of range. Drake is in range here. Fist of Fury flying on Dippy. Flop jumps in and stuns him. Great awareness from Flop, realizing like Nick was going around the corner to take that time, jump in, get a stun here for Dippy, maximize those diminishing returns, but now he gets caught in a Chastise. Big punish into a Paralyze. Nick is being pressured at the same time, but no, Chun-Li's actually choosing to pull back and away. Maybe swap back on Drake here. He doesn't want to go around the corner. Windshear on Nick. Now Chun-Li's trying to get in as Nick is back into midfield. Kicks him on a Polymorph. Knock on the Fist of Fury. He just switches over to Zhang Bahai for a second there to get a couple points of damage. Another stun comes in from Flop with the Shadow Meld. Getting a re-stealth. If Flop is going to have to be the MVP here for his team, finding these stuns whenever he can. Maybe sneak in a couple of clones and also avoid dying because he's likely going to get swapped to. Big crash of damage on Dippy. Flop is ready for the hits. Mana is still even. Paralyzed on Flop. They're going to swap Flop, I think, here. Leg sweep comes through. He trinkets immediately trying to get out of there and vacate the premises. Flop survives that swap with his medallion. But now being down that, Dippy is exposed. He walls. He walls before Icy Veins. He still will have Burrow, but we've seen how devastating Icy Veins can be already from game one.
Yeah, definitely. And Nick has just a ton of damage available. This Icy Veins gets pulled out almost immediately, just going after Dippy. He gets caught into the stun. If Nick can channel out Frostfire Bolts here, it's going to be a nightmare for Dippy and Flop. Ancient of Lore gets cast out. It gets paralyzed on it, though. Just going for the hard cast on the Ancient of Lore. Is he going to find it? Oh, the Ring of Peace! Drake is just destroying Flop right now, but I don't know if it matters. The Ancient of Lore will land, and it looks like ultimately Dippy will recover, but I really like those plays by Drake. However, they weather the Icy Veins push, and Nick, once again, is on the back foot. There's big opportunities here for Dippy. He's got the Ascendants rolling back up. This is a massive potential play here for Gust Busters.
All right, openings here, and Flop's got Innervate, so he's got a couple seconds of free healing. He chains it into the Heart of the Wild. He can get some fast clones, and he'll also be immune to a swap. But Heart of the Wild just dropped. Dippy's in trouble. Leg sweep. He trinkets right away, but Nick is also getting low and exposed. He's back behind the wall with Jung behind topping him with Ray of Hope. Dippy is baiting Drake into the wings, possibly for crowd control, baiting him out of range, but Nick is there. He decurses. Flop charges in, gets a stun for Chun-Li, setting him up. Ring of Peace on Jung behind to stop him from fearing. Crazy plays from Chun-Li and Flop. The synergy is out of this world. Now he's swapping to Jung behind, gets the trinket. Nick is still in trouble. Dippy is blasting. Gustbusters are looking strong to put a point on the board here in game number 3.
Yeah, finally, Chun-Li getting control of the polymorphs, but Nick needs to be very careful. He shimmers away, and that's going to be the ice block. You wanted no part of that win there from Chun-Li. Drake continuing to make a push with the big Fist of Fury here onto Drake. Mana in favor of Gustbusters. Gustbusters. Oh, can they do it? They have to hold on a little bit longer. Dippy is not messing around. He's just going to burrow underground immediately on that setup. This is the Icy Veins here for Nick once again. I think it's a proc Icy Veins. Maybe not. That ice wall is beautiful. Beautiful leg sweep as well. Nick trying to get there. Do they have any crowd control? Dippy might just get overwhelmed. He's holding on to the Astral Shift, playing very greedy, but greed is good. But unfortunately for him, Nick does have the Icy Veins. He interrupts Dippy. Icy Veins is up. Drake rolls over. Oh, both these casters are in a lot of trouble right now. But if Nick actually gets to cast, Dippy might be the one that falls.
All right, Drake Karmas. He sees Chun-Li coming to swap on him. They break Karma. They're busting through cooldowns on Drake. Now they're swapping back to Nick. They're going to get his greater invis pretty soon if they stay connected. Chun-Li, it looks like he's having a tough time deciding who he wants to attack. He's going after the healer now, so he can't void shift. It's actually so smart to get the priest low health, so he can't access that vital cooldown in the near future. If they can cleave both the mage and the priest, it'll be completely useless. They paralyze the priest. Nick still recovers, though, even despite that. They might be able to kill the healer. They catch him in the stun. Flop engages. Slicing Winds comes through into the maim, and somehow, some way, Shanghai is not dead. Drake denies it with the leg sweep. Now Dippy on the back foot. Miracle after miracle. These monks are playing completely out of their minds. It is utter madness here in game number 3, but Nick still has no blocks remaining. Zhang Bahai needs to get ready. It's massive pressure swelling up onto Nick. Void Shift comes through. He angels right away so they can't swap to him. Divine Hymn comes through, but Dippy is low. Counterspell on Flop just ended, but Flop has no cooldowns really to heal. If Drake gets uptime, Dippy's gonna die. Chun-Li gets put into a stun. He can't go for the win. He's in a polymorph. Flop can't get there. He desperately tries to dispel it as soon as possible. Zhang Bahai is totally out of mana. Chun-Li is going for a kill on the healer, but he's still getting polymorph. The mage is free casting. He's got a Comet Storm in his back pocket. Dippy needs to trade out that Stone Bulwark almost as soon as possible. He drops it. He gets the high ground. He's stealing Z-Pie strategies here on Tiger Speak. He's got the Z-axis on the balcony. He gets a couple of seconds of free casting Lava Burst up here from the high ground, and the high ground is a major advantage. Zhang Bahai can't handle the damage. It's so high into dampening, and the images will close it. Gustbusters get a point on the board.
Flop MVP. In those final moments when it looked like it was absolutely hopeless, he fakes a crucial interrupt from Nick, getting precognition. With that precognition, he got some work done. He channeled the Tranquility, and then he went into the Ancient of Lore after that. If that didn't happen, I think they were in trouble. So we could see it here. This is where he fakes the interrupt. This is the Tranquility. He has the presence of mind to cast the Ancient of Lore after that. So he knows Nature Swiftness available. I think if he wasn't able to get that Tranquility and this Tree Form off, it could have been Dippy that potentially went down. But definitely great plays to keep his team nice and aggressive. And Gustbusters, they put that point on the board. Is this their chance to come back in the series? These games are so incredibly close.
I wouldn't say that it's guaranteed, but I definitely think sticking on this composition, I think, is the move for them overall. Like, they're winning on the mana front. Cooldowns are looking okay at this point as they're recovering Burrow. They got through everything on the side of Welcome to the Zhang, even with the Gnome pick. Still can't keep the mana going through here into the late game. Even with the Dispels, like if we're tracking Dispels, I can imagine that Zhang Bahai likely has a lot of those onto the Flame Shocks of Dippy. That high ground from Dippy, he avoided the Slicing Winds hit by getting up top there. And it gave him a couple seconds to just lob in Lava Burst and overwhelm Nick. And Zhang Bahai is just spamming Smite because he can't use anything else. Everything else costs mana, so he's like, I'll just spam Smite. Oh, if something dies. And they're just so evenly matched, man. Watching Drake and Chun-Li literally clash on Windwalker Monk like this is very epic. I wish that the last series, honestly, that Trill stayed on Windwalker a little bit longer, because I feel like seeing this, and we don't get to see it. It's been a long time since we got to see like the top Windwalkers of North America vie for supremacy.
A lot of good monks, a lot of good Windwalker monks in North America. But yeah, super fun series. One thing I wanted to point out too, in those moments, Chun-Li, one thing he does a lot against mages, and if you're a Windwalker monk, you should do this too. If the mage is just slippery and you're not going to be able to get to him, but you just need a little bit more damage to win, you just put your images on him and then go attack something else. It's actually pretty effective. So he just threw both of his images onto the mage, who can't be kited. You know, the images, you can't really get away from them, and then you just go attack the monk, you go attack anything else, and you're going to be able to put out damage with your 2 images. So smart plays there, definitely something to look out for in these games. Gustbusters, they get their first point on the board, and they have had a long day. Like, let's just be honest, these are mentally fatiguing, you know, deep dampening, just dealing with these mages, going for crowd control, every one of these icy veins.
We need to record average game length for this series at the end. Let's see, if there's 7 games and each game is 10 minutes, 70 minutes, over an hour-long series possibly between these 2 teams. So, like, who benefits more from fatigue? I feel like Ellie, right? Ellie's got to benefit a bit more from fatigue.
I don't know. I don't think anyone really. I mean, if you're a Frost Mage and you're getting spam wind sheared and grounded, and Chun-Li's just one-shotting you, it's not easy either. I mean, these healers are probably just, shout out to the healers, because things are getting one-shot left, right, and center. I feel like sometimes we don't highlight the healers enough, but yeah, both Flop and Zhang Bahai are literal miracle workers in these series, dealing with the burst of like a Windwalker Monk plus Veins, a Windwalker Monk plus, Ascendants. No easy task. These players are both all-stars.
All right, they're not going to be substituting out here. Going head-to-head, matching leg sweep for leg sweep, slicing wind for slicing winds. We're going to decide who is the Wind Lord of North America in Cup number 2. Rogue meta is out. Nobody knows what the current meta is 100%. Is it Monk? Is it Feral? Is it Ellie? Is it Mage? It's still looking very unstable on that front. D-Machine is still likely, he's in the lead on his prediction. Might end up with another perfect one and be ending the weekend back here with a crazy prediction score. So let's see if they can pull it off. I believe we're going to a smaller map overall for the Mage team, or maybe just a neutral map. But it seems like so Monk. I should try to think how this plays out now with Ellie on the small map. There's no Z-axis advantage. I actually wonder if there's more maps that Dippy could abuse. I actually think Cage of Carnage could be a really good map for Ellie against a Monk, where you just like jump up, knock them down, and get some Z-axis advantage there, because it was definitely clutch. And we're seeing Ellie Shamans now really picking Tiger's Peak reliably for just that balcony advantage. But Blackrook provides a lot more defense for the Monks. But I feel like if you get maybe it's to bait the Monk in the room and sheep him. Maybe that's what they're trying to do with this map.
And maybe put him in jail. Like, bring him in, ice wall him off, like just keep him in prison there. But I feel like as a mage, I hate this map. Like, I don't like this map at all as a mage into an elemental shaman. So for Welcome to the Jung, they must have a game plan. I'm really curious to see what it is, but this is a map I would actually expect Gustbusters to pick in a matchup like this. Because it really seems like, to me, Nick wants to create as much space as possible. He's trying to run away. The problem with dragging into the room is it creates opportunities for Chun-Li to actually land like double leg sweeps, If Zhang Bahai is in the room with Nick, it's not that hard for Chun-Li to land those doubles. Potentially even keep them in the room with Ring of Peace, but we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. These 2 Titan teams going head-to-head. The finals for North America has been a banger so far.
Drake just immediately gets lightning lassoed by Dippy. First global. Nick into a leg sweep. Monstrous damage. Zhang Bahai's ready for it. He's an angel. He's restabilizing the team. Dippy's falling behind, but Flop is ready with tree form. Good exchange from the healers on this initial assault, and Dippy was actually patient. He held his ascendants right here for a blast of damage after the angel form of Zhang Bahai. That's now going to force the Guardian Spirit on top of it. Flop gets clashed into a leg sweep. Big swap on Flop, but he bared it. Great anticipation from Flop. They punish him, though, by Ring of Frosting him out of the leg sweep. Possibly a Psychic Scream. Zhang Bahai's repositioning. He gets Ring of Peace away. Dippy's blasting him. Zhang Bahai goes into the air pretty high there with a Dispel and Flame Shock and a Whirling Dragon Punch at the same time. But he's going to be able to recover in a moment, I can imagine. So Flop is using Tree basically on cooldown for mana reasons. He's using Innervate on cooldown for mana reasons and trying to maximize any sorts of opportunities there. He's playing far back in the room, and just to get max distance from a Monk swap or a Paralyzed. Now he's in cat form. Gets a Rake Stun. Nick getting targeted down. Barriers. They purge the barrier. Big damage crashing in on Nick. Zhang Bahai immediately uses Apotheosis, chaining those one after the other to maximize his mana efficiency, because this is a game that is going to come down to just minor efficiencies over your opponents.
Yeah, double leg sweep going in. Nicely done there by Drake. He gets the double onto Chun-Li, onto Dippy. Flop in the backline. He's using this room. He's throwing in Star Surges when he can as well to really get pressure here on Nick. And Nick is taking a ton of pressure. Oh, he needs to be very careful. We've seen mages get one shot by this composition before, and it could happen again. Nick shimmers away to safety. Zhang not in any crowd control right now, just throwing in heals. Looks like he might be okay. Oh no, Nick! He's in so much trouble. That wind shear, just beautiful. And I think they did proc the Guardian Spirit. You're right. Massive damage there by Chun-Li and Dippy.
Big swap. Big swap. Chun-Li is there, man. But Ring of Peace from Drake. Oh, that Ring of Peace is getting Jung behind just a little bit of difference on that little gnome out of range of Touch of Death's range. Now Jung behind into a paralyzed. Nick gets blasted. He's getting destroyed. So much damage is coming through. The Gust Busters, man, despite this being a marathon, they've still got energy. They've still got spice here on their side as they're lobbing in lava burst after lava burst onto Nick. Lightning bolt into lightning lasso. Big combos. Jung Bahai's in angel form, and he gets big value from this. He got a bunch of flash heals off for free during that. He's very happy about scoring that angel timing on that burst. Drake gets vortexed. Excellent vortex from Flop. He's in cat form. He's jumping in. He's looking for a stun. He finds it, but Drake trinkets it to go after Flop and punish him for getting aggressive. Flop just retreats back behind that ramp. Drake is switching back, or Drake is switching back to Dippy, paralyzed, but Nick is low. Ray of Hope on the leg sweep. Needs to be positive. Star Surges are coming in. They're slicing winds into it. They're trying to cut through to make it negative, but they can't. Massive heals in Defiance. They actually just killed him. He's just dead twice. Dippy is still getting hit pretty hard here. Has Burrow. He's caught in a Chastise stun. No trinket available. Meteor comes in. He is able to blast them up into the sky for a moment and reposition. Star Surges are flying in from Flop onto Nick as well, looking to make sure that his heal over time effects are getting boosted up. He fakes out a kick. He looks for a Cyclone. He gets it on Drake. He jumps in. They can go after Nick now. They're pushing in aggressively, getting towards Jung Bahai to kick him on a heal. Nice wind shear. Ring of Peace. Big combo! Oh! That's going to get a second block. Great repositioning from Dippy. He's keeping the harassment on Jung Bahai, making sure that he's always in the mix. And now the Gust Busters are in a position where they can possibly take this game. Iron Bark's up for Flop. He gets Counterspell, but he pre-Iron Barks and then tanks the Interrupt, and now he's spending time while he's kicked in cat form to get globals out instead. So Flop is just in their heads. He baits them to Counterspell by activating Iron Bark beforehand.
Dippy's in trouble. Stun here onto Flop. They need to be very careful. Right now, Gustbusters, they have a massive lead in this game. They cannot throw this game away. Nick is in trouble. He's in a full stun. Zhang Bahai has the Trinket and the Void Shift, so there are answers here, but this smaller map is backfiring for Welcome to the Jung. Gustbusters just completely owning. Chun-Li is having a field day in this game. I mean, look at his damage. It is absolutely through the roof. He's all over Nick. Nick just cannot get away. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And that's going to be a paralysis there onto Zhang. He's forced to trade out the Trinket. Just another cooldown out of the way.
Climberson Chun flops out of range. He's in tree form, though, so Dippy should recover. They just tree Astral Shift immediately on Icy Veins. They're not going to get one shot like they did in game number 1. Massive damage on Nick once again. Zhang Bahai, though, he's in angel form. He's getting huge value on these angels. Just so good by him. Every time it's exchanged, he's getting maximum mana, maximum healing advantage with every angel in this game. That could make the difference, but he's still only playing with the Void Shift. Guardian Spirit comes up. The Apotheosis is right away. Flop's getting aggressive. Stuns onto the whole team. Bleeds have been applied. Flop's moving over. He gets a maim stun. Flop can't get a clone, though. He's too far away. Chun-Li, what's he going to do? He knocks Zhang Bahai up in the air behind the pillar. Probably disabled him a couple times back there. Nick is getting destroyed by Dippy. He blinks away, managing to escape, but now they swap back on Drake. He needs the Karma, I think. It's a lot of damage. They're trying to be greedy and sit through this. Is he going to get away with the greed? He's 50% health right now. Dippy's in trouble. Dragon's Breath on Flop. No trinket available. Wall is coming down. They have to get ready for the wall. Flop needs to be careful. He needs to wild charge towards his target. Massive damage. That's it. Lights out. Gustbusters tie it up, and they take the swing match.
Oh my god. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Gustbusters, they played that game insane. I have to say, I think Welcome to the Jung, they picked a really bad map for this matchup that did not work out for them whatsoever. Gustbusters had massive uptime on the mage. It felt really difficult for Nick to actually find any kind of position to pull away. Like, the main benefit of the mage is you can actually run away from the Ellie and the Druid and get crowd control on the Windwalker Monk. In this map, that didn't happen. Chun-Li was being dispelled out of everything. He was all over the map. He's just one-shotting Nick. Every single time he has a Celestial Conduit and images, it's just an ice block. This Stormkeeper just completely destroyed Nick in these final moments, and I feel like they're waking up. They tied this series up, and I kind of wonder if Welcome to the Jung, what they're going to do. Like, do they need just a really big map, or do they need new composition?
I mean, we saw Trill switch, but I feel like that was more or less like they've put so much practice into RMP. What about like Feral Windwalker? Is just the Ellie just died to the Windwalker? I love how the animation on Flop makes it look like he got the kill. Like you see him in bear form, but I'm pretty sure it's just an auto attack. I swear it's just swipe. I swear he literally just used swipe, but when you look at the animation, it looks like Flop killed him, but he probably hit him for like 2k damage or something. It's not even, he didn't hit him for anything right there at the end of the game, but with the animation, it looks like he did. Watch Flop. There's no way that was him. That hit for like 100 damage if we get the killing blow log. I bet it's like less than 200 damage or something that he did, but it looks like he killed him. But they're winning games faster, so maybe it's possible. Welcome to the JUNG are fatiguing in this series. But I feel like that map backfired, like you said, really hard. Small map allowed Flop to just jump around everywhere and always have a place to line of sight. He was just taking room, taking center pillar, able to really move around the map.
Fury tick, look at that.
Yeah, that was, wait, what? 3.1
I told you, man. You guys were laughing at me yesterday when I said 1 million Fist of Fury tick.
Oh, I was looking at the Touch of Death. Where's the bear form hit? Did it not even go off? I don't see it.
Nah, that was fake.
That's
a 45k.
I saw his hand swipe.
It's a 45k, I think. That's like, it just doesn't even register.
Oh, it's so small it can't even show up on the log, bro. Flop is trying to make plays, but it's just rest of Druids just don't do damage. Feels bad.
I mean, can we also just look at this though? I mean, Chun-Li slicing wins 2.2 million, Lightning Bolt 1.4, Lightning Bolt 2.2, Fist of Fury 1.3, Earthshock 1. Like, I've never seen so many M's. Just M after M after M. Like, there's millions and millions of damage.
Dr. Evil pinky to the cheek face. Just 1 million Fist of Fury.
I don't like this map again.
Comes in.
Oh,
they're switching. They're going feral. They're also playing Resto Druid.
Are you kidding
Jung
me?
Bahai wants to go toe to toe with Flop on Resto Druid right now. Who is the better tree? Who is NA's Yggdrasil?
Flop is great and powerful. Like, he is the powerful tree right now, in my opinion, in North America, based off of what I've seen. So, like in a Druid versus Druid head-to-head, I feel like I'm going to give an edge. Like, if we just break this down, like, Druid versus Druid, I give a slight edge here to Gustbusters. Ellie's Shaman, I'm honestly, I've been impressed by Dippy. I feel like Dippy's doing great, but better than Prev, I feel like it's relatively even. And Chun-Li and Drake. Drake's actually not opting to play on the Windwalker Monk, so...
Oh, Chun-Li, that's a statement.
That's power points for Chun-Li.
Trill swapped off. That was a statement.
Nobody wants to fight Chun-Li on the Monk here.
Drake's backing up. He's like, all right, Chun-Li, I'm backing it up. Because, like, they could mirror them, you know?
Yeah.
If they wanted to.
I've said this once, and I'll say it again. I know I'm coming across as a big Chun-Li fanboy. I am. But I've, like, when I played Monk a lot, when it was, like, kind of like my main thing, Chun-Li was the only Monk I played against him, and he made me feel like a noob. Like, I just felt like I sucked, you know? So, like...
Oh, there's the Druid, bro. Look at that. 45,000 Flop's a big winner right there. So much Resto Druid damage, man. That was 100% the reason he died.
What if he lived with 44k health, you know?
I mean, it was overkilled by 3.8 million, but okay.
Yeah, but he put him in touch of death range, so that's the diff.
I guess if he did, yeah.
I mean, look at him. He's 15% until the melee hit comes in.
Oh my god, are you...
Look at that. He's 15%.
Is Flop's little 45k bear form auto attack actually the reason he died?
That's the story we're going to tell. Whether it's true or not, that's the story.
I mean, it was technically fully absorbed, so I think it didn't hit him to put him to that. Okay, fine. We'll give his bear form auto attack, the biggest auto attack of history from a Resto Druid coming in here for Flop. And Jung Bahai, man, he's making a statement switching to the Druid. It just feels like the Druid gets the edge later on, but Flop is just an acrobatist on this Druid. He's just everywhere on the map. He's like Spider-Man. It's just, he is all over the place, catching stuns on everybody, keeping his team top, never in a bad spot, ignoring that 1-2v3 turnaround where I think he just thought the game was over. Aside from that, like, Flop has had an amazing tournament on Druid. So for Jung Bahai to make this switch up here, like, is he going to be able to keep up? Is he going to be able to keep up with the Flop? Because the Flop is back, man. And the Gustbusters are looking like a serious contender moving towards the end of Cup 2 and into Cup 3. And what is even going to happen in Cup 3? Like, we're only halfway through this series, man. It's a best of 7. Both teams need to get 2 more wins in order to claim Cup 2 champion title, earn the lion's share of the points, earn the big prize pool, get back into Week 3, and really start to try to make sure that they're getting a top 3 position so they can avoid the gauntlet, because we have seen teams run from the bottom of the gauntlet all the way back into the top 4. So you don't want to leave that up to chance. You want as many points as possible and be safe and snuggy in that top 3. But we're jumping into Dalaran Sewers. It's a hectic map with this waterfall coming down in the middle periodically to line of sight your attacks, and the gates have opened. They're going to get pumped out of these pipes. Elemental Shaman versus Elemental Shaman. Prev versus Dippy. Who's going to be the Thunder God of North America?
Yeah, double leg sweep coming in here from Chun-Li as well. I feel like Drake could be a target in this game. They're going after him. Chun-Li really testing him here. Big slicing wins there onto Prev. And Zhang is already in that tree form. That Ancient of Lore just throwing in big heals for his team, trying to keep them nice and healthy. Dippy in a Lightning Lasso right now, but it seems like Flop should be able to keep him alive. There's just big pressure, and I mean, I think Drake, one thing he's going to try to do in this game is go after Flop quite a bit, and that might be one of the advantages they have, potentially, is if they get bleeds on all 3 members, it might be more difficult for Flop to actually heal through that spread pressure.
Flop's in tree. Zhang Bahai's already used his and his Heart of the Wild, so Flop, I think, is a little bit ahead on cooldowns at this point. Vortex down, trying to pin them. Chun-Li gets cloned up, though. Good clone from Zhang Bahai. He's getting combo points on the clone. That's actually really heads up from Zhang Bahai. So now he's likely got 5 combo points for free for a Maim stun. Flop is now into a Cyclone from Drake. Dippy is getting chomped here in game number 5. He manages to recover. Flop Iron Barks in exchanges. Zhang Bahai gets sheared for a moment from Dippy. He's trying to poke him. And Zhang Bahai's looking for more clones. He's not finding them. He's a bit afraid. Chun-Li's pressuring him. Well, he doesn't have Bark Skin. He still has Heart of the Wild, so he's going to go into a Paralyze. Big setup on Chun-Li. Flop's in the back with 2 Nature Swiftness charges, so he should be able to keep him stable. Lightning Lasso. They try and catch Zhang Bahai. They're really testing Zhang Bahai on the Druid, I think, by attacking him this much. And so far, Zhang Bahai has been deflecting every single thing thrown at him.
Yeah, I think it's really important to do that as well when someone's logging on an alt. I think Zhang Bahai is quite an experienced Druid. But we can see, welcome to the jungle. They actually have a bit of a pressure lead here. Dippy's down to 50% health. We got a Cyclone on Chun-Li. This is not looking too bad here from Welcome to the Jung. Kind of just yoinking the composition of Gustbusters and making it look good here in this 5th game of the series. Now a little bit of counter pressure here by Gustbusters. Prev is getting low. Big damage here from Chun-Li. They're making a swap onto Zhang Bahai. Massive pressure. Can they take him down? The stun comes in. Chun-Li is just doing tons of damage. Looks like Zhang Bahai will recover, but that's his Trinket and his Bark Skin. So there are openings here for the side of Gustbusters.
Drake's got Heart of the Wild, Bear form. Dippy is just standing on top of Zhang Bahai at the moment. He'll recover back behind the pillar. Still ahead on Matt. Another swap. He's back into Bear form. Whirling Dragon Punch up in the sky. Big connect from Chun-Li. Chun-Li is just owning him by himself. What is his damage from Chun-Li? Oh no, he runs into line of sight of Dippy too. Drake knocks Dippy off the side. Zhang Bahai is just desperate, bro. He's just sitting in Bear form, praying that he doesn't die right now. He Bear forms the stun. They Cyclone Chun-Li. They slow down the bleeding. Zhang Bahai should be able to escape here, but he's got Flop on the other side. Might clone him. Another big connect. Zhang Bahai needs to figure out where he needs to go right now because he's just out in the middle taking a lot of damage. Flop jumps into tree. He'll be all right. Zhang Bahai repositions. It looks like Chun isn't going after him just yet, but Dippy is still chasing him down. He's got tree. Oh, he knocked him. He booped. Oh, Wild Drake stayed there so Zhang Bahai could jump back up. That was great teamwork from Drake and Zhang Bahai because that tree form walks so slow. If he didn't get that Wild Charge defensively to get back up here, it might have been game over, but he gets caught in another leg sweep. Bark Skin. They stun Chun-Li. I think with that stun, it should be enough here. Zhang Bahai survives the swap. Really good teamwork, though, from Drake there to give Zhang Bahai that Wild Charge to get back up.
Got the Celestial Conduit, though. I think Chun-Li's going to kill Zhang Bahai. If they can catch him in a stun, if Flop moves in and gets a stun, I think they might be able to close it out. They got the Celestial Conduit. There's no Bark Skin, but they're just going for Prev. Prev could just outright die. Zhang Bahai behind the pillar right now. Chun-Li rolls over, gets the Spear Hand Sprite, going for the Conduit, and that's what I'm talking about. Looks like a little bit of damage, but Zhang Bahai seems to be fine with that Bear form. It's going to be enough damage reduction. Chun-Li now throwing a Paralyze here onto Zhang Bahai. Prev had a really close call in those final moments. Flop's going to move forward. He gets the Rakes done. Nice plays there. And manages to get damage there onto Drake as well. Getting a 2-for-1 with that ability. Massive damage. I mean, Gustbusters has so much pressure right now.
Yeah, swapping all of nice Wild Charge from Zhang Bahai again to escape back up. And they knock Chun-Li off the side with no Trinket. Drake making a sick play right now, but Flop gets there in time. Buys him time. Gets the Karma. He should survive. Another win share on Zhang Bahai. Dippy is still harassing the healer, but mana is even despite their best efforts. Prev is a target, no Trinket, but actually cap stunned him, so they can't really capitalize on that. Star Surge is coming in, but Zhang Bahai blocks it. He's got tree. Flop's got tree available as well. He's likely going to go into that pretty soon. Maybe he wants to save it for the Incarnation, actually. It's coming up for Drake in about 16 seconds. He goes for a bash. We're going to try and get some crowd control on Drake. They swap to him behind the pillar with a Vortex pinning him. He gets pulled back in to Chun-Li's clutches. It's not enough. Chun-Li swaps back. Big Primordial Wave onto Flop. Zhang Bahai and Flop hiding behind opposing boxes at the moment, hoping that these Ellie Shamans don't look their way. Chun-Li's taking some big cracks from Prev. He gets Cyclone low health. He's going to Trinket that right away and diffuse magic. Flop gets caught in a stun. Chun-Li gets cloned again. Zhang Bahai's having a good moment here. And they're going to swap to Chun-Li out of the Cyclone. Flop Iron Barks. He will recover. Dippy's got Astral Shift coming off cooldown pretty soon. I can't say who's going to win this one. And this is such an important round for both teams if they want that swing match advantage.
Yeah, this is a really big game between these two teams. Dippy getting low, but Prev at the same time is just getting one shot. This is the overwhelming damage that Chun-Li has available. He's going after Zhang Bahai, but he pre-bear forms it once again. It might not matter. I mean, the Celestial Conduit is just devastating Zhang Bahai right now. Disorienting Roar might be enough. Chun-Li finally gets controlled, and I think Zhang Bahai has weathered the storm. Now, welcome to the Jung. They have opportunities to get aggressive, but still not going to have that incarnation for quite some time. This is just such a back-and-forth game. Drake making a swap on Flop. What are you going to do, Flop? He's going to trade out the Bark Skin. Chun-Li right now moving over back onto Prev, trying to get some damage rolling. Looks like Welcome to the Jung is fully recovered, but that can change really fast with this Fist of Fury.
I think they're okay with this tree. Flop's team's in trouble, though. No Ancient of Lore for 40 seconds. Karma for Chun-Li, a bit preemptive here. He just wants to stay aggressive on Drake, but Drake has a lot of options. Flop is actually further behind on mana. Drake and Prev are owning the damage meter. Dippy is getting completely destroyed at the moment. He needs to build up that gap because they cannot win with this damage output in dampening at the moment. Flop gets caught. Massive damage incoming. Is he going to drop? He denies the kill. Ring of Peace comes down. Flop's going to reposition. They paralyze Drake. They catch Zhang Bahai. Maybe if they can just blast him down in the swap, it won't matter that they're so far behind on damage. But Chun-Li is getting owned as well. In-cap Roar behind the corner. Flop is rotting. Everybody is dead on the Gust Busters. They're stacking up. They're getting bled. Everybody's dying. But Flop has Ancient of Lore. He's a giant tree. And he is spreading good news and rejuvenations to everybody to recover from that giant swarm of damage thrown to his team. Zhang Bahai gets caught in a Lightning Lasso. Spirit Walker's Grace to immune the kick. Drake looks for a Cyclone on it. Not able to find it. Prev is getting smacked. He jumps back up. Oh, the clash to pull him back downstairs. Nice play from Chun-Li. And do they catch? Nice. They knock up Drake on his Cyclone. Flop is safe from that for a moment. He pre-Iron Barks, anticipating the attacks, and it is getting hectic. It is getting crazy here in game number 5.
Yeah, Zhang Bahai has the Ancient of Lore. It is back and forth between these two teams. Prev has nothing left in the tank, but Zhang Bahai has him fully hotted. He's got every single heal in the game on him right now. I think Prev's going to be okay. Chun-Li rolls over, trying to get the damage rolling. Zhang Bahai has mana. Flop, though, he's so far behind. Everyone is rotting down. Welcome to the Jung, asserting dominance in this game. I mean, their damage is just through the roof. Can Chun-Li and Dippy battle it back? They need to try to find some pressure for their team. Looks like Flop's going to recover his team with the Tranquility. Beautifully done. And now it might be Prev that ends up falling.
All right, great recovery. Zhang Bahai is in cat, gets a stun in on Dippy. I feel like Zhang Bahai's having a great game. You know, he's been tested a lot by Dippy, and Chun-Li hasn't fallen over, even come close to it. He's ahead on mana. He's getting stuns, but Prev falls a bit behind here, jumps off the side. Chun-Li clashes him again into a slicing winds. Images are popped. It's big damage incoming onto Prev, but Chun seems to be the one who's falling behind. He pre-diffuses. He ring a pieces Zhang on his clone. Chun-Li is going crazy right now. Dippy's on top of the Druid. Windshire's the Cyclone, and he's got massive damage here with that Primordial Wave. In about 20, actually just popped it. Now Prev has his Primordial Wave. When's he going to lob it? He jumps back to the high ground, maybe to go after Flop a little bit. He's got a lot of damage loaded up here. Dippy's getting destroyed. I don't know if Flop can keep up with this. There's not a lot of options left for him. It's a lot of damage. He tries to. He gets knocked off the side. He's holding on by a thread. It's not enough, but Prev is going to go down. He burrows, and he will stay alive. They got Survival Instincts. They got more than enough options, and welcome to the Jung. They bring in Prev, and Prev delivers, dominates the damage meter exactly when they needed him.
I mean, that's a pretty big differential in that game. I will say that Drake has more stuns to control Dippy a little bit, but in a matchup like this that's so pressure oriented, you know, it's not always that damage tells the story of the game, but damage is certainly helpful in a matchup like this that's going 8.5 minutes. Dampening is so high. It really creates this differential where, you know, Zhang Bahai doesn't have to heal nearly as much as Flop does in a match like this.
All right, here we go. They take the swing match. They're ahead. Prev just doing so much damage here, and you can just see it. It's just impossible. Flop's out of options. No, there's nothing he can do. It's basically like Chun-Li hopes that he can kill something, but he gets knocked off the side. That knock got huge value. And then Prev and Drake have cooldowns. Like, so even if you're getting close here, like Survival Instincts, he's not going to die. Prev has Burrow, he's not going to die. Zhang Bahai has Tree of Ancient of Lore, no one's going to die. So it's just checkmate. They don't have any openings here. They're out of options. They played it out for 8 minutes. They're going to have to enable Dippy to be able to do more damage moving into the next game if this is the comp they're going to use for game number 6.
I mean, there was so many close calls in this game. It was just close call after close call, but welcome to the Jung. They're one away from closing it out. Do you think they run this composite? I actually feel like the Resto Druid Elliot looks so solid right now, and you can kind of just pair it with any melee. Like, you can play a Feral. I actually think Warrior is really underrated too. Like, you bring in a Fury Warrior if you wanted to. Basically, any of these high DPS melee seem really strong in these games. So, we'll see. And I believe, too, if my memory is correct, Lone Star actually switched onto the Druid, right? In the finals?
Yep.
He switched off of the Holy Priest onto the Druid.
He clutched
so
multiple series doing that. It was really important for his team to play Resto Druid. So Resto Druid is definitely stonks going up here in AWC Cup number 2. A lot of Holy Priests opting to swap over, and I feel like Zhangba had a really good game. He didn't fall to any of the cheese swaps that they threw his way that, you know, a more novice Druid would have fallen to. He was finding time to get combo points, to get stuns. He was getting clones at good moments. He managed his cooldowns effectively to be ahead on mana. He has the advantage that his Ellie Shaman did 100 million more damage, right? So maybe in a game here where we see Dippy be able to more closely match Prev, he's going to be tested a lot more heavily in that regard. But I feel like he's more than competent at matching Flop right now, which is impressive. If you, like, think about the healer repertoire, right? Like Zhang Bahai, we had memes of like Absurd Sidu and Zhang Bahai on Shaman, and I think when it was Zhang Bahai actually wasn't he on Dippy's team, I think, and they were called La Pompe at one point.
Yeah.
And he was playing Shaman, and people were memeing that Zhang Bahai is the best Shaman. He's better than every other NA Shaman. Now, and then he flops over to Holy Priest. He's dominating. Now he's looking to take the Druid title too.
He's a Paladin last season, don't forget.
And then he was a Paladin. So he's played the Paladin, he's played the Shaman, he's played the Holy Priest now, he's playing the Druid, the rest of the Druid. I don't know.
Played a Voker too.
In tournament?
Yeah, he has. 100%. I watched his stream while he was playing it in some of the offline games last season.
Zhang Bahai might just be like, as far as like stream personalities, you know, not that well known, but as far as a North American healer, he's got a broad options in terms of classes at his disposal. The fact that he can just so easily, like, that was so smooth. It was almost as if he's been playing Druid the entire time, right? Like, you'd expect like a little bit of error, right? Like, you're coming off a Holy Priest, you're in Holy Priest brain mode, like, okay, I need Angel, okay, I need to time this cooldown. Like, it just switches over to Druid, and it's like, it's just nothing. It's just, yep. All right, Flop, let's go.
It's actually wild because Flop is so good at Druid. The fact that they went toe to toe is just nuts. So, I mean, you have to think about it too. Like, Drake and Prev decided they were going to compete again. They were going to come back and try to, you know, shut down some of these teams that were having success. They had Nick on their roster. That's a powerhouse DPS roster. Drake, Prev, and Nick. They had their pick. What healer do they want? They want Zhang Bahai, and I feel like that has been a great pick for them. Zhang Bahai on as a healer has been, you know, absolutely on the money. So we are going to be going to Imperial Domain, so a much larger map, interestingly enough. And I do wonder, like, do we feel like that map was not good for the side of Ghostbusters?
I wonder, yeah, because I feel like the Feral Druid likes the small map, so I wonder if we've seen Welcome to the Jung kind of throw a map away, and now we saw Ghostbusters throw a map away in reverse, because as a Feral, that small map, man, he was getting knocks, he was able to get bleeds on everybody. It felt like that was really rough for them.
Also, just Prev abusing the gust of wind up as well, right?
Yeah.
He's jumping down to the low side, hopping back up on cooldown, so made it more difficult for Chun-Li to actually chase him down. However, we got a new game here. Game number 6. Welcome to the Jung. If they win this, they are the Cup 2 champions of North America. I can't believe that we're seeing, you know, an Elemental Shaman Restoration Druid mirror between these two teams, but here we are.
Dippy stun. Drake's just charging in. Name stun on Flop, getting bleeds up on everybody, not looking for clones. Prev has Ascendants. Lightning Lasso, looking for a big Earthshock crit. He's loaded up on Maelstrom. He's ready to go. Here come the Lava Bursts. Is Flop ready for this? He's Tree. He should be Gucci. Zhang Bahai wrapping around the corner. Playing a little bit more conservatively, so leading the Innervate in. Likely going to have to Tree here soon. He pops Heart of the Wild. He gets knocked back. Actually, he doesn't have the Tree, so just pressuring him while he doesn't have it. Zhang Bahai just ships the Tree for him first global. And when the game goes 10 minutes, if it cycles enough, like, his Tree is 1 minute faster right now than Flop's.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, you're going to have those cooldowns rotating back up, and it seems like it's a battle of efficiency. You want to be ahead on mana also, so it's all about making those trades at the right time. Chun-Li now caught into a stun. Good control there, but at the same time, Zhang Bahai is getting low. There's been a few close calls. Big setup. I love the stuns there from Flop. Doing a great job. He gets the rake stun, he gets the maim, and I feel like Flop's going to have to be a playmaker on that Druid. He's just so good at it, but I feel like he's going to have to enable his team offensively. Not an easy thing to do when you're dealing with the damage of Drake and Prev, but we're also looking for Dippy to kind of step up in terms of damage. I think that's going to be really important for this match.
If he can't at least go toe-to-toe with Prev, like, let's say within at least 20% of Prev's damage, I don't think they can win at the 10-minute mark. It's just going to be so far behind on cooldowns. And so far, he's keeping within range, although Prev has just built almost a 10 million lead, maybe 15 million lead. Flop's really far away from the fight at the moment. Is he trying to drink or something? He's playing so far away. Dippy gets cycloned. Drake is getting combo points in the cyclone, it looks like. Just biding his time. Getting ready. Fire Elemental down. Flop jumps in. Double. Drake gets Maim Stun on his Maim Stun. Cyclone. Prev looks like he grounds it. Nice grounding totem. Zhongbai's going to use a tree form on the cooldowns from Chun-Li. That's a really good exchange. Lining it up 1 for 1 with the Storm, Earth, and Fire. Drake gets swapped too. Big spinning crane kick, but the tree looks good. They are going to recover on their side. And these first couple minutes, it's just efficiency. It's just getting your cooldowns out effectively and efficiently, right? Like if you just tree form nothing, then Chun-Li's just going to hold and then one-shot you with a leg sweep. So being able to line them up effectively and efficiently at the same time is where the big difference maker is going to be in a matchup like this.
Yeah, definitely. Big Fist of Fury there by Prev. Nice paralysis by Chun-Li. Prev committed to kind of his aura mastery there to be immune to interrupts. So Chun-Li just decided to put Paralyze on him and avoid the Hex entirely. I like that play. Flop now going to the Ancient of Lore for himself, just throwing in free heals. And that's a really important part of this. We're talking about it. Makes all of your heal over times free. No mana whatsoever. It's oh my god, Prev! What the heck? Prev almost gets one shot trying to explain mana here, and it looks like Gustbusters, they have different plans. Thought we were going the distance, but that was a very close call.
All right, Slicing Wind. Dippy still rotting. Adaptive Swarm, Bleed sticking, boosting that damage. Flop's charging in on top of Zhongbahai, looking to get him into the mix. Shadow Meld, Rake Stun, Maim Stun, setting up Dippy for that Primordial Wave onto 2 targets. Lava Burst comes through. Chun-Li is ramping on Prev. Zuen is out. Fist of Fury flies. But Zhongbahai, once again, just lining up the Tree of Life, or the Ancient of Lore, immediately with Chun-Li's cooldowns. 1 for 1 every time, making that exchange. Slicing Winds, they swap to Drake. They get Barkskin at least. Now they swap back to Zhong, trying to get his Barkskin. Sprinting Crane Kick, but Chun-Li's on his own. He can't get that by himself. He's moving back. Dippy and Prev just in the middle of the map. Flop into a Cyclone from Drake. And Chun-Li does catch Zhongbahai here. You can't solo him, though. Barkskin going to be enough. Surviving with this Force of Nature, in Capper on the Monk, holding him at bay for a second as he repositions, rotating in those Star Surges. Like, Resto Druid is probably the most complex it's ever been at the moment. Like, you have to manage combo points to get stuns. You have to manage Bear Form when you anticipate you're going to be attacked. You have to weave in Star Surges in order to amplify your healing overtime effects. Like, right now with Zhongbahai, you need to be managing your mana by rotating through your cooldowns, how you're going to allocate them. When do you Ironbark first? When do you use Ancient of Lore? Like, the calculations you have to make on a Druid, it's just like that math meme where you just got like math problems rotating in your head the entire game. So for Zhongbahai to just switch off Holy Priest and then start making these calculations so effectively right about the 4.5 minute mark, and we got to be measuring that damage meter, right? I said within 20% of Prev, and maybe they're gonna have a chance in dampening. That 20% gap is getting larger and larger though with every second.
Yeah, Chun-Li, big Fist of Fury here on Zhongbahai, and I do like that they're still continuing to test him on the Druid, but so far he's passed the test. Drake is getting a little bit low though, and the one thing also about going after Zhang is some of the hots fall on the other targets, and then Chun can roll over and kind of assist with burst on Dippy when Zhongbahai has kind of fallen behind. So feels important to go after the Druid, make them fall behind just a little bit. If they only have to keep hots on 2 targets, much easier to deal with. Big setup here on Zhongbahai. Lightning Lasso gets counter Lightning Lasso there by Prev. Great denial of that setup. Another Fist of Fury rolls in. Zhongbahai looking like he wants to rotate away, but now he has no Trinket and no Barkskin. If you look, Chun-Li has that Conduit. He is putting out a lot of damage, and right now, Gustbusters, they have the pressure. Prev is getting low, but he pops the Bloodlust, looking to get some counter damage here. Flop needs to be very careful. Big Lava Burst coming in. They're going after Chun-Li, but it looks like he's going to be A-OK, and I'm really worried for Zhongbahai. Flop, if he moves in and gets a stun, it could be the game.
All right, they get Zhongbahai, no Barkskin, no Trinket. Can they kill him? He pre-bears. It doesn't look like it. They get another stun. They catch him out of bear form with that one. Whirling Dragon Punch, but Drake gets a clone on Chun-Li. He can't stay on target. Zhongbahai should be able to get away from this moment and recover. Dippy has no wall, and he's actually not running Burrow, so anticipating to get a little bit more damage out of his character for defense. He didn't use Burrow the whole game. I'm a bit curious as to what he exchanged that for. Maybe it's like the Sky Fury Totem to get a little bit of extra damage during his Prim Wave or something like that. But Prev is getting blasted. Maybe that is the case. He burrows just in touch of death range. Such a close call for him. Flop recovers in the back line, and I think this talent change for Dippy is giving him that extra edge on these burst moments. It might actually be so important for them winning this game. Zhongbahai and Flop going at each other in bear form here, trying to have a flex off who has the bigger bear muscles. And Flop's going to be able to possibly get a clone out of this Paralyze. He's not going to go for it. Hey, he's going for it. Oh, Zhongbahai got to immune it 1 second before it went off. Great timing from Zhongbahai. Just lines it up perfectly again with Chun-Li's Assault. Flop gets wind sheared. Pressure being lobbed around to all 3 players. Dippy's getting low. Flop has Ancient of Lore. He's holding the cooldown for some time here. Tranquility instead around the corner. Innervate's up for Zhang Bahai. It's going to extend his mana. Flop's jumping in, though. He lands a full maim stun. Are they going to swap to him? They catch him out of form. I think they want to swap to Zhang Bahai. His Bark's going to be enough without bear form. Conduit comes through. They paralyze him low. They swap back on Drake. Flops in tree. He can get some momentum here. Looks like he wants to try and chase down Zhang Bahai. Zhang Bahai sees Chun-Li coming. Activates Cenarian Ward, extends it with the Swift Mend. Drops down a Vortex, roots up Chun-Li. Chun-Li's still chasing him. Dippy's coming in. Big damage. He's getting dunked through.
Could be the
game. Insane pressure, but Drake is there. He maim stuns Chun-Li. They win share the last, so they clone Chun-Li. Drake is saving Zhang Bahai's hide every time.
Yeah, Drake is just MVP on defense on that melee, realizing when his team's going to go down, always having the peels at the right moment. Drake, though, getting increasingly low. Chun-Li, I love these setups once again onto Zhang Bahai. They're really putting pressure on him. He trinketed out of that last disorienting Aurora as well, so has no way to really escape. Another stun comes in. Dippy right now, he might have the Totem of Wrath of it. That's what he's playing. He's playing Totem of Wrath, so getting that additional burst damage every single time he uses that Primordial Wave. And we'll see if it ends up mattering to take down Zhang Bahai here. He does have the NS tree form, so he's going to use that. He's going to be in that Ancient of Lore. Really big heals at the same time, though. Dippy's getting low. It is a race to the finish. Dampening is getting higher. We're at the 8-minute mark. It ended at 8 minutes and 30 seconds in that last game. This is when the healers are really going to start stressing.
Man, Drake's got Cenarian Ward up. He's looking healthy. He stuns Dippy. No wall for 4. Flop, no Iron Bark for 55. Wall in 2. Getting low. Drake being pressured as well. Lasso comes in from Prev. Prev has a huge lead on damage. Dippy needs to do something about that right now or it's game over. Can they manage to close out the game? Prev burrows to escape death. Dippy walls as well to stall out the match towards himself as well. They do have a tiny mana advantage. I think that talent change from Flop is actually going to work out for him, even with this gap in damage. Here comes a Primo Wave into a Ascendance for Dippy. He gets a proc at the most opportune moment. Zhang Bahai Barkskins and Iron Barks. He's rotting down. Cyclones are coming through, but Drake gets another one on Dippy. Chun-Li gets cloned up by Zhang. Flop jumps into the mix to stun Prev and slow down his damage a bit here and allow Chun-Li to get some uptime with that spinning crane kick, but Dippy's low again. Flop, what's he going to do? He doesn't have a lot of options. Nature Swiftness doesn't really do a lot. 45% dampening. Damage is mounting. Drake is tearing in, and it looks like it is going to be welcome to the Zhang taking cup number 2.
Wow. I mean, the game was looking good for Gustbusters, but welcome to the jungle. They just hold on. Drake had that MVP play, coming back, getting the bash, but an amazing performance here by Welcome to the Jung. They beat them at their own game. Like, this isn't what they had prepared. And the blind pick, they were playing the Mage Holy Priest. It wasn't going well. They switch over with Zhang on the Resto Druid. They bring in Prev on the Elemental Shaman, and they go the distance. They get the win. I mean, that was very impressive performance.
They just ran out of options again. It's too deep in dampening. Damage difference too big. Flop can't heal anymore. Cooldowns get... I think it's also the cooldown cycle differently, right? It's easier to line up with a Windwalker than a Feral Druid. The bleed damage is just so much higher in between the goes. Whereas Chun-Li's damage, like, you know what's hitting, right? Like, you know what spells are going to hit you hard. You can knock the Fist of Fury. You can trade on the images. You can trade on the Zwen. But with the Feral Druid, it's just you're kind of taking damage the whole time. So it is a bit different in that sense for both these Druids to heal. But it's just like they were so close. They actually had the mana advantage. They just didn't have cooldowns to keep this game going a little bit longer into dampening. And welcome to the Zhang comeback. They want their empire to remain in power as they take cup number 2. And I feel like the leaderboard, like, I'm trying to just even picture it because it's like so many different teams did so well this week compared to the first week, and there's only 3 cups. It's like this has got to be the closest leaderboard I think AWC might have ever had in a season as far as points.
Both regions too.
Yeah, for both regions. It's
not just North America. It's crazy.
It's a wild day. Wild day.
Wild day indeed. But we're taking a look at the final damage breakdown here of Welcome to the Jung in those final moments. But they are going to take that victory 4-2. And that was such a crazy way to end the day for sure. What were you guys' predictions? Can we throw that up real quick after this graphic? I'm gonna.
Yeah, my God, man! Just
dude,
get me
D-Machine.
Whatever. It resets next week when we get Chanimal, so I don't have to care. It's gonna get reset. I don't have to care.
We're keeping score for the long run. By the way,
no, we're not. This is wiped away. This never happened.
We better be.
This never happened.
A great first week.
You know,
too late. I already flipped it.
D-Machine gets a sticker, but the score gets wiped.
Oh, we're bringing back the stickers. Okay, yeah. All right, D-Machine, great job. I'm really proud of him. You know, he came in midway through the season and made those predictions very, very accurately, might I say. Oh, here it is.
I didn't beat the coin.
I didn't
below
beat
the
that coin either.
You're
Dude.
below the coin too.
Okay.
Welcome.
No, listen.
Welcome to below the coin. Join
you.
me and revel as we are beneath the coin.
It's great down here. I think I should be more ashamed of myself because I started off at the top and then I just plummeted. So, if
I just
anything,
blue shelled you. I just blue shelled you from in last place.
drag me
perfect.
to hell with you. Huh?
6 perfect.
That's what you get for mocking me, okay? That's what you get. This is
did
karma.
mock you.
This is karma.
sir.
You've been laughing the whole weekend about me being on the bottom. This is karma.
No, hey, production's the one that put the coin there.
Yeah, but
I
you
didn't.
probably
I made it
influenced
sin.
it.
Bring the coin back. I want to know how accurate it is.
I think
That
they
was a
just put-
joke. All right, that was a joke.
Chat is lucky. They tied the coin. They're
Right.
almost down here with me. They almost got dragged down with me too.
Man, all right. Well, well done to David. Well done to Welcome to Jung. And well done to Chibaku Tensei, also our European champion. We can take a look at the bracket here, the journey that they took. I honestly, obviously, welcome to the Jung. Incredible team. That was an incredible way to end the day. But Ghostbusters had a crazy run as well to make it all the way from that lower bracket, getting knocked down there pretty early on. And then, you know, almost making it to the end. I mean, that's a long day in and of itself. That series, they had some really damp series as well leading up to that, Ven. So credit to them for sure.
I mean, they had quite a run. I mean, they took down F tier, they took down Tiger Toes, they took down YPPM, they took down Liquid, and it was close against Welcome to the Jung. So they're now tied with Tiger Toes. So a very
Woo.
interesting situation here that we have in. I mean, look at this. They're tied for first.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. There's only one cup left. Like, there's a single cup left. Oh, you do not want to miss those open bracket games. I mean, this
No.
is insane.
You definitely won't. And as Super T's, you're kind of saying it yourself, just like the difference between week 1 and week 2 was crazy. Do you think that we're going to see that much of a jump again as we head into week number 3?
What are there any changes? We don't. Maybe we don't know yet. I want to say there aren't any, unless they come in randomly on Monday, right? They were on Friday last.
I guess
time.
I just
Maybe
mean
this-
in terms of level of competition being stepped up, not necessarily the meta.
competition. I feel like there's a lot of like sleeper teams, right? Like we didn't even see Iron Will. We didn't even see Iron Will, right? That's formerly the Moves roster. We didn't even see them in the top 8 for this week. F tier didn't have a great run, but like how can F tier must be sitting here and watching Ghostbusters make it into the finals and be like, we should be able to do that, guys. Like we are that comp. Like we should be able to do that. So like F tier could have a deep run next week. Control Alt Defeat's been putting on some very entertaining games as well, and they're playing really strange comps for the meta, right? Like the Fury Warrior Hunter, and they could maybe have like a little bit of a deep run, I think, as well. Similarly to YPPM, Left 4 Dead. Like if they can prepare something different for the third cup, because they're playing like not meta comps and they're getting 5th. So like if they can get something closer to a meta comp for week number 3, then Left 4 Dead become immediately a more threatening team. Tiger Toads are always a threatening team. I think with Cowish and Cubsy on that roster, it's flexing between them and bringing in different rogue mage variants. So yeah, week 3 is no one is safe.
Rep
No,
Paladins.
literally no. And Rep
telling
Paladins
you.
just got buffed, but no one's a rep main anymore, man.
Control Alt Defeat. Aren't
Who's a
they a
red
red main?
main?
KZ Fox?
Oh my God! Control Alt Defeat.
Axton too. Left 4 Dead.
Control
Axton's a very
Defeat.
good rep.
Oh, Axton's very happy about that on Left 4 Dead. They've been getting, or is he on Tiger Toads? I'm mixing up the Feral Druids, I think.
Oh, Left 4 Dead.
Left 4 Dead, yeah, I'm right. Okay, so Axton on Left 4 Dead. If Rhett ends up being Giga Hammer on Tuesday, then Left 4 Dead and Control Alt Defeat. Those guys could be really strong.
I'm calling it right now. We're also going to see Augmentation next week.
Stop.
saying.
Get out. Oh, no. You can't be
Happening.
serious. Don't mess with me, Ven. Please. My heart
Believe
can't
it.
take it. We'll find out, I guess, soon enough. But let's take a look over at what happened to Europe. Of course, here are the standings and how Cup number 2 ended over there. Overload in first. DOBOB in second. Chibaku Tensei in third. Echo, they're fourth right now. That means they're going to be in the gauntlet if they can't get their spot back up to the top 3, which would be very, very interesting if we ended up having a gauntlet with Echo in it. That would be very scary for the rest of the teams that were in there. But I mean, to be honest, the level of competition is the same over here. Forged, RMP, insane. Locked in, insane. And just so many teams in the European region that are all also raising the bar just as they are in North America. I don't know if we want to look at the bracket also and kind of how things ended over there, Ven. But what was your favorite part about the EU games earlier today?
Well, I was just thinking, I mean, there's a lot of good things about the EU games. I mean, DOBOB, I think, besting Overload. That was really impressive. Also, CHIBAKU Tensei having that deep run, bringing in the Demon Hunter. That's another thing. We're seeing no Demon Hunters in North America at all. Nobody's playing it. So I wonder if that's something we're going to be taking a page from Europe, because CHIBAKU Tensei, they look really good. But I was just thinking about the Gauntlet. I mean, imagine it is Echo as the final. Two things happen. Like if Echo actually locks in 4th, let's say, they're the final boss of the Gauntlet, but also the team with the most overall points has to play Echo in the first round. So that's not like, that's brutal. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that would be. Is this toxic to say that I kind of want them to be in the Gauntlet, because I think it would make the Gauntlet really fun to watch?
I'm sure they don't appreciate you saying that, but you know what?
They probably won't.
I think other people might be thinking that too.
I just think it'd be fun. I just think in the spirit of competition, they know that I love them. All right. Well, anyways, that's going to wrap it up for Cup number 2. And thank you guys so much for watching. It's been a great weekend. We are nearing the end of this season. Cup number 3 is the last chance these teams have a fighting chance to get into that grand final. So definitely be tuning in. There's going to be so much action, and you definitely don't want to miss it. Same time, same place, twitch.tv/Warcraft, or we are also on YouTube at 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you guys so much for watching. We will see you next weekend.